We are streaming live, and there's no other noise on right now. Now what I'll do is give a call to the lovely Viviana Sanchez. We'll take it from there, and hopefully some other people will join us just to help us with the opening hour. Okay, wonderful. That was
Back
quick.
home.
Hello, honey. Yes, I am. Are you all right?
I'm good, yeah.
Wonderful.
How are you? How was your holiday?
Delightful. Just wonderful. Thank you so much for asking. So much more at ease, much more rested now. And I love you dearly. I'm hoping you can help me through this opening hour. Of course, as you can imagine, I'm not prepared at all. A bit more prepared than some nights, but still tucking in the edges of those extremely tight sheets that I have a fetish for, and basically talking backwards until I get everything set up. Oh, wonderful. You're sharing screen. Ready to pull up. Obviously not Daniel Larola for reasons. Yeah, certainly get rid of him eventually. Everyone else that we can think of, Noreen Helpand in particular, Sammy Romero, hopefully will be able to join us a little bit. Try Selena Khan as well as Amanda Ute, of course, and let me see now. Helen A.E. White, no, not her. You can get rid of Pac One Morales and Penny Bradley as well eventually. Not Peter Moon, of course. And and you can get rid of Sarah Thomas as well. The Curious Girl then is the one to pluck up. See if she responds. And with
Did I get Celine? I don't. Oh, there she is.
Yeah, there she is. Her. Yeah. And who else do we have?
That looks good.
Yes, there we are.
That's how I...
Yeah. Okay. Then she hung up. Or something. Oh, that was a glitch. Okay.
Me?
Yeah, no, it was a glitch. It was a glitch.
Oh,
Skype glitch.
I was calling John Warrington.
You're wonderful.
I have him now.
Oh, do we?
So,
John?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Oh.
Yes. Oh, and that's Brandon. Brandon, we have... Brandon, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Doug. I can hear you.
Excellent, and I can hear you. Say hello to Vivian. Let's make certain you two can hear each other.
Hi, Viv.
Yeah. Hello, Brandon. How are you? Happy Father's Day, gentlemen.
Yes, thank you so much. And Brandon, you'll be a father soon. Yes?
I already am.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I keep forgetting. Delightful. And so it's Brandon that we have on. I think John is still being called, and of course there's an 8-hour difference between here and London, but his hours are odd. And what I would like to ask the two of you wonderful people is to allow me... Oh, Noreen Helpant says, hi, I'll see if I can join a bit later. Thanks. Wonderful. And for some reason my text isn't showing. I'll get that up, and let's get these other parts up. Here we are, and let me see if I can respond to her. And I owe you a heart too. I'm sorry.
I like your photo, Brandon.
Yeah, Brandon.
Oh, which one? I'm sorry.
The one on... Yeah, it's you're either leaning beside a building or you're on a tree.
Yeah. Oh, this on Skype. Yeah, that's on that's me at leaning on a tree in Providence, Rhode Island.
Yes, that's right.
The home of H.P. Lovecraft, but that is actually the home of a person who started off. Douglas would maybe know about this. Is started off in the Massachusetts Bay Colony, but was persecuted for his religious beliefs and started off a colony of his own in what is now called Rhode Island. So the state of Rhode Island has been sort of this exile. Anyway, this guy's name was Roger Williams.
Okay. Wow.
And
I remember.
A giant park. Yeah.
Go on. Yes.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yes.
No. Go on, please. I mean, you'll be infinitely more familiar with this than I simply remember him. That's all I don't remember.
No, not really. But it started off a very long sort of historical track record of Rhode Island being the weird exception to every rule, legally.
Oh yeah.
And so, so it's a very odd place. It's a very small state, comparatively. Interestingly enough, I think Peter Moon was there about last month.
No doubt.
And my girlfriend and I almost went there. We almost went to Seekonk, where he had this sort of I think he can talk more about it, but a Tai Chi workshop. It's in Seacon.
Mhm.
And yeah, interesting. So anyway, um, that is that photo. And thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, and you look
Oh,
great.
that's an
Yeah.
interesting story behind it too.
Yes,
It
absolutely.
is. It
Yeah.
is. Yeah, and it's interesting because these houses were built in a very weird way. So down by the river where that is, there's sort of a not a pagoda, but sort of a I don't know what you would say, a sort of a I don't even know what to call it, but it's basically a little shed, if you will, a yurt. But it's set up in columns such that if you stand in the center of it, and the acoustics are such that it reflects back to you, and you can hear your voice as whole, and it sounds like it's really interesting acoustics. But if you step to the left or right or anywhere else, it wouldn't work that way. So anyway, it's very interesting. It's a cool house.
Of
Yeah, Roger
course.
Williams.
Did it did it feel haunted to you, or like do you think
Yes,
in kind of
absolutely.
do you think they did like rituals in there and stuff?
I had the feel. I don't know, but I had the second level is it's a giant house. If you look in the back of that photo, there's a giant. It's a giant house.
Oh yeah, it's
And then
huge.
yeah, and that was Roger Williams' house. But in the second floor is all closed off. I believe it's owned by Roger Williams University. At the time, I was planning on going to law school there in
Amazing.
Bristol.
Yes.
Yeah, so I was visiting, and the second level is all closed off, but you can still have functions in there. But it does have that sort of haunted feel, as I suppose most of New England does. You know.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
lots of old ghosts there, but
Absolutely. And you two are doing so well. I'm so happy with this. I'm going to go mute in a few moments and ask both of you to hold the stage because that would just be such a favor for me. And honestly, I'm just finally touching up a number of other things, and I definitely need to be covered. And both of you seem to be quite capable of doing that. I want you to know how grateful I am. There's no way I can express how grateful that I truly am about this. So, aside from that, I want you both to know that everything with myself is going fine as can be, and we'll be covering pretty much a lot of heavy analysis tonight on my part. I want to dedicate certainly the majority of the show to that once Peter retires for the night. He'll be brought on by Viviana at the top of the hour, but meaning, the beginning of next hour, in case she's unfamiliar with the terminology, but I'm sure she's getting more and more familiar with it with each episode. But other than that, that leaves us about 41 minutes or so, a little more, a little less. And I want to say hello to everybody who's in the chat room before I take off for a few minutes to tend to finalizing my environment, so to speak. And I'm happy to report that everything is basically coordinating in the studio. And for Marcus Grix, who says, "Hey, DD, sounds like a purge, laugh out loud. Sound is good, everyone. Thank you for all of that feedback. And I do want Marcus Grix to know that, yeah, it is a purge. There is a purge that I will certainly take credit for, but at the same time, the people involved purge themselves. It really wasn't anything that I needed to do. Some more exposition will be given on that in the opening hours, in just to finalize the stance on it, because obviously I want to get back to analysis, which is far more conducive to what people should be exposed to. But we've got to be honest. People love drama, and half the time they're here for gory details anyway. Other than that, Green Eyes says hello, Douglas and Vivian, and Goddess bless her. With that, I'm going to turn over the stage to both these wonderful people. But before I go, Brandon and Viviana, is there anything that either of you feel you need to bring to my attention before I go mute and come back in about a number of minutes? Hmm?
no, I think no, I don't think there's anything.
Great. Bless you, honey. And
All right.
Brandon?
Nope.
Okay, wonderful.
Nothing here. No, not really.
Yeah, well, both of you share how this was an incredible weekend. There was many convergent things. Both of you share what happened with your Father's Day, Juneteenth 3-day weekend. And aside from that, Marcus Griggs also says, in the end, it's your format, your show, your choice. Not attacking you, just acknowledging the change. Understood. I didn't take it as such. And thank you, Marcus, for that qualification anyway. That's very sensitive of you, and that's deeply appreciated. Sensitive in the positive sense. That's very considerate. That's very considerate of you. With that, I do remind the few people that are here, each and every one of you who is here as a supportive individual, make certain you click the upvote, because the one thing I can guarantee you is we're automatically assailed by both Autobots, that's the literal term for them, that come in put down votes because they're actually paid for by Stephen Outrim, the IT, I couldn't call him an expert, but the IT showman, or rather the IT con man, and he pays for them, and they're not, he's so cheap that he pays for bad ones, thank God. So YouTube filters them out, but it takes about an hour or so. And during the time it takes for YouTube to filter them out, then they prevent us from showing up on searches. And the only way to get us on searches with the kind of aggregate that YouTube uses is to provide upvotes from every IP address you've got. The enemy fights dirty, and they use every IP address they've got to multiply their downvotes. And aside from the Autobots, we've got desperate creepers and crazed gang stalkers who everybody should be quite aware of by now. They proudly assert themselves, and they're united in only one thing, which is their hatred of myself. So with that, everybody do what they do, except for the opposite end. And if you're choosing the side of light in life itself, which is, of course, what I've been defending all along, even for my own selfish reasons, but nonetheless, I am on your side. Understand that in order to get us on searches so that more people can find out about us at all, you've got to use your PC, your laptop, your cell phone, your whatever you've got that has a different IP address, and throw that upvote in there. Okay, with that being said, my love to all that are here in support, and these two wonderful people will now guide you with their eloquence and edification. And the erudite Mr. Brandon Young will start by talking about his Father's Day Juneteenth weekend, and he'll turn that over to the lovely Viviana Sanchez as well, and the both of them will have a wonderful conversation. I'll be back soon enough, and in the meantime, honestly, I couldn't do it without any of you listening or here on the round table. So my love to all of you, and to Samuel Romero and Noreen Halpan, who may be joining us sooner or later. And in the interim, here we are. I'm going mute.
All right. Thank you, sir.
All right,
Thank
very
you.
good.
All
Yeah.
right, Mr. Brandon. How was your
Oh,
first?
Mrs.
Would
Viv.
this be your
Or Ms. Viv.
first? Yes.
Oh.
So was this your actual first Father's Day? How exciting.
Yeah, well, not really. I'm not going to say the actual age because of, I have to be aware too of gang stalking, which have really gotten to creepy levels at this point, even for myself. But yeah, no, it's the third. It's about the third Father's
Oh,
Day.
okay.
So,
Well, happy Father's Day nonetheless.
thank you. Yes, no, it was.
You're welcome.
It's thanks. I appreciate that. But yeah. I mean, I didn't really do much. I just, just did the dad thing. Just which is basically, I don't know what that means. But how was your Father's Day?
Oh, the dad thing? So explain the dad thing. I just kind of get a picture of
Oh,
like beer, barbecue,
check.
maybe what?
Tacos,
Tacos.
check.
Oh yeah, tacos.
Check. Salsa, check.
Oh yeah, lots of salsa.
Pico de gallo, check. Guacamole, check.
Was there any kind of sports on? I don't even know.
Well, the thing I was really saddened about was, unfortunately, the Celtics. The Boston Celtics had played the San Francisco Golden State Warriors
Yes, I heard about that.
in the NBA Finals and lost, unfortunately. But I do not I'm not one of those fair weather fans of the Celtics. I'm with them as a former ball boy, thick and thin.
Oh, really? You were a
Uh,
ball boy
yeah,
with
back
them?
in the '90s. Yeah, back in the mid to late '90s. Yeah,
Oh, that's cool.
yeah, it's kind of cool. So, but
Wait, so you're a Boston boy?
I'm a Boston boy.
Oh, Boston boy. So you don't have the accent at all.
Well, I've kind of been consciously eradicating it from my verbs, from my
Why? It's
language.
so I love the accent.
No, yeah, some people do. Some people hate it though, and it still comes out every once in a while when I'm hanging out with my friends. It really depends on the peer group, you know. If I'm in California, but it's also I think a result of me learning different languages and hanging out with different people and traveling and things like that. But if I'm, you could hear my dad. He has like the thickest Boston accent. It's like, well, welcome to Boston. So it's almost like Kennedy or something like that. Like Mayor Quimby from The Simpsons. It's that thick. It's that thick. It almost sounds. It's so interesting because it's almost like a Maine accent. Like Maine is very up here, yeah, we're from Maine, you see, and then in Boston gets a little lower and a little draggy. It's very interesting the accents in the Northeast, but yeah, I don't really have. I mean, some people say that, but then some people can hear it, so it
Mm,
depends.
that's interesting. I never spotted it on you. So
Yeah,
how
I
did
don't
you
know
get that? How'd you get that ball gig?
the what.
How'd you get that ball gig? Being a ball boy.
Oh, bald boy. I thought you said the bald wig. I was like, oh, I'm
What
not
is up with
bald
that
yet.
joke?
And I didn't, it's not a wig, it's real hair. It's real.
I'm not bald yet.
No, so I don't know. I forget. I remember my dad calling me one day. This is before cell phones, and just saying, "Hey, Brandon." He's like, what would be like a dream of yours? I was like, I don't know, like play for the Celtics, or something like that. I mean, I was young. And he's like, how about you can ball boy for him? I was like, yeah, that'd be great. He's like, okay, done. You know, and
Wow.
yeah. So and then I timed it really nicely because our eighth grade field trip had a field trip. All of the basketball team from the eighth grade, from the middle school, I should say. Uh, all the cool kids went to see a Boston Celtics game, and I said, "Hey, Dad, can I ball boy for that game?" So they're all up in the stands watching me, right? So of course I did, and it was funny. And like, there are my friends in half court before the game, getting autographs from different, Celtics like and stuff and players and whatnot. And I'm on the
How
court.
cool.
Yeah, it was really cool. It was nice. It
You
was
must
nice.
have
But
felt
anyway,
like you must have felt like Superman, I envision, like the joy and
it was,
all
you
your
know, you
friends watching.
you'd think so, think so. Funny thing is like, you go out there and you're so nervous. You go out there and all of a sudden you're under the lights and my God, it is Antoine Walker, or it is this person, or it is that person, and you're trying to do your best, but you got all these balls coming at you and you're throwing them. I threw one down to the other end of the court and I hit some guy off the top of the head, you know, um, and I kind of just disappeared and stuff like that. So they were great times. I met Larry Bird, Michael Jordan, who happened to be there at a regular season game too, which was really interesting. But yeah, I got to. It was. There were parts of it that were fun, but the part that was actually work was a little nerve wracking. You got to get used to it. I would imagine being under the lights and the cameras and the crowd and everything. But it was something else.
That's amazing. So did your
Yeah.
friends like ask you, "Hey, can you get everybody's autograph for me?" And
Right.
did you get to like
Well,
drink a Coke and smile with the Jordan or anything?
yeah. No. Well, Jordan was backstage. He was sort of like in the back area, same from Larry Bird and stuff. But um, Bob Cousy was there, who's a famous Boston Celtic. But no, they made it clear. My dad even told me before. You can't ask for autographs as a ball boy. It's the one thing you
Aw.
can't do. Well, but it's okay, you know, because you're, you know, doing other stuff. You know, I remember Rick Fox, you know, who was, he's married to now Elijah Dushku, who is from Newton, Massachusetts, by the way. And Elijah Dushku, famous actress, stuff like that, but very pretty. But she was, and he was also at this time married to Vanessa Williams, the singer.
Oh,
And
yes.
and he came up to me and said, "Hey, can you take care of can you grab my sneakers from my locker?" You know, and I said, "Me?" Like, right. So, you know, I had to go to his personal locker. You're running different errands. You're basically an assistant, you know. It's so anyway, yeah. So that was a long time ago, but yeah, good memories for
Well,
sure.
did your father ever tell you how he managed to get you that gig? Was he like,
Yeah, a little bit. He just knew somebody, as far as I knew, like somebody in the Celtics office when they had their old offices. I believe it was adjacent to the Boston Garden, the old Boston Garden, before the Fleet Center was even built. But they had these offices there, and I remember going up and meeting some big wigs or whatever, and they had, you know, the championship rings on and stuff like that. But I'm sure it was one of those people. He just pulled some strings. He just knew a lot of people in Boston and elsewhere, you know. It's just funny.
I saw a guy who literally got Championship Celtics 2022 tattooed on his body
Oh
before
no. Oh no.
before the game even started.
Oh no. Oh,
Could you
that's too
imagine?
bad.
Could you imagine? Oh my
Oh
gosh.
no. That's like me getting you know, like you know, that's like I keep looking at my you know, my ex-girlfriend's name that I got carved on my chest and the date we would be married, but we broke it off, you know. And
Oh,
so I have this giant tattoo. No, I'm joking. That would be terrible. Imagine getting that. You'd have to get it lasered off. At least they have lasers now, you know. You could sort of get it
true.
lasered off. But yeah, I'm not into tattoos. Um, like that.
You
That
got,
have like, you know, dates. You know, I'll tell you this, Viv.
huh?
My friend Joey has, and he's such a jerk that I'm glad this happened to him, right? He called me up one day. He was like, "Oh man, I got a tattoo last night. I was at Foxwoods." I was like, "Yeah, good for you, bro. You know, whatever." He's like, "Yeah, man. I don't know, man. The tattoo kind of sucks." I'm like, "What do you mean?" Right? So I went and saw it, and it's a gigantic clock on his like a, you know, not a digital clock either, analog clock on his body, and it says "Time waits for no one." And but the clock is messed up, so it doesn't make sense. Like the big hand is smaller than the little hand, and the second it makes no sense. And it's like it's like it's not even like a real time. It's like and you know how like the 3 is usually lined up with the 9 and the 12 with the 6 or whatever. You know, at least they're like kind of symmetrical. This was
Yeah.
all over the place. Like this guy squished in 1, 2, 3, 4. And so like 4 was where 3 was supposed to be, right? And so he messed this guy up. So
Oh
whenever
gosh.
this guy has anything to say to me, like, "Hey Brandon, yeah, I see you lost some weight or whatever," I would say, "Hey, yeah, hey, just remember, Joey, time waits for no one." It's like, "Oh, shut up."
So did apparently, this generation really doesn't know anything about analog clocks.
Right? No,
'Cause
I'm a teacher. I
yeah,
know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's true. That's
so
true. Very
the
few of them.
artist either didn't know and had never studied one and didn't even take the time out to actually like look at an actual analog clock.
Exactly. No, he's just like, yeah. He's like 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, I don't know. What are these Roman numerals? I don't know. The heck are
And
these
how
things?
many digits between the 1 and the
Yeah.
5?
Hey, it's 13 o'clock. I don't know. What do you think? I don't know. The big hand tells the hour. Little hand tells the minute.
Exactly. They have no
Like,
clue.
they have no idea. So, like, yeah. So, like, the kids, when they'll come up to me, like, "Mr. Young, can I go to the bathroom? What time is it? Mr. Young, what time is it?" I'll be like, You should tell me. It's right there. You know, when I was your age, I could tell. I'm like, okay, it's this time. Usually I'll be like, but you know, they can't. Some of them can't. It's
I
really
remember
interesting.
staring. I remember this staring at the clock every single day, like waiting to leave, and I'm like, time is really going by so slow. And then I would start thinking automatic, I can't wait till I graduate.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's the funniest thing. So the last day of school was uh after Juneteenth because we had Juneteenth off. It's a federal holiday now, you know.
Oh, so yesterday, right? So it was yesterday?
So yesterday was the first end of days, end of the school year, and it's kind of bittersweet. I was like, I'm not gonna cry, you know. There's no way I'm gonna get emotional. I didn't, but it was still very kind of. The students are crying, you know.
Aw. They're like, I'm gonna miss you, Mr. Brandon.
Well, they don't tell my first name. They that's kind of like a boundary, you know. So it's Mr. Young. It's always Mr. Young, you know. But
Well, I was just saying your first name, so I wasn't saying your last name.
no, it's cool.
But everybody probably knows you.
Yeah, it's funny. Even the eighth graders, because I, you know, coach basketball and stuff. So,
Oh, cool. That must be
but I'm
very
proud.
rewarding.
Yeah, you know, but it is, you know, it's a good school, good kids. You know, I can't really complain. And then, you know, I got like some presents and stuff like that, you know, and that just makes your heart break even more, you know. Um,
You know, that age, the students are so interested in the teacher, and that, in my opinion, like that junior high age,
mm,
like you can be their world sometimes because they're just that influenced. And
yeah. Well, it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, one student in particular, I was like, this kid is going to be a leader, you know, some way or another. And he just has phenomenal support,
oh, that's awesome.
very intelligent, very good parents, you know, um, from Long Island, you know, little kid. And, you know, he pretends he's Sonic the Hedgehog. He loves Sonic the Hedgehog. And I'm Eggman, who's the Jim Carrey evil character, right? The mad scientist. And so I got into the lore a little bit, you know, and I was like, ah, he's like, hey man, I won't see you next year. I'm like, well, I'll be on Mushroom Planet plotting my revenge, you know, and stuff. And he just gets into it. And so he sent me these presents, and he sent me these 6 Sonic socks. His parents did.
Aw,
Let's be fair, but he
how
was like,
sweet.
he gave it to me, you know, nobody else. And he's like, I'm like, oh my god, socks too. I'm like, oh, and he's like, I thought they were for me, but I guess they're for you.
Aw, sweet. That's adorable.
So it's like little things like that that really make all the sacrifice and low pay and, you know, all that other stuff really worth it. You know, all the hard work. You know, it's hard work. You know, I'm getting up at 5:30 every morning. You know, and then going till 4, 5, 6, 7 o'clock at night. You know, and you know these kids rely on you. And you don't really see the benefits every day, you know, and you're dealing with people who are somewhat difficult to work with. They're going through different things and whatever the struggles are with COVID and all that, and the restrictions and everything this year. But anyway, it was nice. So that was a nice
Aw.
thing yesterday.
Oh, that's
Um,
really nice. And that's actually your first time, right?
First time.
Going, because isn't this your first year teaching or?
Oh, at this particular school, yeah. But no, but I've been teaching since I was 22.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I'm sorry.
It's a long
I
time.
didn't know
No worries. No, you're not supposed to know my resume.
that. Well,
If you
that's
did, I'd be
amazing.
suspect. Yeah.
I'm like, thank you for your service. You're out on the
I
forefront
know.
of the
Well,
educational system.
you know, it takes a certain, you know, person for sure. You know, there are bad teachers out there for sure. You know, they have no patience for kids. You have to have extreme amount of patience.
It
And
makes me wonder why they ever got their teaching degree.
oh, I know it. Yeah, so I mean, when I look back at the teachers I had, even just the level of support that the kids have these days, and I mean, yes, I mean, I'm in a district that's relatively smaller and sort of a bubble, and I've worked in other districts as well, but the support they have today as opposed to when I went to school, or sure with like Douglas or Peter went to school, it's totally different.
Yeah.
uh,
Well, so do you find that the rigmarole of your eighth grade experience as a teacher, do you feel like you have to switch up the curriculum, or do you just stay and teach the same curriculum like in a timely stance each year?
yeah, that's interesting. Well, depends on the subject that you're teaching. You have to it depends on the grade level, and it depends on the year and what MCAS is testing for, what they're looking for, and which is like standardized testing. So there's basic stuff that you have to go over, but you're pretty free within your curriculum to design it as you want. You know, um, within bounds. And there's a lot of funding for this. So yeah, it changes from year to year, but not too much.
Oh, okay. I knew
Yeah.
someone who she had to like look through, I guess her job as an administrator was to look through all the texts and all of the textbooks that were coming in from different publishing groups, and then she would give the yes or the no as
Right.
far as what was approved by the public school and all that.
Right.
And
Yeah,
she's
that's
like,
a
yeah,
big
you
thing.
would be surprised how many texts they don't approve.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, the thing is like you get like textbooks that are seriously written by the oil companies, and they say like, if you and they have their own particular view on history, especially American history and world history, and they want to subtly influence the narrative of certainly a developing person's mind. Um, so you have to be careful of that. And that's true of like almost every textbook. It's like imagine if Coca-Cola wrote their own textbook. You'd be,
Interesting.
it's kind of like that. It's like saying, well, I mean, they really gloss over and they deal with slavery a little bit in American, some Native American indigenous politics, but not very anything deep. They absolutely glorify America and American exceptionalism and the founding fathers. Um, uh, that I noticed in the textbooks. But the thing is, too, textbooks are there as a guide, but you can certainly work around it and teach what you want to teach within those bounds. So, it is, yeah, the textbooks. I mean, I'm sure your friend selecting them must be just like, this is insane, like,
Yeah, I bet.
like as much, like, I mean, as much as even I wanted, Jesus didn't sail across from Europe to found America. That was, Christopher Columbus or whatever. It's just like they put in these weird things, in like different textbooks, especially with history, social studies.
Oh, yeah.
Science definitely forces like does not, I would say, enhance free thinking. It's not philosophy. It's sort of just don't question it. This is how you do it. But yeah, so within
Exactly.
that, but hopefully, if you get the fundamentals down later on, you'll be able to question those fundamentals, and see what the
Yes.
what the basis of the fundamentals are, and I could
So
go into it, but
what is the topic you teach again? I'm sorry.
oh, it's called ELA or language arts.
Oh, okay, that's fun. So you get to talk
Yeah.
about literature and different time periods,
Right.
um,
Yeah. Words.
introduce. So you probably always have what's his name? Oh my gosh. Langston Hughes. He's like the
Oh,
most.
Langston Hughes. Yeah, the poet. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, yeah, absolutely. Love him, but we only have a certain amount of time, and there is a certain amount of structure in this particular classroom. So a lot of it is vocabulary and sentence structure and punctuation, because
Oh, okay.
a lot of these kids aren't at the level of interpreting Langston Hughes poem, you know. So,
I just
or
got
will
back.
it explode? You know, I don't know. Yes, Douglas back.
Uh,
Hi.
yeah. Oh, yes. I just got back to hear that, and I got in time to hear Viviana Sanchez bringing up Langston Hughes, and so that was masterfully handled by Brandon Young, and God bless him. He's producing the future with these kids, and definitely, I'm just so proud of him, and I'm so proud of Viviana. Of course, she produced a number of wonderful children, and they're just well-adjusted adults. It's incredible considering the challenges that she's faced in the past. So both of you are doing great, and I'll check into the live stream, and it looks like we're joined by How Far Is Away, who is Mirth Ling. So she says Mirth in the house, and Chris Collins, who says your Boston accent came out hella hard on just the word autograph. And wonderful, wonderful. And with that, both of you continue. I'm just kind of adjusting, just breathing and trying
Mm.
to get some air in my lungs and oxygen in my brain, really. So both of you,
Take your time.
yes, thank you. Thank you. Go on.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Douglas.
Thank you.
So,
Well,
Langston
so that's
Hughes, yeah, that's funny.
cool. Yeah, well, it just brings it up because I remember all my daughter's books for her school, which she does the K-12 online.
Hmm.
Everything was, I think, right around. So you're doing what, eighth grade?
Well, no, I'm in fifth grade actually.
Oh,
Yeah.
fifth grade. My bad. Okay, so now I
No, but I've
understand why
worked
they're
in
still doing.
different levels as well. Yeah. So.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, so yeah, that makes sense. They need the sentence structure. They're still working on formulating, all of those
Spelling
academic like.
even. Yeah, spelling, handwriting, cursive. They don't know cursive. No, I don't know about you, but I was taught cursive, and
Yeah.
handwriting.
So do you
Yeah.
are? Oh, I'm sorry. Go on, Viviana. I was going to ask if he tried to teach them cursive, or they just wasn't time. I'm
Yes.
sure. But go on. Okay. Go.
No, we did. We did, in fact. Like this is the thing. Like we had about I don't know, an hour a week, and during that hour, we'd go over the alphabet in cursive. Only because for me, even it's a much more productive way to write a note to yourself or a letter.
Yes.
It's no, and it's more. I mean, it's aesthetically pleasing as well. But for myself, I still write everything out longhand, and that's how I remember. And I just love to write that way. And then it's almost a meditation. It's my practice, if you will, is to meditate on the word and translate your thoughts into the written word and the art of letters and all that. So handwriting comes especially handy, where everything is now so computer based and digital based. That to learn this lost art of cursive was a challenge, but everybody can at least write their name in cursive.
Oh, that's good. I hope
Yeah.
it doesn't become a long lost art because uh, it's such a, and I don't even know why they ever stopped trying to teach it. It's just so sad that it's a little piece of our history that's kind of gone. But I'm glad to see that some areas are bringing it back.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, just absolutely necessary, as Brandon said, for signatures. I mean, otherwise you're going to wind up like the peasants in the former Soviet Union, where they were just signing X's on so many of their forms. I mean, when we get to that point, it's over, but go on.
Right. It's interesting, like I could that's what I think about signatures. you could sign anything. You know, you can sign X.
Yeah.
But the funny, I was just going to bring one of my students. Um, you know, he was asking. He's obsessed with the Third Reich,
Mhm.
and
Okay.
which is not a good sign, right? So, but whatever. But he, you know, I said, you know, he's like, well, he asked me a question about the moon, and sometimes I'll joke around with the kids. You know, I'll say, well, you know, that's where the Nazis went after World War II, right? And they'll say, no, no, no. I'm like, what do you mean, no? Of course they went there. They went to Mars. They went all around the solar system. And he'll say, no, no, no. They went to Argentina.
Exactly.
I'm like, wow,
Oh,
you've been
yeah.
watching too much. What have you been tuning into? You know?
That's
So it's
the internet
interesting.
for you.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. So these kids are like, in some levels, like sometimes a little beyond where I was, but in other places, like simple things, communication, emotional intelligence, things like this, not so much.
Right. Right. Well, definitely appreciate you bringing that up. And just out of curiosity, I presume this person is simply too young to even listen to the show. But did you think about turning him on to the Dietrich broadcasts because of his fascination?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and I think actually he would really like it. I think he would get a lot from the alternative history, the renegade history, which is basically just history.
Yes, thank you.
So
Yes.
you know, it's funny. Like my friend's a comedian, and you know, a lot of people say, "Oh, you're the anti-comedian." And he's like, "Well, what the heck does that mean? I mean, it just means you're a comedian. You make people laugh. You're a comedian. You're a historian. You're a historian. You're not an alternative scientist. You're a scientist. You know, there's only one thing." So anyway, but yes, the point is taken.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought about because you know, he's all into this. I mean, he wants to progress into, you know, World War and conflict and sort of hidden histories and things. And so of course I thought about, you know, dropping a link here and there, but unfortunately it's part of the boundary issue, where I don't think it would be appropriate to foster a relationship outside of the classroom. You know what I mean? So
I understand. Yeah, yeah. That's a sensitive area. So
he can discover it on his own all he wants. You know,
yeah,
it's fine.
yeah. But
You know, and
definitely, yeah.
yeah.
Go on. Go on. Yeah.
But I'll just drop hints, like I say, like in a jokingly way, you know, like, didn't you know that they went to Mars and to the moon?
Right.
No, they didn't. They went to Argentina. You know,
Yes. Yes. I mean, that
or,
is.
yeah,
Well, you gotta admit that's advanced enough for him to know that. Really. I mean,
exactly.
yeah. So, such being as it may. Oh my God. So let me retreat into the background. I'm listening. Both of you continue, please. Thank you. While I get myself
Right.
together. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's just incredibly interesting. I
Yeah,
wonder
isn't that
why
funny?
he's intrigued by the Third Reich, though. Like
I think it's partly because the stigma around it. You know, it's almost like, it's like, ooh, people like, they'll call each other Nazis if they're, you know, as almost like what was so evil about them. It's almost like I think a way to try to understand what would be the most evil thing according to some people, right? So
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I never really pursued the psychological reasons why this kid is interested, but I mean, it is a big part of history, you
Yeah.
know,
And you touched
and
on something that I found very interesting, and I'd never thought about it, but you know this CERN, his name is CERN Unk or Unk from the oh, that Turkish. He's Turkish
oh,
and
the
he
Young
has,
Turks,
yeah, the
Cenk
Young
Ungar or
Turks.
whatever. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Sir Ungar, yes, thank you.
yeah,
And
yeah.
I used to love his production in the beginning, and I used to listen to him. But then I found out that he was an Armenian genocidal denier, and I
Mm-hmm.
started looking. I'm like, what? Like I cannot, you know. So I would pose the argument all the time in chat rooms and everything.
That's a good
So
point.
someone made a really good point. I guess he apologized for that. And he
Yeah,
referenced that in his country, when going to school, they make it a point to actually, teach them the history that they want them to know. And for them, the Armenian genocide is a myth or a lie.
right. Well, it's interesting too. The name of the show is called Young Turks.
That alone should have told everybody everything. Thank you. I mean, that
Yes.
is so. The Young Turks, by the way, for our listeners who don't understand the concept, was a term given to the Turkish Republicans under Kemal Ataturk. Not necessarily like the Republicans in the United States, but probably horribly similar. And the end result was that Kemal Ataturk was a great modernizer, but like all modernizers, he was a great genocider. And the Armenian genocide in particular has meaning to me because that's the good part of my son's genetics traces back to Armenia. So obviously that has meaning to him and to myself. And the denial of the genocide is the official Turkish policy. What's worse is the nation of Turkey purchased an entire extension for Princeton University. And in return, Princeton University guaranteed it would teach Turkish Holocaust denial of what happened to the Armenians. That's their official policy, is that they deny the Armenian Holocaust because Turkey sponsors them. So this is a major Ivy League university. So other nations can buy your history. Just understand that. If you don't understand that, you don't understand anything. Your reality, I'll bring that up with Communist China later tonight, or I intend to. They've purchased all your Google searches, and Google is all your searches. Your searches are Google, no matter what search engine you're using. And Google guarantees to deny the Uyghur genocide of the ethnically Turkic Caucasoid peoples in northwest China, because Communist China purchases that service from them. So you can purchase denial of history and denial of reality itself as it's ongoing. So understand that when somebody like this idiot who started the Young Turks does his trip and basically does what he does and then apologizes for it, I mean, that's an incredibly profound conceptual breakthrough. That's something that happens very seldom in one's lifetime, for somebody to actually adapt to a different reality. For that to have happened is redeeming of him if it's true. But definitely both of you continue. I just had to get that in there and put that into context for people. And again, the history was that when the Ottoman Empire collapsed, which was the Muslim empire that had existed for hundreds of years, the old Turks of that regime, they actually felt that the upper classes were insecure in Turkish culture because it was originally a nomadic culture of just horsemen. And so the upper classes tried to cultivate themselves by learning the Persian alphabet, and they wrote everything in the Persian alphabet. The Young Turks, when they modernized and the fall of the Ottoman Empire happened because of World War I, the Young Turks basically got rid of the Farsi alphabet, and they instead introduced a Latin alphabet. And that's why, for those of you who don't know, Turkey is a Muslim nation that has a Latin alphabet. So you could learn to read it fairly easily. And that was because they wanted to become much more westward oriented. That was Kemal Ataturk's modernization agenda. But these were also genocidal people, and it must never be forgotten. As for, the young man's fascination with Nazism, I mean, that's almost what I would consider just natural and organic. You're in an environment where, of course, people never stop talking about them. And as you said, everybody calls each other Nazi just as a slur. So that kind of fascination would be inevitable. I'm going to go mute again, listening in, and both of you are doing great. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, and I just want to add that didn't Hitler, and this might be, I'm not really sure, but this is what I've heard. Didn't Hitler reference the Armenian genocide?
Absolutely. Yes. Adolf Hitler did. Was he said, Who remembers the Armenians? He said that. That was,
Exactly.
yeah, that was his statement, and that is a genuine historical quote. Understand that there are hundreds of quotes that get attributed to historical figures just because it's convenient, and the historical figures likely never said many of them. This is one of those few quotes that is actually true. And by the way, while Brandon is with us and gifts us with his presence, there was somebody who took what you and I said, Brandon, and they ran with it. I'll go back into it again when Peter is with us, and of course you can listen to it on the replay. But both Brandon Young and I were talking about Salman Sheikh having said 85% of the world must die. And this is like his mandate, 85% of the world must die, which it struck me as very peculiar at all times. The few times he said that, and he did say that on the show on record, so it is on recording. And he said that on his own show when he was interviewed by myself, and he can't, even if he deletes that on his channel, we have those copies, thanks to John Warrington. But when it comes to the point I'm making, is that Salman Sheikh basically, when he said that, Brandon Young said, if somebody believes that many people should die, they should really start with themselves. And George Knight brought that up later, and I said, yes, absolutely. If Salman Sheikh wants 85% of the world's population to die, he should start with himself. So that was taken by him, of course, and he ran with it and tried to claim that we were threatening his life. And so he got Penny Bradley to say that on an entire video where she claims that, Team Dietrich is threatening her poor boy Salman Sheikh's life. She's trying to backpedal out of the fight now that she started. So, Peter Moon and I will address that in terms of the stinking bait that she took and ran with in her teeth and then tried to spit out. But she's leaving the video up there because she wants all the hits and all the people giving her all these compliments, including Salman Sheikh. Now I understand Daryl Neely, the black white supremacist, in other words, the black man who is a white supremacist of all things. He, running his Gurn radio station, basically is, lambasting her because he wants her to be more aggressive about this. This is the insanity, of course, of our gang stalkers. By the way, we've got this wonderful background screen of the children. If you see that, Brandon Young, that is the family, well, that disappeared now, of Viviana Sanchez. And by the way, what confused me for a second was I did see that she had to reset, and maybe you can share that with us as well, honey. Viviana says, Douglas, I had to reset my entire Skype under my fan. Oh, yeah, I don't know if you want people to know that's all. Shut up. But you can find me there. Can you find me ASAP? All right, bye. Sorry. Oh, my God. Thank God. I didn't even see that. I had no idea. I'm just seeing that now. Oh, my God.
I'm like, oh my god, oh my god. I took out my Skype so I could get room, and then I was like, when I tried to sign in, I totally forgot how I signed in or what account. So, but I found it. It's all good.
Oh, thank God. God truly is divine, and that's why he provided us with Brandon Young when Sammy Romero couldn't show up. And oh my God, all of it does work out. And Viviana, of course, was right there when I finally terminated Jameson Reese. And so, oh my God, it does work out. And so let me go silent, leave you to speak again. I'm listening in the background. In a matter of minutes, we'll be bringing on Peter Moon anyway, but you can carry us to the top of that hour, and both of you, I would recommend kind of summarize up your points, and we'll take it from there.
Okay. Well, Brandon, it was such a treat to speak with you. I know you've been really busy, but now you have the summer. So what are your plans?
The beach.
Oh, nice.
The beach and family, and maybe a few more tacos if I can fit them in. But no, just
How do you make
relaxation.
your tacos? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh,
Finish
it's a
what
long
you were
process.
saying.
I mean, well, because I buy the flank steak, and then I cut that up. To make it brief,
Mm-hmm.
into shreds, and then make the carne asada out of that, because I like the flank steak because it makes for a better taco, I believe. I like a lot of. I
Mm-hmm.
like it sort of with cilantro, very plain. Cilantro. I like more of like a birria taco, which is like a street taco with like a dip, a consomme sort of a dip, as opposed to
Oh,
sort of the sour
fancy.
cream and yeah, but just very simple. tacos is how I like mine. How do you like
So
yours?
do you like the corn tortilla just slightly fried, or do you like the hard?
It depends.
Or...
Yeah, I think it depends. Depends on the taco. Excuse me.
Nice. Well, that flank steak, that's actually gave me a good idea. So that would be considered more like a carne taco.
Yeah, the carne asada. If it's a fish taco, I'll go with the flour tortilla and more of a like if I'm going to the Superica up in Santa Barbara or down in El Pueblo down in Del Mar, I'll get and I yes, and I do know Spanish.
Look at you.
It does, but this place El Pueblo, I'll tell you, right where speaking of Tom DeLonge, and then it's all this whole conspiracy land stuff, UFOs and all that, and CIA and intelligent networks. He's kind of at the intersection of all that and entertainment. But El Pueblo, 99 cents for a fish taco, some of the best, fish tacos you would ever get. And the salsa bars rather, with the carrots and just like you can't compare to anything here in the Northeast. They're really so when I make them, I try to go pretty heavy with the pickles, pretty heavy with the carrots and the veg on the side, and just sort of a make your own deal. Not so much if you want sour cream, it's there. I'm not going to put it on mine. I might put a pepper and some cilantro and maybe some hot sauce, and that's about it.
Mm-hmm. That sounds good. Now I'm hungry.
Yeah, me too.
I could go for some tacos.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're gonna ring Taco Bell now. Yeah, that's right.
Well,
that's
no,
funny.
like Taco Bell to me is just like no.
Oh, I know.
I mean, no.
No
I mean,
bueno.
because I worked there.
Oh, did you really?
That was like my first job. But I remember though, I would make the taco meat from scratch. Like let's do that.
Yes.
Huge. Yeah, and then we would make the beans too, like in pressure cookers, these huge ones, and then actually refry them with a drill bit.
Wow.
And so that was a lot of work. But anyway,
it's a lot of work.
I left Taco Bell right before they got into the refried beans, and the meat was already prepackaged and instant.
Okay. So
I don't know
the good
about
years.
The meat, so yeah, it was the good years. It was really hard work, and it got really strong because you're oh my gosh, like so their potato masher was like 4 feet long, and it had this huge head. So you're like literally like running the masher and cooking those beans super fast because you know how they bubble.
Yep.
If you haven't,
you can't let them stick. Yeah.
But I'm a real easy taco maker. I just like hamburger, and I put onion and garlic, and I like ginger and everything. So I'm a ginger fanatic now. I love ginger in my pinto beans too.
Ginger is fantastic if you have a cold or a stomach issue. It's such a great. I eat pickled ginger root, with my sashimi, and from time, all the time, or my sushi, the pickled ginger.
Yeah.
I always have pickled ginger root.
Yeah.
It's just so beneficial, it really is on so many levels.
It is.
But yeah, that's good. Just a ground up hamburg taco is great too. Yeah, absolutely. I can go for that. Wonderful. I like the hard shell sometimes. It depends on the mood. It really does. So
it is the mood, but you know what? I like to just run the corn tortilla in a hot oil for a few seconds.
Oh, you got it. Yeah.
I'll put them all around the plate. So I'll put like 4, and then I'll just like put the hamburger in each piece, and then lettuce and tomato and onions and whatever. And then I serve it like that. So you get like, a big old plate, and you just got to figure out to roll them up and eat them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
So that
what? It's so good. Oh,
Yes.
sorry, Douglas.
Oh no, no,
That's
that's
okay.
all wonderful, and goddess bless you both. And we're going to try and bring Peter on now. Let's see if he responds.
Douglas Dietrich, Woman's Housekeeping Hour, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, delightful, and yeah, honestly, both of you are divine. I couldn't do anything without without both of you and everyone else who is
Well,
part of
Douglas, I got to go, but
understood.
Vivian, I have to go around this time. I wanted to, but before I go, want to say, of course, love you both very much.
Thank you.
Oh,
Happy
thank you so
that
much.
you're still going on despite all the hatred and the jealousy and the attacks against you. And I'll always be here for you, Douglas. And it's been 10 years, so
That's right.
I'm not going anywhere. Okay.
Thank you. Goddess bless you.
You're
We
a
love
Great
you
friend,
too.
God bless.
Brandon.
Yeah.
Much love.
Thanks,
Good night.
Brandon.
Yeah. And that was wonderful. And yes, we all love Brandon dearly. He's been through a lot. And so with that, I think we have Peter Moon on with us. Thanks to Viviana Sanchez. Thank you so much, darling.
Lee?
Yeah.
Awesome,
Hello,
Peter.
I'm here. Hello, everybody.
Wonderful.
Hello.
And I'm so glad that you're here. Honestly, ready to do a lot of analysis tonight myself shortly after you retreat, but we're blessed with your presence till at least midnight your time, hopefully. And honestly, the stage is yours. I'm just kind of putting myself together now. When I enter the zone later, I'll certainly suck up all the oxygen in the room, but right now the stage is yours, and I'm here with you, and of course I'll participate and join in, but I think Peter's got a lot to express. He's been very inspired, and that in turn inspires myself, and I'll let him take it from there.
Well, yes, and we have to thank our friends, our virulent attackers,
Yes.
ruthless attackers, and I want okay. For those who haven't been around, we've had Douglas has been attacked virulently by his former supporters. And we've talked about it. Many of you heard it before. But of course, it doesn't make any sense. And the reason it doesn't make any sense is we're dealing with insanity and we're dealing with evil. If we were dealing with rationality, it would make sense. And all of these attacks began when I, overheard Jameson was using black magic against me. He was trying to bind me, to injure me, and that he hadn't done a complete job on it, which is, of course, insane, malevolent, and of course, it's hurting Douglas. Now, even if you think Douglas is bad, he's hurting me. And if you think I'm bad, he's trying to hurt somebody. I mean, what's the point of this? I'm not doing this to him. Douglas is not doing this to him. He was detected. And he reacted very poorly when Douglas, told him he would no longer be involved in the show. And of course, this created a ripple effect. And the first ripple apparently was Salman Sheikh,
Yes.
who had been a routine contributor and had been posing as a friend and ally. Perhaps he was, but he changed. And he chose to ally himself with Jameson because the two of them had a much more involved relationship than I was.
Yeah, they were physically intimate still.
I had no idea. And and of course, maybe it's a case of, keeping your enemy, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Maybe he was keeping his enemy real close.
Yeah.
Too close. I don't know. It's bizarre to me because, you shouldn't. Well, I'm not making a judgment on whether you should be intimate with men, but I'm not saying with my men, you shouldn't be intimate with drug addicts, whether they're a man or a woman. It's problematic to your mental, spiritual, and even physical health.
Yes.
So mind, body, spirit is a reverse vector. So when these two, then it began a, feeding frenzy of them aligning themselves. What they were already apparently aligned with this guy named Stephen Outram.
Yes.
Who had solicited Douglas for sex, offered him $1 million, and Douglas turned him down. Now, some of you may question Douglas's judgment about certain things, but his judgment, you can't argue with this judgment, because and now then Stephen Outram was posting himself to be aligned with Aquino.
Yes, that's quite true.
So you have Aquino. Then they started approaching other people, and there was sentiment to, oh, Douglas has been hard on Aquino. He's been, well, Aquino was a diabolical individual. He fed off of human corpses, which is eventually what killed him.
Yes.
Got stomach cancer.
Yes.
Douglas has gone into this in detail. Aside from being, the perpetrator of all sorts of child abuse. I mean, he's famous for that.
That's
even though he was never convicted. In fact, he's more famous for the non-conviction because he managed to evade conviction.
Yes.
When the Army avoided prosecution or investigation of the case on grounds of national security, because it would make the Army look bad.
Yes, that's right. In all fairness, just so people understand this, the United States Army Criminal Investigation Division did investigate it, and the Judge Advocate General did say that there is enough evidence to put this man away for 1,000 lifetimes. And he said, we simply can't do anything about it because of national security. So this was...
Was that published? Was that published, that statement published?
Certainly it was said during the trial, and
But that's a military trial that's not open to
That's
public.
quite true. I heard it with my own ears, and I can relate that as fact. People just have to take my word for it, but other people were aware of it. It did leak, because I did see that ultimately in print, that some people related that.
But that is a leakage, and that is not an official statement.
Understood.
It makes the Army look worse.
Yeah. It does. And
because
just to
they didn't do anything about it.
That's right. And just to go on.
You heard this court martial, if that's what it was, or hearing.
Yeah.
Was Aquino present there?
Oh yeah, he was there. And so I was there for that as well, but it was like, as you can imagine, my testimony was simply taken, and then basically nothing was done. But I do want to emphasize this, in all fairness, and believe me, I hate the U.S. Army. I hate the U.S. military. But just in all fairness, the Criminal Investigation Division did refuse to strike Aquino's name from the suspects list. And it was just a way to maintain whatever little leverage they had over him, was to maintain him on the identified suspects list permanently. So he did demand that his name be struck off the suspects list, but they refused to do that. So
I'm interested here. You've said something I didn't realize, that you sat in a military tribunal.
Yes.
And you watched this. I would like to know if Aquino had an attorney, who was his attorney, what was his body language, how did he look at you after you testified?
Definitely, we'll try and go into that privately. But what I will say right now is that the one thing that was always there with Aquino was you could recognize a kind of nervousness in him that would show up on the Oprah Winfrey shows, so that people have video evidence of this, or when he was with Geraldo Rivera, where there was kind of a slow but very pronounced blink rate. It was kind of increased and slow at the same time. His blinking was always controlled, in the sense that it was never like a rapid blink rate, like somebody blinking away tears, but it would just be kind of this slow kind of way of indicating that he was under pressure, and that was how he kind of manifested his handling it. I don't want people to read into this and think that he was doing some kind of Morse code with it, which is what one man who ultimately became a U.S. senator was famous for when he was a prisoner of war in Vietnam. It was nothing like that, though people might be tempted to try and interpret that. But he definitely maintained a certain level of smugness as well. He truly understood that he was immune, but he knew better than to take it to the point where he lorded it over others, his immunity. He basically did that later out of that environment. But within that environment, it's one of these, like, first, there were so many people involved with him in his crimes that it was always a foregone conclusion. So it was simply one of those situations where there was a general sense of perfunctory ritual about it, meaning that all of this was just being done for the sake of form and ceremony, and nobody expected anything to come out of it. So when it came to all of that, that's what comes to my mind at the moment to express publicly. And
well, this is a very interesting. It's always interesting when you come up with these things that I haven't heard before, and I'm sure many of the public hasn't. But the one thing is, yes, I mean, I never really. I mean, when I watched the episodes, which I did, I watched them when they came out years ago, and also I've watched them on YouTube. I did not really notice any discomfort on him of any significance. I mean, if you're looking closely, maybe there was.
It was only because I knew him, And
yes. But what I would also say, what I would equate that to, it's like if you had to go and give false testimony in a court of law, you would, of course, be, unless you were an professional actor, you might be kind of nervous. And what most of your focus would be, if you weren't like nervous and jittery, if you could get past the nervous and jittery part, you want to make sure you don't trip yourself up.
Yeah.
But you also have to realize, how would you feel if you knew the prosecuting attorney and the defense attorney and the judge and the bailiff and the court officers were all on your side?
Yeah, there you go. I mean, and that's one reason why you had this kind of overwhelming confidence. He knew better than to trip up with it in public, even when he was in the kind of circus shows like Oprah and Geraldo. But he definitely, it's there where you see more of what I could see as the nervous tension. And there was one little interview he did on some chicken shit little local Bay Area station with one of his satanic apprentices, a geek with glasses, who I did not know personally. White kid, and they went so far as to, when the show officially shut down but the camera was still on, they went so far as to kind of exchange like after action reports with each other. You could see them talking to each other and saying, how do you think we did? Oh, I think we did okay. This kind of thing going on, because this was like one of those little stations where they kept the camera on after they shut the clapboard, so to speak. And so you could see them doing that without an awareness really that it was still recording and broadcast. And then, and that was part of the video that was ultimately made of it, no doubt. I did, look around to see if I could find a video copy of that little interview where they were just talking about the Temple of Set, because it was such a rare thing to be done publicly.
It was probably done for recruitment purposes.
Yes, absolutely. But when I talked to, there was one organization that video recorded everything that was broadcast back in the days when you could still do that, because nowadays there's hundreds of channels. The only people who could do that would be an intelligence agency or some Department of Defense contractor or something. But in those days, there was a private organization that recorded everything and then sold it to people. But, they told me it would be hundreds of dollars to get a copy of that, because, they did this and they required people paying that amount to justify the cost of everything they recorded. So that's what comes to mind right now with all of that. But by all means, continue.
Well, yes. Thank you for that interesting anecdote, and I look forward to talking with you about that privately, because it's damned interesting.
Yeah.
Now, so we're talking about, of course, people acting in concert with evil.
Yes.
Acting in concert with evil.
Knowingly and willingly.
Yes.
And openly and proud of it. Go on.
Yes. And see, I was only overhearing somebody practicing evil black magic against me. And I insisted on a stop to it. That insistence, which was endorsed by Douglas, quickly and rapidly, because he just really didn't pay too much attention to what Jameson said.
I never did. He was like, that was something if I paid attention to everything Jameson said, I would be infected with madness, because madness is a disease. This is why they call it mental illness. You can contract it. And because I understand that, I would just fob off everything he said like water off a duck's back. The majority of what he said just went over my head, in the sense that I ignored it and I would just let it fly. But when I would, and people heard this on record repeatedly, I would tell people, out of my own sense of pride, I would tell them, I do not talk to this man outside of the transmissions. I would call him, we would speak, and other than that, I never spoke to him privately. And George, he found that out. Yeah,
it all came down to that he was hosting the show and allowing Douglas to take T and P breaks.
Yes.
And that's really what it all came down to.
Absolutely.
So we have this nice lady, Viviana, who's doing, very pleased with her. Yeah. I was a little suspect of her at first, not because anything her, just because you're suspect of anybody that comes in to help Douglas.
That's right. Anybody who does help me, I do not pay people. So you do have to ask why they are motivated to help me. And the overwhelming majority of them are going to obviously be dispatched by the enemy. And then they sabotage everything every way they can. Good example would be Pavel Adward, who just put music
we can, there's been one after another.
Yeah, one after another. So go on.
We don't need to give them too much attention, because they live off of the negative attention.
Understood.
They get attention from it, So you don't want to talk about them too much, because they feed off of it.
Oh, yes. Yes.
It's like you've heard any publicity is better than no publicity. Yeah. They're getting mentioned.
Yeah.
It's, it's lost its charm. Yeah. But back in the 60s, if somebody was on TV, in a baseball game, at a concert, I was on TV. It was like a big deal.
Yes. No, that's true.
Nobody cares anymore. But however, if you're getting live attention, you feed off of it. Now, this is so that you understand better. We don't want to beat this subject like a dead horse, because we've talked about it so many times. The only thing I want to emphasize is all of this started with the recognition and detection of even though it's a feeble and lame and ineffective magical attack on myself, nevertheless, it's evil being projected at me unwarrantedly. And then this has grown to so many people saying, it's the very recognition of the evil has created a chain reaction of similarly identifiable evil who could identify with it starting to attack. It's like, it's as if Douglas is Aquino's guy in some way, in their minds. because it's the closest they can get to Aquino is through Douglas. And then I'm there helping Douglas. So I'm kind of okay because I'm helping Douglas, and Douglas is, the best they can get to Aquino. And then when I recognize the evil, and Douglas, recognizes it and jettisons it, all of the evil starts saying, no, 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 no.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's it's like boric acid to a roach.
Yes.
They eat the boric acid and they destruct. This is what happens. This is how you get rid of roaches. So it's like I was being, accepted, almost as if I was being from their viewpoint, being initiated into the great evil world of Douglas Dietrich, the umbrella of Douglas Dietrich, which was bigger umbrella, which is Aquino, the way they perceive it. And that's not the way it is. It's not the way it is. And, people have questioned me on my interest affiliation with Douglas because it's not something they can do. They're not suited for it. Like, I had a friend once whose dad used to do those high wires, electrical wires. Like he'd be up there, in storms, fixing the wires on those big towers that keep the electricity going. I think one time he said his father got scorched. He had all these, like he got scorched badly. And the way that works is, if you're handling one wire at a time, it doesn't matter. But if you touch two wires or they cross, you're screwed. So basically, that's a job you don't want to do, and unless you're particularly suited for it. Those people are heroes in terms of our culture because they keep the electricity going. What those guys do is amazing. It reminds me a little bit of those guys out on fishing boats you see on some of those shows where they're out in these ungodly waves and forces, and they're,
Deadliest Catch.
Insane.
That's the Crabbers. The Crabbers on Deadliest Catch is the name of the series.
It's not just crabbers.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's all sorts of fish.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. All the.
But it's nuts, and I admire them, but I don't, wish to be like them. I don't wish to, exhibit bravery, courage, masculinity. No.
Masochism as well.
I mean, I've had my share of run-ins with the ocean, and they've been rigorous and devastating. Although I succeeded in them, those things those guys do are far worse.
Yeah. So
anyway, but so in the course of, this is what happened. I detect the evil, and the evil reacts badly. It not only reacts badly, it rebels and goes for more evil. Now, I'm going to, one of my friends, supporters, transcribed for me some stuff that Jameson said from a tape, because it was so revelatory, not only to him, but to me.
Right.
Back on September 15th
Yes.
of last year. Now, first, Douglas is talking about H.P. Lovecraft and the Necronomicon, and there's a quote from Lovecraft's book, The Call of Cthulhu, 1926, and it's attributed to Abdul al-Hazred,
Yes.
The Mad Arab, known as the Mad Arab, who is the supposed author and the actual author he's considered supposed, but he's the actual author of the Necronomicon, the real Necronomicon, not Simon's Necronomicon, which is Peter Levenda's Necronomicon.
Right.
And the quote is, "That is not dead, which can eternal lie. And with strange eons, even death may die." I'm going to read that again. Now, that is not dead, which can eternal lie. And with strange eons, even death may die. He's basically saying, if something is eternal, it's not dead. And Douglas says to Jameson, he's referring to the fact that there was all these different photographs of Michael Aquino that were not Michael Aquino. And they were a different Michael Aquino. So Douglas was explaining that there was a psychological manipulation going on to make Aquino appear a different way. And this is, I think, previous to his death.
Yes.
They're trying to make him look different than he actually was. And it's kind of like if you had Donald Trump or Joe Biden, before they died, you kept making effigies of them. And you kept having Biden lookalikes or Trump lookalikes, if Trump was president, or even if he wasn't president. And you just have all these dummies, all these, mannequins or lookalikes, so that when they actually die, you have so many lookalikes that it doesn't matter that he's dead.
Right.
You still have a continuation of the lookalikes with the thought form. So Douglas says, he's saying this to Jameson, is what I said coherent about psychological invocation in mass using changing his looks and the opening of more vulnerable points? So Douglas is basically saying, by changing Douglas's looks, you're going to open the vulnerable points to people's indoctrination, where they're weak and they're not going to discern. They're not going to think about it too much. And Jameson says, at 5 minutes and 13 seconds of the tape, 5 hours and 13 minutes of the tape, excuse me. He says, yeah, basically, this is a quote, direct quote from Jameson. Yeah, basically seems like by doing this, people are going to start unconsciously associating Aquino with this business-looking fellow, the ones that's in the photograph. And they're going to basically open up a ritual and a gateway to bring Michael Aquino's influence into this guy's world. And he's going to become more like Aquino. He continues to say, I wanted to say, I wonder how many people Michael Aquino had as sleepers for himself before he died. He definitely had to have spent time establishing people who would be sleepers for him, people who he would possess to continue his work when he died, because there's no shortage of madness that has his fingerprint on it. This is Jameson talking. Yeah. His observations are astute and accurate, because Aquino was mad. He was crazy, but he was crazy with an agenda. And he wanted to continue his insanity, which was to unleash chaos on the world,
yes,
on the universe, on all of creation. So Jameson continues. He says, it's kind of like this. It's sort of strange, because I have no doubt that certain people who were born with certain affinities to certain entities for whatever reason. And if someone has a high enough affinity for a certain entity, that person's going to gravitate towards that entity unconsciously. And they're going to, I guess if that person's a sleeper for that entity, that person would likely be able to strongly invoke that entity more than any other entity. I have no doubt that before he died, he must have, through the fractured psyches of the people he abused and people who were groomed for that very purpose, I wouldn't put it past, oh my gosh, what's that woman's name again? The woman who took care of him when he had cancer? Douglas mentions Heather Holman. No, it's not Heather Holman. He says, and Jameson says, it wouldn't surprise me if her son wouldn't be used as a sleeper for him. And then Douglas Dietrich mentions Christina Joanna Hart. Yeah. And Jameson says, that would make a lot of sense. Because in all honesty, anyone who was traumatized by him would have that potential. They would have a break in their psyche, that scar, that sort of lapse that could be exploited. Because trauma is more or less a lapse in consciousness, where you're not processing what's going on due to whatever horrific event it is. Anything could traumatize someone. It's almost like something being such a shock that you blank out. And whatever wasn't processed, that creates an opening, holes in the psyche. Heaven knows, I probably got 1 billion of those.
Yes.
And then he laughed.
Yeah.
Now, this is very revealing, and this is why this was transcribed for me. Because Jameson is admitting that he has these holes in his psyches. And what he's describing has happened to him. He's been absorbed. He's been taken over by Aquino. And that's why he was attacking me.
Yes, absolutely. And that is something that we've been discussing, and I'll put that in context with Peter. Of course, Peter has been inspired by all of these attacks to get to work and produce more art, and of course we will basically work with the facts and continue to present them to the public. Just for some clarification here for everyone, what Peter started off with is a quote that many of you will be confused by, and the reason that many of you will be confused by it is because of basically Game of Thrones. And Game of Thrones was written by the author who I used to really adore this man and really appreciated his work. I can't even remember his name now.
Is it George Martin?
Yes, George R.R. Martin. Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. But George R.R. Martin was basically ripping off the H.P. Lovecraft when he was introducing some aspects of Game of Thrones, when he was introducing one particular culture that was based on the Vikings, but essentially he morphed them into Cthulhu worshippers, worshippers of the Great Squid, and they all had this initiation ritual by drowning themselves. But I constantly get people who write to me about, oh yeah, didn't Game of Thrones say what you're saying? Okay, this is part of the way that this is like what Aquino sought, to add confusion so that nobody would understand the gravity of what H.P. Lovecraft was trying to expose. So understand this much. When it comes to that particular quote, I'm far more familiar with the Japanese version of it because my mother would quote it often when she was trying to teach me about the sunken continents of the Muvayan peoples, the descendants of the Japanese, which is now all of the submerged areas of which the mountain chain forms New Zealand. And people can look up the land of Zealandia, the 8th continent, and it's quite real. And scientists insist that people teaching geography acknowledge its reality. So what my mother taught me about the antithesis, the warring continent with that continent, that led to both continents being submerged in a war that used scalar technologies that essentially rearranged the molecules on the lands themselves so that the lands essentially liquefied. And that liquefaction process is what caused the submersion of entire continents that destroyed this prehistoric world. The Japanese quote is "Dedo de aru korusaru koto wa dekimasen," which is that which is dead cannot be killed, meaning that it's already dead. You cannot kill it. So basically, when the Game of Thrones took that and perverted it, what is dead may never die, but rises again, harder and stronger. George R.R. Martin was familiar enough with the Japanese because I had taught him that. I knew him when I was young, and like I said, I got to hate him so much I even bleached his name, which is what I tend to do with people I disassociate with. It was never anything personal between him and I. It's simply what he became. He was one of those authors who could have gone in the direction like Stephen King could have gone in, who's another local Californian, and both of them chose the direction of profit. You cannot blame them. You can't hold that against them, but at the same time, you can never really like them again. And What is Dead May Never Die was in the 3rd episode of the 2nd season of Game of Thrones. For those who don't remember, April 15th of 2012. I hate it so much that I remember it as if it were branded. But basically it was veiled reference to Cthulhu. The original Arabic, of course, that Abdul al-Hazred actually spracketh it in is important. And the original, I don't know if it's the source book, but I do know what Aquino had on hand that we were able to order through a museum that was based on national security. He always used that to get anything he wanted. And what he had that I was able to handle with my own hands and that he used to cast a number of spells with was the grimoire imperium. That is the official spell book, as in imperial spelling book, which is basically what grimoire means. It's a book of spelling for spell casting, words cast spells. And the author of the grimoire imperium was supposedly John Dee, but it was not. John Dee was simply the owner. John Dee had a copy of the grimoire imperium, but the real author was Abdul al-Hazred. And he was the author of Dr. John Dee's Grimoire Imperium, the Book of Old Spirits. And that was the original source in Western consciousness of the entity Cthulhu as a winged anthropomorphic, it est humanoid, and cephalopodophalic, it est octopoid-headed, daemon, or anti-god. The word and its implications being obviously much older, of course, as I have mapped in the past on various episodes. So these anti-gods that are in the Grimoire Imperium, they also contain vestigial etymological references obscured by time and esoterica, such as Yog Sothoth. He's referred to as Yog Thothai in the Grimoire itself, one of the Cthulhu's brothers. So when it comes to all of that, for people who are asking then, well, who the hell was the Mad Arab himself, probably best to start with, of course, his lines, which were Lama Yatan Ma Kadirun Yata Baka Samadhi Fa Ita Yaji Aj Shuthat Al Mautu Kad Yantai, which is that which is not dead, which can eternal lie, and with strange aeons even death may die. Now the first line, which if you read it in the Semitic languages from right to left, is definitively supposed to mean lie as in to lie down, meaning that it can lie there eternally. That's a non-poetic rendering of it's still rather metaphorical, so a real non-poetic rendering of the literal meaning of the first line would basically be, in the English, that thing is not dead, which can eternally lie in waiting. So literally translated, or transliterated, it means that is not dead, which has the capacity to exist eternally. And if the abnormal, it has bizarre, strange ones, things, times, comest, then death itself may cease to be. And that one Arabic phrase, Yajiash Shuthath, that gives the clue to the deeper mystery. It's a plural, and it literally means the abnormal, referring to people or to things, depending on the context. Yaki means comes, as in it comest, or are coming. The colloquial Arabic often transforms that soft J sound into a hard G sound, and many times the vowel endings are left off and the words are slurred together, as we always do in English. Therefore, the spoken, as in the street Arabic rendering, of the phrase, colloquially, would be Yag Shuthat. And with a slight change in the quality of the vowels, it's easily recognizable as Yog Sothat. And the writ itself within the Ka quatrain, it's Al-Kib, or lie, as in a falsehood, in which case there be deliberately rendered misinterpretation of the quote, and not unexpectedly so, once one is aware of the black magic background of the poem. In other words, that which can lie to you, tell you falsehood and untruth, cannot die, because your mind is forever captivated in that lie, and you are forever damned. So there's still some areas of uncertainty regarding the Arabic original, as well as the transliteration, which differs from the Arabic. And quite likely, it should have been written basically more like Al-Kib to match the transliteration. And within, of course, the Universal Historical Dictionary, are the explanation of the names of persons and places in the departments of biblical, political, and ecclesiastical history, mythology, heraldry, biography, bibliography, geography, and numismatics, Volume 1, which I have a copy of in front of me, written by Baldwin and Craddock in 1833, and edited by George Crabbe. Basically what it says in here about the author of the writ: Al-Hazin, biographical entry, renowned as Adil-Azm, mathematician of Arabia, but of what age is not known. He wrote the Opticae Thesaurus and a treatise on twilights, among many other works. He was the world's first theoretical physicist and the father of modern optics and ophthalmology and experimental physics and scientific methodology, the original scientist of planet Earth. And of course, his real name was Ul al-Abu Ay al-Hassan ibn al-Hassan ibn al-Hitham. And he's referentially condensed as Al-Hazin and aliased as Al-Bazri. So that's after Basra, his birthplace in Iraq. That was occupied by the British throughout the last war. And it was known throughout medieval Europe, or he was known throughout medieval Europe, as Ptolemaeus Secundus, or the second Ptolemy. And
the second what?
Ptolemy, the great Greek philosopher.
Ptolemy. Okay.
Yeah, Ptolemy. And so basically, when it comes to this individual, what happened was that he had to feign madness because basically his pharaoh, so to speak, or rather his Muslim ruler. And to put this into some context for you, I really, oh God, let me try and calculate this. But basically the first year in the Islamic year beginning 8622, that would be the first Islamic year. That would be our 622nd Christian year. And that was the immigration of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, from Mecca to Medina. That was what was known as the Hijrah. And when that occurred, that was the beginning of the Muslim calendar. And when it comes to the period of around, I'd say around between 985 to 1021, the great, shall we say, they didn't separate the rulers from their religious duties. So he would have to be a caliph, but he was also known as the 16th Ismaili Imam. And he was known as Al-Hakim. Basically, or more formally, Abu Ali Mansur Tadriku Al-Hakim, or Al-Hakim bi Amr Allah, meaning literally ruler by God's command. So he was the 6th Fatimid Caliph, and he's an important figure in a number of Shia Ismaili religions. And of course, he was also known as, in the West, as the Mad Caliph, primarily as a result of Fatimid desecrating Yerushalayim, or Jerusalem, in the year 1009. And so that title, of course, is not what any Muslim would refer to him as. But all the histories of Al-Hakim, no matter who writes them, are controversial. Ultimately, both views of him, the mad and despotic tyrant rationally given to killing those around him on a whim, or the ideal supreme ruler, divinely ordained and chosen, whose every action was just and righteous, all of these can be rationalized. But basically, he had people who were loyal to him, and he nevertheless abused many of these people who he felt were not loyal to him, kind of like Shakespeare's King Lear. And confronted by this, the original scientist, Al-Hakim bi Amr Allah, was the ruler, took the original scientist, Al-Hazard, and told him to basically dam the Nile. And when the man realized its impossibility at that point in time with the technology that they had, he knew that he would be executed. So he feigned madness himself and was placed under house arrest. And once Al-Hakim had died, he was able to prove that he was not mad, and for the rest of his life made money copying texts while writing mathematical works and teaching. So what happened was Al-Hazm ben Joseph, who translated Ptolemy into Arabic, he was known to have disappeared, literally, into thin air afore multiple witnesses, and became known at that point again as the Mad Arab, because people concluded he had been punished by the anti-gods for secretly worshipping them all along. That is the source of the real Necronomicon. And Michael Aquino had access to what was known to be the only copy in the world. So it is through that Peter Moon and I will be working from what notes I took to try and share what we can with the general public as time progresses. But in the interim, you can understand why so many people who are pretending to be Muslims, like Salman Sheikh, who proudly says he's a Mason, which you cannot be if you're a Muslim, and people like Jameson Reese were attaching themselves to myself for. Once they realized they could no longer access either any further information from myself or what they ultimately wanted, the Vox Arca and other instruments and implements we've yet to speak of, then they just turned towards the ad hominem attack. And the rest is history. Of course, it involves one last defector, and that is Daniel Orola, who I can bring up later. In the meantime, our dear Peter will take it from here.
Okay, I wanted to read to the audience. First, I have a question before I read to the audience. It's very interesting that you said 2009 was when what did he do in 2009?
Oh God, what did I say?
You said 2009.
Bring up the rest of the context, please.
He tore up, or he ruined something. He tore apart some, was it city or destroyed something?
Oh, 1009. In the year 1009, the Mad Caliph desecrated Jerusalem.
Yeah, well, this is now what's interesting. He created, in that desecration, and he was a Ismaili?
Yes, Ismaili, yeah.
Yes.
It's a Shia. It's a further...
I know what it is.
Yeah.
But there was another Shia Muslim who replaced him in the ruins of Jerusalem, but 40 years after 2009, he paved the way for Hassan Saba.
The old man of the mountain, the head of the assassins. Please continue.
Yeah, and that's where the Templars connected underneath the ruins of the temple by traditional history.
Yes.
So I would really be interested to know the lineage and how it, because Hassan Saba was, Alamut Castle in Iran.
Yes.
This character, I think you said, was from Iraq?
Yes, the Mad Arab. And just so people understand, the Mad Arab is used so commonly before Al-Hazard's name that it almost constitutes a title. And of course, it has since, thanks to H.P. Lovecraft, been invariably a synonym for Abdul Alhazred, but this it was a historical author whose name was Latinized as Alhazin. And the important thing to understand is that in the Arabic, remember, H.P. Lovecraft had converted to Islam, and he remained a secular Muslim the rest of his life. And so he understood very much the meaning of the name Abdullah al-Hazred. That's metaphorically, instead of Abdullah, which means slave of Allah, slave of the God, Abdullah al-Hazred, when contextualized, metaphorically means the worshipper of the great devourer. Transliterally, the servant of the great forbidden lord in internment. So that's a pseudonym, anomalous in terms of Arabic grammar, in that it contains the Arabic definite article morpheme, the al, the morpheme, al meaning the possessive be, twice in a row. Abdul being the common Arabic prefix and the name component, but never a name by itself, meaning servant. And Hazra, he interred, he forbade. Whilst the anglicized term hazard, the original surname of the ancestors of the American writer Howard Phillips Lovecraft himself, is etymologically rooted in the Arabic Hazrat, meaning great lord, but bastardized into Hazred, denoting either red, again like Edom or Adam, or hazard, again the color of danger, both indicative of alert, as in Aktung. And the more proper Arabic form, reading Abd al-Hazred or Abdul Hazred, well, H.P. Lovecraft took on the name himself when he read the 1001 Arabian Nights at but 5 years of age, in honor of both his Arabic ancestry and his prepubescent through adolescent conversion to Islam. I knew this from my mother, teaching me all of this with her expertise in linguistics. Of course, in Japan, he is known as Aru Hazado. That, for those of you who never even knew the Japanese had that Arabic connection. So with that, we turn it back to Peter.
Well, thank you. This is, I'm just going to say before I continue that one of the problems with doing Douglas's work, which I've wanted to do for a long time, is you write the book, The Roswell Deception, which is, of course, extremely revealing.
Yes. And by the way, my nurse, my case management nurse read it, and Cynthia Mather says it is an excellent book. And she said that the arc of learning, she had never really known anything about World War II, but now she feels like she knows everything there is to know. So please go on.
Well, yes. See, arc of learning. And what we have right now is people are not learning. They're dumbing down.
That's right.
And this book was an important book to write. And believe you me, I'm not getting rewarded for it. I'm not getting patted on the back for it.
No.
Sometimes people say, oh, good book, but that's about, it's like a voice in the wilderness. Yeah. If you can imagine, being a settler going across the plains to the west, and you're out there alone. And every once in a while you get a voice from the wind saying, good for you, keep going. Yeah. And you're facing all this empty plains and wind. And I'm talking about hostile natives. I'm talking about just the environment itself is daunting.
Absolutely.
This is what I'm doing. I'm not getting encouragement.
No.
I don't get encouragement from my friends on this. Keep going. This is good. People that know me and like me, they don't give me encouragement on this project. In fact, they might, kind of look at me as if I'm swimming with sharks or something.
It's true. Yes.
And it's like they don't pat me on the back for it. They question.
They question your judgment.
Get in my face about it or object. And as well as my association with Douglas, and they don't necessarily verbally question it, but it makes them. It causes some discomfort, and it's okay. It's like I'm not, my life does not revolve around Douglas Dietrich, but nor does my career. But at the same time, a part of it, it's something that I want to, I wish it would, in the sense that I was able to shine light on this stuff.
Thank you.
But one step at a time.
Yes.
However, what my intention was to, write the Roswell deception, and then do a book on the Presidio, which would, the Presidio scandals and Douglas's involvement in it, and then from that lead into deeper aspects of not only the German connection, but his experiences at Letterman Army Hospital with the bioplasma, with the association with the organic computer and the Artilect, the artificial intelligence, and also with the Vox Arca, and volume by volume reveal more. Now, this takes, under the best of circumstances, takes years. Now, I would have the Presidio book done by now if the Roswell book had sold commensurately to other books I've done in the past. Now, yes, we're getting some sales now, but it was as if, and one thing I realized, it's like when you present this information in the Roswell deception to people, it is ontologically upsetting.
Yes.
A friend of mine used to use the word ontological shock. Ontology has to do with the study of the nature of being.
Yes.
Being. So when you have an ontological shock, it shakes your whole being. Like, it kind of happens on some level with the inflation. All of a sudden, you see it with the people on the news and say, oh, I got to fill up, it cost me $66 an extra week to go to work now. Pisses them off. And they can't do anything about it. And I just heard that, not to go off on this subject, but the Fed chairman was doing being interviewed in Congress, and basically the congressman interviewing him said, yes, it's the cartel setting the price. And, yeah, he didn't dispute that. So we have cartels setting a price. It's all fake. It's all phony. It's all unnecessary. But you don't have Biden putting the screws on the cartels. And I don't think it's because he can't, or he won't, or he's in bed with them. I think he's too stupid to figure it out. I think he's too stupid.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Well, he's a politician. It's like he wouldn't have that kind of knowledge.
Yeah, in other words, he's just too stupid.
Yes. Yes.
Whereas I remember before Trump was president, he says, yeah, I got friends of mine, they can't get their oil. Their tankers are sitting there docked outside of New York City. They can't get them loaded. They got all the oil in the world, but they can't unload it. This is Trump before he's president. Now, Trump would have known that when he became president, and and he would have put pressure on them.
Yes.
Because Trump is a businessman.
Yeah.
He knows how these things work. But now I have been at the beach, not lately because it's been too cool. We go to the beach and I point out to Paul, I said, look at all those tankers. You see 13 tankers, and they're quite a while apart. They can't all get close to each other. You see tanker after ship, they're either there for oil or they're unloading goods. You don't see, it's like a backlog of things coming all the way out of, it's the port of Jersey. They dock in Jersey across from Manhattan. One of our friends is a longshoreman there. But they just back up. Now they're not backing up all the way. They're coming all the way around Long Island. So, they're well beyond halfway out to Long Island, and they may go all the way out to Montauk for all I know. I can't see that far. We get past the horizon. So you got all these ships out there that are just whistling Dixie. Anyway.
And it gets worse with the supply chain the way it is now. Before you move on, there's something I want to point out. The Cynthia Mather, her actual words were learning curve. It's a high learning curve. And that's her way of expressing what Peter just said, which is ontological shock. It's what his friend expressed, and that's a concept that's often used, say, for in science fiction, when someone experiences a conceptual breakthrough. And that's part of the reason people read science fiction, is they want a conceptual breakthrough. Where Peter Moon was inspired when he created Sky Books, which of course is named after his daughter, for those who don't know. He used to use the term where science fiction meets reality. And what he's not saying, and people can misread this, so I was always leery of that, to kind of, shall we say, axiom, is that people will misread it, or people who are malevolent will maliciously misread it, as if saying that, oh yeah, this is fantastical in nature. But it's not. What he means to say is that this is where the conceptual breakthrough occurs. So Peter Moon has been operating all his life on promoting conceptual breakthrough. It's one of the reasons that he is, of course, weathering the storm with myself. And to further just validate everything that he said, I'm going to do a screen share. Hopefully he can see the screen share, and I'm just going to kind of wave the cursor around, see if he sees that. And if he can see what I'm going to show him. We're not going to name this lady, but this lady was essentially doing a little bit of infiltration of her own. And she said, "Can you see what Reese wrote? I've been watching his behavior in case it slips." And it did. He's defending demons. Demons have big egos. And she says, "I think he is pretending, and he is a lot more than he is letting on. Some really big demon." And of course, she asked me, of course, to maintain her in anonymity. She had to actually shut down a thread that she was operating on a forum in which he was interacting. So she was saying not Mickey Mouse stuff, be careful, of course. And she was asking me about whether I was able to banish these demons. And she definitely said about J. Maurice, he is demonized. If you want, I can copy what he wrote, which she did. And of course, basically, he's going on with his usual raving and ranting. And basically, I think probably the most pointed thing to derive from what he says, which we could read it out, but it's his usual ravings on how he's the great master who knows everything, and all the demons bow to him, basically, like he's the new King Solomon. And I thought it was the funniest thing in the world when he said everyone has to take responsibility, because he certainly refused to take responsibility for the multiple times, and there's multiple witnesses, Sammy Romero being among them, that have heard me tell him, shut up when we end the show, because, people jump on the call who have been on before, and they can hear what you're saying, because he was often making fun of different people like George Knight, who actually did jump on one call, just like Peter Moon did, and overheard the crap he was saying. And Peter Moon, he'd make fun of him for playing basketball. Excuse me. Oh, we had a big basketball celebration here in San Francisco, so forgive me for that slip. Peter Moon playing his football at his age. But basically, I think the funniest thing was a man saying to J. Maurice, "Oh, Jesus, I thought you were sane until I read your next comment. Checking out this circle jerk of insanity." And then that's when the lady who shared this with me said, "I noticed that he erased the other comments that he made." Good thing she basically screenshot it, because she said otherwise it would be gone too. So definitely she's bringing up the fact that she feels he's inhabited by Beelzebub in particular, but honestly that would be comparatively mild and almost benevolent. That's still part of the cosmic ecosystem. He's really in league with the anti-gods, and it always has been openly so, always openly Edomite. And this is what makes Solomon Sheikh's open affiliation with him and so-called being a Muslim. Well, you can see the conflict of interest there. And with that, I turn it back to Peter, but hopefully that has made his point as well, validated and verified what he has brought up thus far.
Well, thank you for that. Let me get back to where I was.
Yeah, so sorry about that.
Well, I lost my screen here. Um,
Sure.
the
And while Peter's doing that, of course, I will remind everyone that we have a wonderful lady, Peggy Wood Amalal, who's listening, and later on I'll direct some of my comments to her when I bring up the man who followed everybody into the pit, which was Daniel Arola, joining them all quite voluntarily. And there's no one left to defect, so all those who have, the purge has been successful, as our dear friend in Australia has observed in the live stream when he definitely said it was Marcus Grix said it was like a purge, and yeah, I'll take that in the most positive sense. So,
Okay, I know what where I want to go with this. I might not have finished my last thought
my apologies.
because you were talking about what were you validating when you were saying this about
Oh, I was validating what you had said about Jameson Reese essentially being empty at so many times and then filled. The vacancy was filled essentially by Michael Aquino and other entities. And as well, we were talking about Abdul al-Hazred and the actual Arabic ethnicity, the genetic origins of the family of H.P. Lovecraft, which I'm certain most people who are white supremacists who follow his work and interpret it from this bizarre perspective were never aware of. Meaning H.P. Lovecraft was Semitic. And so those are things I can think of. Oh, the year 1009, the Old Man of the Mountain, the Assassins.
Yes. Now this is something I wanted to read about his the Grim. I had it on Amazon. It's
the
very
Grimoire.
interesting. Here it is. The Grimorium Imperium, the Book of the Old Spirits. Now, why does it do this? Okay, here is a description of the book. And this is from Amazon. You can buy it on Amazon if you want. Grimorium Imperium, the Book of Old Spirits, paperback. Imperium in Latin means power to command. Grimorium Imperium is a grimoire that contains powerful conjurations and subjugations of spirits, demons, and deities which dwell in all the quarters of the earth, the depths of hell, and the heights of the heavens, from one's inner soul to the outer layers of the great beyond. The manuscript said that it was the word of Abd al-Hazred, who had learned much of this secret art of conjuration from avatars and spirits that he met whilst traveling in the desert. Quote, and this is a quote from John D. The book attracts many demons to it. Even now they will be watching you, invisible. I urge that you pray that they are gone and banish each time you turn a page. Otherwise, you may find yourself overcome by them, which would doubtlessly mean madness and death. Quote, Dr. John D. Now, it says the book is by Dr. John D. Victor Shaw is the editor of this particular one. Now, I'm going to go down and read the reviews on it. It says the reviews average 4 stars. When I read the reviews, I don't see this because I see some pretty nasty reviews. I'm going to read them to you. They're short. Stephen Wilton says, 1 star, the book is fraud. The cover had a greasy residue on it. What the hell does that have to do with the book? It has more to do with the
former owner.
The seller. It says the content of the book has no real connection to traditional occult practices. It's complete fiction. Well, I don't know. Anyway, that's his comment. The Jarveth Empire says 3 stars, questionable. Curious about the validity. I find it strange, as with most manuscripts like this, the whole book is a never do this, and then tells you how to do the very thing it says never to do. 1 star, depends on what you are looking for, by Dave Zilla. Well, unsure how to review this. First off, its entire premise is fictional. John Dee dealt in Enochian entities using an obsidian scrying mirror. He also died about 300 years before H.P. Lovecraft penned his Tales of Terror and created the mythos that grimoire is claiming its basis on. So this book rests firmly among others of its kind, trying to cash in on the popularity of all things Lovecraftian.
I like how that guy reverses the chronology of history so that this is the kind of misreading that Lovecraft was always afraid of. And I do want people to understand this. The reason that spell books will tell you, don't do this, is like an explosives manual. Basically, when you're writing a textbook on improvised explosive devices, it was the opposite in the 60s and 70s when you had a bunch of crazies who decided they were anarchists and wanted to take down the system and the man. And then you had release of books like The Anarchist Cookbook. And these were all about making explosives and drugs, which is like, think of the combination. That's J-Mo Reese level, where he's always on drugs and he's always casting spells. That's what you don't want to be doing when you're working with either spell books or explosives. So it's like combining the worst of all worlds. This is why you get everyone like Miguel Andahar and the Gangstalkers are all so crazed. They're all so maniacal, is because they're wide open when they try to do everything they're doing, and they're all on drugs. Now, I use a lot of drugs, but I don't cast spells while I'm on them. So understand that, yeah, these books are trying to warn you, don't do this, because they don't want anyone doing it unless they're fully in their right mind, which you never are if you want to do this anyway. But they want them to at least have enough of a modicum of functionality where, you at least know the gravity of what you're doing. You appreciate the fact that there's no turning back from this.
But this is sort of like somebody, like if somebody put a passage in the Bible or the Talmud, or something saying, this is how you sodomize your fellow man.
Right.
But don't ever do this. It's a sin against God. And they tell you how to do it. This is the mindset. But okay, now I'm going to continue with the review.
Please, yes.
It says, more than a little annoying for the more purist seekers, buying something claiming to be authentic only to be out some cash. Luckily, it's a fairly cheap book. That being said, a glance through did reveal some actual characters. Adamic script. I guess he means characters as in written characters, not in people. So it might be of value to those practicing the visualization discipline like in Tyson books. Tyson, he's not referring to the boxer. He's referring to, I think his name is Daniel Tyson.
Yeah, Donald Tyson.
He's an author. What's his name?
Donald Tyson, yes.
Yeah, Donald Tyson. He wrote some books. Joe Matheny said to stay away from him. Like, they're not very good. They're not very authentic. But anyway, he's an author. A lot of his books were sold by Llewellyn Press. Okay. So he says, so it is what it is. Okay. 1 star. Modern Fake is the name of the reviewer. Be careful. This book has nothing at all to do with John Dee. It is a modern fake along the lines of the various Necronomicons of the last few decades and should not be taken to be a historical work, the work of John Dee, the work that it is presented to be. Top reviews from other countries. It says, this is UK. What a swizz, 1 star. This is his name. What a swizz. What a con. This has nothing to do with Dr. Dee, yet another attempt to cash in on the Lovecraft Necronomicon nonsense, which has been doing the rounds for years. Let it be known once and for all that the Necronomicon is a work of fiction and no amount of chanting, conjuration, or spellcasting is going to make Cthulhu or Yog-Sothoth appear. They don't exist. How wrong this guy is.
Thank
he's
you.
wrong.
I mean, I've pointed out the roots of Cthulhu going back beyond Islam to Babylon, and I've pointed this out as don't take my word for it. Look in the Quran.
It's not that the book is true. It's not. But the conjuration is designed to bring all this doom upon you. Yeah. This is the problem with the book.
Yes.
Not that it's false,
yes,
because it is false. But, it's kind of like taking a poison pill.
Yes, and what Peter
Going to
Moon,
harm you.
right? Yeah, what Peter Moon is trying to say, for those of you who feel that it might be like contradictory what he's saying, it's basically what I had mentioned earlier with the quote from Al Hazred himself, which is that which lies, and it's really to mean that which is telling you an untruth, that which is projecting falsehood, the great deceiver. So when it comes to what all these people are saying, the interesting thing is, I don't know when this edition of this book was published that Peter Moon is reading the reviews of.
2018.
2018, but yeah, the edition that I saw was definitely the real thing. And we're talking about Michael Aquino had that copy in the 1980s. So,
Oh yeah, yeah, you're reading an authentic grimoire. Well, authentic, how, historically authentic.
Yes.
It goes way back into time.
Yeah, that's right.
But this, you're too young to have experienced this, Douglas. But this was a staple of San Francisco in the 1960s.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Commercials with the baseball star Willie Mays, and Willie Mays had a high sing-songy voice, and they'd show him on, and I think you can find it on YouTube, because there was this guy I knew in Scientology, Charlie Rush. He's passed away now. He was a drummer. He was a really good drummer, and he was a real character. But he used to imitate the Willie Mays commercial, and Willie Mays would go, "Say hey, blasting caps. If you see blasting caps on a construction site, don't touch them. Don't touch blasting caps. If you see blasting caps on a construction site, call the police, call the fire department, or call Willie Mays." It's a Willie Mays for blasting cap. And Mickey Mantle had another one without all the alliteration, the blasting caps. This is like, it's like you're going in and you're buying blasting caps. I mean, you're going in blasting caps. Stay away from them.
What I'm wondering is, like, was this something like, I remember, I can't remember his name now, the black football player who opened up Cintas, or basically became an advocate, a paid spokesman for Cintas, the uniform company, and he was Jerry Rice, I think it was his name, Jerry Rice. And was it like that, where Willie Mays had a private company, or they were just
No. It was a public service announcement.
Okay, it was a public service announcement, but
Mickey Mantle did it.
Yeah.
And Willie Mays did it.
Okay.
And I saw more Mickey Mantle in Southern California. In Northern California, I'd see Willie Mays.
Interesting.
Because of course, they didn't have anybody from the Dodgers to do it. But because those were the two big stars, were Willie Mays and Mickey Mantle, the two biggest stars of baseball names of the '60s, and but blasting caps, of course, on a construction site are dangerous. It was a public service announcement. It was not it wasn't a company.
Okay. So the Willie Mays number, when he said call Willie Mays, did they have like a number?
Oh, I don't know what the hell. That's just a nonsense. Yeah, you're not going to get Willie Mays.
No, understood. But I was presuming that maybe they used his name as like a public service number. In other words, like call Willie Mays so people would remember it, and then they could call that.
Yeah,
and then
something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the last thing on earth, if somebody saw a blasting cap, I want to talk to Willie. And he autographed my glove. No. I never remember. A construction site where blasting caps is typically not a house. It's where they're blowing open pieces of ground to lay pipes. I was about to say
mountainsides. That's for like tunneling and shit, right?
Yeah. It's like, blasting caps. One of my friends could explain blasting caps in construction because he's in construction. But anyway, I want to continue reading this review. He says, "It's amazing how people who profess to disbelieve in God yet lap up this tripe without a moment's thought.
True
Avoid
enough.
like a hole in the head. Amazon, I want my money back." And then it says another one, Dario Polidoro. Polidoro. Oh, this is. Oh, I got to translate this into English. It looks like it's in Italian.
Well, his very name sounds like it's meant to be funny.
Yeah, Dario Polidoro. Polidoro. Dario Polidoro. In the dark side, if the dark side of the force attracts you, you should never leave it unattended. Okay, so that's a good advice from an Italian. And let me see. I think there's. Yep, that's the Book of Old Spirits. Now, this goes into deeper territory. But first, I'm going to digress because it came up in my mind. I'm going to digress. There is a arrest in Italy. You may remember the infamous incident with Amber Heard, this girl who was held in an Italian courts for allegedly killing her boyfriend.
Yes, yes.
And she was eventually let off. It took like years and years.
So she has the same name as the actress who married Johnny Depp? Amber Heard?
No, excuse me. What the hell was her name? Maybe it wasn't. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I do that all the time.
Confused.
I do that all the time. Don't worry about
it. Italian girl held in Italy. American girl held in Italy. What was her name? It was a horrible story.
Right. I can imagine.
What was her name?
At any rate, well,
but it was a horrible story. I'd sing Amber Heard. I got,
she could play the role.
She could. Yeah, but anyway, it was a horrible story. But anyway, the one who was arrested was Paul Haggis, a famous film director and writer. He wrote this show called 30 Something back in the 80s.
Right.
And he did $1 Million Baby. I've not watched any of his movies. None of his stuff. None of his stuff appeals to me. But that was a Clint Eastwood movie, $1 Million Baby. I think it didn't appeal to me. However, the guy knows how to write watchable stuff. 30 Something, I was told, was for women. My ex-wife used to watch it. I could not, watch it for more than a couple minutes. I couldn't do it. It just, could not do it. So, but obviously the guy knew how to write for the screen. Okay, very successful, and he was a Scientologist. He was a Scientologist.
Oh, by the way, Phenomenal tells us the lady's name is Amanda Knox. Thank you, honey.
Thank you. Very good. Amanda Knox, yes. Amanda Knox was this girl that was locked up in Italy for years and could not get, and the justice court in Italy sounded so unreasonable in the way they prosecuted the case. Just completely unreasonable. And I don't know what the ins and outs of it were. She finally got off because she seemed innocent. I mean, they made it sound like she seemed guilty when you first heard it.
Right.
But the more and more stuff came out, it says, wow. It's kind of like, we have many instances of the guilty getting off. We also have cases of the innocent being prosecuted. So it makes justice really a sad subject. But Paul Haggis became more famous than he would have been otherwise. He's an Oscar winner. I don't know what he won the Oscar for, but he's won 2 Oscars. And he he did a documentary on Scientology. He's also been featured in documentaries of Scientology because he was I guess what you say, true believer, and then realized he was smoking a bunch of horse shit. And then he began, and he felt so, I guess what you'd say,
used, betrayed,
fooled, deceived. And, okay. I mean, it's, talk about, he had an ontological shock when he's, looking around and he says, what the hell am I doing? I'm not wearing any pants and everybody else is you've been realize you've been had. And, in all fairness, he had been had. He was playing a sucker's game. He was a sucker. He was also exhibited a lot of intelligence and savvy when it came to his Hollywood career. He was very successful in film, in media, but very unsuccessful in being able to spot lies and being able to spot deception, where he was being deceived at every step of the way by his Scientology mentors. It was the blind leading the blind. Many of these celebrities did come to that conclusion, that left. I believe it applies to Lisa Marie Presley. I believe, what's her mother's name? Priscilla Presley.
Yeah.
Jason Begay, Leah Remini. And then there are other celebrities who remain in, such as John Travolta, Tom Cruise, Kirstie Alley, and perhaps some others. But the deception was grand. And they eventually conclude that L. Ron Hubbard was behind it. But I can tell you, whatever Hubbard might have did that was right or wrong, Miscavige was a whole different level of deception.
Right.
Because he wasn't doing what Hubbard said to do. And he was, so of course, I was so informed because I could not be fooled, because there were so many things these people were doing that I could just, show them a policy or a directive that says, no, you don't do this. They can't argue with me. Past a certain point, then pretty soon the rules didn't matter. Like we have right now with the justice system. It's selective prosecution. So we don't have justice unless the powers that be want to have justice. We have rhetoric. And we have selective justice. And that's what it became. It's justice didn't matter. Rules didn't matter, only if we want them to matter. So you go only by politics, political, what do you call it? Political narrative. So Paul Haggis was arrested in Italy for, I think it was rape was what the accusation was. Now, this is the second time something like this has come up on him. I think he's being sued in the United States by some woman for alleged sexual misbehavior, which he said was consensual. The first inkling, or what do you call it, intuition, is that he's being set up because by the Church of Scientology's hit squad. This is what people suspect. And as I pointed out on some Facebook group, is that if he did do these offenses, and I'm not saying that he did, he has a great asset with the Church of Scientology, even though he's against them and they're against him. They have such a reputation that his defense attorney could go hog wild on saying, look at, they're setting them up. They're setting them up. They have a whole history of setting people up.
Right.
So the moral of the story is, if you're a high profile critic of Scientology, stay away from Italy, because it's been said that there's a lot of fervent Italians, with fervent enthusiasm for Scientology, and that they will go to extreme lengths to, help prosecute the enemies of Scientology. So if they could get this guy, it would be a major win for Scientology if he's guilty. Do I think he's guilty? It doesn't really matter what I think. I think he should have a fair trial. The first thing I would do is I would investigate his history prior to Scientology and his history prior to leaving Scientology for any of this similar type of behavior. Ultimately, I would want to look at his confessional files in Scientology, which were done under disclosure. In other words, but I wouldn't trust them to give a proper accounting of them. Would this type of be part of his behavior pattern? However, Scientology has been known to set people up for set up, and dupe them, and even brag about it internally.
Right.
So this is just a thing with Paul Haggis, which he'll be. He's also, I think he said he was like $3 million in debt for attorney's fees with this other girl that was accusing him.
Right.
So he's broke and he can't get work in Hollywood until he clears his name. He can get work, but it's at a very cheap rate. He can't get his normal rate. So he's struggling financially because of his these accusations against him. And he spoke out, and he's been he's either being punished for it or he's got problems of his own. Now, that was a digression.
But an entertaining one. And I want to thank Viviana Sanchez's professionalism in pointing out, as she did in the live chat, currently on panel is Peter Moon of SkyBooksUSA.com. And she's even saying check out Peter Moon on his Facebook page here and providing the link. You're incredible, Viviana. Thank you. Go on, Peter.
Yes, thank you, Viviana, very much. Now, I'm going to go, we're talking about John Dee. Yeah. We're talking about the grimoire imperium. We're talking about these Edomic entities, chaos. Yeah. And I began to look. There's a book by John Dee. What the hell is it?
And by the way,
Liber Loga.
Yeah, go on.
This is a book. It basically means the book of God. And the book of God is basically the Enochian language. And it says that D is admonished. And as Kelly, they're admonished for, I think D in particular, both of them, for not memorizing the Enochian alphabet. They didn't memorize it. That is the first time in all of my exposure to the Enochian materials that I ever felt inclined to want to memorize it. Now, I'm not a student of Enochian. Joe Matheny, who I knew and had a lot of dialogue with, he actually knows the language. He can actually speak it. He can also speak Coptic, ancient Coptic. He studied this. I don't think he knows Spanish or German. But he knows these languages. And whether or not it's done him any good, I can't evaluate. But I would hold, it's tricky business, and he would tell you it's tricky business for sure. But when I see that John Dee didn't go to the trouble of learning these things, which had been given to him, this is like not doing your homework in Qigong. You're asking for trouble. You do what the teacher says. These are his teachers. Now, which I think is interesting. Now, John Dee spent a lot of time asking these angels for treasure. He wanted to be empowered financially because he didn't have enough. He always had a poverty consciousness. Money always bothered him, even to his dying days. And one can understand. It's like, what is this? Somehow he survived. He survived, didn't he? He left behind this incredible legacy. What was his problem? He was trying to empower himself financially. This is like, one can understand that. But the angels actually got pissed off at him for it.
Of course.
And yet they kept dialoguing with him. This stuff is very hard to process, the John Dee stuff. It gets into a process I referred to as septagrammaton. That means 7. Septa is 7. And 7, we have tetragrammaton, pentagrammaton, hexagrammaton, which is 6. And septagrammaton is when you're dealing with foreign entities. Stuff outside the bounds of, reality, of ordinary reality, which is angelic entities. And angels and demons are same side of coin. And John Dee was, all of this stuff has to do with the apocalypse. And they're basically telling him that this is like cluing in humanity. Humans aren't capable of understanding this stuff. They're really not. If you go and talk to a congregation of religionists, open-minded, intellectual, liberal, Bertrand, what's his name? Bertrand Russell types, communist.
Yes, Bertrand Russell. Yes.
Noam Chomsky.
Yeah.
Liberal intellectuals, reasonably intelligent sportscasters like Bob Costas, intelligent metaphysicians, intelligent scientists. They're not going to understand this stuff. There are some occultists who will understand enough of it to wreak havoc. And I'm not talking about evil intended echinotypes, although those people are going to be attracted to it. Because it is a language that is beyond humanity. It is beyond humanity. And I can talk about it like I know something about it, but no matter how evolved or unevolved I might be, I'm still sitting at the bottom of the mountain, the bottom of the Tower of Babylon, talking about what's up there. I'm not. If I'm up there, and if I have insight to being up there, that's kind of beside the point. I'm talking from a human perspective. And other humans might have obviously experience with that sort of issue, but they're talking about the apocalypse. Now, the apocalypse can be viewed in different ways. The word, which the etymology of is apocalypso, apocalypse. Now, apocalypse, apo is uncovering, revealing. Revealing equals revelation. Calypso, it breaks down to Kali, the goddess Kali, and ipso, Greek. Ipso is by fact of Kali. Calypso, the goddess Calypso, Calypso, by fact of Kali. Kali has a lot of attributions, but one of them is time. Kali ipso, Kali by way of time, the uncovering of time, the uncovering by way of time. Now, Kali's where we get calendar, and the kalas, the undulations of the kalas, they're called, which, eventually ends up with calendars. And those of you who have heard my previous transmissions and read my newsletter for this summer is about the Mayan calendar. So we have the calendar, we have Kali, but we have the apocalypse. And the idea of the apocalypse, from what I understand with this John Dee stuff, is mankind is all on a deviation from original time. And the apocalypse is sort of the before and after. Like to come into the earth, you went through hell. And to go back from the earth or 3D back into the original zone, you kind of go through hell, or hell will reveal itself. And that's when you have the idea in the Revelation, when the dark forces of darkness oppose the forces of light, and you go one way or the other. And this is sort of what one interpretation of the work of John Dee is, the apocalypse. And I'm not an apocalyptic person, never have been. I've always felt that I've been here on this earth to do what I'm supposed to do. And when I've done what I'm supposed to do, I will be allowed to do what I'm here to do, and then I will depart this world. And I will be happy. The opposite of Humpty Dumpty. They couldn't put him back together again. I'll be happy. This is just my own orientation of how I think about things.
Yes.
But so, I'm not a great believer in the great destruction of the world, because over the history of the world, you've had, and even beyond history, you've had civilizations come and go, like turnover, like some restaurant that keeps turning over and keeps reinventing itself every few years because it can't stick around. All civilizations have a shelf life, and they have their own apocalypse for that city, for that civilization. It goes up, it goes down. So, and we always have this idea that we're permanent. And some of us are on the cusp of death, the cusp of destruction. So many people, like in the Ukraine right now, they're suffering horribly. People that have been involved in these shootings. All sorts of instances across the world where people have undergone devastating occurrences. people homeless on the streets. I think the majority of people in the United States enjoy the relative comfort of a kitchen with food in it, a television and a computer, and access to the internet with a bed and relative warm temperature control or cool. I think that's the majority of people in the United States. In other words, 51%. I could be wrong, but there's a lot of people with some modicum of creature comforts.
Right. It's probably a even higher a percentage.
It is, but
Yeah.
I'm being conservative.
Understood.
Across the rest of the world, I can't speak for the rest of the world. I'm not going to be so arrogant. There are a lot of people who have it okay. There are a lot of people who suffer. But there are more creature comforts throughout the rest of the world than there ever were in the history of the world right now. There are more people enjoying creature comforts than there ever have been in the history of the world. That's a fact. So what we're living in right now, you know, everybody, there's comfort is relative. You know, you can have a relative die and go to work and be happy. You got a raise, and then a relative dies and you're devastated. And you can't get over it. Or some other thing happens. Health problems. So apocalypse, well, it can be on a collective scale. It can also be on an individual scale. What's relevant to what I'm talking about here is the work of John Dee, which, you know, he plugs into this Necronomicon business. He plugs into it. And he was, you know, had a liaison with the mad Arab, at least, I wouldn't say telepathically, but energetically.
Yes.
Quantum resonance.
Yes.
And the apocalypse is, of course, what Aquino and the Vox Arca about. When Douglas would do diagnostics on the Vox Arca, he begins to empathically resonate with apocalyptic events, which may or may not be true. They're certainly true when he's experiencing them. But the whole thing was designed for apocalyptic hell and
Yes.
to deal with this stuff. Now, of course, if we take an apocalypse in the biblical sense, you know, there's one of two ways to go. It's not necessarily destruction. And I want to take inspiration from what I learned from Dennis Adams. He was the man I met and listened to talk in Shasta. I hope he's, by the way, a plug for Mount Shasta, Awaken the Dream, Living Truth Summit #2, September 16 to 18. I will be there. And I will be one of the speakers.
Great.
And the reason I'm saying this is Jonathan Shalimar, who's hosting the event, said, let people know that the early bird special, if you sign up before the end of this month, you get $100 off. So those of you who are seriously considering going, know that. He wanted you to know that you can save $100 if you sign up, if you're interested in going. 16th, I think the 16th to the 19th, I don't know, something around there. Awaken in the Dream, or Awaken the Dream, Awaken the Dream, Awaken or Awaken the Dream, Living Truth Summit, Mount Shasta, Jonathan Shalom. I don't know if I think his name's on there. But so that I just wanted to make that announcement. But hopefully Dennis will be back. He's trying to get Dennis back.
Mm-hmm.
But he hasn't been able to contact him. But Dennis is this man, incredible healer, who was born as a hermaphrodite.
Right.
And at age 4, they began a series of operations, I think lasted until he was 13, to, take out all of his female genitalia, remove it. And it, to understate it, it hurt like hell.
Well, I never thought about that.
It hurt like hell. He was 4 years old for his first operation, and he remembers seeing the kids in the room with him. They were getting morphine,
Right.
and it was killing their pain. They gave him morphine and did not kill the pain.
Wow.
He was in such pain, he left his body, and that's where he got to know, for lack of a better word, God. And he had a complete reorientation with the universe and the creator. He became I don't remember the sequence of events. Of course, he grew up struggling with all of this pain. His parents and the doctors, this is what they did in those days. 1940s, 1950s, oh, you can't have this. This is too weird. Got to cut him out. And he said if he was born in India, he'd be a saint or something.
That's right.
But not in the United States. So he eventually, went into nature for a year or two. I don't remember how long, naked. I think he went in naked, and came out naked, and he learned a lot about nature. He got a college degree, I think as an engineer. And he became a priest. And he worked as an insider at the Vatican. And one of his realizations was space. And that there was a direct, because if you analyze atoms and molecules and all this, you'll see there's more space with all of the different atoms than there is actual content. There's so much space in between atoms that you have more space there than atoms. But of course, when you are dealing with physicality, all you see is the physicality. So he realized there was a direct conduit between space, and this is how you could reach, how God communicated was through space. He might say it more clearly, because I'm trying to remember what he said, and also through carbon. Our body is carbon. But anyway, Dennis.
Yeah, go on.
Dennis had an experience where he had so much pain, and that he communicated with spirituality, God, and he's a tremendous healer. And he's a good guy from, the short amount of time I spent with him. Jojo really liked him. And I bought some pencils from him.
The carbon pencils, you can explain the importance.
Pencils, and I told that story, I'll tell it again, that he was in the Vatican, and he was allowed to see a manuscript that was written by the hands of Jesus, or with the charcoal, written in charcoal. And he's looking at it, and he cannot touch it. And there's guards that are guarding him from touching it. But their eyes wander, and he sees it, and they don't want it to smudge. And he's saying, why on earth would the good Lord write in carbon when it can be, smudged? What's he doing? He knew it would, was vulnerable. And then he sees the carbon all lighting up. Call it the light of God. He says, what's this? And then he looks at his notes that are done in carbon pencil, and he sees his notes lighting up. It's telling that God can communicate through carbon. That's why the body is carbon. So he created pencils made out of carbon that are the same ratio of the human body. Because pencils you have now are made of graphite, which is a molecule of carbon, but it's not original carbon. So he created these carbon pencils, which I think I bought for $35, 3 pencils for $35. You get a pencil sharpener, and it's in a beautiful wooden case. Jojo bought one. Jojo's friend Jen bought one. And there's a procedure you use. there's a procedure you use whereby he says you write to, you know, your parents, from anybody from before you were 14 that you had issues with. Now, I've resolved all my issues with 14 and under. So I could write now to people or demons that were vexing me. And, there have been a lot, JoJo could tell you what I've had to deal with, because JoJo has been my counselor. She's not going to tell you. Not going to violate my privacy. But there's plenty of people, places, and things I could use these pencils on. And of course, I haven't. I haven't needed to. I suppose they would be a last resort. But I've been, in other words, I've been able to manage issues. And I would say this whole issue that's been dealing with Douglas, that I've been dealing with this. This has been relatively smooth for me compared to other issues I've had to deal with. Mm-hmm. But what I'm going to say, a remarkable story about these pencils. I learned this from Dennis. I learned this technique, and he says, okay, go out. When you write these letters, you write a letter. He says, I wrote a letter to my father. I wrote a letter to my mother, and I told them what I thought. And he says, you go out in nature where nobody can hear you, and you read the letter aloud. You read it 3 times, once for yourself, once for the person you're writing it to, and once for everybody else. And then he says, you burn the letter. And then when you burn the letter, you will have the sensation of smell and taste. So you have smell, you have taste, you've already felt the letter, you've audioed it, and you've visualized it. So you've engaged the 5 basic senses. And, this will resolve the problems you have with this person. It's the direct conduit with the carbon pencil. Now, you might think this is good. You might think it's bullshit. But I will tell you this. I go home and I have a Facebook message from a lady. I don't know her. She's a friend on Facebook. She lives locally. I didn't realize it at the time she wrote to me, initially. And she says she's having problems with a kid. It's not her son. It's the grandson of somebody. She knows him. And he's into all this magic and demonic stuff. She sends me a website that is more Wiccan New Age than it is dark occult. What do you think of this website? She says, this is what he's into. And he's into all this dark stuff. And it's like, she says, I don't remember if she said he's possessed, but I concluded that the kid was possessed very readily. I don't remember if she said it or not. I don't think she did, but whatever. And she's a sort of a self-generated shaman in her own right. But she doesn't bill herself as a shaman. She's an orphan who figured stuff out, or a foster kid who figured stuff out. Very intelligent. And she asked me for help. So I immediately started telling her how to do this stuff with the pencils. And although she didn't have a carbon pencil, she used graphite, she did the exercise. She did it right away. I come back the next night and I see a message for, oh, I did it. And within 10 minutes, the guy called me. He says, why am I making such a mess of my life? And he was singing the blues to her. It got an immediate response. Amazing. And I said, well, this kid needs counseling. She writes back, well, he's had all that. And then I heard he reverted. But last I heard, few days ago was that he joined the Navy. And that's where he belongs, I guess, with all those demons. I've had to basically convince her to get away from him. Because, just because she's sympathy and empathic, she doesn't owe him anything.
Right.
It's not even a relative. The point of it is, and I went back and told Dennis when I saw him the next day, God, I got immediate response here. And I created a definite impression on him because I don't know that he even knew who the hell I was. I mean, he didn't get my main lecture, which was unfortunate. Although he did see my Qigong lecture, and he got a definite idea of who I was. But the thing is this shows you there's a quantum resonance with this stuff. Is close. Now, I've recognized this person. She needs to be recognized for what she is as a shaman. She is. She's very successful in life in some ways, and she needs some help. So it's more like the connection is now with her than with the kid. Kid is, the Navy will take care of him. Or he'll take care of the Navy one way or the other. He might go right into their dark projects. And I'm not joking.
No, it's so true.
Yeah, he might be. And this is the thing is, when you dabble in magic, you have somebody wanted advice on lighting a candle. And, I told them how to light a candle. Pretty simplistic. I go into the dollar store and I see this Caribbean woman buying these Jesus candles and saying to her friend, you put these by the door. You put these by the door. I didn't need to hear any more. I mean, it's like you think about candle magic. You go in the store and you see somebody's talking. I've never seen anybody who was a Santeria type. I don't know that it was Santeria, but probably was. It's like telling you this stuff is dead serious.
Yeah.
I've had other instances where I had the Oreo cookies being put on my door.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it was not funny. Yeah, it was the Oreo cookies.
Right. No, I get it. I get it.
Yeah. A black one put on my door.
Right.
And then the second time it was put on my window. But I didn't notice it. And I, called my girlfriend and she had a white one put on her tree in front of her house.
Yeah.
She gets the white, I get the dark Oreo cookie.
Right.
It did not take me, I don't know if when she told me that, it did not take me long to figure out who did it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a Santeria practitioner that she knew and I knew not well. Well, I did know, but it was very close to her. And then when I was telling her that it was this person, she was not convinced, stupidly not convinced, because she's not stupid, but she wasn't getting what I said. And then, then she gets a call from this person while we're on the phone saying that his washing machine is backed up and it's flooding the basement. And the basement was the scene of one of her friends went down in the basement during a party and saw this bare-breasted, big black Jamaican woman or something like Jamaican doing this ritual.
Whoa.
Now, what the hell is this woman doing half naked in the basement? This guy isn't black. Many people know I have black friends, but this was not a black guy. He's a gay guy. So, that the half-naked woman wasn't a sexual thing of him. It was a magical thing.
Right.
I don't know what the hell his relationship was to her, or vice versa. I don't want to know. But the person who saw it, and this was in the same basement where we'd just been talking about this ritual. She was telling me about it. And the washing machine's backing up. It's flooding. And I say, don't you see? I said, as soon as I spotted that it was him, I recognized that he was the perpetrator of the cookie.
Right.
She said, she still didn't get it. Then his car was totaled. Next thing I heard about him was the next day, or that same day, his car was totaled.
Wow.
He had the washing machine back, the car was totaled. Then she got it. Years later, I don't think she'd still admit it. Kind of couldn't accept it.
Right.
Changes her viewpoint. But it was evident to me. I pinned the tail on the donkey, and the universe was saying, yeah, I did it, and here's the backlash.
Right.
Now, the funny thing about that, and it's not funny, one of my friends gave me a gift of a MacBook computer. It was a used one that I could take with me on my trips to Romania so I could have a computer over there.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a great gift. I mean, I don't know how long it lasted. It lasted. But I had it on my trip to Romania in 2013, the year I met Paula.
Right.
We come back from Transylvania, and we were going to the Pistera Hotel, which is, you can take a cable car from there to the Sphinx. And my partner in the event, I wasn't getting paid for this event. I guess we both put a little bit of money into it to make it work. And her and the Romanian organizer decided they wanted to pamper me, and they gave me a whole suite at the Pistera.
Wow.
So I was on a floor different than everybody else. They had this huge room. It was great. Of course, a regular room would have been nice, but I spent a lot of time in that room because I was just chilling out. Now, most people couldn't get internet on that, but I was on the third floor, so I could get internet with this computer, uniquely. Nobody else could get it because they were on the wrong floor or whatever. I hadn't set up the computer for Skype, and I was fumbling. Douglas, as you could imagine, being fumbling.
Yeah.
And I wasn't even much of a Skype person. In fact, that was a different trip. It was a Romanian who got me started on Skype. I wasn't even part of Skype. Didn't want to have anything to do with Skype. And I think the Skype ID was, borrowed after my friend Nicole or something. She was very flattered when she saw what I chose for my Skype ID. But I was just copying what she used. I think 333 after my name, because I couldn't use Peter Moon. So she had it after her name. So, that sounds good. Nicole 333, I'll use Peter Moon 333. So I'm fumbling with Skype. I get Skype working. And I'm in this hotel in not Transylvania, Romania, by the Sphinx and by the cave. Pestera means cave in Romanian. And as soon as I line up Skype, I'm getting a phone call on Skype from my daughter, of all people.
Wow.
And she's freaking out because she's jogging block from my house, a long block away, and this white van slows down. And she's smart. She picks up right away. This is trouble.
Yeah.
These are guys trying to abduct her.
Yeah.
Not because she's Peter Moon's daughter, but they're going for young women. And if they're blonde, I think they like that.
Yeah.
She runs to the pizza parlor. And the pizza guy takes her home. She then calls her partner, her music partner she was working with at the time, her producer. And I think she had a car, so she went over to her mom's house, who wasn't home, a mile and a half away. And then he either comes over and spends the night or takes her over to his apartment, just because she's freaked out. And she's telling me what happened. And she, called the police and told them about the cookie. She knew about the cookie.
Ah.
It was not, so I said, what the hell is this cookie? I asked one of my shaman friends. She's a real shaman. And born with the veil, born as a shaman. And I love her dearly. But there's a problem with her. But anyway, she knows her stuff. And she says, oh, they put that cookie there to sweeten up the spirits. The sweetening the spirits. I don't mean that in a positive way.
Right.
It's like the Hansel and Gretel story where the witch,
yeah,
brings them in with candy, sweetens them up.
Yeah. In
It's
fact,
like
her whole house is made of candy. Go on.
Yeah. So she told me that. The problem with the shaman is that one day I realized I worked with her. I love her. But one day she has a real gift. A real gift. She had a lot of problems. And I was privy to those problems. I helped her with those problems. But I then realized that the spirit that was working with her, I said, there's some illicit pact between those two. Mm-hmm. That goes back into a previous life. I saw what was going on with this. There was she got her powers from shaking hands with the wrong way or something. Mm-hmm. I don't know what it was. But when I saw that, I never got an opportunity to tell her because she will no longer come into my world. Once I saw that. And it was just something you just sort of see. It's sad because I can't even, and if I did talk to her, I don't think I could tell her. I don't know. It's bizarre. You see something, subjectively see it. And she admires me, loves me, but no more. This is a problem when you see, and this is how spirits are smart. They know. It's not like I see these things every day. But to get back to the story with Dennis Adams, mm-hmm. This is, something I learned. You're in quantum resonance. When I talk about this guy, only when I realized, putting all the two and two together, did I realize that this evil influence was affecting my daughter. Yet I'm getting a message right after my trip to Sarmasejatusa, where I didn't meet just Paula. My friend was saying, he was seeing all sorts of things going on around me. It was big. It was a big change in my whole auric structure. So, things kind of but all this stuff, and of course, then I would find out much later that all these things, this is quantum resonance with the spiritual realm. And then now we have, all of this nonsense going on.
Yes.
Now, I want to explain what these people, there's a word you've heard before, I've mentioned it. Douglas is, of course, very familiar with it, and that's an egregore.
Yes.
An egregore is very easy to understand if you realize that it's the root word of aggregate. Aggregate, egregore. And an aggregate is, of course, a cluster of entities, consciousness, modalities, and you could even say algorithms in our modern newspeak. But it's a cluster of conglomerations. A school of fish would be an egregore in a more biological sense. School comes from the word skull. Skull is like thinking. School and skull. It's like, okay, a school of fish. They're all following a pattern. They're in resonance, morphogenic resonance. And they're a thinking machine, as are all species on some level.
Mm-hmm.
A species, grizzlies are an egregore. The California grizzly is a former egregore. Except the egregore still exists for the California grizzly. It's just not in this world.
Right.
It's still there. The Civil War egregore of the North and the South, because they reenact these battles.
Yeah.
These are still going on.
Yes.
Because they reenact battles. They do it in other parts of the world. I think they do it at Waterloo,
Mm-hmm.
Belgium.
Yes.
But yes, so you have all sorts of egregores. They're infinite in nature. And when you do chanting in a church or singing in a church, that's an egregore, the body of Christ. And we're not going to go into good or bad, but there are some egregores that are evil and that are, trying to suck the life out of whatever. And of course, Michael Aquino was tapped into very negative egregores.
Yes.
Edomic, chaotic, entropic is a word from the word entropy, which essentially means chaos
Yes.
for all practical terms. And so what you have here is you have, when Jameson is part of that egregore of Aquino, as he's revealed himself.
Yes.
And all of these people who've sucked on to Jameson and or Stephen Outram or have taken arms against Douglas Dietrich, they are an egregore. They are part of the Aquino egregore. So it's like and some people have Douglas was just showing me screenshots today of just stupid ass things people were saying on post boards. They were so stupid. I'm glad you exposed these criminals. It is so stupid because the criminals are the ones they're defending.
Yes.
And to say they're not fully informed isn't quite accurate because it doesn't matter. They are part of this egregore. They have sympathies with this egregore.
Yes. They resonate.
One of the problems with getting Douglas's book, The Roswell Deception, understood, because the people are part of the egregore that America won World War II.
Right.
This is something I grew up as part of. I wanted to be a soldier because this was the heroes. That waned as I got interested in sports.
Right.
I became more interested in sports than I did in being in the Army.
That's why sports is healthy. Go on.
Well, yeah. So, but you're part of an egregore. We have an egregore with the football guys. You know, it's like, oh, we're a whole spirit, we're a whole team. And I've been told I'm an important part of that egregore because, you know, so if I show up, it means something to everybody. Maybe because I'm old, I set the field up, which is challenging for them to do. Because, you know, it's not easy to set up the field. It requires a certain amount of precision, and you still make mistakes setting it up. But of course, yeah, I'm like this old father time figure, and I like to be there. So, yeah, I'm part of an egregore. That's a small egregore. It's, you know, but as I was saying to Douglas, I said, Douglas and me are neither part of us are part of an egregore. It's like, say, these Aquino acolytes or Aquino. Scientology is an egregore. Anti-Scientology is an egregore. Independent Scientology, where they're not anti-Scientology, but they're not with the church. They're trying to do it on their own. They're an egregore. And you can have egregores within the egregore. Now, I want to address, when I bring up Scientology, I want to bring up a point, address what Jameson said quite astutely. Just because he's astute on some points, Aquino was astute on some points. The problem is it's self-destructive. And also want to point out, you know, Aquino was somebody who was eating dead bodies or parts from dead bodies.
Yes.
And this is what these people are aligning themselves with when they take arms against Douglas Dietrich. Because they're not just taking arms against Douglas Dietrich. They're siding with Aquino or Aquino.
Absolutely. And openly and proudly.
Yeah. Yes, they may not push the button too much that they're pro-Aquino, but they have.
Yes.
They do.
Yeah.
And this is you know, from a public relations standpoint, is insane. It's insane. It's like trying to impress black people and telling them you're a member of the KKK.
Yeah.
And being proud of it and expecting them to regard you. And, you know, it's just stupid.
And yet at the same time, it works. We have minority members who are acting as spokespersons for the Proud Boys and etc. So, but do go on. That's what these people are at this point. Many of them are.
But the Proud Boys are not as flagrant as KKK. They're close, but they're not.
Understood. I understand what you're saying.
But anyway, it's still stupid.
Yes.
But anyway, so this
and by the way, I can help with this in terms of helping to contextualize, but just tell me when you want me to start participating.
Well, I'm gonna bring in the part about the lapse.
Yeah.
Jameson says, okay, there's a lapse, and these lapse of consciousness, and he's really alluding to, you know, traumatic stress. When you have a lapse of consciousness, when you do not have a continuity of consciousness. And this is actually, I'm going to digress for a second. When you have a continuation of consciousness, this is what you want with Qigong. If you want to flow Qi out your body, you know, extend it through the meridian system and out your arm and extend it to another person, life force. If you have a continuation of an emanation, you're going to manifest Qi. You want this throughout your whole body, flowing at the time, a continuous flow where you're perceiving what's there. It's not like you're imagining it, you're feeling it. This is what you want. It's continuous, it's unbroken. Now, when you have a break, we're not assuming here people are all, chi people or qigong practitioners or chi masters. But when somebody has a lapse in their consciousness, they've been traumatized to the point where they've shut down. They're no longer operating with a full deck. So what goes on during that empty spot? That empty spot is, what he's saying is one is taken over by an entity or an egregore. Now, in Dianetics, L. Ron Hubbard said that when you had a lapse of consciousness in the course of normal living, it was caused by pain and unconsciousness, both. It had to have both. And that would create a negative imprint on the individual, where he would make a recording that was unconscious and painful, and it was recording what was ever in the environment at that time. If you said Democrats are evil, if he heard Democrats are evil, he would wake up, recover from his illness. But if that engram or moment of pain and unconsciousness would become restimulated and become active, he'd see political signs. Democrats for president, he could become hostile because he believes Democrats are evil, or said Republicans are evil. So he's like, he hates Democrats. Doesn't really know why, until he goes back and is regressed and sees that that it was caused by the pain and the unconsciousness, and he no longer hates Democrats. He may not vote for them, but he doesn't hate them. He may not like what they stand for, but the hate is gone. The emotional, irrational hatred, because it was caused by pain. As you explore more into Dianetics and those techniques, Hubbard also explained that if somebody was there and could be your father, it could be a friend, their personality and what they said would then have influence on you. If it was your father saying, don't be a weakling, don't be a weakling. And his father was a dominant character in his life because of other engrams. He would, when he get restimulated, he would go into his father's identity, which Hubbard would call a valence. A valence. Like in chemistry, a valence is sort of like a projection or a tendency. In Scientology or Dianetics, it was a identity that the person would adopt. So you could say somebody's in their father's valence. Somebody's in their father's identity. It's a superimposed identity. And he starts acting out his father. So his father says, don't be a weakling. So he's now in his father's valence, and he's going around telling everybody not to be a weakling. And in fact, he's always trying to prove himself and do too many push-ups and doesn't want to identify as a weakling because he's doing what his father said. But it's all reactive. It's all reactive. It's not done out of sanity. It's done out of just reaction. So then he grows up to be an abusive football coach saying, don't be a weakling, don't be a weakling. And he's, making a spectacle of himself. And of course, if it can be relieved, it can be relieved. Now, this is a particular avenue I'm just explaining to compare this to what L. Ron Hubbard, taught, figured out, or whatever. And there was certainly a lot of validity to it, because I realized when I went through a lot of auditing that I had my father's identity sort of superimposed on my psyche, and I just left it. It was like he had too much. I was thinking too much, like I was too accountable to my father in his way of thinking that had been impinged upon me my whole life. And I said, it really wasn't positive, but it wasn't me. So I said, I'm not going to have that identity clinging over me. It didn't mean that I didn't, like him or anything. It just said, that's not me. You identify who the hell you are. Now, when you talk about a lapse of consciousness when we're dealing with programmed victims, we're talking about some program that somebody put in there that could be quite clever.
Yeah.
And this was Aquino's specialty. Douglas could talk more on that if he wants to. He's talked about it before, cascading memories and whatnot. In the context of L. Ron Hubbard, when you reach beyond the ideas of these moments of pain and unconsciousness, it gets more into the field of implants, whereby people were implanted forcefully. But Hubbard, although he would have acknowledged it, it wasn't so much with the MK Ultra sort of sleeper types, although that was a part of Scientology. It appeared more when you got into security aspects of it. But it was his idea was that this civilization was a lower harmonic degrade of many civilizations on the whole track or all of time, and that this was a rinky-dink civilization that was based on implantation, and everything you see here is like lower harmonic degrades, like the construction was just not unimaginative. Construction, we're talking about the 1950s is when he came up with this, and things were pretty unimaginative. So everything's a knockoff. The streetlights are knockoffs, the automobiles are knockoffs, and it's all sort of like this implanted. People are just implanted to be and act in a certain way, to not remember their previous lives, to forget about their previous lives, and to just be basically degenerate human beings that aren't going to, look up the Tower of Babel. They're not even going to get, they'll anything they do religious is going to be very controlled. Mm-hmm. So it's basically, there were these implants that are controlling humanity just to be dumbed down, which serves the purpose of. And of course, you can see whether or not you believe what L. Ron Hubbard said, you can certainly see this mimicked in the way our authoritative bodies act. So, and then when he gets into his more exotic, higher levels of implants, it gets apocalyptic, whereby the world was, people were blown up by atomic bombs in volcanoes. And this is, and of course all of these spirits were clustered together, which he called clusters. They were egregores. And my own personal experience in processing these levels was on the upper levels, what they call OT3 or operating Thetan level 3, which has just received so much ridicule because it's not understood. I think a lot of the people who did it didn't understand it. I know they didn't understand it. And all you were trying to do in Scientology was to process your own mind. You were digging deep into your own psyche. And all of the other, I guess what you'd say, finite reality of some of these things that you were taught or told were irrelevant, because you're digging into your own psyche. What you're trying to do is solve your own impediments or hangups. And by processing what's inside of your mind, doing it day after day after day after day. All of a sudden, as they say, I sat down on the front of my e-meter, because you're doing this procedure on your own. You're not getting another person. You write up your stuff and tell the case supervisor what you did, and you're under supervision, but it's not, you're auditing yourself, and it's a very sophisticated procedure if you know what the hell you're doing. And I just sit down and I didn't say, and you don't have to verbalize everything because you see what's going on. You have to verbalize it to the degree you have to write it down and report it. But I've just watched this, the e-meter dial started dancing. Wow. It's going all over the place. And I am in dialogue with an egregore. In Scientology, they call it a cluster. This is all confidential information that rank and file Scientologists don't know this. Of course, you can read it on the internet now, but this is not something, you believe in or you read. I'm stirring it up. I'm stirring it up because I know what the hell I'm doing. I've been trained to within an inch of my life. I've trained others. I know what, and it's in the relative importance of the exact time, place, form, and event of what they claim about these things is irrelevant. It's stuff that's going on in my own mind, and it's an egregore of, I think it would be fair to say, demonic energies that I don't know where the hell it came from. I don't know what its specific involvement was with me my entire life. But I sat there and just watched it do its dance, watched this, biofeedback meter reacting like crazy. Yeah. I processed it until it dissipated, blew to smithereens. Mm-hmm. It's gone. And all of a sudden, it's gone. It's like vanished. And boy, am I different. It's like nobody's going to put thoughts in my head. So I'm walking around in real life and I see people totally different. I see how thoughts are put in their head. Somebody says, oh, yeah, I got to go do the such and such. And I look at them and I'm saying, yeah, you got to do the such and such because you're under the influence of such and such.
Right.
And it's like, all of a sudden I had a freedom I didn't have before. I had a freedom because I could see that people were buying into programs, buying into ideas, buying into egregores. Some of them were organizational, but so much of it was they're buying into their own crap or they're buying into other people's crap. And they follow rules so as to fit into their egregore. A good egregore is going to follow the rules. And of course, you could outthink the rules because there are all sorts of rules. You will rarely see this in a baseball game or a football game where the coach or manager or even the player knows the rule that's not being recognized or enforced, and he goes over and brings it up to the umpire, the referee. And when it's pointed out, they honor it. In other words, he outsmarts the circumstances. Right. That rarely happens, but it does happen. So, somebody can be following rules and you say, wow, well, let's get a little bit smarter here. Right. And because you're not following. One thing I noticed that there would be certain people that would come in and try and make you guilty about something. Who did the, who threw the outhouse in the river? And you're going like, oh God, the outhouse is in the river? I did it. But you didn't do it. It's just like if somebody comes in with a certain attitude, they can make you feel guilty and they can play off your guilt. And if you reject that, you're not guilty. Invariably, people would be coming in and projecting guilt on people because that's what they do, because they're part of an egregore that goes back to the Inquisition or something similar. So there's all these like subtle buttons that people play on people. One of them is the sympathy button. You can have people that will go, oh, poor so-and-so, poor so-and-so, poor so-and-so. And then, you know, you might ask them for something and, you know, they won't lift a finger to help you. It's phony.
Yeah.
It's phony. Or they'll be doing so poor so-and-so, and they'll give them medication that's not good for them.
Yeah.
So, you know, the poor so-and-so stuff is overdone. As people were going, poor Jameson,
Yes.
poor Salmon,
Yes.
poor Salmon. You know, Douglas is speaking out about him because, you know, Salmon's part of this egregore of Aquino. You know, and Douglas has been bad to Aquino.
Yes.
It's like it doesn't make any sense. And it doesn't make any sense because it's evil and it's crazy. That's why it doesn't make any sense. So part of the egregores people are part of, like the make guilty egregore. Abortion. People, there's an egregore of making people guilty of abortion. There's also an egregore of saying, we have a right to abort. We can abort. You know, we can abort. And there's different egregores within the egregores and they're all crazy because they're
reactive.
It's reactive. And I'm going to say a little bit about abortion, which people don't know. But abortion is of course an unfortunate thing at best. And it's an individual situation. And it takes a doctor to do the abortion. It takes a person who's engaged in behavior that, you know, was not ideal. Hence, you know, it's an unfortunate circumstance. I guess you could call it a mistake. And then it's like, what do you do once you've created the mistake? Do you correct them? How do you correct the mistake? Now, one thing I've heard Catholic priests long time ago, if it wasn't Malachi Martin, was somebody like him, mm-hmm. who just said that every abortion is a sacrifice to Satan. Well, he was very anti-abortion and he was kind of OCD on the subject. But there were once, as you people may well know, temple priestesses that used sexuality as a transformational process. It was tantric in its nature, which was to take the base energies of the sexuality and to transform the person to make them a whole something or other, mm-hmm. a whole being. Talking about the alchemical marriage. But it being human nature, these things can degenerate into prostitution, what we know today as prostitution. Just as you would make an offering at the temple, you would make an offering at the temple and, you know, maybe the more sex you got, the greater the offering would have to be. Maybe it would be gold coins. But be that as it may, I'm not talking about the virtues of temple priestesses. people could interpret virtues of temple priests as an oxymoron. But virtue really means power.
Mm-hmm.
But what would be the unfortunate circumstance of temple priestesses, and it's not like there was one temple priestess, would be births that were not quote unquote legitimate by today's standards. They would produce babies. Now these babies could and would be used as sacrifices to the gods. It was a convenient thing. They didn't have fathers or mothers in the conventional sense. And so you had literally had children that were being raised for sacrifice. This is in many of the civilizations we've had. So when you get a child that is born out of wedlock in the context of a temple, this is your sacrifice. They're not just aborting the kid, they're sacrificing the kid. And there's a lot of, I guess, what you call prehistory on sacrifice and abortion. But we're talking more about the sacrifice than the actual abortion. There could be. They found all sorts of babies. Babies were sacrificed too. And babies were sacrificed, and they find skeletons of babies in old nunneries and stuff like this. So this is just something I wanted to say about, the egregore of abortion. It's sort of a side comment. So you have, as they say, Scientology is an egregore unto itself. And this Hollywood director, Oscar winner Paul Haggis, he's between the egregore of Italian justice, the egregore of Scientology, and I'm sure they'd work overtime to get this guy convicted. If they didn't set it up, they would find evidence, and if they couldn't find it, I'm sure they'd be willing to plant it on him to convict him and point the finger and go, ah, ha, ha. So there are different egregores in the world. Now, another example of an egregore is in the movie Lord of the Rings, when you've seen in the third movie, Return of the King, when Aragorn meets the army of the dead who've dishonored themselves, and he offers them a chance of redemption if they'll fight on his behalf in, I think it's the Battle of Minas Tirith. And he employs the dead, and they knock the hell out of the enemy. That's an egregore. It's dead egregore. Now, Aquino is summoning. He's got a pretty lame team.
Yes.
They are a lame team. He's out there trying. He's not as powerful in death as he was in life. But the dead, there are redeemable people. These are, I'm not going to go into it now, but these are resources of ours that will be employed in the next book.
Yes.
The super book. Because I will say more about the book, because, okay, I was not, as they say, if I plotted along and write, okay, I'm going to write this book, then I'm going to write this book, and, this is sort of how it goes. Like with Radu's book, I write a book, a year later, a few years later, I get a book and it kind of plods along. Well, right now, there are a lot of people discovering Radu's book that didn't know about him. He's been around for, 19 years as an author, only about 15 as published in English. But people are just discovering him so they can read all 7 of his books. But it's a slow process. And now, because of the antics of these characters, I'm being forced to step it up. I'm being brought into the main event at Caesar's Palace.
Yes.
And because, and it's going to be very good, because I'm going to be able to work with Douglas and explain. I've not been able to write the Presidio book because there was too many negative energies. And then there was no motivation for it because, it wasn't going to be remunerative. And when I talk about remunerative, I might have made a revenue of, it's hard to say, a gross revenue, not necessarily profit, of say $40,000 to write my book, The Montauk Book of the Dead. But how long that book's been out for, 14 years. It's now just about out of print. And I'm going to put it on print on demand, so it'll still be available. I've only got a few copies left. But it took a long time to sell those books. Okay. Some of them have sold retail. Some of them are sold to the distributor. It's like, is that a lot of money? Well, sure. Somebody says, God, if I could write a book and make that much money, I'd do it. Took a year to write the book, to say nothing of the experience that went into the book. And then, over the years, you can say, okay, it made that book. It adds to the bottom line. It's not a lot of money over the long haul. But now it's an asset I can sell forever. Whatever it makes, it won't be a lot, but it's something. So what I'm saying, that's kind of what a publisher does. The more titles he has, if they sell, the better it is. If he gets lucky with one book, the Montauk Project book has sold a lot of books. So maybe it's raked in gross revenue of $1 million or something. I don't know, at least. But that's gross revenue. And but this Douglas book, that it's like, if I were to make $30,000 or $40,000 off it at the rate it's going, it could take a decade. And then to do another book, and by that time, when I'm 69 now, it's like, you're not exactly, projecting, oh boy, when I'm 80 dollars, it's like, I'm just trying to give people an idea of, it's like, and I reduced this to the most Saturnian or bottom line elements here. This is not working. So now I'm going, right for the gusto. Right. I'm not going to go into all the, what do they call it in, baseball, minor leagues, A level, double A level, triple A level. I'm not going through all this triple A levels. Yeah. I'm going straight to the main event. Yes. And the main event is basically an exorcism of these demonic forces that are, they're confused and they're complicated, because the average demon isn't necessarily all bad. He's messed up. He's misdirected. They could be employed better. You can get a bunch of people. You can go get a gang and hire them, and they can start creating malevolent stuff. You could put the same gang in a different environment, and you might get them doing positive stuff. It depends. It is very interesting phenomena when I've dealt with spirits as a result of, see, when I had an experience like I did when I explained in Scientology, you have a certain rapport that maybe you didn't have before, where you can feel a spirit, see a spirit. It's very subjective. So you have to be very sharp and you have to recognize it. But when you recognize it, boom, it's like Douglas is talking about. A very important part of magic is gnosis.
Yeah.
He's talked about that, gnosis. So all of a sudden you have a gnosis with that spirit. It's not gonna thwart you. But what I would notice when I would expose and address a spirit, they would get upset and hurt. Like I was bullying them. I'm not bullying them. I'm telling them to knock it off. It's like if you see a ghost haunting something and you catch them and say, they get upset because you've beat them at their own game. You see them and they act like you're bullying them. I've had this happen. They act like, oh, fun to play with. Fun to play with. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and it's like, I'm like, well, if you weren't acting like such an asshole, the whole reason we're even talking is because you are an asshole, and I wouldn't even have seen you if you weren't being an asshole. So, and that's like, you don't even have to do a banishing or sage them. You pin the tail on the donkey and they go.
Yes.
The sage works good when you can't see them. So, and of course, for those of you who are not familiar, sage is a ancient way of cleaning the energy. I was talking about candles. Well, you can use sage, and it makes a difference. And some people will tell you to use this sage for that sage. And it's interesting because sage is basically a plant that's dried out. And sage is also the word for wisdom. And wisdom includes knowing how to deal with spirits. And if you don't know how to deal with spirits, I guess you can learn.
Yes.
But it's all about recognizing subtle energies. And when you're dealing with Douglas Dietrich, you're dealing, in the main event. You're dealing in, this is not a game for amateurs. It's not a game for people with fractured psyches. And to get back to what was said about lapses in the consciousness, whereas Hubbard was talking about a whole history, whole track history of what he called billions of years of people being implanted. It's a universe that is a universe of entrapment. And when we're talking about the MK Ultra type of implantations, we're talking about the same thing. It's an orchestrated control of consciousness.
Now it's reconnected successfully. Just so you know, there was just a tiny break there. So start your sentence from the beginning with the last few sentences. Okay.
Well, yeah, I was just saying that when a whole history of people being implanted, a whole track worth. This is what Hubbard's talking about. MK Ultra is the same thing of a controlled consciousness. This is sort of what the demiurge is described as. The demiurge is the religion of what is it called? Zoroaster.
Yes.
And it's the part of God that that creates and maintains the physical plane and all of the entrapments in it. It's not God per se, but it's the, sort of the guy who's in charge of the general contracting and plumbing and all that of the whole universe and makes it work.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, but that's just a sort of a concept given to it. That aspect of reality, but we're talking about, a controlled series that's controlling people, controlled series, a controlled consciousness that's implanting people, affecting them negatively, lives off of the torture and horror of people and feeds off of that. And we can get very existential. We can get very theological or atheological about it, bring in the gods or the gods. What am I calling them? The kings of Edom.
Yes. Anti-gods. Go on.
And all of that stuff. And it's all relevant. But what I was going to say is Taoism, and there's many aspects to Taoism. There's the religion, there's the philosophy, but there's actually the living, breathing practice of it, whereby you're harnessing the life force. And it's going to bring out the opposite of all this. It brings the life and the joy factor. If it's applied correctly, which means intelligently, you're going to get the joy factor. So what is it? We're dealing here with, so this book that we're going to do is obviously going to deal with the apocalyptic aspects of what these perpetrators strive for, but there's a choice in the apocalypse. And I'm not saying you have to be Christian here, but the whole idea is you're on one side or the other. So you're on the side of joy, you're on the side of hate, you're on the side of life, you're on the side of death. And the real virtue, the real power is the choosing, the ability to choose. So are you going to choose, hell? I don't like hell and heaven. Are you going to choose hell? Are you going to choose Shambhala, paradise? It's rehabilitating the choice of the individual. And choice, if you look at the etymology, is very much related to the word joy, choice and joy, because when you have choice, you have joy. Now, so to get back to the book, we have been, I wouldn't say we, the normal process has been stymied by people's lack of ability to unplug from the egregore.
Yes.
That they're stuck to, that makes them not appreciate that incredible depth that's in the book, The Roswell Deception.
Right.
Now, my contributions to the book are not small, but the content is basically Douglas's content. It's me piecing it together in a very readable, comprehensible format.
Yes.
A lot of hard work,
yes.
But this is Douglas's wisdom in the book. And this is something, we're not gonna, we wouldn't get without him. So this is very important. But as they say, people's egregore or their addiction to the egregore of World War II or society makes them incapable of appreciating this. And the same thing goes for the routine of doing all these other books. So now I'm going to go to the Gusto and I'm going to create a book with Douglas that's going to be much more impactful, much more monumental, but it's only going to be a limited edition. It's going to be a limited edition. And there have been very many inspirational thoughts I've had. Should it be 144 books to mimic the 144,000 principle, which I'm learning is actual tied to the Mayan calendar, the whole 144 thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it, to get a 100th monkey effect of people. I can't be so bold at this point to think 144,000 copies. I don't know. I'm thinking of these things, but it's going to be a limited edition, which will definitely, and the only thing we can offer is a solution to your own personal apocalypse.
Yes.
Because we all meet fate someday.
Yes.
We all meet fate someday. So it's like, okay, this is for so many people. It will make Douglas considerably more money than the routine way. And it's going to make one hell of a book because I'm getting inspired to write it, and I'm going to write it. I've already begun writing it.
Yes.
So I appreciate those of you in the audience who have supported me, those who have supported Douglas, and there will be, as they say, a lot of consideration and for your support. Only be able to buy one book per person. Not going to be selling multiple copies. And there will be some people we will not sell the book to.
Yes.
But now, if you're somebody we won't sell the book to, you could, use a phony name and a P.O. box that I wouldn't know. That's a possibility. You can buy the book that way. I can't stop that. I can't control it.
But we certainly have our intent laid out where we will follow that intent to the best of our ability.
Yeah, and you can use a money order. I'm going to say I had a money order for $5 in some sense. That was the post office had screwed up an order.
Mm-hmm.
And they really screwed it up. They screwed it up so bad. And anyway,
yeah. Well,
go on. Oh, and I was saying they gave me a money order, and I took the money order to the post office to cash it, and they said it was a false money order. They said this just doesn't process. Well, no, they can't process it. I said, well, you mean? But I said the post office issued it.
Yes.
And the post office in Indiana issued it. He said, well, no. I said, well, what happens if I take it to the bank? He says, they will investigate you. So I put it in the bank. The bank accepted it. It was just silly.
Thank you.
They didn't investigate me. They cashed it.
I mean, it's $5. I mean, no, they wouldn't give a shit. Of course, it's
well, but they cashed it. It didn't bounce.
Right.
It didn't bounce.
Right.
So much for that. So I've talked myself into midnight. I hope that I've adequately entertained the audience. I don't know. It sounds like I entertained you.
Yes. And you've certainly informed the audience. I'd like to beg you to stay for a few minutes longer, or as long as you can stand, just so that we can articulate a few more things that I think are important. Of course, you don't have to stay for what I'm going into with Daniel Arola, though I do recommend you'll know when it starts. It's pretty much after you're finished, and I'll timestamp it for you anyway. I don't intend to speak about him that long, but I do feel that you will be entertained by what I do say, and I do need to articulate this for people. I promised, in particular, Peggy Wood-Amalal, that I would, speak for her why Daniel Arola is someone who will not be returning, and that she cannot expect him to return here, and why we know he defected to the other side. And of course, she's very, very profoundly saddened by that, of course. And all I can say is that it's really not surprising considering when we take into account all of his history and his behaviors. Really, he wasn't that different from Jameson Reese, and he was essentially a very negative person, and he was very down on pretty much everybody. And again, pretty much as with Jameson Reese, when I speak of Daniel Arola being gone, to everyone on Team Dietrich and everyone in a more indirect sense who know me, such as Crystal River, nobody's disappointed. If anything, nobody will miss him in general. The majority of people found him. He was not. The majority of people, no one really liked him. Let's just put it that way. And there were solid reasons for that. And you might be surprised. If you're a person who a casual listener, you would have thought that he was very cool and copacetic because he always was with myself, which I always appreciated. And I dearly loved him.
He was always helpful to me
Yeah.
when I was doing, not so much recently, but he would come in and, hold the show. And I always appreciated him for that.
Yeah.
I always got along with him, but, because but anyway, go ahead.
He related to you because of your martial arts, of course, and I do want people to know that we'll lead in inescapably because I do want Peter Moon to respond to this. He's quite bored by all of this, and he did bring it up, alluded to it, but basically, honestly, it's kind of all converged because this is what Apocalypse is about. When Peter Moon is speaking about when we deal with the Vox Arca, which is the technology of Apocalypse, as he said, the word apocalypse really means is revelation. It simply means that the truth is revealed, or that which is unknown or occulted, that which is hidden is revealed. And this is what the Vox Arca does in terms of a potential timeline for the future, should it be triggered. And when it comes to sights and visions I see, yes, it is physically there when I experience the diagnostics on the Vox Arca, and it causes literally physical hemorrhaging of my eyeball that is exposed and I would literally almost certainly go blind if I had both eyes exposed. This is why it comes with an eye patch, for the same reason that the pilot of Air Force One wears an eye patch in case there's a nuclear fireball. He just removes the eye patch and flies with the other eye that has not been retinally burned out by the thermonuclear exposure to the fireball in front of him. So when it comes to, Mr. Daniel Arola, his big trip was, and you can see it on his YouTube video, the true warrior never gets angry. And that's his...
The true what?
The true warrior. The true warrior never gets angry. That's his axiom on his YouTube channel. And of course, that's the bullshit lie that he projects in the same sense that Salman Sheikh was projecting, love and peace. And obviously he's about anything but love and peace. He's about quite the opposite. And so it was with Daniel Arola. He's a person who obviously was made very, very angry by Viviana Sanchez, and I love her for it. And he basically broke and suffered the same kind of disconfirmation process that Salman Sheikh suffered. And he basically responded by all of the videos that he ever made upon myself. He deleted them all from his channel. And then he went to apologize to Richard K. Cole Jr., whom he was the one who actually brought evidence to me about Richard K. Cole Jr.'s dealing in child pornography. Now, we know for a fact Richard K. Cole Jr. deals in child pornography because through one of his affiliates, Miguel Andahar, they dumped a whole PDF file of it in the computer of Brendan Zoget, who then was so understandably outraged because he had to basically fry his computer. He had to burn his computer clean of this shit. And they were obviously trying to implicate him so that he would join them. This is their idea of a recruitment method, to show you how toxic these people truly are. And of course, he did the opposite and basically has reestablished contact with myself. So all these sides are being drawn. But when I originally brought up the fact that when, obviously, I have a long-running history and background with Richard K. Cole Jr., and it started with basically Michael Aquino, who alluded to that individual by that very name and by his alias Stuart Allison, as he was known in England. And of course, as a member of the Temple of Set, and we know this for a fact because George Knight captured a screenshot of Richard K. Cole Jr. claiming he received orders directly from Michael Aquino. This screenshot was from back when Michael Aquino was alive. And George Knight has that screenshot to prove what we are saying, just like I captured a screenshot of Stephen Outram talking directly with Michael Aquino, openly and publicly. And of course, it was obvious that they set this up as a public rendezvous to attack myself. And this is obviously the depth of this networking. But when it comes to how this relates to Penny Bradley, basically we go back to Daniel Arola saying a true warrior never gets angry. And, that is true in the sense of combat because angry men make mistakes. Whether you're running at an operational level like commanding an armored mechanized column or an infantry division, you don't want to base your decisions on anger. You don't want to do that in individual combat, hand to hand, mano a mano, as they say, which means hand to hand. This is something that is understood, but at the same time, a true warrior often gets angry. It's the nature of the beast. So to say a true warrior never gets angry, it's just one of those bullshit lines of somebody who's trying to project a phony image. So I can articulate on that more later and pull a disconfirmation process with Daniel Arola, as I did with Salman Sheikh. But I'm only doing so for the elucidation of the general public. These men are already angry. They've already taken the side of the enemy. They were always operating for the enemy, effectively. In Daniel Arola's side, it was by attacking everybody that he didn't deem to be a cool person who wouldn't take a shit, which is, of course, he knew Peter Moon and I were in that league. He didn't know that with Viviana Sanchez, and he was destroyed by it, which shows you how weak and empty he always was. But when, not that Viviana Sanchez is not a force to be reckoned with, but people should.
She obviously is.
Yes, yes, yeah.
She's been with us, and she showed her power.
Yes, very much
feminine
so.
Power.
Thank you. And but what made me angry, and I'll say this as a true warrior, as someone who admits to being flawed, who admits to being angry, because that is a human. There's a reason this is built into us. The point is, do you want to invest all your life in this? But when I got angry at what Penny Bradley said, this is what made me angry. It wasn't even so much her attacking us in the first place, which is what Peter Moon was alluding to when he was talking about that thread of all these idiots telling her how brave she is for exposing criminals when she's aligning herself with criminals. Basically, she went through a young lady who she was exploiting as a courier who said, and I'll read this to you, it's a short paragraph, Penny contacted me today just now. She is backing off the battle. She says to let the boys duke it out. Penny says that she felt dragged into it. She actually wants to have no animosity between you. She has been badly treated by men and only wanted respect. She feels like the whole thing got out of hand, and she got dragged into something with the other guys when she did not want to be. Anyway, you get the gist of it. I have not communicated with her about any of, and she mentioned some other stuff. I think that she wanted someone to let you know that she needs to take care of herself and does not want to be dragged into this anymore. She actually wishes things had not gone this far, that you both could work it out on your own. Now, what makes me angry about this? By the way, there are so many things so wrong with that single paragraph that just alone, any one of those sentences could have made me angry. Together, they're just infuriating. It's an abomination. The whole paragraph cobbled together. No fault of this young lady who was exploited as a courier. And by the way, I know that Penny Bradley is already paying the price, as well she should. And what I was told that was that Daryl Neely is shitting all over her. So on their Gurn Gern channel, Gern, which thank God I dodged the bullet on ever getting involved with that shit. Basically, Daryl Neely was lambasting her for not upholding the torch and carrying out the fight to the front lines anymore now that she's involved, that she's turned chicken shit and run away. But he, Daryl Neely, one with Odin, the black African-American white supremacist, is going to continue fighting Douglas Dietrich and upholding the honor of Michael Aquino. Honest to God. This is how stupid this motherfucker is. And so insane, he can't understand why Penny doesn't want to participate. But of course, Penny is insane and has already participated. She's responsible for everything she brought herself into and deserves everything she gets. This is the price you pay for engaging in combat without even knowing what you're doing. It's bullshit. So understand this much. I was asking her what she was so offended by concerning myself, talking to her common law husband, asking if there was some way that she would communicate with me. She would have none of it. She slammed the door on myself. And then she begins to attack myself, grabbing this rotten bait thrown out by Salman Sheikh, because Salman Sheikh said, oh, Douglas Dietrich and Peter Moon threatened my life. And basically what happened was that he said on my show, on record, more than once, 85% of the population of Earth needs to die. When I brought that up with Brandon Young said, anybody who recommends that level of Malthusian extermination should start off with themselves. And I said, I agree fully. And when George Knight brought it up, and he said, yeah, Salman Sheikh has said 85% of the world needs to die. And we both agreed, yeah, he should start with himself. Oh, then Salman Sheikh says, oh, that's a death threat. I mean, imagine that. A man who wants to exterminate 85% of the world's population says that it's a death threat when we say he should start with himself. That's where his feelings are hurt yet again. So he ran to Penny Bradley and said, oh, they're threatening my life. Those criminals. George Knight and Brandon Young and Peter Moon and Douglas Dietrich. And then she joyfully, and you can see the smile on her face, this bitch has produced a video that's still up there titled Naming Names, in which she takes this stinking bait in her teeth and runs with it. And she's smiling all the way and she's having the time of her life, pissing and shitting on the good name of Peter Moon and I. And of course, Peter Moon is not my handler. Our politics are at totally opposite ends of the spectrum. I'm simply defending him as a, shall we say, partner in adversity in this case and so many others. We are besieged by the kings of Edom and the cultists because they don't want the next book to come out. They were bad enough with the first. The next has them in a mass panic. So when Penny Bradley, who didn't need to do any of this, leaves the video up there, does not apologize at all, leaves the video up there, and then says, but leave me out of the fight. What kind of bullshit is that? This is like when she says she wants to let you boys duke it out. This is like the woman who's in the bar with her boyfriend, and then she looks over her boyfriend's shoulder at the guy in the next bar stool and is batting her eyelashes really seductively and giving him these coy come hither looks, moving that shoulder and basically communicating to him, I really want to be with you. And then, of course, he responds, the boyfriend and this stranger get into a fight, and she just sits back and she likes to play Queen Bee and watch the boys making the wax. I mean, that's bullshit. Fuck you, Penny. Fuck you sideways. Jam it up there sideways if it fits. That's bullshit. This is just incredibly beyond... I don't even know how to describe it, that sense of I can do this, but not suffer any repercussions. Like I can, stand on an overpass and drop a brick and cause a 20-car chain reaction crash and then say, hey, I didn't mean any harm. And her still leaving that video up there instead of replacing it with an on-screen apology, which would be the only way to basically back off. She wants the best of both worlds. She wants all those hits, all these people telling her how great she is for exposing criminals, but doesn't want any repercussions from us. I mean, madness. This is the level of where they're at. So do understand that has to be brought up as what it is, narcissism, because I know Peggy Wood Amalal, who means the best, she always keeps saying narcissism is my weakness. But understand this, I am not a narcissist. Judith Agert kept saying that, and Judith Agert also kept saying I'm an alcoholic. And it's neither one is true. It doesn't make any sense. Obviously, I never drank when I was with her, and she would be the first to attest to that. So I'm not an alcoholic. I mean, plain and simple, because an alcoholic can't stop for anyone. When it comes to, yourself, Peggy Wood Amalal, understand this. With our man, Daniel Arola, what he did when I first came out and talked about the history of Richard K. Cole Jr. and Michael Aquino and Stephen Outram, Richard K. Cole Jr. was brought up as having the alias of Stuart Allison. And when Michael Aquino opened pylons or Temple of Set branch churches in England, then that was his alias in England. And as Michael Aquino said, especially in England, even more so than here in the United States, but in both cases, whenever one of his affiliated pedophiles would be arrested, they had an entire lineup, a waiting line of homeless men who volunteered to take the fall. And there were homeless guys who would always line up and say, I want 3 hots and a cot and free medical care the rest of my life. I don't give a shit about spending it in jail. It's better than spending it in the streets, and it's actually safer. So basically, they would volunteer to take the fall for the pedophile, and oftentimes they would go to jail. And he said he had arranged that for plenty of others in the past, and that's what he did with Stuart Allison. The evidence of that was brought to me by Daniel Arola himself. Now, he may have gotten the evidence from Michael Aquino himself. Certainly, many of my affiliates tell me Danny Arola must have been working with Aquino all the way from the beginning because of their Filipino connection. And at this point, I'm ready to accept anything as possible. But he strikes me as someone who flipped when he was devastated and emotionally destroyed because Viviana Sanchez wouldn't fall for his shit, his trolling and gaslighting and bullying. And that was the ugly element of him. When it came to Daniel Arola, he was basically a cyber terrorist. He went around and would attack people for no reason and claim he was enlightening them and just basically trigger them. And that was his pleasure in life. And when you see the life he's led, it's not the life of a warrior, it's the life of a kept boy. And this was something that was always an issue that I dealt with when I was seriously considering going into sex work myself. And that was because I was raised in such dire poverty, bone-grinding poverty, that I was considering anything. And I was approached by one of these men who taught me everything I know about mercenary work to become a male prostitute. And he was volunteering, of course, to be my pimp. I didn't want that. But that's essentially the role that Daniel Arola has placed himself into, albeit in a different setting. It really is just as helpless and just as ridiculous. So when it comes to articulating that soon enough, but the original point being that you have this individual who is, narcissistic to the point where he was broken by a woman who didn't respond to his trolling. But other than that, when it came to, say, for instance, Penny Bradley, who I think we've kind of dismissed with and put her in her place for now at least, and just kind of summarize that situation, back to Daniel Arola, he basically apologized to Richard K. Cole Jr. Now, we know this for a fact because Richard K. Cole Jr. was bragging about it. We know that that happened at the time that he took down all the videos he ever made concerning myself, Daniel Arola, that is, and went to the other side and formally submitted himself to them. Now, none of that makes sense outside of the fact that he always was a member of the cult of the Kings of Edom, or that he was broken so badly by Viviana Sanchez that he turned towards them at the cost of his very soul, towards nothingness, towards the nullity, towards total disintegration forever, just because he's that angry, as was Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese, who was always on the side of the Kings of Edom, of the forces of entropy and decay. But again, Richard K. Cole Jr. was Stuart Allison, and what happened was that he approached me after many years, the first time that I knew about Richard K. Cole Jr. on a more personal level was when I entered the Marine Corps, and the drill instructor who had threatened to physically scar me for the rest of my life. And he certainly was in a position where that could have been done. He basically gave me what's called an illegal order that I produce pornography for the Marine Corps, which they have a huge homosexual pornography industry. This is the Marine Corps' real fucking purpose. They basically do that more than they do fighting. And if you don't take my word on this, look it up yourself. They had to issue standing orders for the Marines to stop producing homosexual pornography in their full uniform, which was part of the fetish. You know, hey, try not to show off your Marine Corps tattoos or wear the uniform or elements of the uniform when you're making all this gay porn, because that's how much a part of the Marine Corps it all is. And so when it comes to that, it wasn't unexpected that I got this illegal order, but I never carried it out. I was dishonorably discharged first during the Gulf War, Operation Desert Storm, where, because of the Al Jubail incident, served my time after being stripped down a stripe, being spared from being beheaded in the House of Saud by the Marine Corps, who didn't want the scandal because it would have stopped Operation Desert Storm from even happening. Had a Marine been beheaded in the House of Saud during Operation Desert Shield, Desert Storm never would have happened. So what happened instead was they got me out, bailed me, told the House of Saud I would be punished. I was stripped down by a stripe, and then after Operation Desert Storm, I was dishonorably discharged. So when I was dishonorably
discharged... Douglas, I'm going to have to go to bed.
Oh, understood. So I'll continue this.
Keep going.
Yeah, and bless you, and share our love with Paula, of course.
Okay, good night.
Thank you so much. Good night. So when I made it back to the United States, I went to the San Diego Marine Corps Recruit Depot area, and I basically broke up the prostitution and pornography ring which Richard K. Cole was a part of. Now, this made the newspapers, even though I was kept anonymous at my own request. All the credit went to the Marine Corps wives who I had contacted, who were wondering why they were getting no sex from their gay husbands, as most men in the Marine Corps are. And basically, all the men were fucking each other, and a bunch of young boys being pulled from across the border. And they were exploiting these young Latin American boys. And again, of course, even after I broke up that ring, all that human trafficking redeveloped again later on, and a bunch of Marines were put on trial, and they were, well, basically freed within months. There wasn't even any jail time served at all. This was, long after my time, but Aquino was still alive when that went down back in 2016, 2017 or so, when I was still involved with Revolution Radio. And so when you are exposed to this sort of thing, as I was with Richard K. Cole Jr., I already knew what he was about, and he never forgave me for not rendezvousing with him and making that porno film that he always wanted. He had known what I looked like. He had always wanted to have sex with me. He never forgave me for never realizing that fantasy. And he even said that at one point on a thread in YouTube, that I had never fucked him and he would never forgive me. That's exactly his words. So when you come to Richard K. Cole Jr., and of course, I was told he had been involved with Aquino and child pornography, then what you have is a situation where when he contacted me again, when I was becoming a public informant, he did so under the name of Stuart Allison. And he did so from the email of Sally Song Sue. You can't get more fucking gay than that. It was Sally Song Sue at Linux.com or Linux.net. And so that was his email address. And it was using that Daniel Arola somehow found basically proof on the net. And I still have the screenshots. He took screenshots of the local English headlines saying that this man working with children had all of these computers, entire banks of them, running out child porn, and he was thereby exploiting all these kids, producing child pornography, and the end result was that he was arrested, supposedly. They even had his photograph. And of course, he was born in 1965. That's why he calls himself Gunner 65. But of course, he looks much older than myself by generations. He's all worn out from that kind of living. This is why he never shows his face. And the end result was that here you have Daniel Arola bringing this evidence that Stuart Allison was involved in child pornography. We have the evidence from the email he sent me, which, of course, I turned in to the FBI, and they did absolutely nothing, as I've reported Lena Shea for her crimes, and you see nothing is done. These people are definitely protected by the deep state, and you know that they're guilty because otherwise I would be sued. And they can't sue me because if they bring me in court, they're in the same position as Michael Aquino. Maybe altogether they think they can get together some class action lawsuit, but of course they would have to pay all the expenses because in the end they would lose because it's already proven they're the ones defaming myself and slandering myself. Everything about them would be brought up in court. And they're seen for what they are, gang stalkers. And that's why you know everything I say is true. It's because I'm the only person who has so many gang stalkers who are actively, basically attacking me on a coordinated level. By the way, all of my timelines have been wiped out on Facebook, and I've published the screenshots showing that they say it's all for security reasons. And this is because the deep state that finances these gang stalkers have said that I'm a terrorist and am recruiting terrorists. That's what they call all of you who are listening. All of you are considered terrorists, not by the U.S. government, but by the satanic deep state behind it, the military junta that runs it. So think about that. It doesn't matter that you're implicated. You'll never be punished because if it came to the point where they tried to prosecute you, they openly exposed their own crimes. But you can look at my Facebook for the screenshots and you can see that they declare that cybersecurity demands that they removed all of my posts. So when it comes to Stuart Allison, aka Richard K. Cole Jr., Daniel Arola presenting the screenshots of basically the headlines. I took the screenshots of what happened in England where a homeless person went to serve in his place in the prisons. At that time, Aquino was still alive, and I certainly heard it from former members of the Temple of Set. That's exactly what happened. Then look at what we're dealing with now. Here's Daniel Arola, and he runs to apologize to Richard K. Cole Jr., knowing this man is definitively dealing in child porn. What does that make Daniel Arola? Now, basically, Crystal River said it perfectly. When it comes to what she said, and hopefully she's listening now, God bless her, I do want everyone to pray for her, or certainly pray for Texas, because Texas is baking, and God knows she's the only tether I have to the Lone Star Republic now that Daniel Arola has defected. She always saw right through him anyway, and the way she describes it is, he's not an asshole because assholes have a meaningful function. And I think that's best describes it. Yes, you need to have an asshole or you'd be choking on your own toxins. So that's how you purge them. But Daniel Arola doesn't even serve that purpose. He's just toxic himself. Peggy Wood Amelo, by the way, says to me, everyone is narcissistic to a degree. You're being offended the way you are is narcissistic. Whatever. I mean, that's, as far as I'm concerned, that's a healthy sense of self. And we'll turn to Bruce Lee for that because, that's whom Daniel Arola was always trying to emulate or trying to project himself as being like. And Bruce Lee was, of course, a true warrior. And what he would tell you about would be the difference between self-actualization, or rather about self-actualization. And to achieve that, you'd have to know the crucial difference between pride and self-esteem. Or at least self-esteem and false pride. And probably the sentence or two that summed it up the best from his own philosophy was, the less promise and potency in the self, the more imperative is the need for pride. The core of pride is self-rejection, which is what Daniel Arola had plenty of. He was on record recently on this transmission, not this very transmission tonight, not this episode, but on a very recent episode, fairly recent, and he defected not all that long ago, snapped pretty much not too long after Viviana came on, but, how long ago was that? A month or two? At any rate, what he had said was that I don't want to be Filipino. I so not want to be Filipino. And that was his self-loathing on display. So to kind of segue back towards Bruce Lee and how that segues back to the fall of Daniel Arola on his own bullshit, Anna Devere Smith wrote in her invaluable advice to young artists, real self-esteem is an integration of an inner value with things in the world around you. But of course, the question then would be, how does one master the intricacies of that integration? But that's what the legendary Chinese-American martial artist, the philosopher and filmmaker Bruce Lee was exploring, especially in one of the pieces that's collected in a book titled Bruce Lee and subtitled Artist of Life. And that's available at the public library. But it's an invaluable compendium of his never-before-published private letters and notes and essays and poems that also gave us the origin of his famous metaphor for resilience, which obviously Daniel Arola has none of because he shattered like glass. But in the essay titled The Passionate State of Mind, Bruce Lee wrote, "We can see through others only when we see through ourselves. Lack of self-awareness renders us transparent. A soul that knows itself is opaque. And to become different from what we are, we must have some awareness of what we are. Yet it is remarkable that the very people who are most self-dissatisfied and crave most for a new identity have the least self-awareness. They have turned away from an unwanted self and hence never had a good look at it. The result is that most of those, or those most dissatisfied, can neither dissimulate nor attain a real change of heart. They are transparent, and their unwanted qualities persist through all attempts at self-dramatization and self-transformation." So Lee is arguing that our lack of self-awareness makes us look to others to tell us who we are. Now, learning not to do that is one of life's hardest, most important lessons. He considers the perilous, yet profoundly human impulse for conformity. And so in another paragraph he says, "We have more faith in what we imitate than in what we originate. We cannot derive a sense of absolute certitude from anything that has its roots in us. The most poignant sense of insecurity comes from standing alone. We are not alone when we imitate. It is thus with most of us. We are what other people say we are. We know ourselves chiefly by hearsay." So he's echoing Anais Nin's memorable meditation on character and personal responsibility when he points out that this tendency is what dogma preys upon. And so another paragraph from this book that I got from, really my son's husband's library. "There is a powerful craving in most of us to see ourselves as instruments in the hands of others, and thus free ourselves from the responsibility for acts that are prompted by our own questionable inclinations and impulses. Both the strong and the weak grasp at the alibi. The latter hide their malevolence under the virtue of obedience. They acted dishonorably because they had to obey orders. The strong, too, claim absolution by proclaiming themselves the chosen instrument of a higher power. God, history, fate, nation, or humanity." So at the root, what Bruce Lee is asserting here is that at the root of our misguided grasping at self-worth is a confusion between pride and self-esteem. So when he examines the crucial difference between the two, well, that's worth another paragraph. And from this book it says, "Pride is a sense of worth derived from something that is not part of us, while self-esteem derives from the potentialities and achievements of self. We are proud when we identify ourselves with an imaginary self, a leader, a holy cause, a collective body of possessions. There is fear and intolerance in pride. It is insensitive and uncompromising. The less promise and potency in the self, the more imperative is the need for pride. The core of pride is self-rejection. So what Bruce Lee is noting here is that we acquire a true sense of self-worth by examining ourselves in order to identify our talents. Epictetus's notion of self-scrutiny applied with kindness comes to mind, and then working hard to realize those talents. This purposeful drive for self-actualization, nowhere more beautifully articulated than in Thomas Wolfe's letters to his mother, is the true wellspring of self-esteem. And Bruce Lee himself concludes in his writ, action is a high road to self-confidence and self-esteem. Where it be open, all energies flow toward it. It cometh readily to most people, and its rewards are tangible. And yet, self-esteem is not a static object to be attained, but a dynamic sense to be continually cultivated, which Daniel Arola could not do because he surrendered himself entirely to someone else. Again, I'll articulate that beyond the kings of Edom, or even before them, in a moment. But basically, another Bruce Lee sentence or two here to elucidate upon what I said about that dynamic sense of continual self-cultivation. Bruce Lee says, the maintenance of self-esteem is a continuous task that taxes all of the individual's power and inner resources. We have to prove our worth and justify our existence anew each day. And finally, in a sentiment all the more poignant amid our age of rampant mass shootings and mass malevolence, Bruce Lee considered how seductive the illusory substitutes for self-esteem becomest in its absence. So a final paragraph here from this book that my son lent to me from his husband's library. When, for whatever reason, self-esteem is unattainable, the autonomous individual becomest a highly explosive entity. He turns away from an unpromising self and plunges into the pursuit of pride, the explosive substitute for self-esteem. All social disturbances and upheavals have their roots in a crisis of individual self-esteem, and the great endeavors in which the masses most readily unite are basically a search for pride. Now, instead of pride, by approaching the white man who never shows his face, like the serial killer behind the puppet in the Saw franchise, the horror movie franchise known as Saw, all Richard K. Cole Jr. is doing is amassing these self-loathing minorities and women, like Penny Bradley, like Lena Shea on the female part, like Daniel Arola and Daryl Neely and all these boys who want to be white so bad they can taste it, that they go to him and supplicate themselves, prostrate themselves before the great white faceless father down below in their sky, because they think they're looking up when they look down. Their self-hatred is so manifest that this is not pride, but masochism. And the masochism sources from the fact that they've debased themselves already. And in the case of Daniel Arola, what he did, and this was the point of why I brought up how I almost went into prostitution in the basest sense at the hands of a pimp, but decided instead to go the warrior path and enter mercenary and security contracts at the freelance level. What happened with Daniel Arola was, when he was a male stripper for a number of years, and that was a far more respectable position to be in, he wound up getting picked up by a lady who basically adopted him as she would a pet, and then became kind of like an ambulatory dildo. Now, I've heard this lady, his sugar mama, in the background in the past, and she sounds like she has terrible health issues. And I can only say for his sake, he better hope that she's got something ironclad prepared for him for when she passes on. Because with some of what she's been through, she can't be around for that much longer. You see, what had happened with himself and the kind of mess he got himself into is exactly the one that I was taught to avoid. When the man who taught me everything I knew about mercenary work, the same man who was himself a pedophile and a ketone cultist, a member of the worst of all entities beyond the Temple of Set, the First Earth Battalion, and ultimately what was simply called the Tribe, the men in the military who initiated themselves via child predation that I spracketh of in Satan's Crusaders. If you want to know more about them, just watch Satan's Crusaders. It's right here on this channel. You can look up that video in the top line favorites, and you can review about the Mullet Man and the rest of the people I had to deal with in the so-called Tribe using DeltaNet, which was the U.S. Army's internet before there was even a DARPANet, dealing mostly with child pornography and the distribution thereof. One of the things that he taught me was, hey, you've got to get into a relationship with a man. And I said, why is that? I'm heterosexual. If I want to become dependent on someone, why not a woman? And he pointed out something very pragmatic, and it's the same evolutionary reason why there are no female vampire. Now, my mother, of course, was vampiric, and we use that term just because it's convenient, but really she was a dampire, meaning half vampire, half bred down. Myself, I'm only a quarter, also dampire. That was the whole reason why my mother, being Japanese, when she spoke with people, inspired ultimately the anime and the manga and anime Vampire Hunter D. And that was because she had always intended myself as a D, a dampfire. That's why I was named 3D, Douglas Dwayne Dietrich. And also for the reasons of gematria, my name ultimately calculates out via geometria into basically 88, which of course is the 8th letter of the alphabet. It is 88, which is the luckiest number in Asia. Double luck, like 77 here in the West. The 88 means HH, or Heil Hitler. That's the white supremacist abuse thereof. But of course, she named me Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, so that via geometria, my name would calculate to reflect that of my biological father, and the greeting that was formulated in his honor. So when it comes to D, Vampire Hunter D, which Salman Sheikh himself was reading and recommending before his great implosion and meltdown, and then, of course, he tried to destroy all evidence and claimed there are no vampires, etc., while at the same time preaching for good relations with the ghoul, which is the most questionable of all the subhuman species. Or, shall I say subspecies, since ghoul, vampire, they all consider themselves superior to you. But in any case, when it comes to the D, my mother, the speaking of dependent status, the reason that there are no female vampire is simply because evolution doesn't give a damn about political correctness. The reason that women are the dominant species in every other species, insect or mammalian, and in general throughout the world of nature, is because it all depends on procreation. And therefore, nature is generally matriarchal. But vampire are, in a sense, parasitic. And therefore, the method of reproduction is parasitic. Their method of reproduction as a parasite is through the host, meaning they don't need to evolve females. Men are simply taller, stronger, better built for imposing their force of will, and better built for rape, which is how they reproduce. And that's why there are only male vampire. Damphia, on the other hand, are half-bred or further down-bred individuals, like myself. My mother, who was half-breed, a Damphire, was female, and that is biologically possible. However, a full vampire would never be female because that doesn't make evolutionary sense. You're talking about someone who is constantly on the attack, and therefore the reproduction is dependent on the host that they prey upon. Then the host itself provides the reproductive process, as you see through the entire biology of the parasitic lifestyle. So human women are used for that. And this is why, in reality, most vampire victims are men, because who plays with their food? It's not homosexual, it's simply feeding. As for females, they're more used for reproduction. Not that they're not ever victims. And of course, the Soviets tried to create female vampire artificially through supermassive blood transfusions and surgical means, etc. I go into that in the book Vampirology. Do read it. With that being said, just as you don't have any female vampire, for all the evolutionary reasons that I've said, the man who taught me everything I knew about mercenary work was saying, all the while that he was trying to convince me to serve as a prostitute for his pimpery, was saying, well, you know, a female is totally dependent on a man anywhere in the world. All the world effectively is under patriarchy. And if you're a female, it's the easiest thing in the world to simply spread your legs and pant and huff and puff and pretend you're having an orgasm, and men fall for that because of their ego, and therefore a female can become dependent on a man easily because he has the resources, he has the means that society provides him, the opportunities, to the privileges to get anything he wants, and therefore the female lives off him. And the only way she gets anything is through a divorce, which successfully takes half of all he's earned. This is like his general, shall we say, condensed and hardly exhaustive, but nevertheless compellingly pointed summary of the situation as it stands. So when a man tries to prostitute himself, he has to get excited enough to maintain an erection, which means he has to be invested to the point where he can maintain that excitement, which he simply cannot do with a female who is elderly and has basically inherited all of the wealth of the husband who died and passed it on to her, which is still the general situation as it stands for women who are generally possessed of discretionary income. So your general man, your average guy, cannot prostitute themselves. They simply can't keep it up to maintain the facade that they're interested. So when it comes to that, even if you succeed and you're adopted by a younger woman you can maintain an erection with, she's almost certainly effectively the property of a man. Now, I've known that to happen in some cases, and it's not pretty and it's not stable. And if they get caught, then of course the woman and her, well, instead of mistress, it would be her boy. They get expelled, evicted from whatever the situation is, and they're both left helpless. Women are essentially, in this patriarchy, very helpless. And anyone who doesn't believe me, you're an idiot. Just look at what's happening to Roe versus Wade. They're overturning all rights for women, and that's just the beginning. We're on the road to the Handmaid's Tale. So women are completely helpless creatures in the general sense of the patriarchy as it's imposed itself for thousands of years and is intending to impose itself for another 1,000 if it can. This shows you the insanity of the women who act against me because I've always advocated for female empowerment. And yet they want me destroyed because they hate themselves and do not want that empowerment. So this is why the man who taught me everything I knew about mercenary work was pointing out, oh, better to become a pimp, serve man, and then become the lover of a man who can maintain you, and then you inherit his power, his fortune, his wealth. That's how Onassis, by the way, Aristotle Onassis became the richest man in the world of his day and essentially purchased the president's wife. For those of you who don't know, the wife of John F. Kennedy hated his guts. Jacqueline Kennedy, when she found out what her will was, or rather John F. Kennedy's will, he left her $20. That's what he thought of her. And believe me, she did not appreciate it. She found out what that was before she died, before John F. Kennedy died. And she more than participated in setting up his death. And the day he died, with the blood still spattered from his brains across her dress, she went to sleep with Aristotle Onassis in the White House. You can look this up. Don't take my word for it. They signed in. They slept in the room, either the Lincoln room or some important room in the White House. It was well known they were fucking each other just passionately the day John F. Kennedy died. Aristotle Onassis purchased her. And he was the wealthiest man in the world in his day because he took it up the ass and sucked the cock all the way to the top in the nation of Greece until he ran their merchant marine, which at that time was the largest merchant marine in the world. In fact, I think it probably still is, albeit the majority of ships are floating under foreign flags. But when it came to Aristotle Onassis, that's an idea, well, a perfect example. He's exemplary of the gay boy who made it all the way to the top because he slept only with men. And then he could afford to go straight. That's what my mentor, in a sense, my mentor, the man who taught me about mercenary and security work and combat, recommended to myself. And by combat, I mean professional combat. Obviously, my own father taught me about combat, so did my mother. But when it came to professional level contract work, I learned it all from this guy. And he was recommending something else entirely and said I was too much of a pretty boy to ever succeed in pro work when it came to combat. Well, I never went in that direction because of obvious reasons. You're hopeless, you're helpless, and the chances of you ever making it to the top are going to be extraordinarily rare. You're constantly placating the ego and emotions of your master. And if you should ever alienate yourself, they can get rid of you just like that. Now, in the case of Daniel Arola, that's the position that he's in. With all the stripping that he did, this woman adopted him. She's in poor health. When I've heard her in the background, when I'm talking to him, she's coughing like she's dying. And this was when she's healthy. She's got what sounds like whooping cough. She smokes like a fiend. Takes breaks all the time to go out and smoke. And yeah, I would be astonished. It'll be a religious miracle if she doesn't wind up with that hole in her throat through a tracheotomy just to breathe. And so when we're dealing with that, he becomes basically a slave to this woman. He used to make these little videos of myself, taking snippets from my shows, and then he stopped. And when I asked him why, he said, oh, the program, which was free on the internet, is no longer free, and I can't use it to make these videos anymore. And when I said, well, how much does this, why can't you just find another program on the internet? He says, oh, they're out there, but you have to pay for them. I said, dude, it can't be more than a few bucks. Are you that fucking cheap? What the fuck? I said, I'll give you the money. Is it a matter of money? I can pay you. At that time, I was working with Laura Lee Solomon. I said, she'll send you some fucking money. He said, I can't work like that. I have no credit card. I have no debit card. I have no money. I said, you mean you have no electronic money? And he said, no. And I said, but what if we send you a money order? He said, I'm not allowed to use money. So what do you mean you're not allowed to use money? And he explained to me that his woman, his owner, basically gives him money to go to the store, buys things, and then when he comes back, he has to give her the receipt and all the change. So he's never allowed even a penny. And I said, what do you get? Why would you live like that? And he said, well, she gives me totally unlimited access to the internet. And I said, dude, wow, forget neck collars and shackles and ankle cuffs and all the chains. All you need is unlimited access to the internet, and you've surrendered your sovereignty in toto. I was flabbergasted. But that's how he lives. It's not a living, it's subsistence. He thinks he's got it good, and I can understand why. He's got it fat. He just eats barbecue every fucking day, drops a ton of acid, which no doubt was a factor in his insanity, and, you know, smokes pot all the time combined with acid. That's a really vicious fucking cycle, by the way. I don't recommend that to anyone. Acid-laced pot really fucking sucks. You're not only high and everything is swimming upriver, but you're seeing psychedelic colors and shit. That's how he lives, seeing the world like that. I guess if I were a slave to some old biddy, I'd be living like that too. But aside from that and all the fat barbecue and all that good shit, and, you know, soft chains are the hardest to break, here's this guy who was getting unlimited access to the internet, and what did he do with it? He terrorized people, basically taunted them, triggered them, got them angry. It was basically, as Peter Moon observed, stalking a number of people. So you're talking about somebody who didn't have a good thing to say about anybody unless he thought they could do something for him, which is obviously why he was hanging out with myself. And so he's ultimately turning towards a white guy. And remember, this is the guy who made the joke that was never funny. It wasn't funny, it wasn't Blazing Saddles the first time. And it sure as hell wasn't funny being repeated by him every time he showed up. But it was the greeting between him and Salman Sheikh, how they'd bond with each other. Hey, where the white woman at? Same fucking line over and over again like a parrot. I mean, no, that's not funny. It's just stupid. And of course it's offensive. It's offensive because it objectifies women. That didn't matter to him. So you've got an idiot repeating the same lines over and over again, just like Salman Sheikh was. And by the way, I want to thank Viviana Sanchez for tending to all the sex bots. They're really rolling in now. This has got to be Daniel Arola. that's his essence. He's sending the sex bots after us. I mean, they're repeatedly hitting us tonight. You have no idea. Viviana's been working at them for the past several minutes. They're coming in by the thousands. I'm not kidding. This is like she's doing everything she can, but. You know, hit him if you can, honey. This is like, matter of fact, I'll just do this myself because I don't know if she's with us right now. But anyhow, so I hid that section. We got a whole section above it that I'll try and hide. These are different users, by the way. So they're coming in from different fucking sources, which goes to show you this is fucking a professional attack. I doubt that it's Daniel because I don't give him that much credit, but you get my point. It's the resonance of it. You know, his affiliates are attacking. But when it comes to, you know, he couldn't put up any more shows on myself, and he never did again. He never bothered to get more software. He has no control over his own finances. Oh, yeah, and she turned him out at night, pretty much. This was the joke that I made, but it's not far from the truth. I mean, basically, when she was done with him and satisfied, she'd turn him out into the backyard, and he'd play with these hyper-expensive crystals all night long, and then the next morning, he'd be doing his martial arts maneuvers and showing all the crystals in his, cum shots, I call them, his money shots. He'd show all the crystals he'd piled up overnight. It was like Fred Flintstone working in the quarry, he's basically treated like a puppy, done with him as an ambulatory dildo, turn him out into the backyard. He could play with the rocks all night, and then the next day, he's doing his martial arts motions in the sunlight and shit, and this is his life. So, aside from that, just to give you an idea of the wealth that he, is got himself into, but bear in mind, he's not married to this woman. I get some stupid people writing me emails right now saying, oh, what about your son? He married a wealthy guy, and no, there's a difference. You see, the wealthy man who married my son loves him, and he basically almost died for him. That's when I knew he was worthy of marrying my son. By the way, Walter Matty says, watching from Canada. Thank you, Walter. Hugs. And beyond that, when they got married, and the anniversary of that is coming up this coming Sunday, they had prenuptials. So, should Sugar Daddy die, my son has an arrangement where he will be given a stipend and comfortably live the rest of his life. He should be able to afford a fairly middle class, if not upper middle class lifestyle with his own home, something that most Americans can never attain. And this is because the reason it's so modest, comparatively speaking, is because, well, obviously, my son's husband has a family of relatives, and they're going to come in like sharks for the kill should something happen to him, and take everything they can. And to prevent anything happening to his wife, my son, he's arranged so that he gets this fairly modest upper middle class guarantee of a life standard provided by prenuptials, so that nobody goes after him, that nobody thinks he's taken anything of value, and the family leaves him alone. Now, I don't think Daniel Larola's got any of that. In fact, I know he doesn't. Now, this woman may love him like a puppy, but if she doesn't guarantee something to care for that puppy, that family, should she pass, is going to kick him to the side of the road. And to give you an idea of this situation, the property, one of the properties that they had was overlooking the Gulf of Mexico, the way he described it, unless I miscommunicated. And they could see the oil derricks in the bay that the family owned, the source of her wealth. And wealthy enough that her son was a doctor and her daughter became a nurse. She could send them to medical school. And that alone posed problems because she developed what was essentially a brain aneurysm at one point. And the brain aneurysm was set to burst, and she's a heavy smoker. So the prognosis was not good. In fact, it was downright probably fatal. And when the children brought her in for surgery, they brought her to the MD in Texas, who was renowned as an expert in the area for working on brain aneurysms. And this was an older doctor who had worked with hundreds of brain aneurysms. When they brought the sugar mama of Daniel Arola in, he was explaining everything to me, but he didn't really understand it. I did, because I was a care provider for my parents and my mother's own catastrophic brain injury. Everything that I took in terms of the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute's adult extended education program, that was called mini med school back in the day, to better advocate for my parents. All of this put together made me understand exactly what was happening. And what happened was the doctor resigned immediately when he saw her. When he saw her name on the roster for surgeries, the specialist doctor, who was renowned for working on that very condition, said, "I resign." And the reason why was because he knew that her wealth was such and her family's medical connections were such that when she was likely going to die on the operating table, which the chances were extraordinarily high that she would die, he said that would destroy my career. That basically her family will attack me, they'll sue me, they'll take everything I have, and I won't be able to send my kids to medical school. Well, he was old enough where his kids had probably already graduated, but you get my point. They would have taken everything from his retirement. So he just said, "I'm quitting now while I'm ahead." And he said she can die in someone else's hands, because he said that's likely going to be the chance. Of course, he's an older doctor, and they brought Basically, her children had to contact some young stud, up and coming, who was willing to make or break his career on operating on her, using new technology and new techniques he had learned that the older doctor hadn't. Older doctors have a lot of experience. Younger doctors have new techniques and technology that they know of that older doctors never learned of. So the young doctor operated on her and succeeded, and she survived. And Daniel Arola got to live again, another season. But how much longer is that going to last? And as I said, he has no prenuptials that I know of. They're not married. And the rest of the family is white, and he's not. So he's likely going to be kicked to the curb, which is why he decided to go white supremacist. That's why he came crawling and placating himself to Richard K. Colt Jr. on the side of white supremacy, not only because he wants to be white so bad he can taste it, because he has all the self-loathing of hating having been born Filipino, but because he feels this way. He's got that backing, the Kings of Edom cultic backing, when Sugar Mama crashes. Because the white family that she's married into isn't likely gonna be considering him family at all. He'll be like the rabid pit bull she used to keep in the backyard that they kicked to the side. Now, all that being said, just the fact that he surrendered and placated himself to the enemy, disgraced himself, just completely denigrated himself. Mr. Where the white woman at? And he said it right here on record, just in the last episode he was ever on, in front of Viviana Sanchez, I only fuck white women. And I told him we didn't need to hear that. And I'm sure that broke him. And he says, Doug's got this Viviana Sanchez cunt now. She stole him from me. And that all led to his defection, this flip. And when he came crawling towards the man that he had exposed, well, he's willing to sell himself to the pedo peddlers for the sake of a secure future. That's Daniel Arola. Even if he were to come back here, I would not allow him back. This is why I tell Peggy Wood Amellel, and by the way, Peggy, he spoke of you. He spoke of you all the time. He spoke of you all the time saying, I've got this stalker. I've got this stalker. And the thing that I never understood, Peggy, was why did he bring you up? I didn't need to know anything about whatever connection you had with him. Towards the end, what he had to say was basically almost benign, but it certainly wasn't flattering. He basically just said, what does he say here? Okay. It was along the lines of, what's he saying about Peggy here? Basically how she's just always been following me around, and all this other shit, and she's basically my groupie. It was his ego that was speaking. The only reason he brought you up, Peggy, was to let me know that you were around because of him, which you pretty much confirmed. And not that I mind, but what I have to tell you is, well, he's not going to be back. I mean, you're welcome to hang around, but understand that no, he's not going to be around anymore. Whatever you saw in him, and I've told you, there's a lot that was negative to be seen, and I saw it. The way he was treating other people. So let's see now. He was complaining about this rapist who was in his martial arts school, named, what was it, Mika something? Joel Mika Arnold. Joel Mika Arnold was in his martial arts school, and that guy turned out, he kidnapped a young girl and kept her captive and raped her repeatedly before she escaped. So let me see here what he says about Peggy. I'd look this up using a different method if I could, but right now I'm just scrolling. And it's amazing. He was holding regular, behaving completely normally until Viviana Sanchez showed up. Let me see now, and I'm so happy that she did. But nevertheless, it is bizarre to see somebody completely flip like that. Knowing what I did about him, however, like I said, no, that's funny. Where's what he said about Peggy? He was just basically saying she's a woman who's a little too lonely, I guess. Oh, Peggy! That girl must still be following me around. She knows of you through me, and I unfriended her on Facebook, long before I finally got banned for good. She's not a bad person per se, just a bit more than lonely, I guess. By the way, this is the kindest thing he's ever said about you. Other times he said basically you were a stalker and he wouldn't have nothing to do with you. He left this on Sunday, May 22nd, 2022. Right now it's June 22nd, 2022. So April, May, June, 1 month ago. That was 1 month ago to the day he said that. 1 month ago to the day. Beat that. And then it was around Thursday, May 26th, he started behaving oddly, and then totally broke down shortly thereafter, along with the conclusion of the month of May. Hopefully that puts everything into some perspective for you, Peggy. He's no one you should concern yourself with. Basically, she says, we can only meet others as deeply as we've met ourselves. Okay, great. She was agreeing probably with everything I was saying, reading from Bruce Lee. Now, all of that being said, of course, I'd like to take a short break. Let's see if we can bring on George Knight or Sammy Romero, and let's see if we can bring on Viviana Sanchez first. Then I'll go into deep analysis for the night. If not, I'll talk a little bit more about some of the directions that Peter started to take us in until we can get her back on. Honey, are you there, Viviana? Let's see if we can call her out, because she wasn't responding to any of the sex bots, and I'm wondering if she's asleep. Viv, darling. Okay. Viv. Honey. Be ye there. Okay, aside from that, if we could call Noreen Helphand or somebody to come on, that would help. And all that being said, I would like some feedback from the audience. I'd like some feedback from the audience as to whether what I said was coherent or not. Also, some feedback from George Knight as to whether he can come on or anything else. Let's see now. I'll check in to that. And let's go back here to the message box. By the way, all of this was an edifice that began to crash when we terminated Jameson Reese. And it was like an edifice overlooking a sewer. You had this giant edifice overlooking a sewer, and the rock that fell down was Jameson Reese, and all the other rocks that fell down after him fell into that sewer. And that was the entire edifice. The last rock to fall down was Daniel Arola. There's no one left to fall. Okay. Got a private message from a friend here saying, JMO just posted a new video a half hour ago. Dude, he's just babbling, I swear. Thank you. This man shall remain anonymous per his request. Yeah. And yes, he says, I say dude as a term of endearment, not some bro machismo shit. I get it. He says, I hate that shit as much as you do. Believe me, understood. I'm not going to say this man's name. So our for Peggy Wood Amalal, I hope you understand, and the choice is yours. You can stay if you wish, but you're not going to be seeing Danny again. And hopefully you don't miss him after what I've articulated. You're talking about somebody who can't hold a job and is basically a slave. Oh, I'm sorry, honey. Viviana's back. Viviana, darling, can you can talk. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that to sound the way it did, honey. Can you say something?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Oh, good. Now,
Hi.
were you able to hear all that I said?
Yeah,
Oh, was that coherent?
yeah. I did doze off
Oh,
this
you did?
last I think almost 5 minutes.
Oh,
You
I had
can't
to say.
trust
Oh, they were
you
hitting
can't
us with
trust my
sex bots.
judgment there.
I'm sorry. What was that?
I said I dozed off like these last 5 minutes,
Okay. Oh, okay.
yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
No worries. The sex bots were assaulting us, so I took care of it as best as I could. Oh, by the way, what was it? Somebody said they missed a meal, or oh yeah, no. T Tank Barry, God bless him, said he never missed a meal. By the way, our friend George Knight, if you're able to come on, please do so. Or Sammy Romero, see if you can contact Sammy Romero, George Knight, and Noreen Halpand. Let's see if we can bring one of them on. And that way they can help you hold the stage while I refresh myself for a bit before I go into deep analysis tonight. Oh my God!
Well, that's too bad about Daniel.
Honey, I'm blessed, honey. Like I said, so much better your company than his. Don't even give it a thought. That's I'm just hoping people.
Wait.
Yeah, go on. Yeah. Are you speaking?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Did you say Noreen?
Yeah, Noreen,
Daniel.
George Knight, and Sammy
George.
Romero. See,
Okay,
get
Sammy.
them on.
All right, there you go.
Let's see who responds. And when you say that's too bad about him, do you mean kind of like the hopeless, helpless position that he's in as the slave to this lady, her pet, effectively?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like
Too
the way
bad,
he's-
dude. Too bad.
Yeah, there we are. Yeah. Yeah. There's the great.
I did sense there was just something around this. From one moment he was like totally cool, and the next week he was totally triggered by everything, and so I was just. That's very interesting, but I think Peter Moon explained it too. How sometimes this like spirits can just meddle.
Yeah.
If he's messing around with that.
Yeah. Well, that's Jameson Reese certainly was. As for Daniel Arola, we don't know him to have been doing that, but he was making himself quite vulnerable by all the acid he was taking, along with the pot. And believe me, oh, by the way, Noreen says she has a friend over for a bit, so she's unavailable, but we definitely appreciate her responding. Hopefully George Knight or Sammy Romero may be able to step in for a few moments. And obviously Brandon Young would be asleep at this point. But other than that, I might have to ask you to hold the stage alone by yourself for a few minutes. Is that possible, honey?
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay. All right.
I could talk about some weird news.
Sure, baby. And I don't mean that to sound condescending. I'm sorry. Whatever you want to talk about, honey. I mean, the stage is yours. Talk about what you are passionate about. That's what matters. Whatever you're passionate about. And so what I'll do is go mute for a few minutes and refresh myself. Come back with some refreshments. And I like the way the sex bots described this. Naked HD, XYZ, no whores, real cheap fuck dates. I mean, I feel so much better with that. I would never want to have sex with a prostitute. I'd rather just find a cheap fuck date. That's like, I feel so morally, just superior to what I would otherwise be engaging in. It's amazing with what, oh yeah, Naked HD, XYZ, the cheapest one time. 18 plus dates. I mean, the legal too. Can't beat that. I mean, oh my God, glad I'm covered. Somebody's actually went through their IDs. Okay, all that being said, I heard a little echo there. I don't know if somebody came on to join us. Is that the case or what?
How do I sound okay?
You sound
I
good.
put my
Oh,
Okay, I
is
put
that
my
what's?
headphones in.
Yeah, little. Yeah, that. I mean, maybe it's only because when I talk, maybe it's. You sound a little echoey. Try again.
Oh, okay. I'll
Yeah,
take them out.
yeah,
Hold on.
yeah.
Is that better?
I think so. It's okay. You
All
know,
right.
it sounds better when you get close. Whatever you just did. Yeah, hold that position, so to speak. Okay,
Okay.
okay. I'm gonna go mute. I'll be back in about 10, 15 minutes, and probably sooner. Everybody, do hang on, and this woman will take you places. And all right then. Thank you, honey. Love you dearly, and all the people who support us.
Certainly.
With that, I'm gonna go mute.
All right, how's everyone? Forgive me, I dozed off and the sex bots came in and took over the place. Yeah, it's interesting they never really have anything more to say other than, these are better sex dates than Tinder. Really? We have better, more cheap sex than Tinder? Isn't Tinder like free and date? Is it like, isn't a date like free? Forgive me with that. Hi, Walter Matties. Good to see you. How are you? Welcome from Canada. And there is Bizarre HD. Hello, sir. How are you? From across the pond. Hi, Winter Moon Ray. I see you. I'm sorry I didn't see you earlier. TK says, sorry you're still dealing with this, Douglas. It seems like these people are having some form of psychotic delusion fueled by their narcissism. Oh, hey, CK. That's a very interesting perspective. Interesting. And then T. Tonk Berry was here, and Nathan A. Brooks. I just caught your little upload, recent one. Oh, there's someone called Phenomenal. Cool. My name is Gregory, a collection of souls. Okay, cool. So anyway, I thought that Sammy Romero, who was funny I think it was last time we were on, he found that weird article, and so I thought I would just do a little bit of news of the weird, or find some weird topics that we could talk about. Why Douglas is off refreshing himself. Did I research this? No, of course not. I've been the worst researcher for the last maybe 2 months. Anyway, another thing I was gonna say is someone came up in my chat the other day, spitting some useless facts. So I went and I kind of just, I was a little bit subdued by the fact that they said that there's bat poop in mascara. And I thought to myself, what? I mean, I know that bat poop's very beneficial for certain things, but is that the reason why my mascara is so clumpy and gross after, a couple hours? I mean, I must have some really bad, yeah, I get it. I have some bad mascara, but is that the reason? So I gave it a Google. And certainly enough, it's not true. Like, there's no bat poop in actual mascara. But then someone told me that with the mechanism, or their name, this certain person told me. So I was like, hey, I Googled that and it's not true. Like, there's not bat poop in mascara. And so I told that person that, and they were like, yeah, but it's the science. It's the makeup of all these products that they put in for mascara that equates to the same product that equates in bat poop. And I was like, okay, now that's way over my head. I am not a scientific minded person. So, but maybe that's why mascara tends to get so thick and gross at the end of the day. Oh, and it's like 10:53, still June 22nd. All right, let me go check. News of the weird. Let's go see if we can find something weird. As if YouTube lately isn't weird enough. I'm telling you, there's some weird people on YouTube. Oh, I will have you say I went out into the world today, and I know this is totally stupid, but why not? So I went off and I take off on my Uber. I always like, Uber drivers are always interesting most of the time, especially if they're like in my local area. So today I totally got picked up by this deadhead, and he still had like hair to his back. Oh, that's my battery. Okay, never mind. So yeah, so really cool guy actually picks me up in a hybrid and takes me off to the bank. And so I'm chit-chatting with him, and he's ending up going to have a podcast on paranormal adventures here in Arizona. And I said, hey, well, come check us out. Here's where you can find me. And he gave me his card, and I told him I could promote him and, all that stuff. But anyway, we were talking about podcasts versus these types of deals that Douglas is doing with the side chat and the differences of all that. So that was fun and interesting. And yeah, so I decided to talk about that because I don't know, I'm that boring. Okay. Let's see. Creme de la Weird. I don't know what this website's about. Bright Idea, North Reddingford Beach. No, this is not something I need right here. This is out of the UK. Let me just read this one. It's called Read Between the Lines. Let's see if this is interesting at all. No, it's not very interesting. Okay, never mind that one. News of the Weird of the Shepherd Express. This is a newspaper syndicated back in 1988. Oh, I hope they bring us some weird interactions throughout the world. June 9th. The mailman. Wait. Oh, of course. It wants me to pay for it or something. Oh, maybe not. Okay, maybe we'll get something for free. I guess I could have researched this better. Ancient fast food, an explosive souvenir, and you guessed it, Florida in the news. In the week of the news of the week. No, that doesn't look that interesting. The mailmen are fighting a TV training exercise gone wrong and a horse and buggy DUI highlight. That sounds fun. That probably happened somewhere in up in the region where people still drive horse and buggies, like Philadelphia or something. Let's see. It says here, things got heated in a Pasadena, Maryland community on May 31st. As residents waited for their mail, WBAL TV reporter, two letter carriers got into a fight in the street. One witness said that one of the mail carriers, quote, punched the window on the other's mail truck, and that, quote, one packed up and slammed into the other like bumper cars. Another witness, Brenda Ripperto, said, there was mail all over the street. They kept going around the block, and at one point they were front to front, hitting their bumpers together. Residents called 911, and the Postal Service sent other carriers to pick up the mail, which was delivered by 7 p.m. People along the route said their regular carrier was on vacation, so the angry stand-ins were unfamiliar to them. Could you imagine that if you saw your mail carriers playing bumper cars and fighting? Oh my god, that's funny. Here's one. That rule doesn't apply to me. After an unarmed 25-year-old woman from Grove City, Ohio, approached a bison on May 30th, a black sand basin in... Wait, let me read that again. That did not sound right. After an unarmed 25-year-old woman from Grove City, Ohio, approached a bison on May 30th at Black Sand Basin in Yellowstone National Park, The National Park Service wasted no sympathy in its news release about the resulting incident. Consequently, quote, consequently, the bison gored the woman and tossed her 10 feet into the air, unquote. People.com reported that she transported to a nearby medical center with a puncture wound and other injuries. Wildlife in Yellowstone are wild and can be dangerous when approached. So everybody remember, never approach your local bison. They might throw you in the air. Okay, here's another one. Wait. Was this out of Manchester? Okay, this is across the pond. Here we go. During a May 24th broadcast on the BBC at the French Open Tennis Championship, the news ticker at the bottom of the screen briefly read, quote, Manchester United are rubbish, Reuters reported. Later, BBC anchor Anita McVeigh issued an on-air apology and said the headline had been written by someone who was learning how to operate the ticker. Quote, behind the scenes, someone was training to learn how to put text on the ticker. So they were just writing random things. It wasn't meant to appear on screen. And I hope that Manchester United farms weren't offended by it, she added. Oh, that's funny. Okay. I don't know. Is anyone laughing yet? Have I ruined the feed? No, we're doing good. We still have 29 people watching. I want this. Okay. I'm just checking the feed, and it's still stuck at like 124.12 into the show, and I just realized I was like, why is that only 1 hour? We've only been here an hour and 24 minutes, but no, it's actually just because I paused it. I know we've been on for a while, so I thought it was just a faux pas on my part, as usual. All right, this one is kind of not that intriguing. I want to find something totally weird, like UFO-y, but did I do my research? Of course not. Centuries-old statue found at Goodwill. Ooh, I like those kind of stories. Trying to find the error. It's a mystery. In Schladien, Germany, on May 11th, high school students laid to rest a classmate who had been with them for generations and beyond, the human female skeleton that had dwelt in the school's biology classroom since 1950 and whom they had given the Vietnamese name for Mysterious Peace. Students, teachers, and town officials buried the anonymous woman in the town of Protestant cemetery in a coffin marked with symbols of all the world's major religions, but before doing so, they collected DNA so that they might learn her identity. The AP reported that they had hoped to bury her earlier, but the pandemic had slowed plans to put her. Oh, so they had an actual full skeleton for their science. Interesting. He can't help himself. Brazilian defender Marcelo, 34, was dismissed from Lion squad of the league Uber Eats French Football League last August after reportedly laughing during Captain Leo Dubois' speech following the team's losing match against the Angers. But on May 10th, ESPN reported that more to the explosive story, Marcelo, who was considered one of the leaders of the team, apparently had an ongoing issue with passing gas and laughing inappropriately in the locker room among his teammates. He had signed a contract with Lyon before the start of the season, but it was terminated in January and he signed the Bordeaux, which is having a stinky season of its own. Oh, that was a funny job. For that. Okay. Great art. When Laura Young picked up a marble bust from the floor of a Goodwill store in Austin, Texas in 2018, she couldn't have imagined the saga that was about to unfold. As it turns out, the AP reported on May 6th, her $35 bust is believed to be a centuries-old sculpture of Pompey the Great, missing from the collection of King Ludwig I of Bavaria since World War II. Experts suspect an American soldier brought the bust to the United States after the war. The piece will visit San Antonio Museum of Art until next year, when it will be returned to Germany. I am glad I got to be a small part of its long and complicated history. And he looked great in the house while I had him, Young said. So send your weird news with the subject line weird news to weird news tips andmuniversal.com. Thank you for entertaining us for the moment. And I'll go ahead and post this link for people. It's called the Shepherd Express. Doing weird news since 1982. Give it up for them. All right, so anyway, I'm sorry I have no ideas what to talk about tonight.
I'm back, honey.
And I'm just like, Douglas, I hope you're coming back soon.
Honey, oh yeah, no, I'm sure you were fine, honey. Yeah,
That's all good.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, Peggy Wood Amalel says good night. She says, I came to listen because of Daniel. I stay here because I like to hear your truth. He's the fucking stalker. Laugh out loud. He talked about me like that because I'm the one who triggered him. Good night. Yes, honey, that's right. And so I'm saying that to Peggy because. Yeah, thank you, darling. I love you. And
so,
yeah,
is Peggy going to be returning to
I guess to. Oh yeah. She usually takes off about this time. I mean, most people, they're on Eastern time zone, so they're like, it's way late for them. And so I don't know what time zone she is. I really don't know that much about her, other than, it was, Danny's ego that he was bringing her up just to basically say, she's my groupie, not yours. Basically that's where he was coming from. And so I'm glad that she's asserting herself and standing up for herself by saying, he's the stalker, he's the fucking stalker, laugh out loud. And he talked about me like that because I'm the one who triggered him. So good for her to stand up for herself. And she says that she came to listen because of Daniel, but she says, I stay because I like to hear your truth. So there we are.
Aww,
so
that's nice.
Yes, that is nice.
Yeah, I was talking about my Uber ride, and I forgot the most important part. So I was taking an Uber ride, and I always engage in conversation with the driver. So usually some are very interesting. And this gentleman and I were talking about the future of battery powered. Because I asked him, he had a hybrid, and I said, well, how does that work here? And how do you think electric cars are going to work in a high elevation or winter? Or he said the torque was really good on electric. So, but he was very knowledgeable at the up and coming technologies as far as hydro. What is it called?
Hydroelectric, I believe.
Hydrogen.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, isn't that water based? Right?
I think so. I mean, I'm no engineer, but my understanding is that I always think of water when I when I think of that. But it's a little more. It's some kind of chemical reaction using water, I think. But it's not.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's water.
Yeah.
And also they're finding I think it's like the gas from the gas and the exhaust or carbon, like carbon electric from other kind of sources of batteries. And I guess he said Toyota had one that was looking pretty good as far as that was concerned. So I was it sounds like, well, I'm going to actually research it, but it sounds like the future is going to be electric. And I don't know if we can ever think of a world without petroleum, even with our plastic,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, well, we're going to have to more and more obviously try to work our way out of plastics in particular, and petroleum in general. But right now it's just we just got to do the best we can, but it's also hard to imagine because everything is oil. I mean, oil is used as the basis for fertilizers. We're literally pouring oil into the ground to raise our food. So we have to find a different way, organic for fertilizer, but somehow to get it mass produced. We'll find a way. But you take a look at all your cassette tapes. Remember, we used to have cassette tapes. Now it's more like floppy disks or whatever they've turned to. But all this was plastic, right? Which is all petroleum based. It's definitely, with so much in the world that's just made out of oil, it's hard to imagine a world after oil. We're going to strive for that, but we're going to, it may take a while. And we're going to have to stop using it, in mass, but maybe it will always be with us for something, is what I pretty much would assume myself. As for hydrogen, it's got something to do with water, but it's got to be more than that because, hydrogen bomb, right? I mean, it's not a water bomb. So it's got to be something. It's some kind of chemical reaction they get from it. But I do know one thing, that space travel heavily involves hydrogen in the sense that we can derive hydrogen from the moon and from the atmosphere of the ice giants, or rather the gas giants, Jupiter and Saturn. And then, so hydrogen will have a lot to do with feeding the space race, because we'll go out there and get hydrogen and use that as fuel in turn. So, it kind of feeds itself. By the what else were you saying? You can bring up some of these other things that you found interesting.
It's actually Toyota is coming up with it's a carbon battery. So carbon is one of Toyota's 4 environmental sustainable focus areas of North America. Carbon strategy supports the Toyota Environmental Channel. So I'm gonna look more into that because that's really interesting. I'm always looking for how they're actually going to pull this off and how is it going to be viable. They're looking into fuel cell and hydrogen energy, renewable hydrogen energy, and what is this one? I'm pretty sure it was like a CO2 or some other kind of carbon. So interesting. That will be an interesting concept for them to revisit.
All right. And for anybody who's interested, I'm certain there's a book out there called The Hydrogen Revolution. There's got to be. And, obviously, if you look up the hydrogen revolution in space, you'll find out more about what I'm talking about. And obviously, when I go through some of my own notes, I can go to town on this to a degree. But always only by standing on the shoulders of giants, really, men who really do work into this area. But you have to really be careful. There are so many con artists out there who for years were scamming people about cheap energy and free energy. And what we are trying to do as a species right now is we're trying to segue into various alternative energies. And it's just, it's going to be difficult. Now, when Noreen was on with us, I think it was the last episode that she was on, we talked a bit about energy, and I brought up this one book that I do not agree with, so hopefully people didn't take it that way. When I brought up, there was this one clown who was arguing that we need to use more fossil fuels than ever, that we've got to go fossil fuels all the way. And I was bringing that up that, the argument is out there. He's obviously a paid shill by these various fossil industries, but such being said, what interested me was her response to it was pretty much, she just wasn't interested. I mean, she brought up the subject, and I guess that was too technical an approach, and she just didn't really resonate with it, and that's fine. I mean, we don't all need to. I explained, for instance, I'm happy to report that over this very long weekend, basically a weekend that was the length of a work week, there was a lot that I did, and one of the things that I did was I saw V and had a great time with her, and which was wonderful, and she said. What was it? Oh, I explained to her a bit about the triune soul, or the soul really being three elements, like the Holy Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. And she just said, "Oh, I don't believe it." And I said, "That's fine. I mean, people don't have to believe." And that's the thing that I said was cultic. And what always disturbed Penny Bradley was that I didn't believe. And I found that to be, that's narcissism. Okay, somebody who wants you to believe them, and it's just not that necessary that someone believe everything. It's sometimes you just work with people all the time who don't believe in everything that you believe, or the way you
Exactly.
yeah.
So how I was meaning to ask you, is your topic of your time off about, are we able to discuss it?
To a degree, sure. I mean, believe me, when you're with me, honey, you can ask anything you want to ask. If you want to ask anything, I'll answer to what I feel is safe to answer or secure to answer. So sure, yeah.
So did you travel just out of your area? Did you go out of your state or your city?
Oh yeah, I always do that. There's very few properties, or there's property that my son's husband owns or is affiliated with that's in the city, but all of his private stuff where people enjoy themselves is outside of the city. So yeah, it's almost 100% certain that when I'm traveling with my son just to enjoy elements of time off, it's going to be outside of the city, definitely. It's usually within the greater Bay Area region, which is very diverse and has a lot of different, shall we say, economies in it. But definitely we tend towards the more wine country area, I will admit. And I was also visited by a lovely couple who came to visit me, Sammy Romero and his significant other, who I will not name just for the sake of her security. Yes, they dropped by. They dropped by.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, yeah. And he'll speak about that. Yeah.
Did you take him about the city? Did you go have lunch?
I took him to the Presidio military base, where I showed him the library, and I also took him to the Palace of Fine Arts, where I showed him the architecture that was built by Nazi architects during the time of the Third Reich. So it has swastikas on it, and the chrysanthemum, the symbol of the Empire of Japan, the emperor himself, all over the architecture. So he took one photo of me, and I guess we should have taken one with the face mask off, but it was very sunny, and I was trying to protect myself. So I had both. Basically, once you know it's me, you know it's me, but the photograph that was taken was basically to get me in the context of the architecture. So he took that, and I took him to the cemetery in the Presidio, which is the only cemetery in San Francisco. I'm sitting on the other cemetery in San Francisco. I'm sitting on Russian Hill, where the only other cemetery is, but this one is all covered over with homes. But the only extant standing cemetery is in Presidio, and there's one grave that belongs to the man who was the founder of the First Unitarian Church, which is like right in the middle of a major freeway intersection in San Francisco, a roadway intersection, and that's on the grounds of the First Unitarian Church in San Francisco. And it's like this crypt, a little. It's more like a little, very modest, tiny kind of crypt, but it's there in public view, and most people don't even know what it is. But his body's in there, and so I didn't point that out to them, but I showed them the cemetery at Presidio, and so yeah, he got the historical tour, and then he carried on to meet his sister in a restaurant that she owns, because even though she works with the mortuary, she also owns a few restaurants, apparently, or certainly has ownership stake in them, which I found funny, because I pointed out there was a building at the Presidio that for years, while it was an active base, used to say food and mortuary services, and that's what that reminded me of. But, so go on. What else, honey? What else comes to mind?
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm so glad you got to meet Sammy Romero.
Yeah, yeah. And then,
That's
like I
awesome.
said, spent time with V the day before that, and so yeah, so I just did a lot and very much relaxed. It was no, it's just wonderful, and so you know, and your weekend went well. I hope.
Oh yeah, it was fine. It was nonplus. It was, always. But we had the Pride Festival right across my street,
Oh wow.
and that's always loud. they they start partying like 8 a.m. and you
Yeah.
hear the music. I mean, the music's just not bad, but it's just rendering all night for those hours up until midnight. But that's about it. I mean, there was nothing interesting going on in my life.
Oh, but that's fine. Sometimes no news is good news, right?
It's always that's fact for sure.
Yes. And
All
so
right then.
are you-
So, are you ready for your transmission?
yeah, honey.
Okay.
And
All
so
right.
is by the way, I notice how far away that's I how far is away is that Mirth Ling? No, she's
That's
something else.
Myrrh.
Oh, that's Mirth.
Yes.
Okay, she says
Uh-huh.
it is said fuel is produced by Mother Earth herself, not from fossils. Yes, that's called the abiotic theory, and it is said that the Earth produces these fuels. They're not dead dinosaurs. The common theory for many generations was that biological matter, basically biomass, forests, dinosaurs, everything carbon, just dies and decays and ultimately turns to oil. But the abiotic theory was actually that sources from the Third Reich, and so that was the basis of the Nazi Fischer-Tropsch equations, from which they produced synthetic fuel. And the reason they produced synthetic fuel was because they were basing it on this concept of abiotic oil, basically. So she says, each being at vastly different levels of the inner earth, and it was named such allegedly because concerning the population, the fossil fuel. Right. I mean, I get what she's saying, but it's hard to make out the details the way she phrased them. So other than that, honey, I'll get started. But give me just a few more moments. Do me a favor and hold the conversation with me while I finish this liquid Coca-Cola, and then when I'm done with
Okay.
that, I'll rinse the taste out of my mouth, and then I'll start monologue for the rest of the night. And so yeah,
Oh,
by all means.
lovely. It's cool. You've been holding around 29 to 30 some people, so they must really love just to listen in and tune in and do their business. That's kind of like how I enjoy listening to you as well. So
Yeah.
you have some faithful listeners.
Oh yeah, and
I'm sure like one or two are haters.
oh yeah, gotta be. Oh, gotta be.
Yeah.
At least, at least. As a matter of fact, judging by the number of the upvotes compared to the number of people listening, of course, you get people who just listen and they just can't take it upon themselves to throw in that upvote because they can't be bothered. But I do remind everyone, we do need those thumbs up because of the haters that put their thumbs down, and it keeps us from showing up on searches. Now, because we got 24 upvotes right now at the moment, and theoretically, what it says is like 26, 28 watching right now. Effectively, everyone who is a viewer has put in an upvote, statistically, if we interpret that
Well,
demographically.
that's not bad.
Yeah, 25 upvotes and 26 watching. So, you could interpret that as everyone's put in an upvote who is watching. But the reality was that earlier it said like basically 40. There were basically 40 people watching earlier throughout the time that Peter Moon was here, simply because of the hour. It's simply because it is a weeknight and people do have to go to work tomorrow. So people were listening through that period of time. And then around midnight when he checked out, they check out too. It's not because it's not really because they're leaving with him. It's because they basically have normal sleep schedules, and so they just kind of check out. But again, as Peter Moon himself has said, basically the numbers are very misleading. There's far more watching, and you see this as soon as it uploads. When the episode uploads, automatically you're going to see like about 400, 500, between between about 450, yeah, but basically about 450 hits usually as soon as it uploads. And then, so that's really the number of people watching, really. And but they're just not being registered as watching because the aggregate that's used by YouTube factors in who's ever watching at the moment. That's why it says watching now. And so people will check in at various times, and then the YouTube kind of downgrades the number, whereas other systems would upgrade it to the point where people were misled, where they were convinced they had like 1 million listeners or something. That's what was happening to that guy Stephen D. Kelly at Revolution Radio, which is why he became deluded that he could run for president. But at any rate, honey, so go on,
thank you, Mer. Mer said, if I find a source, I'll share on Facebook or email. I fell asleep yet now have to make water.
She has to piss. Yeah, she has to take a leak.
That's the cutest way to say that.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah.
She says, don't forget to read what else she said, honey. Love the show from guests and friends.
Love the show.
Yes.
Aww.
Coming on. Too cool to miss. And by the way, there was something wonderful that I did want to read while Peter was here, but he left before I could read it. Honestly, he does do his thing. And earlier, of course, George Knight was here, just so people know, and I can't seem to scroll any further here, so I'll go up further on the other source that I have within the studio, and it was the man known as who you said hi to, Viv. Well, you say hi to everybody, and you do very well with that. Thank you. Aloma Albert. You know this person, right?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Aloma Albert said, this show is better than a cocktail party and a lodge meeting. The Jason Louv book on John Dee is worth the money, by the way. So I will remember that and make certain that, I'll get a screenshot of that for Peter Moon. He should see that. So other than that...
look how faithful Mer is. She said, I actually now arrange my days around Sunday and Wednesday. Too unique and intriguing to miss, in my opinion. Most materials are like, what the? Awesome. Well, thanks for being so faithful and a faithful supporter of Douglas.
Yes, thank you so much, darling. And yes, she asked a question about the book, and she asked, is it possible to get an autographed copy? And oh my God, all I can say is that I hate to make that promise because, sure, I'd love to give people autographed copies. The problem is mailing it to them. I almost never get to the post office, and Crystal River is very patient. She knows that I'll try and send her an autographed copy eventually, but she knows that it's going to take a while.
Well, let me tell you this, Douglas. UPS and the other, I don't know, FedEx. But I'm sure you can schedule a pickup.
Oh, you mean from your own home? Wow.
Yeah,
cool.
They'll come pick it up. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, I know. Also, holy shit, I ruined 2 books by my autographs because I have a very distinctive autograph, and I haven't autographed in a long while, and it's one of those things that it's a combination of 2 things. One was in the government, where they, when I was working for the government and had to sign off on things, it always helped to have a very distinctive signature so that nobody could forge it. So I have a very distinctive signature. But beyond that, my mother taught me to autograph like a star. So she had a very distinctive autograph, and she used to be a movie star. As I explained before, this was before anybody's time and before before cinema evolved into what it did by the time of World War II. I explained to people how there were many famous people before World War II who nobody remembers because all the film was a very different technology before World War II. All of the film was basically self-destructed, it disintegrated, and it became worse than that. It turned into explosive because it was all involving, I forget which chemical, it's one of these chemicals that, of course, turns into basically the same element as dynamite, kind of like a TNT, disintegrated into crystallized, like TNT-like material. And so entire warehouses storing films would explode. And so to maintain safety, what they used to do would be they would destroy film. And in the early days after Edison, all the way up to around World War II, footage was regularly destroyed, and this was just done as a safety issue. And beyond that, they really hadn't thought of film as permanent. In those days, they thought of it like an extension of theater. In other words, people were famous on stage in theater, and people only knew them for transitional periods of time. And after a while, whatever plays they were involved with or whatever stage acts they were involved with would end, and people would move on. So people were famous for essentially transitional periods of time. And this is what people thought when cinema was first developed. You had film that disintegrated, was highly flammable, and ultimately became explosive, so had to be destroyed for safety reasons. And you also had the attitude that it was all transitional anyway. So nobody really thought of film as legacy. And I pointed out that even after World War II, this mentality continued to an extent where there were cheap films, comparatively expensive films, really, that were produced, and then all copies disappeared. And I gave an example that Peter Moon followed up on that was like one of the original modern or super modern at that time science fiction films in the early 50s, late 40s, early 50s, that was produced. And everybody thought every copy had disappeared, and finally somebody found one reel left of it, one reel, and then they reproduced it, and that's how it's on YouTube. I can't remember the title of the film. I'd have to look back on it. But honestly, it's an excellent example of that. I'm sorry, go on.
But is any of your mother's work preserved at all that you could have?
No, it was all in Asia, and it was all destroyed by the war. There may be, but not that I know of. And but definitely she was famous in her day, so she would sign autographs, and she may have been involved in pornographic production. I suspect she was involved in both. Most women who were involved with cinema in those days early days were also usually involved in the sex industry or pornography as well. There really wasn't that much of a distinction between the twain. But people who have tried to look her up haven't found anything, and that didn't surprise me, of course, because I never grew up expecting that they would. But she definitely was famous throughout Asia in her day.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Did your family or her family in Asia, did they ever have like their own silk pattern or design as far as their cultural heritage, and did she pass that down?
Heraldry. What you're speaking of is heraldry. Yes, honey. Yeah, something like that. And the truth of it is, I'd have to look for it now. But definitely, yeah, there was.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, some pattern, a shield, kind of. It's also known as a shield, a family shield, or crest, or just heraldry in general. So thank you for asking. Oh my God. And what about yours? Did you ever do any, I understand that, okay, your genealogy, you kind of found out about it somewhat later in life. And did you ever try to do research on that on your part?
I did do some research. Mostly, I think if I were to do the blood test, it would be like Iberian. Which I was going to want to ask you. So is Iberia, which is not Liberia, but Iberia, which is now Spain, that was next to Armenia, right? Or is it relative to Armenia?
Oh, well, let's put it this way. Armenia got very large at certain points in history. And then, unfortunately, due to all the wars and various genocides, became very small, comparatively speaking. But the Armenia was more in the Black Sea region. So they have, it's more like an Iberia, of course, so that people understand. There's a lot of, for some reason, the Latin American community, in America at least, I noticed they really dislike the term Hispanic, or for a while there was animosity about it, just like Asians don't like the term Oriental, which Peter Moon couldn't understand. I tried to explain it as best as I could. And when it comes to the term Hispanic, that's something I really don't understand why many Latin Americans don't like that term. And I also really don't understand why a lot of people who, like Peter Moon was talking about earlier, the man that he knew from Mount Shasta, who was born a hermaphrodite. That's a medical term, of course, based on mythology of having both sexes, both genitalia, and the people who are usually born with that condition don't like that term, and it's because they consider it a medical diagnosis and therefore dehumanizing, so they prefer the term intersexed. I'm only now really beginning to get a hang of that, where I can swing with that. I always preferred hermaphrodite or hermaphroditic myself. So with Hispanic, the biggest complaint that Latin Americans usually have in America, by that I mean the United States, is that where's Hispania? Well, for hundreds of years, it was on the map. It was simply the peninsula in which you find Spain and Portugal. And that together was Hispania. And that's why in the movie Gladiator, the General Maximus, as a gladiator, is referred to as the Spaniard. They call him the Spaniard because he was from the Iberian Peninsula, Hispania. And they simply call him the Spaniard because it's an anglicization of the Roman, where he'd really be called something like the Hispanic is really what they would call him. Yeah, I don't understand why a lot of Latin Americans don't like a Latin term, but just so people know, that is also Iberia, and people seem to find that more scientific sounding in this day and age. Or the Iberian Peninsula, it's at the western. You know what? I'll just do a screen share here to show you, because I know that a lot of people are. A lot of people just don't have maps in their mind like I do all the time, and I live, eat, and breathe maps. So I don't know if you can see the screen right now.
So does my son. He's a map connoisseur. Yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's so delightful.
That's what he always wants. He wants like old world maps he can put on his wall, and he's like that.
Okay. Give me a second here. I'm going to stop sharing for just a minute while I take a link up. Then I'll get the map up in the screen, because there's a certain map that I prefer. And let me see if I can find the link to that.
Oh, and you know what I just gave my son is I acquired a Soviet, well, it was a globe of those famous globe makers. You know, the kind you would see on Price is Right when you go to win something. I can't remember the maker. And they'd have the brass. They would be heavily brass, and they'd be like the staple of every home to have in your home.
Yeah.
So I gave him one, and it was a Soviet one where, it still had the Soviet Union on there. And he was just so tickled to have it. And I was pointing out, this was pre-Russia.
That's cute. Yeah, that's delightful. Oh my God.
It's not that old, but when everything was Soviet, to find something like that, kind of cool.
Yeah, no, definitely. It is what would now be called historical. It's basically a historical globe. And let me see if I can. Oh yeah, so I've got the link. Put that in there, and okay, let me see. Press the entry button, and oh yeah, so it is working. Okay, good. Okay, so give me a second here, honey, and now I'll share the screen. The point is, whenever I dig up these links or something, I never know what I'm going to run into in my files. So, okay, can you see this, honey?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So this is what a globe should look like, or rather a map should look like, so that people understand this. The Pacific Ocean is retained in integrity. In other words, the integrity of the Pacific Ocean is retained, and that is actually a better way to see the world, because of our world's economy is basically Asia-centric. And so that people understand, I explained before a lot about geomorphology, And of course, geomorphology is my life. I live for just explaining this, and I'll happily explain this to this wonderful young lady in a moment. But the first thing that I'll show her is I'm going to basically show her that, how do I put this? Here we are. There we are. So Armenia is here. And Armenia is now landlocked, unfortunately. The closest it would have to a body of water would be the Lake Van, I believe, or maybe that's a little too southerly. It's, just near a big lake would be the closest body of water that it should have. And historically, this is tragic because Armenia was once an empire that covered a much larger range, and but it is between the Caspian and Black Seas. And so it's definitely a world away from Iberia. And so Iberia is here, and Iberia would be Spain and Portugal, and also the Basque lands and Catalonia, which both want independence from Spain. And Basque, of course, wants independence from France as well. It actually has territory in both France and Spain. And other than that, there is some other issues with parts of Spain perhaps having potential autonomy, but definitely Spain retains two elements of land, what are called exclaves, and that means these are not colonies. These are literally part of Spain that are in North Africa. And so they would be Ceuta and Melilla, so Ceuta and Melilla in North Africa are. Morocco would like to get that back, but it's not like they were. Morocco really didn't exist as a nation when these were conquered by the Spaniards and retained. Morocco was there was always a Morocco, but it was different. The kingdom kind of modernized later, and so the Spanish retained those two enclaves, and they're really the most fortified areas of Europe. So it's like most of the people trying to get into Europe try to get in from there. And so there are people who are brought from all over the world to get into these little exclaves, and then ultimately try to get into European Union through there. But
okay.
Yeah. And if you've ever seen that footage, there was a black man in France who climbed up a wall to save a young boy who was falling off like a fire escape. And that was because he was one of the few men who was able to climb over the walls of those exclaves. You have
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Interesting.
Yeah, so the reason he got into Europe in the first place was he was able to climb over the wall of the exclave, and therefore he was able to climb up the side of that building to rescue that young boy. And
so is that where most of the refugees from Syria and Turkey and are coming in?
They have different routes, but it's mostly when you see the North Africans, like that black guy in France, mostly all the blacks that are in Europe who are, coming from dark Africa or lower Africa, south of the Sudan, come in through there. They come in through here. But,
okay.
Yeah, but the other people, they all have different routes, and most of them are coming in by the sea. And they're all just dying. It's so horrible. It's just horrible.
Yeah. That's a beautiful map. I love how the colors of the ocean are by depth. So you'd have the more aquamarine.
Yes.
On the left. Oh, that's so pretty.
Yes.
All right.
It's
awesome. Thanks for showing me that.
Well, what I'm going to do...
Cool.
Oh, yeah. And what I'll do for our listeners is, again, I will put that... I should have done this in the first place. I'll put that link in the...
Yeah, we have to think of them. We can't leave them out.
Yes. That's right. I'll show you something else when I return about it. I'll rinse my mouth. And so here we are. Mirth is telling us about... here we are. Yeah, Mission Impossible was not a farce with the tape will self-destruct. Yeah, there we are. And she says one real hermaphrodite equals Hermes, Mercury, Aphrodite, Venus. Yes, that's right. And speaking of globe, it is also said the physical globe land masses have changed a bit. Some say Mandela effect, and I rather agree, since I do have a video clip where It is sex in the city, not sex and the city. That's cute. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, it used to
Wait,
be.
is that one of them? Because I always remember Sex in the City.
I do that. I do too. I do too.
What?
So they came up
And
with
now,
something new. Yeah.
now it's Sex and the City. Weird. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't know that either, but things change, and when she talks about the physical globe's landmasses have changed a bit. Oh yeah, a great example of that would be Ganges Island, which I have told people about in the past. And let me see if we look up map Ganges Island. They claim it never existed when it used to be on the map. And aside from that, my father actually set foot on that island at one point. Map Ganges Island, Pacific. Come on, people. Let's see what we can find here. Pacific Ocean. And there we are. Okay, so say for instance on this old map, this should be on here, I'm presuming. If we look that up, we would find. Okay. Come on, get larger. You have a button. There we are. Okay, Ganges Island. Ganges Island did exist before World War II. And if you look for that today on the map, you will not find it. They took Ganges map. And there's plenty of islands that are no longer on the map, by the way, just so people know. Because there used to be on maps, because it was so important that ships stop at various stations for coal, or what they called coking. Coking is more industrial. Coaling stations. Ships would stop at coaling stations, so for that reason, every little rock was important. So you would find rocks on the map, essentially, that no longer are on the map. They don't bother to put them on the map because ships don't run on coal anymore. So there's no need for marking every coaling station. The maps have truly changed, and no doubt about it. That's a fact. But when this was a major island, and when an island like that, disappears off the map, then it's definitely meaningful. And
What's the controversy behind that? Do they want to? What is the meaning that it's no longer inhabited, or it's no longer necessary to mark?
It was one of those secrets of World War II. Ganges Island was where DAY-Glocke, the bell bomb, was demonstrated to the Allies by the Japanese, and they made the island phase out of existence. They made it literally disappear into another dimension, and that's why the Americans. One of the reasons why the Americans surrendered. Yeah, Peter Moon didn't put it in the book because he said, it's too weird. I mean, this is a guy who writes about time travel and fucking golden thrones and shit, in fucking caves. I mean, really? Really? It's too weird? What can you say, right?
No, that's incredibly interesting. So this is, is there any testimonial of this event occurring, or was it kind of like so this technology of the bell bomb literally sent this place into another dimension?
Yes, and the reasons for that are equally interesting. See, down below is Marcus Island. That's the American name for it. And this is interesting because this is not an American map. This is a German map. And the German map, it was made after World War I, because you can see it says Deutscher Kolonialbesitz, and this was the old German Polynesia. And then you see Japanisches Mandat, and Jap Mandat, that's an acronym. Japanese these are three different short terms or long terms in the German for Japanese. All of this was awarded to Japan after World War I. Japan mandate here as well. So this became Japanese mandate, but before, all of this belonged to Germany. This was all German Polynesia. And then I'm sorry?
I'm screenshotting that.
Yeah. Well, here, what you can do to screenshot it is, I'll just give you the link, and I'll also put the link in the chat room, and that way you have the link, and then you can download it. That's the best way to do that.
Cool.
Yeah, rather than screenshot it. So the link you can take from the chat room in both cases, but I'll put them into the text for you on Skype. Let me do that. And so here's what I'll do is go to your account, and enter them. And the first will be this. I'll enter that, and then I will also enter the other. So give me a second here, and we will do that. And here we are. Take that for you, enter that into the text box, and here we are. Okay.
Oh, and thank you for always sending me the most beautiful artwork.
Oh,
It's always,
honey, thank you.
I save all of them.
Oh, bless you. Thank you. When they're non-photographic, usually they're my paintings or illustrations, just so you know. And, I find it very therapeutic to produce them. And, I used to work professionally.
I appreciate it.
Oh, thank
That
you.
means a lot to me.
Oh,
I love your work.
Oh, bless you, honey. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'd love to get the native girl like on a poster and or canvas or frame it.
Okay.
The
The best we can probably do is take what I've sent you, and you can have that enlarged if you wish. That's what Judith Ager did. The problem with most of what I produce is that once it's scanned and uploaded, I have it permanently electronic, but a lot of times the problem is my environment. Unless I can get my son to take something over to the estate, it's just my environment.
Oh, no,
molds.
I can do it. I can definitely do that. I was just thinking about that.
Yeah.
Some of my favorite pieces are mostly have this, I don't know, it's not important to talk about, but yeah, I understand what you mean. And, but this type of art that from digital to the old world, I think it's just it's a massive shift.
Yeah. No, definitely. No, you have, oh, believe me. And that was at least something that I had to adapt to, in the sense that, I don't do anything professionally anymore because I made a promise to my mother about that. There's a whole story behind that, and it has to do with the Presidio military base and all the child pornography that was involved with proving that what was going down. So I've explained that story in the past. I'll happily do it again if people demand it. But, it's one of those things that takes a little while. It takes us into a tangent, a small tangent here, so people understand the importance of Ganges Island and Marcus Island. Marcus Island is Minami Moritorishima in the Japanese, and it is on the map as a Japanese island, and still belongs to Japan. As a matter of fact, is considered part of Tokyo. So it's really under the capital jurisdiction of Tokyo. And that means Tokyo extends, not only as one of the largest cities in the world, so large that they don't even have a mayor, they have a governor, as if they were a state. Tokyo extends all the way out to here, and in the Pacific. And the point is that that was Japan's Area 51. That is where many of their high technology weapons were developed in World War II. But Ganges Island was where Emperor Hirohito, as a marine biologist, was developing certain biological weapons that were not germs, but were like large creatures. So that's where he took Komodo dragons and was breeding them with other rare species of reptilian, and produced very large and out of control monsters. Basically what the Japanese call daikaiju, or giant greater cryptids. So that is why they phased the island out of this reality, while at the same time demonstrating to the Americans the fact that the Die Glock, the bell bomb, worked, and that it made the Americans realize that the Axis, just another factor that the Axis had won. So it was phasing the island out for a reason. It wasn't just demonstration. Of course, the potential may be there that the island may phase back into reality, at which point this is what they were concerned about. Then we have Pacific Rim. At that point, potentially large creatures that might be able to somehow make it across the Pacific. The chances of that would be very slim, but nevertheless, who wants to take the risk?
So do you think that the person that wrote Jurassic Park had this piece of history in his mind when he made that?
I doubt that. I doubt that, because he was on a completely different trip. What he was on was the idea that, let's take some DNA, and that is a concept that is comparatively new. That's after World War II. That's post-World War II, really. It's right at the end of World War II. World War II, of course, really ended in about 1952 for the war with Japan and so much of the rest of the world. But when it came to, because of course that's when the peace treaty went into effect. Until that point in time, the Japanese were technically at war with the Allies under conditions of ceasefire. But when it comes to the, it was around that time that Rosalind Franklin had definitively isolated the helical structure of deoxyribonucleic acid. And then the term genetics took on a whole new meaning. For biology, the entire history of biology is bDNA and aDNA, meaning before the deoxyribonucleic acid as a helical structure, and after DNA, after deoxyribonucleic acid was recognized as a helical structure. However, the term genetics exists before that, and until that point in time, it referred to genes as mathematical units of inheritance. So everyone was aware of genes, but they thought of them, conceptualized them very differently. And that's why the idiots who were involved with physics and chemistry were considered the man among men when it came to science. This was really how they looked at it. These idiots in the patriarchy, the male-dominated world, thought what disambiguates the men from the boys in science is physics and chemistry. These are hard sciences, but they considered biology to be soft science. And that was because it didn't have the ability towards application that you had with physics and chemistry, which could be applied in the immediate sense mechanically. In other words, you could engineer and create mechanized objects on the basis of those principles. But with biology, that took time, it took breeding, and that's why it was considered soft science. DNA changed that. It made biology a hard science. In other words, you could now manipulate biology and engineer organisms in the immediate sense. So is that coherent?
Interesting. Oh yeah, very interesting.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to ask before you
Sure.
have to leave. So if we were to go on the hunt for Marcus Island or the Ganges Island, are they gonna still be there?
Marcus will be there, yes. And of course you'd call it Minami Mori Torishima, or just Bird Island. It's Japanese for Southern Bird Island, really. You could call it.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, that's still there. That's still there, and you'll find it on maps, and as a matter of fact, it will look artificial. So if we look up Torishima, and see what... Okay, so there we are, and this is Minami Mori Torishima, and you can see this will look like an island that is not even real. It looks artificial. It is triangular. And you see that big tower? See that big tower coming right out of it? Yeah. And there is also, let's take a look at another angle of this. Say, for instance, this one, you can also see this very mud near the small Japanese island could change the global economy. See, this is what's very important. The Japanese own this island, and the island is very rich in mineral content that is rare metals that everyone is dependent on China for, but Japan has the ability to mine them all from this island or in its vicinity. So this is a very important, I'll keep that screen up for reference later. And when you take a look at it, here we are. I'm trying to find one where I can show you the canal that was dug. This is a NASA photograph. And most of the photographs you'll see of this island are usually in one way or another, they're airbrushed to hide elements of the island. And I really don't see the ones I used to be able to find where you could easily see the canal that was dug in through the coral. See, all this blue around the island is coral. That's all coral, which makes the island unbreachable. The Americans could never invade it because they'd have to get across that coral. and so they could never invade it en masse. And the Japanese dug a tunnel through that coral so they could sneak in submarines, and the submarines would bring in supplies to the island. So the Japanese were able to maintain a base there throughout World War II, despite the fact that the Americans kept bombing it. The Japanese were always able to resupply it. So I'm trying to see if they, and so when they make maps of the island, they don't include that canal. But I used to be able to find it in photographs. I'm sure they're still out there, but I'd really have to look. And see, island disappears from satellite images sparking government cover-up frenzy. An island off the coast of Japan has disappeared completely, sparking conspiracy rumors from eagle-eyed theorists across the globe. So this is the uninhabited island of Minami Torishima. So there we have that, and I'll yeah, and of course the island did not vanish. It was all the photographic evidence of it, and yet it's not uninhabited. It's has basically Japanese Coast Guard on it. It's Japanese weather personnel. It has scientific personnel. Obviously, it has an airstrip, and but the Japanese obviously have things to hide. And as a matter of fact,
That's beautiful. Look at that picture. You can really see that coral.
yeah,
It's like literally on top of the reef.
yeah, and you're very good with this, very astute. Let me see if I can find it again. Here we are. See, full image. There we are. And that also shows on the island. There we are. You can see some of the things that are on the island, memorials to the people who died defending it so that the Americans could never invade. And so there we go. And yeah, with that, honey.
Well, look at that. We get an entire history lesson. Isn't that lovely, George?
Yeah.
George is here with us.
Oh, George is with us. There we are.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. George, how are you?
Hello, Douglas. Yeah, hello. How are you doing? Hello, Vivian. Sorry, I just jumped on literally a few minutes ago.
Wonderful. So glad to have you. And so how much time do you have with us available potentially? Just curious.
Oh, about an hour, Douglas. Only if but if you have to go into your, your solicitation or anything like that, I'm quite happy to, come and go as you please. Yeah,
accommodate.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So if you could do me a favor first, and I want to talk to you for a few minutes, obviously in front of everybody, but I'm wondering if for a few minutes, can you hold the stage with Viviana, maintain conversation. I'll be back in about 5-6 minutes, and then I'll join the conversation. Okay.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah,
thank
lovely
you.
one.
Okay, love you dearly, and thank you so much. And Viviana, you have George now to speak with. I'll be right back.
Thank you. Oh, I was tickled by that lesson. I love that. I feel like I'm just in Douglas's classroom.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, it's amazing, and I've learned so much from him. And that's something else I've just learned about I didn't know existed. Yeah, it's just incredible, isn't it?
That is quite incredible.
Yeah,
I could see why the U.S. would want that island. It's just amazing how I guess the German, or how we view differently what's important, what's not valuable as far as mapping certain types of things.
Oh, absolutely.
Because that was a German map, so that was interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that first one. That's when I jumped on and I just saw that. So yeah, it was, incredible, wasn't it? Yeah, they were pioneers of mapping and reconnaissance and surveying. It was just incredible. Yeah, all the small, minute details that they portray in these maps. Yeah, it's just incredible. Yeah, and that's something that I've briefly learned from Douglas in the past, is some of the Japanese islands and how the importance and of them, and why the Americans were so interested in invading them. And if you go back to some of Douglas's earlier work, you'll be able to find out more about them. Yeah, it's like Monster Island and stuff. You'll be able to find stuff. It's something I need to probably speak to Douglas about in the future. More
if I had a lot of money, I'd be like looking for a way to ferry out to these said islands, just for the just to say, hey, we tried, or we went out there, we were looking.
They're very exotic, aren't they? They're beautiful. They are.
Oh, very much so. Could you imagine just having a jet and being able to find these places and stop on them and have lunch?
Yeah, absolutely.
Just for fun.
it's one of those things that you can like really fantasize about. Like, yeah, if you had some of these, the Reichscraft from the Third Reich in Exile, if you can like, you know, pilot one of their craft and just go wherever you want, and you know, go into the upper atmosphere and just, you know, just shoot across in seconds and travel, like it would be incredible. Can you imagine?
Oh, yes, I could imagine. That'd be amazing.
Like, yeah, it'd be incredible. Yeah. So anyway, Vivian, how have you been? And I messaged Douglas just find out because of course I tried to tune in Monday morning. I was up really early and I realised like he wasn't doing his live transmission. So I thought, you know, oh, he's either off or something like that. But it was funny because I was up really early, and I'll explain to Douglas that I was up from 3 a.m. and I got up because my daughter was awake. And Sarah, my partner, goes to me, "Oh, you're going to listen to Douglas, aren't you?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, probably." Like that. And yeah,
she knows you well. She knows you well.
Yeah. And obviously he wasn't on. And then later on that day, I think it was either that night or Tuesday night. I can't remember which day it was. But yeah, she goes, "Oh, yeah, you know, you did you listen to Douglas?" And I said, "No, he wasn't actually on." And she goes, "Oh, what's happened?" I said, "Well, you got me worried now. I thought he was just, you know, just not on." So I messaged him. He goes, "No, I just had a day off." Obviously, I didn't catch that last.
Oh,
last
I'm so
week.
sorry. We should have
That's
actually
all right.
posted that on Facebook or something. But it was Father's Day here.
Yeah, no, exactly. You know, I that's what I thought. I thought, you know, it's just a day off. Yeah, of course.
So happy Father's Day. Even though I don't know if you. Yes, I didn't know if you celebrate that in your country.
Yeah, we do celebrate Father's Day. Yeah, it was lovely. Yeah, the girls sport me. Yeah, so it was nice. It was lovely. But I had my stag do Saturday, so I was in London on Saturday, and Father's Day here in England was on the Sunday, like it is for yourselves. But yeah, it was just a nice weekend. Yeah, it was really good.
So are you still going through like a heat wave there?
Yeah, it's a scorcher, absolute scorcher. And I think when I was on last Wednesday, I was towards the end before I shut off. I was like started getting like heat stroke again, and so oh my god, my mind just goes all blank. It's like it was horrible because I'm sitting in a van and you have to try and find some shade, but it's just an absolute scorcher. But they're saying like in some parts of the world they're going through. I think Iran. I saw in the news yesterday that Iran reported the hottest day on Earth in history.
Good
it was
God.
like, yeah,
oh my
awful.
God.
Yeah. Hello, Douglas. Sorry, beg your pardon.
Oh no,
And
that's
what
fine.
what was it, like a 129 or something?
I could look it up quickly. Yeah, I believe it was Iran. I don't think it was any. I believe it was Iran.
Oh, she's asking for the temperature, and I'm certain that the temperature it'd have to be like 130 or something, because
reports hottest.
If we're talking Fahrenheit. But because you know, I know that it's gone up to 120 something in certain places, you know, fairly regularly in places like Saudi Arabia, for instance. I was telling Sammy Romero that when he visited me, of course, he was fortunate to visit with his significant other, who we shall not name for obvious security reasons, but they came during a real good weather streak in San Francisco. But at the same time, I was pointing out to them, you know, that's nowhere near as hot as, you know, what I experienced in Southwest Asia or, you know, the so-called Middle East. That was hot enough where polish would melt off of your boots. So when our sneakers would melt. So you definitely wanted boots instead of sneakers. You know, and clothing, of course, they just would put it, they don't even need dryers in the poorer areas like Egypt. They don't even use dryers. They just hang the clothing out and it really dries. It's not like places here where you hang it out and it doesn't really dry. Over there it just dries. But anyhow, so also we had, and you know, I do apologize to people. I should have brought up definitely 1,000 people died at least in Afghanistan with that earthquake. Maybe George already brought that up.
Yeah. Oh no, I haven't, Douglas. I'm afraid. No, that's the first I've heard of it. Actually.
Oh my God, no! It's just horrible.
Yeah, me too. When did this happen?
Oh, it just happened this morning. It was this morning. It was 5.6. It's, you know, I didn't consider. I guess that's a heavy quake, but it's like the quality of the buildings, of course, must just be it must be just like mud huts. They just all collapsed. And unfortunately, must be something like Mexico. In Mexico, they make brick buildings with brick ceilings, and then when earthquakes happen in Mexico, those brick ceilings just come down on everybody and kill them. So and they must have had something like that going on with all the homes that were in area, because 1,000 people dying like that, just within a few minutes, there's no other explanation. So that's what happened. Yeah. And
that's too bad.
Yeah, and it's but all we can do is hope for the best, and hopefully with enough outrages like that, the people will rebel against the Taliban and just drive them out. I mean, because and that since George Knight is here, he can confirm once again. Yeah, when the Americans retreated and the Taliban took over, Salman Sheikh was on his Facebook timeline cheering it all, along with some of his Pakistani militant friends. And we don't say that to defame him or slander him. That's really what he was doing. So, George.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well,
thank you.
So, is this going to be drama hour now? Are you two gentlemen going to converse, and I will just step back and fade off into the distance?
No, honey. No. I promise not to do that. I'm sorry. It's some things are irresistible.
Absolutely. I know you two love the drama. I know you like it.
Actually, we don't. George Knight is above that. He's a gentleman. It's simply.
I know that, but you have to talk about it. You have to talk about the recent. Oh, and I will just say, I've had people now emailing me. I blocked them all on Facebook.
Oh, good.
But now I have them emailing me.
And it is possible to block them on email. Have you tried?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I blocked them. I was just letting you know that.
No,
you guys just leave me alone. Like verbally stated it over the air. Just please. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't know why they're hard pressed though. Like they're just hard pressed on getting to the closest people in your life to do whatever they're doing.
That is true, and you would be George or yourself would be a major victory for them. That would be like that would be a tremendous victory. But at the same time, believe me, they're probably putting more effort into both of you as much as they can. But at the same time, it's pretty amazing the effort they're putting into people that I barely know. And many people have approached me, especially on Facebook private messenger, saying, I don't even know these people. They're only approaching these people because they're Facebook friends of myself, but they throw them everything they've got, like all the propaganda. They start, they'll just give them a friend request, and these people casually accept it, thinking it's like any other anonymous Facebook friend who's nothing's going to come of it. And then they're suddenly sent all this anti-Draconic propaganda, and they're flooded with it, and they just usually contact me to say, who are these people? And they do usually, those that contact me say, that I sense these people are very evil, and all they talk about is you, and eventually, they say, I want nothing to do with them simply because it's so repulsive. These people are monofocal. But in other words, they're doing this with just everybody. And so this is they have a massive net that they're throwing out, and the effort behind this has to be funded because these people are obviously spending a lot of time at this. And so when somebody just gets up in the morning and this is the first thing they do is, hit the internet, send people emails, send them Facebook friend requests. I mean, like, what about brushing your teeth or wiping your ass or holding the job? It's like none of these people have jobs. That includes, Daniel Arola. These are people who just have all day to be on the internet. So they obviously, but the odd thing is just, why this? I mean, there's nothing else they do. It's like this is it. It's like the only thing in their lives. It's very alarming. And so
indeed. Okay, well, I will kind of step back and wish you gentlemen a lovely rest of your evening, and I'll be in the background.
Okay, honey. And
thank you for that lesson, by the way. I appreciate it.
Oh, bless you, honey. Of course. And anything else you want, I'll send you some images. If you want images of those islands, I'll send them to you as well, the links, so you can download them. And
oh, lovely. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh, bless you. And but you're welcome to hang on. I mean, we're not necessarily going to go into drama. If we do so, it's only going to be indulgent for a few minutes,
Oh, no. It's okay. I'm just going to step away for a bit, but I'll be back.
Okay. Let us know when you are. Thank you, honey.
Okay.
Yeah. And by the way, I do want to point out to people again, George Knight can testify to this. We had Penny Bradley, of course, attacking us on online, and when she made that naming names video, she has her stupid introduction where she basically says, "Yeah, they're threatening the life of my friend Salman," and then she says, "I'm still classy," when she's, dropping all these turds. And, when somebody needs to tell you that, "I'm still classy," that's kind of like Jameson Reese when he gets on a video and says, "I'm a nice person." If somebody needs to tell you that, yeah, then they're obviously an asshole. It's kind of like, Daniel Arola when he keeps saying, "I'm chill." It really means he's really all tensed up inside, that he's really all in knots and shit, because, you don't need to keep expressing shit like that. It's like anybody who goes out of their way and expresses something that should be obvious is obviously insecure. Our man George Knight here, he used to be a weightlifter, and he didn't go around saying, "I'm muscular." People just saw that. They said, "Oh, this guy's in good shape." He didn't need to get on videos and say, "Hey, I'm George Knight and I'm buff and I'm cut and I'm ripped," because, it's obvious. So, these guys who have to say it, they're not whatever they say. So, yeah, our man Daniel Arola was not cool, not chilling. Our Penny Bradley is not classy, and Jameson Reese is not nice. So, hopefully that point is made. And with that, George Knight, I'm here for you. Take the stage. And
yeah, thank you so much, Douglas. Yeah, and that's so true. And what I'd like to just to clarify and add to that about these people is just like you say, you don't have to. The people that don't speak, it's because it's all talk at the end of the day, and you'll know by just looking at someone or just knowing them that who they are. And it's just. And the thing is, what I wanted to add to Vivian also is, you can tell with these people, if they have to message you and email you, throwing all this stuff in your face. And people like us are not doing that. We're not throwing anything in people's faces, telling people what to think or what to believe. That's what these guys are doing. Yeah. And that's the insanity that people need to just come to realize, that if you have to do that, there's something clearly wrong with them in order to and that's abuse. It's bombardment with, it's without your consent. You're not asking for this. These people, that they're just messaging anyone, emailing, saying, "Douglas Dietrich is this, Douglas Dietrich is that." They're telling people what to believe without any evidence. There is no evidence to back this up anyway. So people just like we presented last week, we've already went through everything, for the viewers to listen to. Just stay away from these people. Do not listen to them. Don't engage with them. And so just block them if they do. There's no point in even listening to what these people are saying, because they're just full of hate. Yes. And Salman Sheikh also, I'm not going to bring up these people much in the future, but with Salman Sheikh saying that he's all about love and caring for people, and then he's just going off about Douglas. I mean, who's the one who's defaming another person, who's slandering, and who's saying, report this guy, go to the FBI, report him? Who's the one who's presenting death threats and threats? I mean, it's just hypocritical.
By the way, does Salman Sheikh say that? Because I have certainly told people to report these people to the FBI, but I presented the reason why. Does he say that without? I'm presuming without reason. If he does give reason, I would be amused to imagine, what reason he's giving as to reporting myself to the FBI.
Yeah, exactly. Because the thing is, you're live every single week. You don't hide anything. You tell people exactly who you are, and that's what's so insane with these people that actually believe, oh, Douglas isn't who he says he is. He's been saying who he is for over 10 years. He's been doing this. He's been a public informant since 2007. And Salman seems to think that he didn't exist prior to 2011. I just don't get that bit. When there's plenty of evidence out there that you were around before that.
Right. By the way, Viviana Sanchez obviously is pretty fucking psychic, because she, it's true. When we go in this direction, it can't be helped. It's true. Yeah. There are points that do need to be made, simply because the memory comes up. Some points do need to be made. Yeah. And, not that this is going to be the rest of the show tonight, but it's certainly going to be probably a good part of this hour. So I do want people to know that what is brought up to my mind, to my memory, based on what George Knight is bringing up, is it tells us a number of things. First off, I do want people to know, and I don't know if George Knight is aware of this yet or whether he knew of this, because I do know Sammy Romero and yourself talk, but I don't know how often both of you get a chance to, because both of you, both of you have jobs. See, but unlike my gang stalkers, the people who are on Team Dietrich work for a living. It's been like George Knight and Sammy Romero. They support families. These are responsible adult males. They're contributing members of society.
Yes.
And so unlike the gang stalkers who have nothing to do but the gang stalkers don't even, how do we say that, they don't there's a word for it. There was this gay guy I knew who was really bitchy, and he had a perfect word for it. He said something about they don't produce, they simply excrete. They don't produce, they simply excrete. And so, but when it comes to what was brought to my mind by what George Knight just brought up, when he's talking about Salman Sheikh, to him, I didn't exist before he met me. That's narcissism, by the way. That is a truly narcissistic mind. When it comes to our man Sammy Romero, so he came up to visit me. And he came up to visit me not just to see if I was real, he knew that, but he can also confirm, his words were basically, you're starting to look a lot more like your biological father, which basically means that, basically I look a lot like Adolf Hitler now. Not that I'm intending that. It's just biologically. I'm not, sporting a cowlick. After all, Hitler was the original emo model. I'm not basically doing something to make myself look like him, but people who know the background, they can see it. And people have mentioned that. And but when it comes to the other thing that comes to mind, you had idiots like there's this black guy who was on the original video these guys threw out, and he has this stupid name, obviously a pseudonym. He wasn't born with that name, An Janssen something, and his name is just basically unpronounceable and unmemorable anyway. But he was claiming Douglas Dietrich, that something I was saying came out of some kind of game, that he was like had some kind of game book or something that he claims that I was deriving what I was saying from. And he said this, and this game book was like published in 2010 or something. This system. Now, anybody who knows me, as George Knight knows, can attest, I started basically appearing on Coast to Coast AM and making in calls before my father died, really. So we're talking about before 2007. And it was around 2008, between the death of my father and the death of my mother, between 2007, 2011, those years that I knew I had to prepare myself for a different career once my mother died, from care provider to basically public informant, I started appearing more and more on radio and at conventions and conferences. So I was out there starting 2007 to 2011 was the years I was really coming out as a public informant. So those years were way before the publication of these so-called games. If anything, these games are stealing whatever it was I was leaking to the public quite openly and publicly at that time. So there you go with that. And I don't know if George Knight has any response to that, but please take it from there.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. No, and I know exactly what you're referring to as well, what he was saying. He was basically saying that Douglas got his Cults of the Kings of Edom from this video game, from this game board, whatever it was, all these cards. I can't remember exactly what he said, but I did review that video. It's going back, what was that, 2 weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago now? Whenever they started
was he claiming, was it that set of cards called Illuminati cards? Those Illuminati cards?
I don't even know, Douglas. Do you know what was just ridiculous? Is because this guy tried to pull up on Google Images these cards, or this game. It's something to do with that. But he goes, this is the Cults of the Kings of Edom. And it had nothing to do with what you were saying. It was just like what Pavel was saying. Douglas got his Spanish-American Army flu ideas from this author. Had nothing to do with what Douglas was saying. So that's how contradictory these people are. There's no point wasting your time even diving into what they're saying, because it makes no sense. absolutely no sense.
But then that's the nature of chaos. That's the, you know, and what Sammy Romero said was he tuned into this one video where Jameson Reese and Richard K. Cole Jr. were talking, and Richard K. Cole Jr., of course, never even physically appeared. It's just his voice. But he said, and even then he sounded drunk and altered, as if he were slurring all of his words. And but they were saying, first off, Richard K. Cole Jr. said, kings of Edom don't exist. The anti-gods don't exist. And of course, you know, Jameson Reese said, yes, they do, but Dietrich is too weak to work with them, but I am strong. And, you know, essentially, you know, like Sammy Romero's watching these two guys contradict each other, and he was just, he said, he realized he was simply abusing himself, disrespecting himself by even wasting time watching this. But he said what he really realized in watching it was that this is the essence of Aquino's agenda. It's chaos, that these are agents of chaos, and they're simply spreading chaos, and so that nobody can understand what is being said. But if anything, I do feel that they've helped us gain more listeners. I really feel that they're, you know, they are so obviously insane, so obviously mad that they intrigue people by, geez, if these guys are this crazy, what's this Douglas Dietrich like?
Exactly.
They are bringing people.
Bringing more attention. It's bringing in the crowd, bringing in the flock. Yeah, that's what it's doing. And so they're not achieving anything. And that's why people like, why is Daniel Roller going to apologize to Richard K. Cole? Because then you're going to nothing. You're not going to learn anything. Yes. You're not going to gain anything. Just the people of nothing, nihilism. It means nothing.
Yes. And by the way, I did put that into perspective earlier in the show, so I'll provide you the timestamp. I don't know. Oh, were you able to hear that? You did.
Yeah, I did listen to it, Douglas. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's why I called it the nothing. Yeah.
Yes.
You don't learn, and that's why I'll never go over to that side, because what do I learn then? I learn nothing from these people. They don't talk about history. They don't teach anyone anything.
Yeah.
Just learn how to be insane like themselves if you ever join them or listen to what they're saying.
Yeah.
It's just not healthy for your mental state of mind. It's just not healthy at all.
Right.
Oh God, it's not worth it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Douglas.
Yeah. But by the way, I do want to apologize for people. What I'm going to have to do eventually is get a new microphone. So if you hear any of this static or crackling sound, I don't know if anyone hears it or if our man George Knight hears it, but it's basically my mic. So that people understand it. It's basically the cord is kind of loose, and the way that it connects with the mic kind of makes this noise sometimes. But I think I've conquered it by positioning it just right. So please go on, George Knight. You're doing so well, and go ahead and sum that up if you haven't summed it up already. I think you did a fabulous job. And other than that, we can also talk about what else is going on in the world, honestly. And of course, what's going on with whatever you feel free to share. Obviously, your work is important. And so, whatever you can share about that is always enlightening. It's always very educational. And hopefully you've been able to stay safe. Like George Knight mentioned the other day, for the first time, he was effectively threatened by someone, and effectively the guy was practically waving, if not actually waving a knife at you, really, when he was talking.
Inches from my face. Inches
Holy
from my face.
Shit.
Yeah, that's it, Douglas. Yeah, thank you.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and this is just the reality of these people who are just, they're just obnoxious. They expect things, and this guy said to me, "You're going to get me in service." You're not leaving until I'm in service because my wife's going to kill me.
Oh
I was like, I'm going to get you into service. And then he started moaning about, it's going to cost me hundreds of pounds. And you live in this massive, great big house, and you're worried about a few £100. It's not going to cost you that much anyway.
Hey, by the way,
I don't have to be here. If you want me to go and stop, I'll go. And then, you won't get charged for anything. You'll just be, charged for damaging our property, basically.
Now, this brings up an important social question, because what many Americans don't understand is that in England, I don't know what it's like these days, but it's got to still be there. I know England may have tried some effort to work at this, but it's never really going to go away. There is this sense of real class animosity that you don't have in America, even though America is not a classless society in the sense that we have our own caste system. England, of course, has had it down for hundreds, basically 1,000 years by now. And was this because the man felt he was of a different class than you, that he felt that he was able to get away with this?
Yep, exactly, Douglas, and that is precisely the point, and that's so true. That's exactly how people, they perceive themselves, and that's why, last week we had this quality day, for our work, and they said the richer you are, the more miserable you are, and you expect things and you want things for nothing, and then it's just the lower class people that actually appreciate the work that you do, and it is definitely a class thing. And it's not stigma, it's a fact.
Yeah.
It's the reality, that people they're just obnoxious. They're just,
So basically this man, I'm going to presume that he probably had a childhood and a youth and a young adulthood where he was like a chap. He was one of these guys who had the sweater with the arms tied around his neck, and that puts him in a different perspective for me. He's not like some guy who's afraid of his wife, who's got a dog in the front yard and is kind of approaching you with the soccer thug mentality. It was really, this guy's more what the stereotype would be more effete, more effeminate, more of kind of like he has no real concept of repercussions for his action of waving a knife in your face.
Yes, exactly. He thinks he's immune. He's got like some form of diplomatic immunity against his act. There's no going to be any repercussions for his actions. And that's it. He's just, that's literally it, Douglas. That's literally, these people think they're above the law. They think they're above people. Wow. And that's literally it. That's literally it. And like you said, it's this upper class, stigma that people, they think like they're above everyone else. What
happens to people like that when they're prosecuted by the law and they go to jail? What happens to them? Do they go to a different jail?
That's it. Because like everyone else in this world, we come in the same and we leave this world the same. We come in this world with absolutely nothing. We leave the world with nothing. So these people think that when they go to jail, that's it. They get a taste of reality.
Holy shit! Oh my
god! Yeah. That's a very good question. It'll be nice. It'll be interesting to hear what they say about it. It'd be interesting to hear their comments and their experiences from that. If they go to a normal, just a normal state jail or something, what their experiences are.
Oh my god, that must I can't even begin to imagine. That would be like that would be hell on earth for them if they don't have some way to get into one of those hotel jails like we have in the U.S. or something. Holy shit. This is why they made the Tower of London, by the way, so they could keep the nobility in their own prison, right? I mean, isn't that the...
That's right. Yeah, exactly, Douglas. That's what it's there for. It's just like with Guy Fawkes when they, after he tried to blow up the Houses of Parliament when with the gunpowder plot, they tore his body up and they put him in the Tower of London.
Oh my God! No, well, they must have thought highly of him to do that. I mean, holy shit!
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God!
It's a tradition in England that we burn Guy Fawkes. That's what we call him. We burn him to the stake. Yeah. And so when I was growing up, every single bonfire night we would have like a effigy stuffing of a Guy Fawkes, and we'd burn him to the stake. But I haven't done that since I was a kid. It wasn't me who did it. It was like a tradition in England.
No, I get it. And just so people understand this, in America, all of you, and I shouldn't say this, but I feel like using the term idiots, but I mean everybody who liked the film V, the film V, and there's a lot of people loved that mask. And that mask became symbolic of alternative culture for all too long. Nothing wrong with the mask, but, most people had no idea. Most people would think if you say the term Guy Fawkes in America, they're going to spell it F-O-X. They're going to think, oh, who's Guy Fawkes? G-O-Y, G-U-Y, and then they'll think the surname is F-O-X. And when in reality, of course, it's F-A-L-K-E-S. And Guy Fawkes, just so people know, was from the old Catholic England. And he just felt that England was losing its spiritual compass when England was going full Protestant. And so he was trying to blow up Parliament as basically an act of Catholic terrorism. So we could say that he was a devout Roman Catholic with a very misdirected moral compass. These days they'd call him a terrorist, but he was like, hey, he was one of the first terrorists, okay? He pioneered. And and they made him immortal. I mean, that guy, he didn't lose. He didn't lose because he gained immortality. Nobody has forgotten Guy Fawkes. And and every year the British go through this burning of him in effigy, where this is like what they do with the Nazis. In other words, the children are raised to hate this man they never met. They're raised to burn an effigy of him, and it is like it would be an abomination if it hadn't become so affectionate. At this point in history, the British love Guy Fawkes, but they have him as this kind of, he's the man they love to hate, and it's gotten to the point where now, through the kind of comic originally and then the film, he was made into a hero of English resistance. But of course, that whole film is twisted in its own right, and there's no point in going into that now. I've gone into it in the past where I've analyzed that and said why it's so stupid. But other than that, people like the mystique, and the mystique is definitely the product of this man's execution. And our man, George Knight, he grew up with this. And so, but aside from that, though, that's November. What month is that?
Yeah, 5th of November. Remember the 5th of November, and that's the saying, how it goes, so people can remember. Yeah.
Yes. Oh,
yeah. I've no reason. Yeah. It goes like that. The rhyme. The nursery rhyme. It's a nursery rhyme for good. Oh my God, it's crazy, isn't it?
Right.
It's a nursery rhyme.
So with your own background, say for instance, of class, were your family part of like some kind of guild system in the past, or do you know anything about your past or what class you're effectively in?
Yeah, just as far as I'm aware, growing up with mum and dad, it's just working class, all of us. Yeah, obviously I've got my grandfather who signed up to the military, and he was born 1923, so he was underage when he was serving in Burma.
Oh my God, your grandfather was born the same year as my mother, 1923.
Yeah, 1923, Douglas. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly. He died in the year 2000.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he died relatively young, and he was obviously he served in the Falklands War as well, 1982. That's right. Yeah.
And that was the merchant ship, right?
Yeah, on the Fort Austin, the auxiliary. He was a merchant navy. He was in the merchant navy.
Do explain to people that they were carrying the nuke that would have bombed Argentina.
Yes. I think it was about 5 nuke, and he told me that, and I remember when I was very, very young, he would stay over Christmas, for Christmas Eve to Christmas Day. He would stay over for a few days, but I remember asking him questions about, do you have torpedoes? Because I used to watch these cartoons like where they, I forgot what they're called now. I beg your pardon, but there was these cartoons I used to watch as a kid. A lot of my older cousins would introduce me to these VHS tapes with these cartoons, but I knew about things like torpedoes and stuff because of these cartoons. And I'd ask him, would you, have these on the ship and stuff? And I wouldn't know at that time what a nuclear weapon was. It wasn't until my mum explained to me like they were carrying nuclear weapons. It was a carrier ship for the nukes. He had 5 of them on his ship. And that's why he already served several months. I mean, it was like almost 2 years out. He was, out touring in his service. I don't know if that's the correct term to use, but he was out already in service. Mm-hmm. And Margaret Thatcher sent the telegraph to his fleet saying that they are being deployed off into the Falklands, and they were about to come home as well. But no, he was deployed out into the Falklands because to carry these nuclear weapons, and that was the strategic purpose for they had these nukes in case they had to use them, and that's why he was delivering them. He was actually transporting them.
Well, if they were bringing them into theater, let's just put it this way: possession of a weapon precludes use, meaning that they had every intention of using them had the war not ended.
Yes, exactly, Douglas. Thank you.
Yeah, and just so people understand this, that now probably the way it would have been referenced was that he had already been on tour of duty or in service for 2 years, and then they extended his service. They basically extended his deployment. They extended his deployment for basically this mission. And so he and other members of his crew who were on that ship, Now, just so people understand the differences here in America, say for instance, it was oh God, what was the ship that was sunk by the Japanese right after it had delivered the torpedo, excuse me, the atomic bomb, the Hiroshima bomb was, fuck, what was the name of that ship?
Oh yeah, Douglas. Yeah.
It was. I'll have to look that up.
Oh
That
my
was
lord, yeah.
How can I forget that? But it was the speech in Jaws was given about that ship. So
is it the Indianapolis?
The Indianapolis. The Indianapolis. Yes, there we are.
Yes.
So that was obviously a military warship, and the Indianapolis. The guy speaks of it in Jaws. And by the way, just so people know, that scene in Jaws where it's so famous, and the guy speaks about he was on the Indianapolis, which of course, when it was sunk, those sailors suffered the largest shark attack in history, the largest shark feeding frenzy in history. And he was one of the survivors. And so they had always intended to make a separate movie about just that, but they never did, and hopefully someday somebody will. But the speech he delivers that everybody considered so intense, he gives the wrong date. He actually gives the wrong date for the delivery of the bomb and the sinking of the ship. It's so weird. Yeah, and my point is, so that was obviously a warship, but when it came to this ship that your grandfather was on, this was a merchant ship, right? A merchant.
Yeah, merchant ship. Yeah, an auxiliary ship. Yeah, right. Called the Fort Austin, and it's actually where is it stationed now? It's somewhere in this. Probably in the Southport of England somewhere, but it's still commissioned. I believe it's still commissioned. But people can still board the ship. It's still in existence. Yeah, the Fort Austin, and that's the ship that he served on. Right. Yeah, that was his ship. Yeah, and it was so funny. Yeah, because my mum always brings up the story that he was actually on the toilet at the time. He was having a dump in the toilet, and the officer was banging on the door, telling him to hurry up and get out of there.
Oh my God. Yeah.
That's just a funny story. Yeah.
What was the officer telling him to get out of there because they were receiving orders that these?
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So he was just on the toilet. Yeah. And the thing is, Douglas, do you know what? This is the biggest shame. This is one of the things that I would change in history is my grandfather, my granddad. He had a camcorder. He recorded everything, his whole tours and everything. He actually had, and he was on the ship. Not only he had the footage from the jungles in Burma as well, he had video footage that he kept for years, and it's all gone now. And that's the one thing I wish as a kid I would really could you please pass it down to me, because God knows what's happened to it, but he had actual video footage of everything that he did, including in Burma, and it would have been amazing to have hold of that footage. And he had a camcorder in World War II. He had a camcorder in World War II. He was filming everything, and it's one of those things that I wish I could have.
Oh my God!
And I've still got.
What did you say happened to it again? How did it all get lost? What happened?
No idea. I will have to ask Mum that. Do you know anything? Because what happened to all the footage? But she was growing up, she was one telling me that he had all this film footage of when he was serving and all his services. And he used to tour the United States. Also, he's been to. He recorded the Statue of Liberty. I remember hearing that as a kid, hearing the stories that he had really great. I saw the pictures that he took and with the normal still photographs. But he had a camcorder recording everything. And I think one time he was deployed off to New York City. He was sent there in one of his ships when he was touring. Yeah, and just to stockpile up, and then he was sent off again. But all this footage that he kept from the years of when he served in Burma, and he was underage. He was literally just underage to sign up. Right. His father had to pretend. My great grandfather had to lie about his age because you could only get the signature from your parent to sign you up. Yeah.
And by the way, when he was in Burma, was he one of the soldiers who voted Churchill out of office?
I have no idea. That's something I'll never know. I don't even think my mum would know anything about that.
Yeah, because they all voted. They all voted overseas. And what really killed Churchill's prime minister status was it was all the soldiers overseas who voted him out of office in particular, because they said, fuck this shit, because he was going to redeploy everybody to Asia.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Blood, sweat, tears, and turmoil. That's what he declared. Yeah.
Yeah, true agent of chaos. He was proud of it, and
thank you.
Yeah, and in terms of Burma, your grandfather was there when the Japanese were advancing with Operation Ichigo in 1945, and so he could have personally told us about the fact that not only were the British convinced the Japanese were going to advance all the way into Burma, and that's why they were burying this wing of Spitfires, yes, but also and that was after the atomic bombs were dropped, mind you, just so everybody understands this. But also, he could have told us the reality that he probably would have known this, may have even filmed it, that after the Japanese in area, there were Japanese forces that did indeed come to the British, and there was essentially, quote unquote, a surrender, where the Japanese were turning over the forces in the field their samurai swords, and then the British return them. And this is never spoken of, but anybody who served, they will tell you this, especially the British and Americans who were on the mainland of Asia. They said because the British and the Americans didn't have enough people to police the population, so the Japanese were asked to police the population, and so their samurai swords were actually returned. And basically it was like the surrender never happened, really. It was functionally because they needed the Japanese occupation forces to continue doing what they were doing, because the British and the Americans really didn't have the manpower in area to carry out peacekeeping or any maintenance of order. And he must have alluded to something of that nature, I'm sure, or brought up something that does that ring any memory bells?
Not for me, Douglas. No, I will speak to my mum about it, and my aunties as well, because they would have all grown up listening to the stories. Because of course he will go off, do these services, do these tours, and he will come home and tell them the stories of what he was up to and what he was doing. Because that's how it was a big family. It was 9 brothers and sisters my mum grew up with. So he would be out serving whilst his wife, my nan, would stay home and look after the kids. And that's how it was. Yeah. So that's the family environment I grew up in. It was just a working class family. Also, I've got many relatives that served in, previous conflicts and wars. Yeah.
But things have truly changed, because in those days, for the longest period of time, was it not the case that your mother was essentially a housewife? Or no?
What back in 82, beg your pardon, Douglas? Or is this Yeah, my mum and dad have always worked. My mum and dad.
Okay, both have always worked. I'm sorry, your grandmother.
Yeah.
Was your grandmother a housewife?
Yeah, she was. That's it. My grandmother was. Yeah, my nan, Julie. Yeah, her name was. Yeah, my nan Julie. She was at home looking after. She had 9 children. Yeah, right. Some of them were older as well. The older siblings, the much older ones, were also helping look after the younger ones. My mum was one of the youngest. Yeah, she's a twin.
Got it. So basically, that was the generation with your grandfather where there was still enough of an economic stability, despite the fact that World War II essentially bankrupted England and they never really recovered. Wasn't as bad as Russia. Wasn't as bad as the Soviet Union, but still, England, if you take a look at the quality of life on the continent and you see how people recovered, relatively quickly. I mean, in historical terms, it was like that, the blink of an eye. But Britain just kept staggering on with this kind of we're going through this kind of, they never really pulled out of that wartime mentality, but it was still a good enough economy where the man could work and you could have a housewife who basically produced children and took care of them. But by the time of your father and mother, then they both were working, but that was, I would presume, maybe I'm wrong, but I would presume it was mostly because they could do it rather than that they had to. But maybe they had to. And then by your time, it's a necessity. Both you and your wife have to work, because otherwise you couldn't live. You couldn't even support the kids or have a place to live, right?
Exactly, Douglas. Thank you. And just to put things into perspective for anyone, when my granddad was deployed into the Falklands War, Margaret Thatcher sent a letter to all the relatives, all the family, to the spouse of the gentlemen or women that were serving, that if they died in combat, if they died in duty, then they'll receive a payout. There's probably a specific word for it, but the family will receive this payout. And back then it was £17,000. That's what she was told. And in those days, you could buy 3 houses with that money.
Holy shit!
3 houses she could afford with that payout. That's a lot of money. Yeah. That's today equivalent to going into hundreds of thousands.
Right. And did that happen? Did they actually deliver on that promise?
Yeah. But obviously, yeah. So that's what they were. That's what the British government offered all the relatives, that if you die, then you will receive this payout. It's similar to, it was similar to what they did during COVID as well. That if anyone in the NHS, like Sarah, if she died during the, if she died because of the COVID pandemic, then the family will receive £65,000, and that's what we were offered. Wow. If someone, so that's nothing. That was nothing. Yeah. That doesn't replace a life, and that really is pittance. Because, like I said, back in those, if Granddad died in that on duty, the family would have received £17,000, and that's the equivalent of buying 3 houses in that point in time. When my dad bought our house in '87, the year I was born, that was only $20,000. £20,000. Beg your pardon. Mm-hmm. He bought the house I grew up with, and now it's worth over 400,000. It's worth it's almost $500,000.
That's incredible. I mean,
yeah.
But you know what? That shows. That is the wealth of global empire. Yeah, Britain, even though the empire was but a shadow of itself before World War One, it was still an empire, and because of that's like off the backs of so many people in India. They could do that. That's how they could do that. Oh my God! But that's incredible, and it's impressive. But definitely, when it comes to what we're discussing, and what else does it bring to mind when we talk about that kind of certainly? I'm just left. How do I say it? When you bring this stuff up, it just brings up so many other thoughts, and it brings up so many other questions. So with your grandfather, and I'm sorry, what did your father do again? He was incredible in and of himself. He ultimately had that. He was working a dangerous job, right?
Yeah. He was working for the Hampshire County Council. So he started off when I was. Actually, before I was born, he was a grass cutter. So he would mow the grass that the council will send these guys off to basically cut the grass of all the residential areas and public areas. So the council were responsible for cutting all the grass, and that's what he did for many years until I came along. And then he just within the same, it's for the council. He just upgraded. He just got promoted to another department of that. So it was just an extension of it. So he started working for the council, putting up signs, which was more money, more dangerous, like working on the highway and maintenance. And also he would do overtime by doing salt runs where it was really cold weather, frigid temperatures at night, and the roads were slippery. He would go out in this massive lorry. And I went out on these salt runs with him a couple of times, late at night. Really early in the morning, you would just go off and you do salt runs where you're releasing salt on the road. So
did you help him with that?
I was just in the van. Yeah, I was just in the van. Okay. Went along for the ride. Yeah. And it was just, it's got flashing beacon lights. Yeah. Big fun stuff.
Oh, no. I was just about to say, he didn't exploit you to help lift the fucking salt.
No, I asked. Yeah, I asked. Yeah, it was just, that's incredible. Like, I couldn't imagine taking my children out late at night, to work with me. But
that is incredible. Oh my God, you were so fortunate you had that experience.
It was an experience. Yeah,
the closest equivalent I have to that, and it's funny. It's of course bemusing in its own way. Some people might find this obscene, but my dad used to take me to bars. You probably heard me say this, and when I was there. That was like when I was young. Anyhow, it's one of the reasons I was hypersexualized. I was exposed to paintings they had in these San Francisco bars were often pornographic, just women in various positions, really. And those were on the wall. And it's not that my father brought me there to see that. He brought me there just so he could keep an eye on me while he was drinking. But oh my God, it's like no kid would have an experience like that today. Nothing like that. It's because you just simply couldn't get away with doing that. In those days, nobody cared. But yeah, that's like the closest I have to that. But what you were exposed to was definitely your father's responsibility at very odd hours that were obviously dangerous. Now, but something happened at some point where he was injured, right?
Yeah, that's it, Douglas. Yeah, I know exactly which road it is too. It's one of the most dangerous roads. It's so many accidents happening. It's the T junction where it goes, up and down, left and right at all directions. So it doesn't matter where you're coming from. And they actually had to. I have to take a picture and send that to you. It's if I ever remember all to do so.
Please.
But it's this dangerous T junction, and they had to slow it down so it warns you ahead of time now, because they had to do something because there were so many accidents. And unfortunately, my dad had it. He had an accident on this road where he was pulling out, and there's blind spots because it's a hill. Before you actually get to the T junction, a few yards away from you actually get to this junction, is a blind spot. It's a hill, so you can't see over the verge. You can't see if anyone's pulling out. And if you're going to pull out, you have to literally make sure there's nothing coming up. Make sure nothing's coming either direction. And if you do, you're you're taking a risk. You're literally just playing with fate. You don't know if something's coming over. But yeah, unfortunately, when my dad pulled out of the junction this one time many, many years ago, he had to swerve to miss this oncoming vehicle. And it toppled his van. He had a big, massive tonner van, bigger than one I have right now.
I was going to ask that. When you were in that big lorry with him and you were doing the salt spreading, or he was,
yes.
How did that feel in terms of how massive that was compared to the kind of truck you're going to have when you go full into the new kind of tech that you're going to be working with? I understand that you're going to have a bigger truck that you can't park in front of your house anymore. Would that be comparable? Are the rigs comparable at all, or?
Yeah. So I wouldn't be if I move up the size of my van, then it will have to be parked at the yard. So it will take me a 5-minute journey, a walk each morning to get to the yard, just to pick up my van. When it comes to that. But he had the tonner as well. It was massive, tall van, about 3 meters, 4 meters tall, and it flipped over. Yeah,
I can't even imagine the force it would take to do that. I mean, oh my God, that's
exactly.
Holy shit! Oh, fuck.
Yeah, and it's so dangerous. This one particular road, and there's been so many deaths along that Odeon Basingstoke road, where loads of motorcyclists have been killed just because they overtake cars, and there's so many wavy and bendy parts of that road, and so they're going too fast, and then they get hit by oncoming cars. And this is why so many people die on that road. It's just a really horrible,
Now, you obviously spent a lot of times on the roads. I mean, what is it? Have you ever encountered the British have their own version of motorcycle gangs, and of course, there's this sense of British nationalism where the British generally refuse to drive any foreign-made bikes. I mean, basically, they stick with British bikes, and it's almost like, I think it's almost peer pressure that if you were to buy a foreign bike, you'd probably be ostracized. But I think... But my understanding of British bikes is, the one thing I know about them, or my impression, my stereotype, is they spend a lot of time in the shop. But other than that... what are the motorcycle gangs like? I mean, they have violent motorcycle gangs, or they used to, right? Or is that still the case?
Thank you, Doug. I'm glad you brought that up, because in where I live, where I used to work at the hotel, right next door was the train station, and by the train station, that's where all the biker gangs always gathered. Yeah. They congregated there every single Wednesday evening at 7 o'clock. You just hear motorcycles. Coming by, riding past, and then just hooking up at this cafe and just having like a coffee or whatever. But there's also pubs nearby where they go to and they have a drink also. And they would actually drink. They would actually have alcohol. And we actually passed, I think it was about 3 or 4 weeks ago, if I can remember. But we drove past just in the family car. And I counted. I was like, oh my God, there's a lot of them. I counted. There was like 140 something bikes, like 148 bikes. Yeah, just they're all riding in the same direction. It was intimidating. Yeah. And they're coming one direction, we're driving the opposite direction, and it's just really intimidating. That many bikes, and they're all like, and the roads are only 5 meters long, but they're in like rows of 3, and it's just like you're looking at an army. You're looking at a plan,
That's quite true. I mean, how come they don't make movies about this? What the fuck? This is like, that's, like you said, that's impressive. This is actually paramilitary. That's paramilitary at that point.
Yeah, thank you. And the problem in the UK is because the weather is, it's hit and miss with the weather, with it, whether it's raining or it's overcast. So the bikers will only come out, and this is when they probably might just like call each other up and rendezvous, because they're like, right, this is the weather for riding in, because they will never venture out if it's even a risk of riding on the roads because of it being so detrimental, because it's just wet or windy. They wouldn't even risk it. But when it's sunny, when it's hot, they all get on their bikes and they get out, and there's no protection. Some of them ride without any levers on. They just have a helmet on and their biker shields on. Yeah, and that's all you see them riding. And they're all tartaned up a bit. They're all wearing black or grey or brown. They're all just just all those
Oh my God! And this is definitely a different lifestyle. Go on, please.
But the thing is, for many years working at the same place, it was every Wednesday you'd hear the biker gang just all gather up, and it's just incredible, just amazing. But they only come out. It's rare if it's a nice day, then they'll be out on the roads. Right. You won't see them unless it was nice.
That's interesting. And so at least they have a sense of self-preservation. That's to be admired. Yes. Yeah, they certainly, believe me, especially if they're not good at protecting themselves, because, honestly, you could lose a leg when you're out there, you could lose a leg on a bike when you're in traffic, for God's sakes. That's, that traffic gets packed so tight. I don't know how the motorcyclists survive on some of those roads. It's so in terms of what we're bringing up with that, you obviously have the experience with these really big, formidable trucks and the bikers on the road and all that. Now, was there ever any kind of mystique or cinematic presentation of these people, aside from, I'm aware of one horror film made in the 1970s, but aside from that, was there anything that you've ever seen in popular culture in England that presents these people as the subculture that they are?
No, I don't think so, Douglas. No. The only thing that springs to mind where it was, part of the British culture was on the BBC channel, they had the two hairy bikers. They were chefs, but these were like you would see with these biker gangs, dressed exactly the same, the big beards. They're just, got these big bellies and stuff. And but these two were chefs, and they made it popular. They made it part of the popular culture for bikers. And it's a TV series that started, I think, possibly in the 2000s, maybe late 2000s, throughout the 2010s, and onwards. But I remember they made it popular as well.
But they have their own like biker chicks, right? Girls that essentially ride on the back of the bikes. They have all that, right?
I don't know. I never watched the show, but I remember they made it popular because they actually came and stayed at my hotel, the one I used to work in. They came and stayed there.
Okay.
But they travelled the UK, stopping off at pubs, having a drink and having a pub meal, and also teaching the chefs how to cook, because these two were professional chefs. But they were called the Hairy Biker Gang. They were the Hairy Bikers, and there's two of them.
Yeah, just them specifically, I would probably, my stereotype would be that they're probably lovers. They're probably gay. but your average beer belly, bearded biker, or that's really not my stereotype. I mean, most of the British bikers that I used to see were younger, and they would maybe have the hairy mustaches, maybe, or something like that. Of course, that was more like the 70s. They had mullets and shit. But they usually also had biker chicks. So I'm just saying, when you saw all of those bikes at that bar, and wasn't there like biker chicks also hanging out with these guys? Or you never saw that?
A lot of female riders, and they've got the full leathers on, the full leather suits. Excellent. The girls and they sit on the back of the bikes. They do that.
Cool.
And you can tell with their physique, they're a female, until they take their hat, their helmet off, and they've got long hair. And then you're that's the biker chick.
Oh my God,
that's it, Douglas.
Yes, and so Viviana Sanchez was saying we call foreign bikes rice burners, and that's what she's talking about, is what the British would actually call Jap crap. The British would call the Japanese bikes, they'd call that Jap crap, and and so in America they call them rice rockets rice burners, the Japanese bikes, and admittedly, my werewolf friend, the 3D graphics modeler, he loves the Japanese bikes, and you don't have that stigma here in America that you do with, of course, the British nationals. But so aside from all of that, how's your work been recently? It hasn't been that long since. Thank you for your concern when I took a vacation, by the way. George Knight, he wrote me about, thank you for asking. Definitely appreciate it. But I definitely took Father's Day weekend off. And, is there a Father's Day in England? It's not the same day, right?
It was Sunday. Yeah, Douglas. It was Sunday. A couple things. Yeah, I'll bring up my stag do. I had my stag do on Saturday. Ready for the wedding in a couple of weeks' time. Yeah.
Oh my God.
So I had my stag do. Yeah, in London. So we went to London for the day and the night. So I'll go into that in a minute. But
yeah, please do. Yeah.
Yeah, it was actually Sarah, because I said I woke up Monday morning, Sunday night, obviously, from this, because you start the transmission usually on a Sunday night, where my time, and then I wake up on a Monday morning. But I was up at 3:00, and she goes, "You're going to go listen to Douglas, aren't you?" And I said, "Well, probably, yeah." I'm not going to lie. Then I came down. Obviously, there was nothing on Facebook or nothing on YouTube, so I was like, "Oh, he's not on." So I just I'll start doing other things that time of morning. I can't remember if it was that night, but or the next day. Sarah goes, "Oh yeah, did you listen to Douglas?" And I said, "No, he wasn't actually on." And she goes, "Is everything all right?" And I said, "I'm not sure actually." And she got me worried. I was like, I've got to just message him and just see if everything is all right.
Oh my God, God bless her.
Yeah,
tell her how I honestly, I am just so flattered by that. That is incredible. Bless her heart.
Yeah. Go on. Yeah, she goes, "Oh, you sure nothing's happened to him?" Yeah. I said, "What? You got me worried now, so I better ask him." I was thinking at first, maybe because I've not spoken to Vivian on Facebook or anything, I was actually like, I might ask her, "Is everything all right?" Because she'll be on, or or something like that. But I thought, no, I'm just going to message. I always go straight to Douglas, ask him directly myself. So I thought, if I hear back from him, I'll hear back. I wasn't expecting anything. I thought, because usually when you're not on, you're taking time out, or you're doing something, you're busy. So if I got a message, and you got back to me, which is wonderful. Yeah.
No, thank you. No, definitely appreciate those people who asked, and there were a few who did. It's always nice to know people care. But yeah, it was a wonderful weekend for myself, and I've kind of given people some hints about it. And but certainly tell us about yours. Now, this is, of course, shall we say, exciting. Go with it. Just tell us organically what comes to your mind about the memories that you had in London.
Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, and of course, I do like to bring up because it's morbid entertainment to bring up the negative side of things.
Yes.
In London, just the people of London itself, because of course we travelled early in the morning. We went on the train, the Southwest trains to London from my hometown platform, and we got, because of course I wasn't in the loop. I had no idea what was in store for me that weekend, so I had no idea where we're going, where we're staying in London, or anything like that. We actually stayed in Hoxton in London, and the first place we went to, the first event, because of course on stag do's you have to do a couple events, do things in the day, and then it's all about drinking, partying in the evening. Yeah. So the first place we went to, and honestly, it threw me off completely. It was a place called Platform, where it's a place that people go to play video games. I was like, oh my God. I was like, I did not expect to do anything like this, right? The thing is, I was like, I didn't know what to expect. I wasn't excited or anything. I was like, oh my God, really? Playing video games?
So this was an arcade. It's
presented like a club, but there's booths everywhere with screens everywhere. So they put us, Ben, my best man, he goes, we've got a booking under Ben Stringer. And so, they took us to this booth where there's 8 of us. It was 7 of us in total, but a booth of 8. And we sat down, and I was looking, they do drinks and everything here. There's a bar over there. But it said, it's a bottomless brunch. So it's unlimited. Ooh, I was like, wow. Oh my God. So it's, and he pulled out this outfit, because of course it's my stags. So I have to wear an outfit. He pulled out this suit from the bag. He goes, "I've got something in here you got to wear, and this is why I told you to wear a t-shirt and shorts." He got me a Mario outfit, so I had to dress up as Mario. yeah, I was dressed up as Mario for the daytime, and yeah, so we sat around playing video games, and the waiters will come around and say, "Would you like a drink?" You know, because it's all unlimited. You know, you can have as much as you want. So it was just us playing Mario Karts and Mario FIFA football. It was actually quite good fun, actually. And then after that, we went to this other club where it's an indoor crazy golf theme place where you can there's bars everywhere, and it was golf inside golf, crazy golf. So I thought, oh, this is quite cool as well. It was all like it had all these fluorescent lights, you know, and all the smokes and all that, so everything lit up all fluorescent and neons and stuff. So it was really quite cool, actually. Really good experience for both, and everyone just had a good time. And I was the winner from that. Yeah, cool. I got 20. Yes, I was the winner. I was it was my stag do, and I was the winner. So yeah, that was quite good fun. Yes. But yeah, then we went back to the hotel to get changed, ready for the evening, and so I got out of the Mario costume, and then we went to this bar, and it was just like, it was hen parties and stag do's everywhere. This bar had girls just like, you know, with blown up naked men with dicks and, you know, big willies and everything everywhere. Everyone's going nuts. It was just like a mess. People were dancing on tables. It was really heaving inside. But it was just like, yeah, this is what I wanted to bring up. This is what I brought up with everyone. This is the memories. It's because, yeah, our friend Chris, he just he was standing around, and this random guy just went to him, "What are you looking at?" And Chris goes, "I'm looking at you." And he goes, "What, are you starting on me?" And it was like, "No." And then it was like, you could tell the energy from this guy. He was really uptight, tense, you know, ready for a fight. And it was just, Chris, you know, is the most nicest, placid person. Of course, he wasn't taking that, but he goes, it takes a lot for him to like ever lose it. So he was trying to calm down the situation. He just, you know, you see him hugging this guy, talking into the ear because there's music playing in the background. And yeah, all his friends were obviously on something. Their eyes were lit up. So obviously they were, you know, they were under the influence of some substances. Yeah, they were obviously off. And it was just like, for the rest of the day, it was just, you're encountering people like this. They were just off their faces in London. And that's part of London. They're all part of that culture where they're all high on something, or they're on some form of stimulant. Well, they're all on something.
Right. Now, yeah. You've been a bartender, so obviously what must have struck you, you may not have thought about it at the time because you were just so overtaken by the environment, but what do you think it would be like to work there as a bartender on a daily basis? To see that every day, what would that be?
Oh my God, absolute nightmare. Absolute nightmare. And as a barman, you have to be so firm as a character. You have to be able to tell someone, no, you're not getting served anymore. You have to do, otherwise chaos will just, erupt. It is just, these people were really, really on something. Right. And it was just like that throughout the entire night. It was just, you're encountering people that obviously were just looking for a fight, or just like, you even look at them and they think, what are you looking at? And in the end of it, they were just fine. But the stuff people just say when they're out, and it was like, we went to a club later on that night, and the next day, I didn't know any of this, but what I'm about to say is, but the next day, obviously me, Ben and Matt, my other friend, we shared a room together, and the other four shared a room together. And it was just the next morning, talking about the night before, and Matt was saying that when they were in the toilet, him and Ben went to the toilet, as soon as you open the door, obviously the first thing you notice is the woof of urine that, you know, you're just intoxicated by this stench. It's just people pissing everywhere.
Yes, the alcohol content in the urine is so high that you're getting a contact high for just drunk from sniffing it. Yes, I get it.
Yeah, exactly. And as soon as as soon as Ben opened the door to get into the toilet, this guy just turns around and goes, "You're not coming in here. You're not coming in here." And Ben goes, "Yeah, I am, because I need a piss." Yeah, it's just, people were just, honestly, the strangest group of people. And they were just everywhere. They were absolutely everywhere, just weird.
So when he said, "Yeah, I'm coming in," the guy let him in. The guy relented.
Yeah, that was it. He couldn't say anything else. He didn't do anything else. He was just like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm coming in for a piss. You can't stop me." Right. Yeah, Jesus. And it's just like, what?
Right. Oh my God. So obviously London is heavily tolerant of basically drug culture. They obviously
Oh, everyone was on it. Yeah, everyone was on it, Douglas. Yeah.
Oh my God. Imagine a policeman. Imagine being a policeman and dealing with that. But like you said, it'd be much harder as a bartender. It's like, how could you keep that under control? And what about bouncers? What was the bounce? There must have been a bouncer. What were they like?
Everywhere. Okay. Every club you go to, every bar you went to, there was a bouncer outside. Yeah, and of course they check your ID, they let you in. Yeah. And they're all...
No vax cards? No checking for vax cards?
No, I don't think so. Just your ID cards, just driver license, just to check your age. Okay. They honestly, and it's just absolutely crazy. Just Now you don't see any police anywhere. Right. You don't see any police. That was a bit bizarre.
Oh my God, that's alarming. What about masks? Nobody wearing
masks? No one was wearing masks. No one was wearing masks. No one. Yeah, non-existent. It was like pre-COVID.
Oh my God. Holy shit! That's what. Do you think that there may be people contracting COVID in those environments? There has to be. People.
Yeah, well, I got a phone call from one of my from my ex-colleagues that I was working with in my previous team, and he said he's been off for 2 weeks because he's had the COVID.
Right.
And so he said it was bloody awful. He goes, he's never felt so rough in his life. So it's still around.
Yeah.
Still rife everywhere.
Oh God, yeah. And what is it? I've heard that inflation has just reached the all-time historic high in England, hasn't it?
Yeah, exactly, Doug. It's like a couple of weeks ago, the pennies to the litre, it's gone up the highest in 17 years of and it's just rising. Like within days it went up dramatically. In just a period of 2 days it went up to it's nearly £2 per litre for if you want diesel or unleaded petrol. It's just the cost of living, it's going through a cost of living crisis. You've got the railway strikes going on at the moment as well. So starting from today, the railway strikes have started. So
you must have a lot of people who are trying to find places to stay overnight because otherwise they can't make it to work, right?
Exactly. Yeah, this is the whole point of these railway strikes is they're demanding that they get a pay rise of up to 7%. Otherwise, this is what the strikes are for, and the unions are supporting it. And there's this one individual, Mitchell something, I can't remember his second name, but I've been listening to some of the stuff he's been saying. But he's the guy that everyone's interviewing at the moment because he's the guy who's promoting all this, telling everyone to strike in London, doing all the underground networks and the railway strikes. He's the guy promoting. His name's Mitchell something. I'll have to look it up.
Would this have impacted? Would this have impacted your trip into London if it had happened before, or what?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, thank you. And it's and obviously my fiance Sarah, they're planning on going to London this Saturday, so they're a bit worried about how they're going to get there, because if these railway strikes are going on, they won't be able to use the underground or the train network. They'll have to rely on transport by vehicle. So they're trying to find alternatives because it's impacting everyone. It's impacting everyone, these railway strikes.
Oh my God.
Because they've had a pay freeze over COVID. They didn't have a pay rise afterwards. And it's all the public sector people that work in the public sector that are not receiving any pay rises. Yeah, it's like people that work in the NHS.
Oh my God! Yeah. And so Boris Johnson has been taking questions lately. What's his status with everything?
Yeah. Oh God. Boris, I've not actually listened to anything he said about the railway strikes, but you've got all these other people. So many people. Saying to him, I think a lot of people, the general public, can sympathise with them. I think they're sympathising with these railway strikes. Of course, it's just detrimental to everyone. Yeah. It's just impacting everyone, and and so they're getting a lot of flack for doing it. I don't know what's right and what's wrong, to be honest with you, Douglas, because we're all in the same boat. Everyone, it's not just the railway workers; it's everyone in this country that are suffering. That
I was about to say, Jesus Christ.
Yes, so I don't know, if it's the right thing to do or not. Obviously, they're being brought forth questions like, oh, this will impact the people, because of COVID, people were, for treatment, cancer treatment patients, they weren't being seen to during the pandemic. So this will impact the people that are now trying to catch up with their treatment, that if the railway strikes are continuing, then people will die. This will have a dramatic impact, like a lateral flow impact on people's health, and people will ultimately die, probably into the tens of hundreds, if they don't see treatment within this weekend, because that's when the strikes are going on. It's today, I think it's tomorrow and Saturday.
I mean, it's just, it's a nightmare, and I understand it's really a moral crisis, really.
It is.
Oh my God. I mean, obviously you sympathize with labor, but like you said, oh my God, everyone in England is going through this. It's like, it's as I said, for all intents and purposes, it's a state of war. And the British never really got out of that siege mentality. They've been stuck in it since World War I, really.
Yes, absolutely, Douglas. Yeah. Thank you. And then, once we were coming home Sunday, after it was good. It was good. It was generally just a nice breakaway, nice to just, and then I didn't have to pay for anything either, which was also nice. Everything was bought for me, paid for everything. All the events was paid for, the rooms were paid for, everything. Incredible. So it was just nice to have that weekend, like yourself, time out just to have a break.
I'm so glad that really we both celebrate. Had our weekend out. And by the way, I just now remembered the word I was looking for was that after World War II, I don't know if the term was used then, but it certainly later on became the official term. They called it austerity. Everyone, they were saying, austerity. Everybody is got to go through austerity, meaning that they were cutting all the social services to the bone, and basically everybody was living on, what was it during World War II? They were having like maybe 1 or 2 meals a day or some bullshit, the artificial fucking food, everybody was missing their bacon and eggs and shit, and then, that's got to go to the front, the troops have to eat their bacon and eggs, so everybody back home was stuck with oatmeal and shit.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's still it continued like that after the war for 5-10 years or something?
Oh, it's just ridiculous. Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah. So the British were far worse off than what anyone in Europe were.
Thank you. It's true. It's true. By the way, so people understand this, and the idea that the British would still, propagandize that they won the war. It just, ask anybody who was living through that stage. It sure didn't feel like it. That's sure not how it functioned. And but now with why? Maybe I ask, or is this private? You can just say it's private if it is. But what is Sarah planning to go into London for? I was imagining her bachelorette party. Was that something?
It's a second one. Yeah, it's a bachelorette second one. Oh a hen party. Yeah, hen party. Yeah. Rotations, a second one, But she had 2 because some people couldn't afford to do this one that they're going to London, so she ended up having 2. So one that people can go to, and they went to Guildford, and then this one in London. Yeah, it's coming up this weekend. Yeah,
you can't do something like I don't know, hijack the truck that you use for work and take her down there.
That's it.
That would be the end of your job.
But on the journey home, Douglas. I of course once I've had a drink, it's very hard for me to retain any information in my head, and it comes out all slurred and incoherent. So, and I'm like, I can't remember. So I have a fuzzy fog memory once I've been having a drink, but once I was sober and that, actually, one of my friends, Mike, that came to the stag, he mentioned about Vladimir Putin, and of course, and then they're talking about conspiracies, and so this obviously got me talking for about a good hour, because we had a good hour bus journey home, because there was no railway service into our hometown, so we had to get a bus from one destination to back home. So it was a long bus journey, and that was really good because they were really quite enlightened. They were actually there listening and loving what they were hearing. I was like, I went on about all sorts of things that I've learned from yourself, just everything. I was talking about the sanctions imposed on Japan in 1995, and just like, they had, and this is what made the China boom, made in China, everything made in China. I mentioned about that, but it was a nice compliment that Ben said, that he goes, once, you just have an answer for everything. And this is just one of the reasons, why people should listen to Douglas, because you would just have an insight on life and in history. I mentioned about, history that's why it's called history. It's his story. It's a series of his stories. And it was just, I was going off on loads of things, just everything. I was talking about the collapse of the Soviet Union and like how Vladimir Putin is where he is today and what he's doing in Ukraine. There's a multitude of reasons why he's done this illegal invasion. I was talking about the United Nations when they're established, the original 5 member states, and about World War II with Japan. I was going off about everything. You would have been so proud, Douglas. Yeah,
I am so proud of you. Go on.
Yeah, I was really on point with everything, and then at the end of it, before we got off the bus, I obviously mentioned, like, talking about Google. People think that they have all the information there at their hand, literally from their mobile phone. It's an information. These people are information consumers, and they believe that they can just seek any information they want off their phone. They think that they could just go on the Google search engine and type in anything they want to find out, and they get the answer to it. And I said, but the thing is, I was pointing out the fact that there's so many things on Google. You don't know what you're looking for. This is the problem. People don't know what they're looking for, and they're typing anything in, and they're finding all these just convoluted answers. And this is what makes people more confused, because they're not seeking the information they're actually looking for. And I just presented to him about the disc war, about the Schitt's Creek. I said, you type in, there was an undeclared war in the 1950s, and this is an extension of World War II from 1945 onwards for decades. And you won't find anything out about this on Google. And I presented that there were thousands of United States Air Force pilots that died over United States. It was a home front in the United States. They were at war, and thousands of pilots died. And I said, I have many of their names that have been documented. And yeah, I actually, that night, I went back and I took a screenshot of the references from the book, the Flying Saucer Air Wars of 1952. And I showed it to Ben. He goes, man, that's crazy. I had no idea about this. But I said, that's just how people, they get so confused when they go on Google and they think they can find out anything they want, and they think they know everything in the world just because they got a phone in their hands. And I said, but there's things like this that you just don't know about because you don't know what you're looking for. And they were like, how do you know all this, George? I said, because I've been exposed to this. And our other friend, George, he goes, yeah, because you had a tutor, George. I said, yeah, Douglas Dietrich. I said, I wouldn't know this by Googling it or looking up. I can't read this information from books. You have to get exposed to it. You have to be educated on it. So I said, otherwise, I wouldn't even know all these answers. I wouldn't know all the articulated history. I wouldn't be able to do all this if I wasn't taught this. And so it's just like, yeah, if these people that think they know everything, but you ask them anything about World War II and they can't make a sentence of it. No. You ask them anything about history, people just give you a one-word answer.
Right.
And they can't explain it. They don't understand anything. And it was just,
Go on.
And it's, oh God, it was just like, people just think of the 2 atomic bombs.
Right.
Ending World War II. And that's all they know. They don't know anything prior. They don't know anything after. And you explain to them, like, little things, just tiny little details, like, about how many billions of reparations the Americans were forced to pay Japan after the war because they lost the war. Yeah. And things like, it wasn't the Japanese that were forced to clean up Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It was the United States Marines. Yeah. And they sent in the Marine Corps to clean up Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And tens of thousands of men contracted radiation illness and died of cancer many years later.
And by the way, just so the public knows, the U.S. Army was forced to clean one city and the Marines cleaned another. So I can't remember offhand which one was which, but the Army, I think, took Nagasaki and the Marines were at Hiroshima, or it might have been vice versa. It doesn't really matter. But the point is, those two branches of service were forced to clean up Hiroshima, the nuclear mess and everything. Our man, George Knight, has been able to reiterate all of this so eloquently, and of course he is. I'm so proud of him, and he's done all this on his own. Understand that he's been able to find all of the circumstantial evidence that I told people to look for. It's not like I've spoon-fed this to him. So understand, he and I barely have any opportunity to talk other than when we're on transmission. And but he's taken his own initiative and done this. And to put this into some perspective for people, if you don't know the context, or rather the narrative, then you don't know what to look for. And because people have no context, and this includes quote unquote professional historians or academics, they don't know what to look for, and they're basically wind up retreading the same old territory again and again. And this is why I can legitimately use the term renegade military historian. is because your average quote-unquote historian is basically a propagandist, and they are basically reinforcing the same tropes, and they usually do so eagerly, voluntarily. They just reinforce the same old tropes because this is what people want to hear. But people really don't want to hear it. People want to hear quote-unquote truth, but when they're confronted with it, they don't know how to handle it. And it's not even so much hostility. Most of them are simply overwhelmed. And like George Knight says when he explains this to people, mostly he encounters an overwhelming sadness.
Yeah.
That's the response. But I do want to give people an example of this. Peter Moon the other day was doing his Tai Chi, and he did it in front of Alexa, which I don't know if you're familiar with this.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you know of Alexa. So Alexa, of course, for those of you who don't know, and I'd be surprised if anyone doesn't, but it's basically, the interactive modem or, modulator, demodulator. It's what it looks like to me. It looks like, basically to me, it looks like a fucking modem. But basically, Alexa talks back to you and answers verbally, and it's basically a very primitive form of responsive artificial intelligence. I mean, extremely primitive, but nevertheless, it develops and evolves with each personality that it deals with, and overall it's coordinated ultimately by a greater aggregate intelligence, which is just completely driven insane by all of the psychotic people yelling at it every day. And but Peter was saying, Alexa, while he's going through his Tai Chi, so you can imagine him breathing and moving around in slow motion, and you basically asking these questions to Alexa. This is like, a scene from a film like Minority Report, where you get this image of, here's the privileged white male, asking his slave machine various questions. So he said, Alexa, tell me about the Michael Aquino, or and the first thing Alexa told him was about some murderer in the Philippines. And so Michael Aquino, he tried to probe, and Alexa really had nothing to give him. There was nothing on Michael Aquino that Alexa could access. Tell me about the Presidio military scandal. And it wasn't coming up with anything. And then he said, oh, child abuse. And then that started giving him all this satanic panic bullshit. Satanic panic of the 1980s. No information about what really went down. And, so he, after just, a full Tai Chi session, which we're talking about over an hour of his questioning Alexa, he told me himself, nothing out of it. Nothing. He said it's anything on Presidio, Michael Aquino. It was scrubbed. It was like it completely scrubbed. There's nothing.
Yeah.
If Alexa is accessing the net, what Peter Moon discovered there's nothing on the net. Basically, that certainly. So I mean, this basically, if anything, concretizes and reinforces, contextualizes everything that our man George Knight is talking about. You have to know what to look for, and if you don't, well, you're not going to find it.
No, exactly. That's the problem. And that's the problem.
Yeah.
That's why nobody knows anything.
Yes, and that's so important. Let me see if I can seduce Viviana to coming on for a few minutes while I prepare to go into monologue. But honestly, stay with us. Hopefully we can get Viviana, kind of like our Alexa. That's actually, no, that's dehumanizing. I don't mean that. Oh, there she
I'm
is.
Alexa now.
So
I prefer Hey Google. She's way better.
Cool. I mean, still, I'll qualify that tonight, but nevertheless, I can imagine what you're saying. Yeah. So, honey, could you hold a conversation with our noble knight? Well, I basically relieve myself, and now that I've done drinking a full pot of tea, I'll use the Mirthling term, make my water. Actually, that's rather vulgar. I shouldn't. That's awful.
Certainly.
Yes. Okay, so I'll leave you to talk. I'll be back in a few minutes. Maybe you could tell us, Viviana, if you ever had a bachelorette party. So I'll leave you to speak of that while I go mute.
Oh no, I'm kind of like not even the bridesmaid at this point ever. I'm just,
Yeah.
I'm
No,
forever
that's
single.
all right. Yeah, no, that's it, Vivian. Yeah, you got no one to answer to or anything like that. Enjoy it whilst because you never know what's around the corner. You never know who you're going to meet one day. I do believe like there's someone out there for everyone. Certainly that with my experience. But yeah, it's just hopefully one day you'll have one. That would be nice.
No, actually, I'm okay with it. I'm totally
Yeah.
fine at this point. I'm pretty much sure I'm gonna ride this out till I'm dead.
Yeah. Oh, bless your
Honestly,
heart. Yeah. No, that's wonderful.
with no regrets, because this is definitely a journey. Some of us are just called to be single, I guess. But that's lovely. Your beautiful wife was able to, or your fiance was able to have 2 bachelorette parties. One, no doubt, in London. That's amazing.
Yeah, very fortunate with that, actually. Yeah, no, that's it. Yeah, I hope she has a lovely time. I'm not sure what they're getting up to, because it was like with mine, I wasn't in the loop. I was in the know, I didn't know anything. Yeah, basically. So yeah, it's the same with hers in London. So yeah, hopefully she has a nice one. But yeah, do you have any questions you'd like to ask Vivian at all? Anything at all comes to mind with anything? Do you have anything that you would like to ask, or? Yeah.
I haven't really been. No, actually, don't at this point. But I could think of something real quick. I wanted to know, how was your bachelor party?
Yeah, no, it was really good, thank you. Yeah, it was just in London, it's just like I was saying to Douglas earlier, it was just like the people of London that are just it's just like the tolerance for drugs. They're just everyone was on something. You could tell by the expansion of their pupils and their eyes. They were just lit up. They had the widened eyes, and you can see the whiteness of them. It was just and the things they were just coming out and saying. And it's just like in London, it's just like everyone was like on the defensive mode. If you look at them, they're like, do you want to fight? It's like, no, you're just generally looking at someone. You're just looking around, making sure you're aware of your surroundings. It's just it's incredible. Yeah, that was like I took that away with me. It was just funny. And but you get that everywhere as well. You do get that wherever you go. But it was a really nice weekend, really nice break with the boys. That's what it's all about. It's just that's what a bachelor party is. It's for you to unwind and to really settle. You sort of chill, but you also partying at the same time. It's nothing else. You're thinking about nothing else apart from just having a good time. Yeah. So it was really well.
That's lovely.
Yeah, no, it was nice. It was really good. Really enjoyed it. Yeah, my best man did really well with that. Yeah, he did a really good job with organising everything and making sure, I got there all right, and then, looking after me, and they all looked after me, which was good. Yeah.
Oh, good.
No, thank you. But the thing is, it's so expensive in London as well. It is extortionate. They obviously saved up to take several £100s with them, and they all came back broke with no money. It was just, every drink was over £10. Every drink that you bought was over £10. So, and I didn't spend anything on drink. I only bought myself some food, and that was about it. But yeah, it was a really expensive weekend for anyone, everyone that came with us. Yeah.
But always nice to get away, especially after the, pandemic we've all had to partake in.
Yeah, no, exactly. So it's sort of like it was lovely to unwind and to make the most of it. It was a long time coming. Yeah, not being able to do that as often. Yeah, which was.
I would love to visit London.
Yeah, it's a really it is it's you look at it, it's hard to describe it. It kind of be like to compare it to something. It's like somewhere like Manhattan, just. Everything looks really like they're like old and stuff. Very, some of the buildings have been there for hundreds of years. So, yeah, you just look at it and it's just like, it's just busy, packed, and everyone's in a rush in London. Kind of like, in the city, in the big city. Yeah. So, yeah.
I heard that now people are making 4 or 5 story basements in that area.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's a lot of basements already. Because of course throughout the Second World War, with the bombardment of the Blitz and stuff, there were already shelters and basements already pre-built. And they were being built throughout. So yeah, it's a lot of underground in London. A lot of underground. It goes deep. Of course, you've got the railway network as well, the London Underground. So yeah, it does venture really, really low. It's like if you go to Paris. I was bringing up the catacombs in Paris, tunnel systems that go miles deep, and if you get lost down in the catacombs of Paris, you won't be coming back out. Yeah, they've had to block off loads of them because people were just venturing too deep. And you can get in there. There's accessible points throughout Paris, throughout the whole city to get into the catacombs. Yeah.
Yeah, go on. No, don't continue. I mean, because obviously that's one of the most fascinating subjects is the catacombs of Paris and how they had to, block that out because there's so many people who are, just want to go down there and adventure. And believe me, you don't want to be doing that. Go on.
No. Absolutely. If you take a torchlight or anything like that or a camcorder, make sure you got backup batteries. I mean, a heavy supply of them. Because once they run out, that's it. You're stuck down there, and there's no light source. Oh my God, it's horrendous.
Yeah, no, it's awful. And I can't remember what tunnel system it was. Some kind of something similar to the catacombs, but it was someplace else. And some Russian woman was lost in them. I mean, they found her body later, but she obviously died in the dark. You remember that? Was that the catacombs or someplace else?
So I think it might have been a lady. Yeah, I'm not. It could have been the catacombs because they've been there for centuries. And this is what's so absurd when people say about the tunnel systems at the Presidio. They were there for years. They were there for a long, long time. Yeah. Yes. And like places like in Paris are just representations of that. It's the same thing. But it's not like one tunnel system that goes down, it goes out miles. It's like multiple levels. It's crazy. Yeah. It goes, and it's tens of thousands of people are buried under the catacombs. There's skeletons everywhere, bodies, and they're buried throughout everywhere, throughout every single tunnel. You'll find bones and find skeleton remains. Yeah.
No, definitely Paris is the city of the dead. And for those of you who don't know, there are building limits in Paris for any construction because you cannot build a construction, a building above a certain kind of weight or height. So only so many stories are allowed simply because the ground that they're built upon is basically hollow. So, any building that's too heavy will just fall through the ground and into the catacombs. So, basically the Eiffel Tower is probably the tallest structure there is in Paris. And basically, I think that, this is why Paris has no real skyscrapers per se. Whatever, buildings they have are pretty much, they have to survey the ground very thoroughly to make certain it's not going to be a part of the ground, to make certain that part of the ground can even retain the weight of whatever structure is planned. Yeah. So definitely it's the city of the dead. And there's very few places like it. And I don't think for some reason that really sinks in with people. They think of it as the city of lights. But it's really a necropolis. It's a necropolis. It's a city of the dead below. It's still a very glamorous and romantic city. I mean, there's nothing to deter myself from going there, but I certainly would never want to go under it. It's not, honestly, it's a stupid thing to do. But it's what people are adventurous and they do things all the time that they should not be doing. That being said, so how did the two of you get to talking about that? What brought that subject up?
Just about London, actually, Douglas said, talking about, Vivian said that she would like to visit London, and I tried to compare it with like places like Manhattan, possibly a city where everyone is, so compact and it's just everyone's in a rush, but just the look of it's all old and grainy, like dark, sort of, bit, compare it to Manhattan or Brooklyn or somewhere like that, and it's just everyone like, walking really, really fast, getting to places. They're just in a rush. They ain't got time to talk to you or say hi or anything like that. They're just off on their own, And and just talking about she said about basements, and more people are building basements. But I just said that a lot of the underground and the shelters and all these bomb shelters were there, prior and during and World War II with the Blitz. So people were going underground to escape, bombardment from above. But they've been there since they were there since World War One. They've been there for over a century. They've been there for years, these underground systems, where people can go under. I said there's multiple levels beneath London, but I said that's why we have a network tunnel, a network system underneath, known as the London Underground, and that goes throughout the entirety of London. So then I mentioned about the catacombs, being there's multiple levels of underground tunnel systems beneath Paris, and they're all. I just mentioned about the cat, it's just full of dead bodies. It's just full of skeletons. That's where they buried them. That's where all these people, through plague and all sorts of different events in history underneath Paris, and that's where the bodies were thrown. But they're so complex, the tunnel systems. They're multiple levels, and they go miles and miles, and people just don't understand that. Very hard for people to.
Better off that people. Of course, there are maybe some legitimate guides. I can't remember now. I think that maybe didn't they make it illegal to go down there? It's actually illegal to go down there now, right?
Yeah. And they've tried to. Obviously, throughout Paris, it stretches miles and miles. There are obviously still entry points people can still access, but you have to literally. It's like a gate guard or it's like literally a manhole you literally have to lift up over, and then you can get down into there. There are multiple entrances that they try and look for them all over, but they're so heavily guarded as well, because once you're down there, if you don't know where you're going, you don't have a guide map of what the location, because the thing is you're going to come across tunnels that have not been surveyed and they're not mapped. They're not there on records, so you'll come across stuff that you're like, what the hell? Which way do I go? Left, right? Where's north? Where's south? You don't know anywhere, and that's how people get lost down there, and they don't ever come back up.
That's true.
And I couldn't think of anything worse. It's my worst nightmare.
No, absolutely. And so, what George is saying, of course, actually, I'm certain that there's plenty of entryways that certain guides know about that are not gated or guarded, and they've the officials just don't know about them, and then people access the catacombs through that, and these are like illegal adventurers, and people still venture down there regularly, I know that much, but they're doing so illegally. And,
it's illegal to go down. Exactly, Douglas, thank you.
And it's just so if you're in for that, have at it. Personally, I would think tourists would be led down there by predatory types who would mug them and leave them there to die, is what I would think. Oh my God. It's I just stay away. But all of that being said, it was certainly marvelous having you tonight. I really needed that. Actually, it was a wonderful segue, and one of the things that brings up, of course, our man George Knight will kind of round up and sum up a little bit of what I had introduced earlier about Daniel Arola, and certainly George Knight had his own talks with Daniel Arola, knew him a little bit, and I'm certain that probably Daniel, I'm presuming, was always copacetic with yourself. He never tried to trigger you, did he? Or
never? Okay. He never done anything like that to me, Douglas. He never tried to. He always defended me. Ever, someone would comment on my post, he would always come in on my defense. He would always come in, and he would just annihilate them.
Right.
They don't know how to respond to it.
Right.
Because it's just so abnormal. And this is the thing. Richard K. Cole actually called me and him Douglas's Nazi pets. We were called Nazi pets.
What a piece of shit he is. And
now Daniel's apologizing to this guy that called him that.
There you go. Yeah. Well, not only that, but Richard K. Cole Jr. and his whole little LGAB club, which is basically the only person who was real in that was Stephen Cosmos, author, who's not real in any positive sense. He's just a crazy lunatic living in Oregon, an incel, an involuntary celibate who's completely insane. And aside from that individual, everyone else was just an alter of Richard K. Cole talking to himself. It was in LGAB. But in terms of himself, he would produce pictures of Douglas Dietrich fucking Daniel Arola up the ass. He'd just take a picture of two guys in coitus, and he'd put, my face on the top guy, and Daniel Arola would be the bottom guy, and he'd say Daniel Arola is Douglas Dietrich's butt boy, all that shit. I mean, all this stuff for Daniel Arola to go prostrating himself before this man. It's the ultimate surrender to self-loathing, the ultimate display of masochistic self-hatred. And this is, of course, where he's self-rejection. This is what Bruce Lee was calling self-rejection. Obviously he did all this because he was angry. So it meaning all his bullshit about the true warrior never gets angry was just that. And the horror of it was that he was really on our side for so long, and he seemed very sincere about it, very earnest. But then so did Laney Shea. That was those two would seem the most earnest of all at the time that they were intensively involved. And then when you look at what she became, basically a empty meat sock puppet, a demoniac, and Daniel Arola became more and more distant. Now, did you notice any distancing over the years, like the last 2 years, year and a half? Is what I noticed. Kind of, basically, he became less active in promoting any of my material, which he was not necessarily. Yeah, there we are.
Yeah, that was noticed, Douglas, that he stopped reproducing, and I like those because they're only short clips, like no more than like 5-10 minutes long, and sometimes like a minute or something. They're very good to get, and he would title them, so it's really good to, if you need to cite something, very easy to look at, to find on YouTube. But I noticed he stopped producing maybe about 2 years ago or 2 or 3 years ago. He stopped, publishing your videos. It was all just like, it was when I first started with you.
Did you download any of them? Because he obviously deleted them all. So
thank you, because I was worrying about that, because I noticed only a few days ago he still had them up, and I was worrying about that. And obviously I found out earlier through listening earlier on, Douglas, that like you said, he's deleted them all now, which is a shame. But fortunately, I can. Obviously, he kept the original image, so I know which videos they're often. So it's just looking for that image, of the thumbnail of the video, so I can still find it.
Interesting.
But, it's okay because I've retained all the information anyway I need from them.
Yeah, understood. I get it. Yeah, it's like this was intro for people who were not familiar with me, and it was a way to introduce them. And basically, when he stopped producing them a few years ago, things became kind of suspect at that point. And I kind of explained that he had this financial reason that he was talking about, but where there's a will, there's a way, because of course we both saw that he was still producing his own videos. And he was like, the latest one he put out was some song about Ukraine on his ukulele, and I was just wondering, why do you fucking bother? Because he's like trying to show he's like socially aware, right? That bullshit. Oh, here's a song for Ukraine, and it's like, fuck you. I mean, really, really. It's like you're a little late in the party, isn't it? You could have written that, in February when the Russians first invaded or something. Why'd you get to it now? Trying to show he's like still in the game as socially conscious or something. It was like Lena Shea was posting that Stop the Shock shit about there's some insane asylum that still uses shock treatment. She probably wants it to stop because she knows she could use some herself. When it comes to Danny, the other thing that comes to mind, before George fades into the gentle light, was that what was it about? There was something else I was thinking of while I was pissing appropriately enough. I was thinking about was it about him that he was was it about his sugar mama, something else, I guess, the situation he was in. But anyhow, if I think of it later, I'll bring it up maybe, but probably tonight I'll just spend the rest of the night in deep analysis, get into the geopolitics, and later on I'll, in another episode, I'll show Viviana Sanchez some aspects of geomorphology, and she would certainly appreciate it, as would her son, who she says is very excited by maps. And so when I brought up geomorphology and the similarity of the physical structures of the peninsulas of the European continent and that of Asia, you understood what I was saying, right? It was coherent?
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Douglas. No, absolutely. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Wonderful. Well, anyhow, we love you dearly. I love you dearly, as does Viviana and everyone else. So, Viviana, come on with us to say goodnight to George, and obviously share that love with Sarah. Okay?
Yeah, no, I will do, Douglas. Thank you.
Well, George, it was lovely to talk to you tonight, and I'm so sorry we didn't give you a better notice on the last transmission.
That's not your fault. No, it's not.
No, I'll keep that in mind for next time, because I'm sure a lot of people were probably worried. So.
Yeah, no. Much appreciated. No, thank you. Yeah, no, there's no need to apologise. That was I wasn't caught up on that. I didn't catch it. You see, it's nobody's fault. It's just but everything's all good, which is marvelous. Yeah, thank you for having me on.
Well, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Yeah, have a great weekend as well, and I'll probably come. I'll try and come on Monday or Sundays.
Sounds good. All right, look forward to that.
Very much. And good night, everyone. Thank you for listening, and take care.
Thank you.
Good night.
Bye.
Yeah, bye for now. And thank you, Viviana. So I'll segue into monologue now. Goddess bless you, dear lady. And of course, stay by my side as long as you can stand, as long as you can stay awake. And
I think I slept earlier. I think I'm good. I'll be up with you the rest of the time.
Wonderful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, honey. Okay, that's Viviana Sanchez, our Executrix producer. So happy to have an Executrix producer when I've had, other people working production. Of course, it's just, what I tried to say earlier, and Peter Moon was like saying we don't need to go into every case, but obviously, every other case is just these people and what they say. It's amazing why they even bother, or when they say what they do to confuse people. So understand all of this is just basically in the end to throw you off, so that in the end you don't understand anything. That is their entire purpose in life. Now, by the way, it's a very special night tonight. We are actually in the next day. So we are actually in Thursday. It's basically Thursday now, even here on the Pacific Coast. And oh my God, the time that we took, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, I can't believe it. We got 3.5 hours left. So obviously I can only introduce a number of topics tonight, and we'll be, addressing most of them on Sunday. Obviously, there will be a lot of updates and changes in the situation of current events, and that includes, of course, the January 6th hearings, but I'm not going to be dwelling on those tonight. Those would basically be kind of like a punchline to the arc of narrative, but today's special aspect is that it's now the birthday date of Alan Turing. Now, Alan Turing was somebody who Daniel Arola loved to make memes about. And that's basically just shock value, because Alan Turing was gay. And so Daniel Arola would always say, if you love computers, you can thank this gay guy who invented them. It was just another way for him to really irritate people. It's kind of like history as an assault weapon. And so he was just basically weaponizing it for the sake of tormenting people with whatever hangups that they had, so that he could sit back and say, I've got no hangups myself. All of this, of course, was something that I just appreciated when he was doing this, that he was on my side. Obviously, that has stopped, and the reason why is certainly irrational. And basically, when somebody breaks that badly, when somebody shatters into a million bits and just goes towards the side they've always known to be the absolute worst, just straight past the gutter and down the sewer system and into the cistern, into the septic tank with all of the turds. You can't imagine why. It's like Peggy Wood Amalal said, it makes no sense. But then insanity never does. So it really does force you to entertain the possibility he may have always been an asset. Such being whatever it is. This was a day that he would have made a meme about Alan Turing, just to bother everybody on Facebook about the fact the guy was gay. It's not because he really appreciated computers. He appreciated taunting everybody with that fact. So I could go into detail about him maybe next year. I've already done it in past years. No need to go through it again. And of course, he was an Englishman, a fellow gentleman of George Knight's own culture. And by the way, this is the post-Father's Day, post-summer solstice. I rendezvoused with Sammy Romero and his significant other on the beautiful summer solstice day, the day of equinox, when we met, and that was the longest day of the year. We didn't spend all day together, but we spent the morning together, and that was very rewarding. And obviously, he found out Douglas Dietrich is a very real person, and everything about Douglas Dietrich, including his residence, is quite real, and his appearance as well. So he can vouchsafe for all of that when next he appears, presumably during the weekend. And as for, aside from all of that, this weekend was extraordinary. There were a number of reasons for that. And of course, one of those reasons was the fact that for the fourth time in 8 years, the Golden State Warriors won the National Basketball Association, or the NBA championship. And so their rally and parade was held on Monday. Now, Juneteenth was actually on Sunday, but it was celebrated on Monday as well. Father's Day was Sunday, but of course it combined this year into the 3-day weekend. And on Monday, we had basically San Francisco hosting the Golden State Warriors NBA championship rally and title parade. All of this, of course, just immersed the city in crowds that were everywhere. Traffic was at a standstill. The parades, they closed down Market Street, which is San Francisco's main thoroughfare. Just so everybody knows, technically, all streets in San Francisco lead to Market Street. San Francisco is effectively a planned city. It's a city based on a grid line plan that was overlaid on a city of hills, and basically everything eventually leads to Market Street, and they closed that off. Nevertheless, V and I were able to rendezvous. Miracle. I mean, it was miracle on miracle over the past few days. And so all of that being said, of course, this was also taking place amidst the national LGBTQIA plus, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, that would be your hermaphrodites in the medical diagnostic sense, and allied plus, Pride, Menses, or month. And you are now listening to the biological son of Adolf Hitler as he delivers you analyses. I do want to give a shout out to a number of people, to Anonymous, a wonderful individual who has supplied myself with $50 United States dollars, and he's asked me in the past to acknowledge him anonymously, but I'll ask him privately if I can change that. His status should be recognized. And of course, a shout out to Sean Bond of the Psionic League, and he contributed $100 United States dollars. Even with all of these very gracious and generous contributions, I was not going to be able to purchase necessities such as water to survive through to the end of the month until Sammy Romero rendezvoused with myself and contributed 200 United States dollars. That should be enough to help me make it through the end of this month, and I realistically still need more help to make certain that I can get water, still water, bottled water, because I cannot drink from my own tap water. It's simply it's not potable water. For all intents and purposes, it's like you would see in high school or elementary school if you had any science labs and you had Bunsen burners and shit, which would obviously not be elementary school. But what you would have would be a sinks that would say not potable water. It's rinse water. What I have coming out of my taps is what is called rinse water. This is something you would wash your eyes out with. You could bathe with it. But there's reasons I don't do that. I bathe at my son's husband's estates. and I cannot bathe regularly because there's no hot water. And now, on an extremely hot day like it was yesterday, I could have taken a bath, but I had already done so at the Estates. But those are extraordinarily rare in San Francisco. Most of the time, if I would be risking pneumonia if I bathed in my own flat, and because first off, they have only 30 gallons of fucking water. 30 gallons. That's like smaller than a sizable aquarium. You know, there are 30-gallon aquariums. You know, if you ever take a look at a 30-gallon aquarium, it's not fucking big, okay? You couldn't lift it because 30 gallons weighs like hell. You know, gallons of water are extraordinarily heavy. Water is heavy. But when it comes to the 30-gallon tank overall, you know, for fish to swim in, that's nothing. You can't keep fish alive in a 30-gallon tank reasonably if they're of any consequential size. They just cannot be maintained in a fucking 30-gallon. It's like a goldfish bowl. It's a glorified goldfish bowl. That's the size of our hot water tank. And it takes half an hour, basically 45 minutes, if not close to an hour, to get cold again once you've dumped 30 gallons into the tub. If you ever measure 30 gallons in a tub, take a 30-gallon fish tank and put it into a tub, it's going to fill the bottom inch. It's the bottom inch. So I get about a bottom inch of hot water, and the rest is cold porcelain, and I would freeze to death. I would be basically contracting pneumonia if I tried to bathe in my own home. And as for the shower, yeah, that's not much better either. So it's just something that I do elsewhere. I'm just forced into that by circumstance. This is the circumstances of poverty. I am basically living in poverty. So to understand that, and no, I explained before why my son cannot help me. I have a barter system going, a system of trade with this husband, but this is not going to allow for charity. So I'm on my own as an adult, and therefore the only recourse I have is you. So do financially support myself. These wonderful people have, and they've made it possible to carry me through basically through the weekend, essentially. But maybe there's not even enough bottled water for me to get through that. So honestly, whatever you can contribute, please do so and put it in the PayPal. And that's on display on the screen. So take advantage of that to help me out so I can maintain my analyses. Now, of course, I've been wanting for some time to get back into heavy analysis, and going to be doing that tonight, and we'll just do for you what needs to be done, and provide you some insight into the world. And all of that being said, taking a look now at the live stream, and we've got a good sizable number of people here, considering the time and considering the fact that it's midweek and it's a fucking work day. We got a lot of people here. So that's awesome. Again, support myself at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. That's my solicitation from this point forward. All right. Let's get into it, and we'll just basically maintain track of the time, and we'll see how much I can teach you tonight. As Russia's war in Ukraine grinds on, the United States Attorney General Merrick Garland attested that a new accountability team will be formed to identify and prosecute anyone who committed war crimes in Ukraine. According to Garland, the team will be led by the U.S. Justice Department's best-known Nazi hunter, Eli Rosenbaum, obviously Jewish in ethnicity, who helped the department to strip citizenship from or deport accused Nazis in more than 100 cases. And this announcement is a strong signal from the department that it is interested in investigating war crimes in Ukraine, and follows a previous effort to lock down the assets of Russian oligarchs. Meanwhile, according to Ukrainian officials, heavy fighting is taking place in southern Ukraine, and in Kherson, which has been under Russian control since March. More activists, politicians, and journalists are reported to have been abducted. And according to the Ukrainian military, Ukrainian troops are resisting a heavy Russian offensive in and around the city of Severodonetsk in the Luhansk region, despite the continued bombardment from several directions. The head of the Luhansk Regional Military Administration has attested that Russian forces have tried to carry out offensive operations under the cover of heavy shelling, but they are having trouble dislodging the determined Ukrainian resistance. Officials have said that Russian forces are making modest gains and have resorted to one principal tactic: fire at any and all Ukrainian positions to leave nothing standing that can be defended. But hey, you know what I'm getting emails about? Not right now, but over the weekend. Hey, did China just detect signals from an alien civilization? I mean, really, with all we've got going down on the ground, this is what I get. You see, the internet is abuzz with rumors that the Communist Chinese Empire may have picked up signals from an alien civilization. The news centers on observations by Red China's Sky Eye. That's their FAST. That's an acronym, F-A-S-T, all uppercase, for the 500-meter aperture spherical radio telescope. Yes, that's a weird-ass acronym where they've left out, at least the word radio. And 500 meter is writ together with hyphens, so that could be counted a single word in accurate English. Yes, F, A for aperture, S for spherical, skip the radio, and then you've got T for telescope. They're fast, they're Sky Eye, they're big radar dish, okay? The satellite dish with which what's going on is really they're receiving cable TV, I shit you not, is located in southwestern Guizhou province. And one report by the state-backed Science and Technology Daily cited Zhang Tongjie, the chief scientist at the Extraterrestrial Civilization Search Team, co-founded by Beijing Normal University, the National Astronomical Observatory of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and the University of California at Berkeley. That's right here in San Francisco, people. The San Francisco Greater Bay Area Metroplex region. Well, we know what's going down. Zhang is reported to have said that the team spotted two sets of intriguing signals in 2020 while sifting through FAST data gathered in 2019. Another signal was apparently picked up this year in data gathered on exoplanetary targets, meaning planets that are in other solar systems bound by gravity to other stars, other suns. However, Zhang himself also underscored the possibility that the signals are products of radio interference. Follow-up fast observations are reportedly on tap, but the Science and Technology Daily story has since been removed from the outlet's site, which should tell you everything you need to know. No, it's not because the aliens are here and the Chinese are communicating and they're just hiding it from us Westerners. Rather, Dan Wertheimer, Wertheimer actually is the more Germanic pronunciation. He's the Marilyn and Watson Alberts SETI, or SETI, all uppercase acronym for Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, which has been around for fucking ever and never found a bird dropping worth of extraterrestrial communique. He's the chair in the Astronomy Department and Space Sciences Lab at the University of California at Berkeley, who works with the Beijing Normal University SETI researchers. And he threw cold water on the rumored possibility that the fast signals were produced by advanced aliens, testifying that Earthlings might eventually have to go to the far side of the moon to do SETI work. To quote his T, at length and verbatim, a radio telescope on the backside of the moon would be shielded from all of our planet's radio pollution. These signals are from radio interference. They are due to radio pollution from Earthlings, not from ET. The technical term we use is RFI, radio frequency interference. RFI can comest from cell phones, TV transmitters, radar, acronym itself for radio detection and ranging, satellites, as well as electronics and computers near the observatory that produce weak radio transmissions. All of the signals detected by CTI researchers so far are made by our own civilization, not another civilization. It is getting hard to do CTI observations from the surface of our planet at all. Radio pollution is getting worse as more and more transmitters and satellites are built. Some radio bands have become impossible to use for CTI in the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. If there were any intelligence back down on Earth, they wouldn't be attempting this at all because we wouldn't need to. They would be spewing out as much radio crap as we are, and it would travel at the speed of light with very little to intercept it or interfere with it, and it would hit us, and we would be bombarded with it. Our biggest problem would be trying to block it out so we could hear ourselves. But they're not out there. Instead, back down on Earth, we have an unstable world of economic warfare. It's no surprise the Russian Empire is weathering the West's sanctions. Putin has been preparing for them for nearly a decade. Russia has been preparing for sanctions since 2014, after it annexed Crimea. Moscow was already hit by a range of Western-led sanctions after the annexation thereof. Since then, Russia has been protecting itself through a variety of measures. And as fears of American containment grow, Red China is bracing itself for economic conflict and a forced decoupling. Because Red China lost Europa. Beijing's economic missteps and support for Russia soured European leaders. Red China's diplomacy in Europe even has a name: broken porcelain. Beijing's message to Europa, criticize us and we'll topple your agenda, didn't win it any hearts and minds. Manifestly, Red China never really owned Europe. But China may have lost Europe's strategic trust, at least for the moment, as the European Union is worried about Red China's BRI, their Belt Road Initiative intentions. This European xenophobia, however, originates in Europe's domestic inability to insulate European ideals from populist nationalist backlash as its economy underperforms. In April and May, as Russia's war in Ukraine entered its third month, Red China sent a special envoy to meet with officials in 8 Central and Eastern European countries. The timing was not coincidental. In the months, the 12 months, since Russia had launched its invasion, China's standing in Europa had sunk to new lows. European governments were dismayed by Beijing's strengthened ties to Moscow and its tacit support for Russia's aggression, and the Communist-Chinese leadership hoped to do damage control in a part of the continent where it believed it had special sway. You see, for a decade now, Red China has made the countries of Central and Eastern Europa one of its diplomatic focal points, offering top-level assets in Beijing and dangling huge trade opportunities. Communist-Chinese officials believe they could use this belt of smaller, post-communist governments as a counterweight to critical voices in the European Union and American influence on the European continent. And with the war in Ukraine bringing a chill over Red China's European relations, Beijing assumed that a series of brisk meetings in the region, including in Budapest, Praha, Riga, and Warsaw, would help turn the tables in its favor. But these efforts went nowhere. Instead, the CHICOM, the Chinese Communist ambassador, and the rest of her delegation were rebuffed, with the Czech Foreign Ministry, for example, saying it used the meeting to express reservations to current Chinese cooperation with Russia. Of the many important ripple effects of the war in Ukraine, the growing rupture between Red China and Europa is perhaps the least appreciated. In earlier years, the Communist Chinese government viewed the European Union as an area of the world where it could pursue its economic interests with fewer of the geopolitical tensions that characterize its relations with Washington. And it set out to exploit what it saw as its special ties with a large group of countries in Central and Eastern Europa, in particular to cement this business over politics approach. For European governments that, like Red China itself, had transitioned to capitalism in recent decades, Red China was a powerful new partner that held out the potential of large-scale investment in their economies. In return, Beijing hoped to find a backdoor to Europa's vast markets, as well as gain new political leverage in its growing rivalry with the American empire. Today, however, Europa has become one of Red China's biggest foreign policy headaches. In part, the current situation is a result of economic miscalculations by both sides, which overestimated the potential benefits of the arrangement. But Red China's increasingly rigid position on my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan has only made things much worse. The Communist Chinese government has retaliated against Lithuania for giving a small amount of symbolic recognition to my Taiwan. And over the past year, the Communist Chinese Empire has made threatening noises toward other European governments over the same issue. Amid all these souring relations, Red China's support for the Russian Empire in Ukraine has brought its European troubles to a head. The stakes are not small. The war in Ukraine has exposed how few allies Red China has, and how badly the Communist Chinese leadership miscalculated in pursuing close ties with the Russian Empire. Beijing's heavy-handed efforts to gain leverage in Europa have also backfired, even as its economy and growing military strength guarantee it power and attention. Its failed European project has underscored its inability to win durable partners among the advanced democracies, a pattern that seems likely to hinder its long-term influence in the world. You see, this was the vision of Communist China's Warsaw Pact. Beijing's broader European strategy took shape a decade ago when Red China launched its partnership with Central and Eastern Europe, established in Warsaw in April of 2012. The group quickly became known as the 16+1 because it consisted of Red China and 16 European countries: Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Croatia, the Czech Republic, Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, North Macedonia, Montenegro, Poland, Romania, Serbia, Slovakia, and Slovenia. And for those of you idiots who say, oh, he does the accent, but he doesn't pronounce it in their native names, fucking Croatia would be Krvatska, okay? And, of course, Hungary would be Magyarország. So, yeah, I can go to town on this and start listing them in foreign languages all day, but I don't think that's what you want to hear. At any rate, this group later grew to 17 when one country that wasn't part of the old Eastern Bloc, Greece, joined in 2019. It fell back to 16 when Lithuania abandoned the pack in 2021. At the time, many sinologists or China analysts saw this regional foray as a shrewd maneuver, a successful prelude to its Belt and Road Initiative, which was launched the following year in an effort to promote Communist Chinese business and political ties around the world. Under the monocratic Xi Jinping's predecessor, Hu Jintao, China had sought to craft an image of itself as a peaceful, technocratic empire whose main priority was integration into the global economy rather than projection of hard power. Despite Red China's size and authoritarian political system, many European leaders, along with major European companies such as Volkswagen and Siemens, saw Red China as a largely forward-looking country that was providing access to a vast new market. And Red China's strategic goals, such as reunifying with my Taiwan and expanding power into the South China Sea, were far away from Europa's core interests. For both Red China and its European partners, the 16 plus 1 group also seemed to make sense historically. The world's second largest economy and its European partners shared a socialist heritage. All were in various stages of market-oriented economic reforms. Moreover, 11 of these small countries were members of the European Union, so Red China could gain a toehold in the world's largest trading bloc without having to compete directly with Western Europe's advanced economies. Red Chinese built factories in these countries would qualify as being inside the EU, and hence given privileged access to the EU's common market. And Beijing could more easily establish itself in these countries than in their more developed counterparts, such as Die Neue Vereinte Deutschland, the new united Germany, and Scandinavia. Beijing saw Eastern Europe as a backdoor to Brussels, the erstwhile capital of Europa itself, and certainly the headquarters of NATO, most importantly. The Chinese government also saw the 16 plus 1 as a stepping stone to a broader economic deal with the EU itself. In 2013, the EU and Red China began negotiations for what became known as the Comprehensive Agreement on Investment, the CAI. After years of discussions, the two sides finalized the deal, in principle, in 2020 with the aggressive backing of then Deutschen Chancellor, or German Chancellor, Angela Merkel. On paper, it seemed that Red China might be on the road to a more long-term economic relationship with Europe on the continent. And of course, Angela Merkel proved herself to be just a fucking cunt of a traitor who aligned Germania most vulnerably with the Sino-Slavic synapses, which, thank the gods of my ancestors, both Asian and European, has been reversed. By this point, however, the 16 plus had been hobbled by its poorly defined aims. For one thing, Red China and its European partners had entered the pact with radically different expectations. From the start, the project was largely a communist Chinese creation. Red China built a website to document the project and set up a secretariat staffed exclusively with Chinese foreign ministry officials. By contrast, many of the governments in the region saw the relationship as merely a way to gain Chinese investment and trade, but never shared Beijing's goal of reorienting themselves away from Brussels. China's official rhetoric about the pact, drawing on the vague and cliched language of communese, Red Chinese governmental discourse, their own bureaucratic language, as the original Mandarins who ruled China developed the language of all Chinese, Mandarin, so too the Commu-Chinese bureaucrats, well, they have their own communese. It's dumbed down. And they did nothing in their dumbed downness to clarify the aims of this group, stating blandly that it was based on traditional friendship and shared desire of all the participants for win-win cooperation and common development. I mean, typical communies, it don't mean shit. Tangible results were correspondingly meager. A basic problem was Red China's assumption that Central and Eastern European countries formed a coherent bloc at all. The region covered by the 16 plus 1 stretched nearly 2,000 miles, from Estonia in the north to Greece in the south, and included countries with vastly different economic conditions. 5 of the 16 countries, Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, or Bosnia and Herzegovina, North Macedonia, or Macedonia. It's basically Macedonia, the core of the Macedonian nation, half of which is occupied by Greece. Montenegro, which in the correct Slavic language of Srpski would be Crna Gora, both meaning Black Mountain. You can tell that by the Latin. Montenegro. Monte for mountain, negro for black. Montenegro, mountain black, or Monte Black. Yes, Black Mountain. Crna Gora is actually in the proper order in the Serbian. And Serbia itself, were not members of the European Union at all, and were largely poorer nations, the ghetto of Europe with lower standards of development. What initially united these countries in agreeing to Red China's overtures was the assumption that, in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis, a partnership with Beijing would mean an enormous injection of communist Chinese capital. The money would then revive old factories and projects that had found no Western investors. But few of these hopes have borne out. In 2013, for example, at a 16+1 summit in Bucharest, the capital of Romania, Red China, Hungary, and Serbia discussed a high-speed rail line between Beograd, a white city in the Srpski language, the capital of Serbia, and Budapest, the capital of Magyarország, Hungary, and the $3 billion project, advertised as the most important Belt and Road initiative in Europe, was heralded as a symbol of Red China's new partnership. A decade later, however, the rail line is still unfinished and has been embroiled in charges of corruption and lack of transparency. Oh, really? What did you expect from communists? As the Romanian scholar Andreea Brinza put it, the 16+1 quickly became, in her words, an annual summit featuring a plethora of unfulfilled promises and projects. Let's talk about some of these broken promises. According to Red Chinese figures, and I'll tell you a bit more about them later, trade between the Communist Chinese Empire and its European partners grew 8% a year between 2012 and 2020 and surged even more during the pandemic. But the growth was starting from a very low base, and the results have been extremely modest. According to the Czech researcher Richard Q. Turksanyi, Red China still accounts for less than 2% of the Central and Eastern European region's exports and 9% of its imports. Chinese foreign direct investment has had an even smaller impact, making up less than 1% of total foreign direct investment. That, Turksanyi has so observed, means that Central and Eastern Europe, in his words, has the least Chinese presence when compared to any other region in the world when measured by its shares of economic interaction. Given Beijing's decades-long effort to cultivate this region, this is an astonishingly poor showing. It's like, well, broken porcelain. One of the reasons the results were so dismal is that the Red Chinese approach left it up to the Communist Chinese companies to do the actual investing. Although many Chinese companies are state-owned, they are still profit-oriented. And for these enterprises, Central and Eastern Europe simply isn't very attractive. Compared to Western Europe, it is less densely populated, cities are dispersed across a large area, there is less infrastructure, and standards of living are lower. No wonder, despite Beijing's rhetorical encouragement, few Red Chinese companies have taken up the call to invest in the region. And the Communist Chinese Empire's anti-NATO rhetoric flies in the face of Europe's security concerns. Seen broadly, Red China's mishaps in Europa reflect an approach to policymaking that makes sense in the Communist Chinese context, but does not always play well overseas, especially in advanced democracies, where governments are more directly accountable to their electorates. Many initiatives in Red China are often showy affairs that start with a bang and report creatively produced statistics. I'll get into that later. They offer a statement of intent rather than any concrete plans. Content is added later, sometimes years later, or rather, never at all. Another problem was Red China's mercantilist approach to foreign policy and trade, basing foreign relations on calculations of economic gain, as if they were the late British Empire. All countries do this to some extent, but Red China is unusual among major powers in relying so heavily on economic ties to shape its foreign relations. Meanwhile, the projects that Red China has announced have often turned into boondoggles, or dead ends. Along with the high-speed rail project, these include a $15.6 billion expansion of the Cernavoda nuclear power plant in Romania, for which the promised Red Chinese investment never materialized. By the way, in the correct Romanian language, I believe that would be Chernovoda. So Peter Moon can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty damn good with this shit. In 2020, 7 years after Red China had signed onto the deal, the project was taken over by a U.S. consortium. Bigger than shit. Partly because of the nuclear power plant debacle, the Romanian government last year banned communist Chinese companies from participating in public infrastructure tenders. Other governments in the region have made similar moves, viewing communist Chinese bidding on contracts as harmful to their efforts to compete with more advanced industrial economies. That's because to the communist Chinese empire, they're all simply communist satellite states. And therefore, well, this is the most mercantilist of empires since the late British Empire held sway over its Indian subjects, and you know what it did to them. And of course, it all came to the fore with arm twisting on my native Taiwan. You see, Red China's eroding support in Europe has not been limited to economic failures. Many European governments have increasingly bridled at Beijing's efforts to exploit its economic might to silence criticism of its own policies and human rights abuses record. Nowhere has this coercive strategy been more pronounced than on the matter of my own Taiwan. Consider the case of Lithuania. In deference to Red China, most countries in Europa and elsewhere have used the word Chinese Taipei to describe any Taiwanese representative offices in their countries, the idea being that it was acceptable to use my island's capital, in which I myself was born, rather than its proper name, because the latter somehow implied statehood. When Lithuania decided to flout this convention, but yesteryear, allowing my Taiwan to open a representative office that featured Taiwan in its name, Beijing responded with a total economic ban on that country. It not only cut off Lithuanian exports to Red China, but threatened to ban any product manufactured in another country if the item contained a Lithuanian component. At first, it seemed that Lithuania would find few supporters in Europa for refusing to bow to communist Chinese demands. That was especially true after Red China threatened to sanction international companies that used components made in Lithuania. Some EU countries, including United Germany, which has a large trade with Red China, put informal pressure on Lithuania to back down on its pro-Taiwanese stance. Gradually, however, European leaders found Beijing's hardline behavior intolerable. In January of this year, Brussels launched a case with the WTO, the World Trade Organization, accusing Beijing of engaging in discriminatory practices because it stopped clearing Lithuanian goods through customs and rejected important applications from Lithuania. It was amid these deteriorating relations that the war in Ukraine turned many European governments more decisively against the communist Chinese empire, which had obviously chosen Russia over Europa. The Red Chinese government's support for revanchist, revisionist Russia in the lead up to the invasion caught many European leaders by surprise. Just before the war began, Red China and the Russian Empire issued a joint communique that endorsed Russia's call for NATO to be rolled back to 1997 borders. This action would have stripped countries such as the Czech Republic, Poland, Slovakia, and all the Baltic states, all of them members of the 16+1 group that Red China was supposedly supporting, of NATO weapons and troops, leaving them completely vulnerable as Ukraine. Beijing's behavior since the war began, repeating the Russian talking point that the invasion was provoked by NATO enlargement, has crystallized the growing unease in European capitals. In March, Deutschen, or German, Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock said that the war proved that one-sided economic alignments, in fact, make us vulnerable, not just with regard to Russia. European frustration with Red China boiled over after a summit in early April between senior Commu-Chinese leaders and the European Parliament. The EU's top representative for foreign affairs, Joseph Borrell, called it a dialogue of the deaf. Now, these sentiments have been especially strong among the members of the 16+1, many of which are now on the front lines of the face-off with the Russian Empire and have themselves benefited from NATO security guarantees. Several European countries have now openly embraced Lithuania's outspoken position on my Taiwan. One is the Czech Republic, which is also one of the wealthiest countries in the region. In April, Czech Foreign Minister Jan Lipavsky demanded greater scrutiny of Red China's support for the Russian Empire and accused China of having bullied my Taiwan and called for closer Czech-Taiwanese relations. Latvia, Lithuania's close neighbor, has meanwhile called on Beijing to use more leverage in order to stop Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Notably, the 16+1 itself has seemed increasingly moribund. For those of you who don't have my vocabulary, that means headed for death. By the way, you should be ashamed of yourselves that a person of Chinese nationality can outtalk you in your own native language. I mean, you should feel a bit insecure about that. Yesteryear, 6 member countries decided against having their heads of state attend a virtual summit with Xi Jinping, sending lower-level officials instead. Oh, the ultimate insult! The humanity! This year, the 16+1 summit did not take place, possibly because of the war in Ukraine. All of this falls back on power in disambiguation from pragmatism. Red China's failures in Central and Eastern Europe highlight the Commu-Chinese Empire's increasingly ideological approach to foreign affairs under Xi Jinping. Most of these failures were self-inflicted. Red China has long been suspicious of Western alliances, such as NATO, but its decision to openly endorse the Russian position went a step further, essentially telling countries in the 16+1 to abandon one of their key foreign policy priorities to continue their existence on the surface of the earth. People in the Chinese foreign policy establishment must have recognized how badly this would play in the region, but they were apparently unable to sway the communist Chinese dictatorship. Instead, Xi's desire to strike a deal with the Russian dictator, Vladimir Putin, with whom he has strong personal relations, just short of buttfuckery, won out. This behavior is part of an overall sidelining of Red China's foreign policy experts in favor of ideologues closer to their dictator, Xi Jinping. In the economic sphere, investing in the less wealthy countries of Europe would have been a challenge under any circumstances. But Red China's unwillingness to see troubled projects through to completion made the situation worse. Instead, the 16+1 summits continued with the same broken goals listed on the organization's Chinese website. Now, Beijing's unyielding approach to Europa may not last forever. Analysts and officials in Central and Eastern Europe who have dealt with Red China say that its officials are now strong linguistically in the mosaic of languages and cultures that make up the region, and the Chinese leadership is persistent. Although its ambassador's visit to the region just yestermensis last month was considered a failure, Beijing is unlikely to give up. Success, however, will depend on a return to more pragmatic policies, and with Xi Jinping likely to take another 5-year term at a key Communist Party meeting this autumn, that sort of course correction may have to wait. Separately, for Europa itself, the EU is deciding this week whether Ukraine should be formally considered for candidate status. On Monday, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said that Ukraine is moving along the path to becoming part of the European Union, but he himself has warned that Ukraine's bid to join the European Union could bring greater hostile activity, his words, from the Russian Empire as the EU considers whether the country should be formally considered for candidate status at all. Leaders of the EU's 27 member states are meeting throughout this week to discuss the possible path forward for Ukraine. However, even though the EU and its members have broadly supported Ukraine in its war effort, Ukraine's ongoing fight raises several issues and could slow down the timeline. In fact, experts tend to agree that it is highly unlikely that Ukraine will be able to meet the EU's criteria to start negotiations until after the war ends. The average time for a country to join the EU is 4 years and 10 months. But this is overall indicative of the real end of Pax Americana. The post-World War II, as between Japan and the Western Allies, international order, because World War II is still ongoing with the Thousand-Year Reich in exile, is always misrepresented as a product of American strength. In reality, together with the Axis, a defeated United States imposed their will on the rest of the world, crafting institutions and norms that served trilateral interests and assured trilateralist primacy. And to a completely unappreciated degree, that order is instead a product of the superficial weakness of Germany and Japan. For 3/4 of a century after 1945, both countries superficially eschewed colonial power status and pursued commercial approaches to foreign policy. At the heart of the post-war order, in other words, is the unique status of the world's third and fourth largest economies. Although that order has come to seem natural to many in the West, it is predicated on an unarguably unnatural condition, the self-affected mega-corporatization of trois countries that, owing to geography, demography, and history, have predictably become regional hegemons in the pre-war modern era. Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the growing antagonism between the United States and the Communist Chinese Empire is threatening to upend that superficial status quo, and with it, Pax Americana, which has held since the propagandized end of World War II. In response to Moscow's aggression, Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, has fundamentally reoriented its foreign policy, pledging to radically increase defense spending and taking a hawkish line on Ukraine. And the Empire of Japan, wary of Red China's quest for regional hegemony, seems closer than ever to similar transformation. In the short term, these shifts may precipitate a consolidation or even a revival of the West. The war in Ukraine has increased the dependence of United Germany and the Japanese Empire on the United States and led to levels of cooperation not seen since the Cold War. But if United Germany stays on its new path and the Empire of Japan embarks on a similar one, something like the opposite could happen as both countries become less dependent on these United States and more closely linked to their neighbors. Such a shift would profoundly alter not just the security order in Europa and Asia, but the dynamics of the Western world in toto, and at precisely the moment when World War II passes from memory into history. On the one hand, Pax Americana will give its way to more cooperative regional security orders. On the other, the United States will have to reinvent its alliances, treating allies as real stakeholders rather than fantasizing them as infantilized junior partners. The transition could be painful and difficult for Washington in the short term, but in the long term, these changes will be healthy for the global order and even for the United States itself. For this is the time of the Zeitenwende. 4 days after Russia invaded Ukraine, the usually cautious Deutschen Chancellor, or German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, gave a revolutionary speech announcing a Zeitenwende, or turning point, roughly translated, in German foreign policy. So profound are the shifts he laid out that they will change Das Vaterlands, or the fatherland's very identity. Berlin decided to supply weapons to Ukraine after decades of resisting arming belligerents in any conflict zone. Establish a €100 billion fund to upgrade its armed forces after years of dragging its feet on defense spending, and end its energy dependence on the Russian Empire after years of attempting to transform Russia through economic ties. The announcement of these fundamental changes has ignited a broader debate about what the Zeitenwende will mean, not just for different aspects of German policy, but for the country's broader role in all the world. Some analysts see it as United Germany belatedly waking up to its responsibilities after decades of geopolitical free-riding, but many experts have been critical of the slow pace of change and fear the new policy will fall short of expectations. The Zeitenwende debate in United Germany itself has had a powerful effect on the Empire of Japan, where defense and security officials have been coming to grips with an increasingly belligerent communist Chinese empire. Confronting a rising power, as opposed to a declining one such as Russia, puts the Japanese empire in a more complex situation than the one in which United Germany finds itself, and an arguably more precarious one in the long term. In 2005, the Japanese and Red Chinese empires had almost identical defense budgets. Now, Red China's defense budget is 5 times as large as the Japanese empire's, and by 2030, it is projected to be 9 times as large. By comparison, Russia's defense budget was only 18% larger than United Germany's before Berlin announced its Zeitenwende, which will make Germany surpass the Russian Empire in defense spending. In order to maintain a semblance of balance in the region, the Empire of Japan has pursued a 3-pronged strategy. First, it has incrementally increased its defense spending in recent years from $45.1 billion in 2017 to $54.1 billion in 2021. The Japanese Empire's ruling LDP, or Liberal Democratic Party, has argued that the country should aim to spend 2% of its GDP, its gross domestic product, on defense, which would mean doubling its current budget. Second, the Japanese Empire has sought to deepen its alliance with these United States. The LDP has begun internal discussions on nuclear deterrence, including on the controversial issue of a potential nuclear sharing agreement with Washington, which would obligate Tokyo to take its part in consultations about nuclear weapons and their deployment as part of a structure of shared decision-making. And the Empire of Japan is also recrafting its security relations with other partners in the region, particularly Australia, India, the Philippines, Singapore, and Vietnam. Tokyo is now incorporating these changes into a new national security strategy to be published by the end of this year. This emergent strategy is reflected in the Japanese Empire's response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which differs markedly from its response to Russia's annexation of the Crimea in 2014. Back then, the Japanese Empire sought to maintain stable relations with Moscow, in part to hedge against Beijing, and in part, like the new United Germany, to source cheap energy from Russia. This time around, the Japanese empire has come as close to suspending its bilateral relationship with Russia, joined the United States and European countries in enforcing sanctions against Moscow, and delivered financial as well as non-lethal military aid to Ukraine, along with Japanese soldiers volunteering in Ukrainian forces. It has done so partly to strengthen its ties with Washington, and partly because it is afraid that Red China might be tempted to undertake a similar assault on my Taiwan. The Japanese Empire wants to impose high costs on Russia so that Red China gets the message. Invade Taiwan, and you will be overwhelmed by military, political, and economic penalties. So, this brings up the question of normal powers. You see, over the years, Germany and Japan have had several national debates about becoming normal powers and have gradually moved in that direction. Both countries are now more active militarily than they have been in decades, but they still punch way under their economic weight. The war in Ukraine will change all that. For the first time in the post-war era, both Germany and Japan face unavoidable threats. After Germany was reunified in 1990, Deutschen Chancellor Helmut Kohl was fond of saying that the fatherland was surrounded only by friends and partners. Now there seems to be societal consensus in United Germany that this has changed. Even before Moscow launched its invasion, more than half of German respondents to a January 2022 poll claimed that Russia's stance on Ukraine posed a large military threat to their own country. And many Japanese fear that a war over my Taiwan could be next. Polls show that a large majority of the Japanese public is concerned that Russia's war in Ukraine will impact how Red China deals with its territorial disputes. And as Narushige Michishita, vice president of the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies in Tokyo, went on record to say, if there is a war in the Taiwan Strait, Japan would almost automatically be involved, as Japan accommodates the U.S. bases and Red China would attack them. Also arguing for a more muscular security stance is generational change. German and Japanese guilt is dying out along with the last surviving perpetrators and victims of World War II. As the historian Andreas Wersching has argued, the war in Ukraine is accelerating Deutschland's, or Germany's, break with its Nazi past, in ways he himself finds troubling. Having taken a stand against Moscow, Berlin is, yet again, on the right side of history. And with Russian dictator Vladimir Putin in the Kremlin, there is yet another villain on the European continent accused of genocide and pursuing a war of extermination. Meanwhile, in Japan, fear of Red China's rising power is eclipsing the memory of the Empire of the Rising Sun's past crimes, both among the Japanese public and in many Asian capitals. Finally, United Germany and the Empire of Japan they no longer feel they can rely on the United States for their security. According to one recent poll, 56% of German respondents believe that in 10 years, Red China will be a stronger power than the United States. 53% said that Americans cannot be trusted after electing Donald Trump president in 2016, and 60% said United Germany cannot always count on the United States to defend it, and so must invest in European defense. These fears are shared among even the most Atlanticist segments of the elite. And Wolfgang Ischinger, a former German ambassador to these United States, has gone on record to state that Germans are fortunate to have Biden in the White House, but Germany needs to have a plan B in case there are big changes to American politics. He believes Germany should explore the possibility of a nuclear guarantee from France, something that would have been unthinkable even a few months ago. Doubts about American power and reliability are less openly articulated in Japan, of course. According to an April poll, however, nearly 2/3 of Japanese support strengthening Japan's defense capabilities, and a majority agree with the LDP, the Liberal Democratic Party, the ruling party since World War II, that proposal that party presents of spending 2% of GDP on defense. Ken Jimbo, a security specialist at Keio University, explained that after the tumult of the Trump years, many Japanese strategists think the empire needs to invest more in its own defense and diversify beyond the United States. They watched with concern as Washington declined to intervene directly in Ukraine after highlighting the difference between a NATO and a non-NATO ally and warning of the dangers of confronting a nuclear Russia. So, according to Jimbo, the question is how much we can trust the United States to defend Taiwan in the face of Commun-Chinese nuclear threats. So there be shared burdens. So far, the war in Ukraine has brought into sharper focus how much United Germany and the Empire of Japan need these United States. The responses of both countries suggest a revival and even an expansion of their traditional alliances with Washington in the short term. Not only has Tokyo sided with the West and joined the sanctions regime against Russia, but Berlin has recommitted to NATO, signaled that it plans to buy U.S. F-35 fighter jets, and decided to build liquefied natural gas terminals, LNG terminals that will allow it to buy American rather than Russian gas. Atlanticists in Germany hope that the war in Ukraine will bind these United States to Europa and recreate a Cold War model in which the American empire leads and Europa contributes only as much as it must. But shifts in United German and Japanese defense policies could in the long term create a much different arrangement, altering the regional order in Europa and Asia and transforming both countries' allegiance, or at least their alliances, with these United States. Greater German and Japanese assertiveness is likely to go hand in hand with American retrenchment along a shirking, or should I say a shrinking, of Washington's relative economic and military might over that long haul, a trend that is unlikely to change with the war in Ukraine. Now, these United States will be forced to concentrate our limited resources on the challenges posed by the Communist Chinese Empire. Analysts such as Robert Kagan have argued that Pax Americana could give us way to global chaos. That is definitely possible, but it is not what has happened in much of Southwest Asia, known to the Americans as the Middle East, where the United States was most engaged for the last 2 decades and where it is now pulling back most dramatically. Julian Barnes-Dacey and Hugh Lovat of the European Council on Foreign Relations have described how there was an initial surge in regional competition between Iran and Saudi Arabia and in military conflicts that drew in outside powers such as Russia and Turkey. But then many of these conflicts slowed down, and more locally driven reordering processes began, exemplified by the August 2021 Baghdad conference that brought key regional actors into dialogue with one another. Baghdad, by the way, will be the Berlin of the future in the sense of Cold War Berlin, a divided city, and the pivotal center point of worldwide conflict. In Europa, American retrenchment could yield greater sovereignty once Europeans finally realize that the war in Ukraine will not stop Washington's long-term pivot to Asia. One reason that Europeans have failed to develop a common foreign policy is their lack of trust in one another. But Moscow's aggression has brought Europeans together, convincing countries that previously favored engagement with Russia, such as United Germany and Italy, to embrace a policy of containment. If this convergence holds, one could see a real European strategic alignment, backed eventually by a European armaments industry and, even conceivably, by a more common European nuclear deterrent, or at least a willingness by France to share its deterrent. In the long term, Europa could forge a common framework to manage relations with other powers, such as Russia and Turkey, including through deterrence, selective decoupling to minimize tensions, and some form of dialogue to prevent escalation. Instead of continuing to expand the EU and NATO, Europe might opt for a smaller, more flexible, multilateral arrangement, or series thereof, involving some of the most important players, much like the Quad in Asia. In short, the European order might become more Asian in nature. At the same time, Asia is likely to become more European in behavior. The United States will maintain its shift in focus to the Indo-Pacific, but its economic and military weight will shrink compared with Red China's. As a result, Tokyo and other regional powers will probably strengthen their ties with the United States, yet continue to diversify beyond their traditional alliances with Washington. As Michishita put it, what we are trying to do is to invite more friends into the Amero-Japanese alliance. Already, a new Asian order is emerging that includes ties with the United States and closer cooperation among powers such as Australia, India, the Empire of Japan, the Philippines, Singapore, and Vietnam. Jimbo says Asian countries won't form a NATO-like alliance, but rather increase cooperation in areas such as intelligence, maritime security, and law enforcement. In trade and commerce, a certain level of regional integration has already occurred without Washington's participation through the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, the CPA-TPP, which took shape after the United States walked away from its predecessor, and the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, the RCEP, established as Communist China's commercial sphere of influence. In terms of security, a more balanced division of labor could emerge. Europeans will have to take more direct responsibility for security in Eastern Europe, the Balkans, and the Middle East. In Asia, regional powers will have to invest more in their own capabilities to balance Red Chinese influence in the region. Elbridge Colby, who served as a U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense in the Trump administration, put it this way. In an interview with Nikkei Asia, which I translate for you from the Japanese, well, at least a single sentence therefrom, the one that counts, the United States is 5,000 miles away from Japan and Taiwan, so we need Japan to do more. And as the European and Indo-Pacific theaters become as ever more connected, not least through the Sino-Russian rapprochement, it is even possible that European and Asian powers will support one another. Japan and South Korea, for instance, might ask Europeans to reciprocate their support for sanctions on Russia. The result would be more complex regional orders in which the United States still plays an important role but no longer calls the shots. So, we are all looking forward to a different kind of alliance. The Biden administration hopes that the war in Ukraine will cement a global alliance of democracies, putting both Russia and Red China on the back foot. As a result, Beijing regards the conflict as a proxy war aimed in part at weakening Red China by convincing Asian countries of the parallels between Ukraine and my Taiwan. The other side of this coin, of course, is Washington's effort to convince Europeans that if they want to continue to benefit from American support, they will need to align with the United States against Red China. But as United Germany and the Empire of Japan becomest more powerful and more embedded in their respective regional security orders, they are likely to becomest more assertive in setting their own agendas. That is precisely what happened in the Middle East, where U.S. retrenchment has made countries less willing to follow Washington's lead without getting something in return. Saudi Arabia, for instance, rejected American requests to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine and to increase oil production to meet elevated demand. Instead, Riyadh, the capital of the House of Saud, worked with Moscow to keep oil prices as high as possible and gouge your ass at the gas pump. Other U.S. allies in the region, including Israel and the United Arab Emirates, have been similarly resistant to all American demands. Many American analysts and officials seem to think that the historic debt of American allies means that they can be expected to side with the United States against Red China in more and more domains and at ever greater cost. Trump provided the perfect illustration of this when he threatened to withdraw from NATO while demanding that Europeans ban the Red Chinese technology giant Huawei from their 5G networks. But the changes afoot in Berlin and Tokyo suggest that a different kind of relationship is on the horizon, one that is more balanced than the alliances Washington built and maintained in the post-war era. As the relative importance of American defense contributions falls and the costs of alignment arise, it seems unlikely that Washington will be able to count on automatic support. Instead, the American empire will have to get used to more cooperative and equitable relationships in which alignment must be earned. This will create challenges and headaches initially, especially as Washington is forced to rein in its unipolar instincts. But if the new international order proves stable and helps promote American interests, American taxpayers might once again start to see the country's network of alliances as an asset rather than a drain on our public resources. Not only could the burden of providing security be shared more equitably in such an order, but the United States and its allies would be able to establish standards and promote liberal values that, although not solely American, would definitely be more American than Chinese. In other words, Pax Americana could give us way not to chaos, but to a cooperative model of shared leadership with the Axis powers. In interim, our United States has warned that mainland China is on the wrong side of history for backing Russian interests amid the war, as the Communist Chinese Empire's Xi Jinping and the Russian Empire's Vladimir Putin have pledged mutual support. Beijing may have little room to adjust its strategic alignment with Moscow, but Communist Chinese officials openly argue that they are on the right side of history. They've been critical of the Western military aid flowing into Ukraine, which they see as deliberately prolonging the conflict. The Kremlin has reason to appreciate Beijing's support, which is reflective of Red China's public sentiment at a time of intense rivalry with the West in general and the United States in particular. Senior Russian and Chinese officials have maintained close contact since the outbreak of war in Europe. To be sure, Red China's major trading partners in the West have been alarmed by Beijing's refusal to condemn Moscow or even use the word invasion to describe recent events, decisions they see as providing significant political cover for Russia's actions, despite Beijing's insistence that it won't help sustain Putin's war in any material way. In an important year for Xi Jinping himself, in which major policy documents have repeatedly stressed the word stability. The leadership in Zhongnanhai faces a sea change in the West's assessment of Red China as a long-term partner. Zhongnanhai is a former imperial garden in the forbidden imperial city, Beijing, adjacent to the forbidden city itself, really. It serves as the central headquarters for the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, and the State Council of China. Zhongnanhai houses the office of the CCP General Secretary and the office of the Chinese Premier. Russia, on the other hand, has baselessly claimed that it invaded Ukraine to prevent a genocide of Russian speakers. Putin has long viewed Ukraine as an integral part of Russia itself, and his allies have suggested, contrary to international law, that Ukraine is not really a sovereign nation. Red China, which has long-standing ties with Ukraine, has called for an end to the war, but Beijing has refused to join countries around the world in imposing sanctions on Moscow, instead pinning blame on our United States and the NATO expansion in Europe for fueling the conflict. And as proof of their latest anxieties, officials in Washington and Brussels, the erstwhile capital of Europa, regularly point to a 5,000-word joint statement Xi and Putin issued from Beijing on February 4th, in which they declared the Sino-Slavic Synaxial Partnership had no limits and no forbidden areas of cooperation. Every time they say that, all I can imagine is them butt-fucking and cocksucking each other. You know, no limits, no forbidden areas. They're ejaculating in each other's ears, for God's sakes. Since the Kremlin's troops entered Ukraine on February 24th, Beijing has refused to condemn the invasion. Instead, it is walking the line between keeping up ties with its most important strategic partner while being careful not to run afoul of Western sanctions. Indeed, the Commu-Chinese tyrant Xi Jinping declared his support for Russia's sovereignty and security during a phone call with Vladimir Putin, prompting a swift American rebuke that nations siding with the Russian dictator over the Ukraine war will be on the wrong side of history. Yea, so, as the war in Ukraine entered its 16th week, the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping of the People's Republic on the mainland and his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin renewed support for each other's core interests in a telephone conversation conducted on Wednesday midweek last. It was their second publicized talks since the invasion of Ukraine began 120 days ago by now. Yet the Chinese monocrat is yet to call President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine, despite Kiev's positive signals about such a move. According to the Red Chinese Foreign Ministry readout of the call published by the official state news agency Xinhua on Wednesday midweek last, Xi told Putin that, I'll translate from the Chinese here for you, all parties should push for a proper settlement of the Ukraine crisis in a responsible manner. That's Xi reiterating Beijing's position that it would continue its relationship with Moscow. He said China is willing to work with Russia to continue supporting each other on their respective core interests concerning sovereignty and security. Now, to quote us further therefrom, again here translating for you from the Chinese, China stands ready to promote the stable and long-term development of pragmatic bilateral cooperation with Russia. China stands ready to continue mutual support with Russia on issues concerning core interests and major concerns, such as sovereignty and security, and to deepen strategic coordination between the two countries. Of course, I really should be reading out the Chinese nation in the Chinese, which, of course they don't call China China in China. They call it Donghua. So, in a paragraph about Ukraine, Xi told the Russian dictator, Donghua has always made independent judgments based on the historical context and merits of the Ukrainian issue, with Xi claiming that Red China has sought to promote world peace and the stability of the global economic order. And without elaborating, Xi said that all parties should seek a proper resolution to the Ukraine crisis in a responsible manner. Zhonghua will continue to play a constructive role in this regard. Now, his comments on the Ukraine war were omitted from an initial English language readout on the Chinese Foreign Ministry's website, but later added to the statement. Now, the Chinese language press release says that in return, Putin threw his weight behind Xi's global security initiative and backed Beijing's opposition to interference on domestic affairs. Among them, Xinjiang, Uyghur, the northwest Chinese genocidal region of extermination, Hong Kong, which is, well, the biggest lie in the world is that Hong Kong is still free, and my own Taiwan. The comments built on glowing remarks by Russia's foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, earlier this month. Earlier this month, Lavrov was on the phone with Communist-Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi in the hours after Putin launched his special military operation into Ukraine on February 24th. The following day, the Russian president declared his objective to prevent genocide in the Donbass in the call he conducted with his Chi-Com, or Chinese Communist opposite number, Xi Jinping. And in a readout published 3 days later, on February 28th, the Russian embassy in Zhonghua said Xi Jinping emphasized his respect for the actions taken by the Russian leader during the current crisis. The Kremlin's account of the latest call noted the legitimacy of the actions taken by Russia to protect the fundamental national interests in the face of challenges to its security created by external forces. The U.S. State Department has noted that Putin and Xi met in Beijing in February as Russian forces were already massing on Ukraine's border. At the time, the two leaders declared their opposition to any expansion of NATO and made a no-limits partnership. Yestermensis, meaning last month, Russia and Red China flew strategic bombers over the Sea of Japan, also known as the Eastern Sea and the East China Sea, whilst President Biden was in Tokyo, wrapping up his first trip to Asia. It was their first joint military exercise since the invasion of Ukraine, and it was in and of itself a pointed signal of the growing strategic partnership between Moscow and Beijing. Now, just to check here into live stream, and we got 2 hours left. And now, of course, I do want people to talk in the chat room, and go ahead and do so. Always need the feedback. Now, following last Wednesday's call, a State Department spokesperson said, China claims to be neutral, but its behavior makes it clear that it is still investing in close ties to Russia. The United States and Europe have warned Red China against providing Russia military assistance or systematic assistance with sanctions evasion. We are monitoring Red China's activities closely. More than 3 months into Russia's brutal invasion, Red China is still standing by the Russian Empire. It is still echoing Russian propaganda around the world. It is still denying Russia's atrocities in Ukraine by suggesting instead that they were staged. Nations that side with Vladimir Putin will inevitably find themselves on the wrong side of history. So it is in this context that the United States rebuffed Red China by calling the Taiwan Strait an international waterway, and why Joe Biden must irreversibly reject Red China's illegal claim over the Taiwan Strait. Now, the lovely Viviana Sanchez was asking me to speak to this in the last episode I was on before my weekend vacation. I'm speaking to it now. All Indo-Pacific power hinges on my Taiwan. Not just economically, as I described within a couple of 10-minute segments during which I spracketh on the subject, explaining that microchips are the oil of the 21st century. But let me dissect the strategic importance of island China on my Taiwan beyond the political value of unification to Beijing vis-a-vis the consequences of conquest. Because of all the intractable issues that could spark a hot war between the American and Communist Chinese empires, Taiwan is at the very top of the list, and the potential geopolitical consequences of such a war would be profound. My Taiwan, an unsinkable aircraft carrier and submarine tender, as United States Army General Dogorasu Makatora, Douglas MacArthur, once described it, has important, often underappreciated military value as a gateway to the Philippine Sea, a vital theater for defending the Japanese archipelago, the Philippines, and South Korea from any possible Communist Chinese coercion or attack. There being no guarantee that Red China would ever win a war for my island, or that such a conflict wouldn't drag on for years and weaken China on the mainland itself. But if Beijing gained control of my Taiwan and based military assets there, Red China's military position would most markedly improve. One of the things that Eugene Roddenberry, the creator of the Star Trek franchise, understood was that the Communist Chinese, in a global imperial sense, are not a maritime power per se. They would have to rely very heavily on submarines, and he paralleled this into the combat theater of outer space by basically directing an episode in which the Romulans are using stealth technology to basically have their warships, our spacecraft, behave as unto submarines. And the Enterprise was thereby left in the position of a surface ship, hunting for that which was submerged into warp space. Now, paralleling that to the geophysical reality, Beijing's ocean surveillance assets and submarines in particular could make its control of my Taiwan a substantial boon to Communist Chinese military power. Even without any major technological or military leaps, possession of my island would improve Red China's ability to impede United States naval and aero operations in the Philippine Sea and thereby limit the American Empire's ability to defend any of its Asian allies. And if, in the future, Beijing were to develop a large fleet of quiet nuclear attack submarines and ballistic missile submarines, basing them on my Taiwan would enable Red China to threaten Northeast Asian shipping lanes and strengthen its sea-based nuclear forces. Clearly, my island's military value bolsters the argument for keeping Taiwan out of Red China's grasp. The strength of that case, however, dependeth on several factors, including whether one assumes that Red China would pursue additional territorial expansion after occupying my Taiwan, and makest the long-term military and technological investments needed to take full advantage of my island. It also depends on the broader course of American China policy. Washington could remain committed to its current approach of containing the expansion of Red Chinese power through a combination of political commitments to American partners and allies in Asia and a significant forward military presence. Or it might adopt a more flexible policy that retains commitments only to core treaty allies and reduces forward deployed forces. Or it might reduce all such commitments as part of a more restrained approach. Regardless of which of these three strategies the United States pursues, however, Communist Chinese control of my Taiwan would limit the American empire's military ability to operate in the Pacific at all, and would potentially threaten all American interests there. But the issue is not just that Taiwan's tremendous military value poses problems for any American grand strategy. It is that no matter what Washington does, whether it attempts to keep my Taiwan out of Communist Chinese hands or not, it will be forced to run risks and incur costs in its standoff with Beijing. As the place where all the dilemmas of American foreign policy toward Red China collide, my Taiwan presents one of the toughest and most dangerous problems in the world. Simply put, Washington has few good options there, and a great many bad ones that could court calamity. But it's all about Taiwan in the balance, because your world depends on it. A communist Chinese assault on my Taiwan would shift the military balance of power in Asia in any number of ways. If Red China were to take my island swiftly and easily, many of its military assets geared toward a Taiwan campaign might be freed up to pursue other military objectives. Red China might also be able to assimilate my Taiwan's strategic resources, such as our military equipment, personnel, and our semiconductor industry, all of which would bolster Beijing's military power by orders of magnitude. But if Red China were to find itself bogged down in a prolonged conquest or occupation of my Taiwan, the attempt at forced unification might become a significant drag on Beijing's might. Any campaign that delivers my Taiwan to mainland China, however, would allow Beijing to base important military hardware there, in particular underwater surveillance devices and submarines, along with associated aero and coastal defense assets. Stationed in Taiwan, these assets would do more than simply extend Red China's reach eastward by the length of the Taiwan Strait, as would be the case if Red China based missiles, aerocraft, unmanned aerial vehicles or UAVs, WAVs, or other weapon systems on my island. Underwater surveillance and submarines, by contrast, would improve Beijing's ability to impede American operations in the Philippine Sea, an area that would be of vital importance in any possible future conflict scenarios involving Red China. The most likely scenarios revolve around the American empire defending its allies along the so-called First Island Chain off the Asian mainland, which starts north of the Japanese home islands and runs southwest through my Taiwan and the Philippines archipelago before curling up toward Vietnam. Exempli gratiae. United States naval operations in these waters would be essential to protecting my Japan against potential communist Chinese threats in the East China Sea and at the southern end of the Ryukyu Islands chain, which directly connects the Japanese archipelago to the 100 islands of Taiwan. Such American operations would also be important in most scenarios for defending the Philippines, and for any scenario that might lead to American strikes on the Chinese mainland itself, such as a major conflagration on the Korean Peninsula. United States naval operations in the Philippine Sea will become even more important as Red China's growing missile capabilities render land-based aerocraft and their regional bases increasingly vulnerable, forcing the United States to rely more heavily on aerocraft and missiles launched from ships. If a war in the Pacific were to break out today, Red China's ability to conduct effective over-the-horizon attacks, that is, attacks targeting U.S. ships at distances that exceed the line of sight to the horizon, would be more limited than commonly supposed. Red China might be able to target forward-deployed U.S. aerocraft carriers and other ships in a first strike that commences a war. But once a conflict is underway, mainland China's best surveillance assets, large radars located on the mainland that allow Red China to see over the horizon, are likely to be quickly destroyed. The same is true of Commu-Chinese surveillance aerocraft or ships in the vicinity of United States naval forces. Red Chinese satellites would be unlikely to make up for these losses. Using techniques the United States honed throughout the Cold War, U.S. naval forces would probably be able to control their own radar and communication signatures and thereby avoid detection by Red Chinese satellites that listen for electronic emissions. Without intelligence from these specialized signal collecting assets, Red China's imaging satellites would be left to randomly search vast swaths of ocean for U.S. forces. Under these conditions, U.S. forces operating in the Philippine Sea would face real but tolerable risks of long-range attacks, and U.S. leaders probably would not feel immediate pressure to escalate the conflict by attacking Chinese satellites in space. If Red China were to wrest control of my Taiwan, however, the situation would look quite different. Red China could place underwater microphones called hydrophones in the waters off the island's east coast, which are much deeper than the waters Beijing currently controls inside the first island chain. Placed at the appropriate depth, these specialized sensors could listen outward and detect the low-frequency sounds of United States surface ships thousands of miles away, enabling Red China to more precisely locate them with satellites and target them with missiles. U.S. submarines are too quiet for these hydrophones to even detect. Such capabilities would force the United States to restrict its surface ships to areas outside the range of the hydrophones, or else carry out risky and escalatory attacks on Commu-Chinese satellites. Neither of these options is appealing. Washington has few good options on my Taiwan, and a great many bad ones that could court calamity. Commu-Chinese hydrophones off my Taiwan would be difficult for the United States to destroy. Only highly specialized submarines or unmanned underwater vehicles could disable them, and Red China would be able to defend them with a variety of means, including mines. Even if the American Empire did manage to damage Red China's hydrophone cables, Commu-Chinese repair ships could mend them under the cover of aero defenses China could deploy on my island. The best hope for disrupting Commu-Chinese hydrophone surveillance would be to attack the vulnerable processing stations where the data comest ashore via fiber optic cables. But those stations could prove hard to find. The cables can be buried on land as well as under the sea, and nothing distinguishes the buildings where data processing is done from similar nondescript military buildings. The range of possible U.S. targets could include hundreds of individual structures inside multiple well-defended military locations across my Taiwan. So, control of my Taiwan would do more than enhance Red Chinese ocean surveillance capabilities, however. It would also give mainland China an advantage in submarine warfare. With my Taiwan in friendly hands, the United States can defend against any communist Chinese attack submarines by placing underwater sensors in key locations to pick up the sounds the submarines emit. The United States likely deploys such upward-facing hydrophones for listening at shorter distances along the bottom of narrow choke points at the entrances to the Philippine Sea, including in the gaps between the Philippines, the Ryukyu Islands, and my Taiwan. At such close ranges, these instruments can briefly detect even the quietest submarines, allowing United States aero and surface assets to trail them. During a crisis, that could prevent Red Chinese submarines from getting a free shot at U.S. ships in the early stages of a war, when forward-deployed U.S. naval assets would be at their most vulnerable. If the Communist Chinese Empire were to gain control of my Taiwan, however, it would be able to base the submarines and supporting aero and coastal defenses on my island and change that equation. Red-starred Commu Chinese submarines would then be able to slip from their submarine pens in my Taiwan's eastern deep water ports directly into the Philippine Sea, bypassing all the choke points where United States hydrophones are now listening. Commu Chinese defenses on my Taiwan would also prevent the United States and its allies from deploying their best tools for trailing submarines, maritime patrol aerocraft, and helicopter-equipped ships near my island, making it much easier for Red Chinese submarines to strike first in a crisis and reducing their attrition rate in a war. Control of my Taiwan would have the added advantage of reducing the distance between Red Chinese submarine bases and their patrol areas from an average of 670 nautical miles to 0, enabling Red China to operate more submarines at any given time and carry out more attacks against U.S. forces. These red-starred Chinese submarines could also make use of the more precise targeting data collected by hydrophones and satellites, dramatically improving their effectiveness against United States surface ships. Then we talk about what goes on under the sea. You see, over time, unification with my Taiwan would offer mainland China even greater military advantages if it were to invest in a fleet of much quieter, advanced nuclear attack and ballistic missile submarines. Operated from my Taiwan's east coast, these submarines would strengthen Red China's nuclear deterrent and allow it to threaten Northeast Asian shipping and naval routes in the event of war. Currently, mainland China's submarine force is poorly equipped for a campaign against the oil and maritime trade of American allies. Global shipping has traditionally proved resilient in the face of such threats because it is possible to reroute vessels outside the range of hostile forces. Even the closure of the Suez Canal between 1967 and 1975 did not paralyze global trade, since the ships were instead able to go around the Cape of Good Hope, albeit at some additional cost. This resiliency means that Beijing would have to target shipping routes as they migrated north or west across the Pacific Ocean, likely near ports in Northeast Asia. But most of Red China's current attack submarines are low-endurance diesel-electric boats that would struggle to operate at such distances, while its few longer-endurance nuclear-powered submarines are noisy and thus vulnerable to detection by American outward-facing hydrophones that could be deployed along the so-called second island chain, which stretches southeast from the Empire of Japan through the northern Mariana Islands and past Guam. Similarly, Red China's current crop of ballistic missile submarines do little to strengthen Communist China's nuclear deterrent. The ballistic missiles they carry can at best target Alaska and the northwest corner of these United States when launched within the first island chain. And, I'm all too tempted to say no one would miss Alaska and the northwest corner of the United States. And because the submarines are vulnerable to detection, they would struggle to reach open ocean areas where they could threaten the rest of the United States. Seizing my Taiwan would offer Beijing the kind of military option that previous great powers found very useful. Even a future Red Chinese fleet of much quieter advanced nuclear attack or ballistic missile submarines capable of evading outward-facing hydrophones along the second island chain would still have to pass over United States upward-facing hydrophones nestled at the exits of the first, or the exits to the first island chain. These barriers would enable the United States to impose substantial losses on Communist Chinese advanced nuclear attack submarines going to and from Northeast Asian shipping lanes, and greatly impede the missions of Communist Chinese ballistic missile submarines, of which there would almost certainly be fewer. But if the mainland were to acquire my Taiwan, Red China would be able to avoid all U.S. hydrophones along the first island chain, unlocking the military potential of quieter submarines. These vessels would have direct access to the Philippine Sea and the protection of Communist Chinese aero and coastal defenses, which would keep trailing U.S. ships and aerocraft at bay. A fleet of quiet nuclear attack submarines deployed from my Taiwan would also have the endurance for a campaign against Northeast Asian shipping lanes. And a fleet of quiet ballistic missile submarines with access to the open ocean would enable the Red Chinese to more credibly threaten these continental United States with a sea-launched nuclear attack. Of course, it remains to be seen whether Red China can master more advanced quieting techniques or solve a number of problems that have plagued its nuclear-powered submarines. And the importance of the anti-shipping and sea-based nuclear capabilities is open for debate, since their relative impact will depend on what other capabilities Red China does or does not develop, and on what strategic goals the Communist Chinese Empire pursues in the future. Still, the behavior of past great powers is instructive. Both the National Socialists, or Nazi German Third Reich, and the Soviet Union invested heavily in attack submarines, and the latter made a similar investment in ballistic missile submarines, or boomers. The democratic adversaries of those countries felt deeply threatened by these undersea capabilities and mounted enormous efforts to neutralize them. A communist Chinese seizure of my Taiwan would thus offer Beijing the kind of military option that previous great powers found so very useful. In other words, apart from a quantum leap in neutralizing the Red Chinese mainland encircling First Island chain with U.S. military assets from Okinawa, my Taiwan's repossession by Beijing would serve to break the encirclement of the second island chain centered on Guam by extending Red China's submarine and underwater military assets beyond my Taiwan's eastern shores to the Philippine Sea, leading to the Japanese home islands themselves, and should conquest ever be achieved over those islands, that, of course, would effectively be the conquest of the world. Additionally, Taiwan unification would also greatly enhance Beijing's hard power, including assimilation of TSMC, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, the world's dominant microchips, which are under 10 nanometers in size, producer, overcoming Beijing's current semiconductor Achilles heel, and making it master of the world's economy, the most technologically advanced nation on Earth. So there be no good options for these United States. Only the single option that must be taken. A fuller understanding of my Taiwan's military value clearly bolsters the argument in favor of keeping my island in friendly hands. Yet just how divisive or decisive that argument should be depends in part on what overall strategy the United States pursues in Asia. And whatever approach Washington adopts, it will have to contend with challenges and dilemmas stemming from the military advantages that my Taiwan has the potential to confer on whomever controls her. Fortunately, right now, she controls herself. May it ever be so. But if the United States maintains its current strategy of containing Red China, retaining its network of alliances and forward military presence in Asia, defending my Taiwan could be extremely costly. After all, my island's military value gives Red China a strong motive for seeking unification, beyond the nationalist impulses most commonly cited. This, while the United States continues to pledge support for the One China policy. Under the Taiwan Relations Act, the United States is authorized to supply arms to my Taiwan for our own defense. However, there is a long-standing nuance called strategic ambiguity. Whether Washington would directly mobilize its military to defend my island against Beijing. Deterring Beijing would therefore probably require abandoning this long-standing U.S. policy of strategic ambiguity about whether Washington would come to my island's defense in favor of a crystal-clear commitment of military support. But ending strategic ambiguity could provoke the very crisis the policy is designed to prevent. It would almost certainly heighten tensions and pressures for an arms race between the United States and the Communist Chinese Empire in anticipation of direct and open conflict, intensifying the already dangerous competition between the two superpowers. And even if a policy of strategic clarity were successful in deterring a Red Chinese attempt to take us my Taiwan, it would likely spur Red China to compensate for its military disadvantages in some other way, further heightening tensions. Alternatively, the United States might pursue a more flexible security perimeter that eliminates its commitment to my Taiwan while still retaining its treaty alliances and some forward deployed military forces in Asia. Such an approach would reduce the chance of a conflict over my Taiwan, but it would carry other military costs, again owing to my island's military value. U.S. forces would need to conduct their missions in an arena made much more dangerous by red-starred Chinese submarines and hydrophones deployed off the east coast of my Taiwan. As a result, the American empire might need to develop decoys to deceive Chinese sensors, devise ways to operate outside their normal range, or prepare to cut the cables that connect these sensors to onshore processing centers in the event of war. Now, Washington would almost certainly want to ramp up its efforts to disrupt communist Chinese satellites by that point. And should the United States take this approach, reassuring U.S. allies would become a much more arduous task. Precisely because control of my Taiwan would grant Beijing significant military advantages, the Empire of Japan, the Philippines, and the Republic on South Korea would likely demand strong demonstrations of a continuing American commitment. In fact, the Empire of Japan in particular would be inclined to worry that a diminished American ability to operate on the surface of the Philippine Sea would translate into enhanced Commu-Chinese coercion or attack capability, especially given the proximity of the Japanese home islands' southernmost islands to Taiwan. Over the longer term, U.S. allies in the region would also likely fear the growing communist Chinese threat to shipping routes and worry that a stronger sea-based Commu-Chinese nuclear deterrent would reduce the credibility of American commitments to defend them from attack. Anticipation. Reconnection was successful, so I'm going to ask everyone to let me know when my last sentence was cut off. I'll just see what I can remember what I was talking about. But in maintenance of thread of thought, oh great, now I'm getting a new notification about the FDA investigating the death of an infant fed Abbott baby formula. Ooh, Jesus. Let's see what's going on here, if we can connect something. I think this is something that I have no personal control over, but it shouldn't be my screen. My screen disconnects fairly easily, but, you know, shouldn't be that. I mean, who the fuck cares about connection to the screen? That's got nothing to do with the internet. So, it says excellent connection now. Okay, T-Tank Berry, sir. Let me know if you can hear me now. Let's see where we're at. If connection maintains, I should be received. I'm so glad that the studio successfully connected. At least that's the indicator. Looking at the color, he says, back on again, Douglas. Thank you, sir. Couldn't do it without T-Tank Barry. He's the man. All right, we've got an hour and a half left, provided there's no further interruptions. So let's put it this way. Over the longer term, American allies in the Indo-Pacific region of Asia are all basically determined to contain the growing communist Chinese threat to their shipping routes. And they all worry that a stronger sea-based communist Chinese nuclear deterrent would reduce the credibility of American commitments to defend them from attack. So, anticipation of these very dangers will almost certainly drive all American allies to seek greater reassurance from the American empire itself. The alternative of doubling down on America's defense of its other allies in this region would mean tighter defense pacts, additional military aid, and more visible American force deployments in the region, including of nuclear forces on or near allies' territory, and perhaps collaborating with their governments on nuclear planning. So East Asia will come as to look much like Europe did in the latter stages of the Cold War, with American allies demanding demonstrations of their American patrons' commitment in the face of doubts about the military balance of power. If the Cold War, the Third World War in effect, is any guide, such steps could themselves heighten the risks of nuclear escalation in a crisis or a war. Finally, if the American empire gives up its military commitment on my Taiwan and the entire region, reduces its military presence in Asia and other alliance commitments in region, such a policy might limit direct U.S. military support to the defense of the Empire of Japan, or even wind down all U.S. commitments in East Asia. But even in this case, my Taiwan's potential military value to mainland China would still have the potential to create dangerous regional dynamics. I mean, worried that some of its own islands within its homeland archipelago might be, well, would be next. The Japanese Empire would fight to defend my Taiwan, even if the American Empire did not. The result would be a major power war in Asia that would draw in the United States, willingly or not. Such a war would be devastating. Yet upsetting the current delicate equilibrium by ceding this militarily valuable island of mine would make such a war more likely, reinforcing a core argument in favor of current American grand strategy, that United States alliance commitments and forward military presence exert a deterring and constraining effect on conflict in the region. Ultimately, however, my Taiwan's unique military value poses problems for all three American grand strategies. Whether the United States solidifies its commitment to my Taiwan and its allies in Asia or walks them back, in full or in part, my island's potential to alter the region's military balance will force Washington to confront difficult trade-offs, ceding military maneuverability in the region, or else risking an arms race or even an open conflict with the Communist Chinese Empire. Such is the wicked nature of the problem posed by my Taiwan, which sits at the nexus of Sino-American relations, geopolitics, and the entire military balance in all Asia. Regardless of what grand strategy Washington pursues, my island's military value will present some hazard or exact some price. Militarily articulating this analysis begs a number of further questions. A. Red China is not totally dependent on sea power over the Taiwan Strait, more properly known as the Black Strait in Asia. Aided by Red China's latest Baidao-3 global satellite navigation system, its DF-21 and DF-26 mid-range aircraft killer missiles could deter approach of U.S. aircraft carrier battle groups near the immediate war theater, militarily termed A2AD, anti-access area denial capability. And Red China's fourth-generation nuclear-armed DF-41 ICBM, intercontinental ballistic missiles, has an effective range of 14,000 to 15,000 kilometers, well capable of targeting the U.S. homeland, or the CONUS in military terms, continental United States. Its latest FOBS, fractional orbital bombardment system, is capable of firing separately navigable hypersonic nuclear warheads in mid-flight while circumnavigating the globe from the South Pole. B. If the United States dares not to come to direct blows with Russia over Ukraine, what makes it different over Taiwan with an adversary much more economically powerful than Russia? Think of the GDP. No, that's not the acronym for Guangdong province, but rather gross domestic product of the Communist Chinese Empire. And, well, America is much more dependent upon by the rest of the world. Whereas the rest of the world is much more dependent on the Communist Chinese Empire. Consider that 130 nations have Red China as their largest trading partner versus only 57 for these United States. See, the United States has been playing the Taiwan card against Red China with strategic ambiguity, using my island as an unsinkable aerocraft carrier. More and more advanced arms are being supplied to my island, hoping to turn it into a defensive porcupine. More training by U.S. forces is conducted within my island and without. Diplomatically, more and more senior United States officials or leaders are sent to meet my Taiwanese authorities. More support is given to my Taiwan, playing a role in international organizations that the Communist Chinese claim are normally reserved for independent nations, which they don't consider my Taiwan to be. More FONPs, Freedom of Navigation Operations, are conducted by United States navies in and around the Black Strait of my Taiwan. Similarly, more and more reconnaissance flights are conducted by state-of-the-art U.S. Air Force planes close to Red China's mainland shores. All these tactics are viewed by Beijing as highly provocative. D. Testifying to the Senate on the 17th of June in 2021, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Mark Milley, postulated that Red China had not yet possessed full confidence to prevail over my Taiwan until 2027, and might not intend to mount an invasion in the near term. However, according to a December 2021 Harvard Kennedy School Belfer Center report compiled by Graham Allison et alia, the era of U.S. military primacy is over. Every domain is contested: air, land, sea, space, and cyberspace. As a result, in the past 2 decades, the United States has been forced to retreat from a strategy based on primacy and dominance to one of deterrence. If in the near future there is a limited war over Taiwan or along Red China's periphery, the United States would likely lose, or have to choose between losing and stepping up the escalation ladder to a wider war. But that brings us to the letter E in my alphabetically ordered analysis of the situation. The vast majority of Taiwanese people do not support unification, treasuring our current way of life on my island, which I myself cannot participate in. And yes, T. Tankberry says, we're loud and clear. Goddess bless you, sir. Hugs. In the last hour we have remaining, and few minutes, let's get this straight. Beijing's original idea of touting one country, two systems is now dead in the water, thanks to recent events in Hong Kong. In a Taiwanese Public Opinion Foundation poll conducted in June of the year before yesteryear, 2020, 54% of respondents supported de jure independence, 23.4% preferred maintaining the status quo, and 12.5% favored unification with Communist China on the mainland. I can't even believe it was that high. Whilst 10% did not hold any particular view on the matter at all. They must be brain dead. Now, the fact remains that about 1 million Taiwanese voters live and work on their businesses on the mainland of Communist China. Cross-strait trade accounts for as much as 64% of my Taiwan's total exports. But that brings us to the letter F. The final letter, appropriately, of my analysis. Taiwan unification is not just a Beijing diktat per Communist Chinese propaganda. They try to make it seem, via their control of your media, and I'll get to that it's something widely supported by all Chinese people, not only on the mainland, but in many of the world's communized Chinese diaspora. It is part and parcel of the Red Chinese dream of national renaissance, purging the century of national humiliation from the empire's psyche. While unlikely to be a clear and present danger, what can refute the prognosis that after 2027, there will be over 50% chance of such a forceful unification attempted? Each subsequent year is likely to add, say, perhaps 5% more to such likelihood, with the absolute deadline of 2049, the 100th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China, as the mad monocrat Xi Jinping has repeatedly made clear, all the while Beijing is trying to close economic vulnerabilities out of fear of American containment. For although continuing to stress Red China's professed aim for peaceful unification, The Communist Chinese Empire is hardening itself for economic war. That brings us to what the next phase of the reinvention of globalization will look like. You see, after the go-go 1990s and 2000s, the aughts, or the zeros of the 21st century, the pace of economic integration stalled in the 2010s, the teens of our century, as firms grappled with the aftershocks of a financial crisis, a populist revolt against open borders, and President Donald Trump's trade war. No one knew if globalization faced a blip or extinction. Now the pandemic and war in Ukraine have triggered a once-in-a-generation reimagining of global capitalism. Commun-Chinese policymakers are increasingly convinced that the United States is determined to implement a full-fledged strategy of containment against mainland China. Beijing views the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity as the economic mirror of the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, and AUKUS, the Australia, United Kingdom, United States alliance, two U.S.-led security pacts that Beijing regards as anti-China coalitions. So everywhere you look, supply chains are being transformed from the $9 trillion United States dollar in inventories stockpiled as insurance against shortages and inflation to the fight for workers as global firms shift from Red China into Vietnam. This new kind of globalization is about security, not efficiency. It prioritizes doing business with people you can rely on, in countries your government is friendly with. It could descend into protectionism, big government, and worsening inflation. CHICOM, or the Chinese Communist officials, academics, and media rhetoric, increasingly talk of self-reliance and are preparing for a forced decoupling from these United States forever. Fang Jinghai, a vice chairman of the China Securities Regulatory Commission, proposed accelerating the yuan's internationalization to prepare for the risk of forced financial decoupling, which would be economically collapsing of our world civilization. A Shanghai-based academic argued that the peace dividend is over. Hence, it is time that China prepare for a full decoupling. Even the more moderate voices have acknowledged the profound changes in Sino-American relations behind the decoupling theory and called for the Communist Chinese Empire to prepare for the worst, but strive for the best. While part of the likely response will be further strengthening of Red China's military, the single-party state will also tighten two economic strings in its bow. It will double down on pursuing a pre-existing self-reliant strategy and sanction-proof the Red Chinese economy, whilst bolstering its offensive geoeconomic capabilities by reinforcing Red China's strategic position in global supply chains and expanding its influence in international commercial sea lane. Alternatively, if firms and politicians show restraint, it could change the world economy for the better, keeping the benefits of openness while improving resilience. Regardless, the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, made independence and self-reliance the centerpiece of its 2021 historic resolution. The West's recent harsh sanctions on Russia have reminded communist Chinese leaders of the need to strengthen economic autonomy. On February 25th, the day after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, a People's Daily editorial argued that independence and self-reliance ensure that the cause of the party and the people will continue to move from victory to victory. The government recently vowed to improve self-reliance by building a national unified market. Policymakers are looking to prepare the Red Chinese economy to withstand the heavy economic blow caused by a forced decoupling. These concerns are not new. DAY-Com policymakers have been advocating reforming the global financial system since immediately after the Asian financial crisis at the end of the 1990s, seeking to hedge against United States dollar hegemony. In 1999, Deng Xianglong, then governor of the PBOC, the People's Bank of China, argued that the existing global financial system needs to be reformed because the role of international reserve currency played by a few countries as national currency has been a major source of instability. One major component of Red China's defensive strategy against perceived Western containment is building a yuan-based global commodities trading system in an effort to improve the yuan's pricing power, reduce Red China's vulnerability in the global resources trade, and strengthen the Communist Chinese Empire's global financial position. Major Chinese oil suppliers, such as Russia, Angola, Venezuela, Iran, and Nigeria, now accept yuan in their oil trade with Red China. The Shanghai International Energy Exchange launched the yuan-based Shanghai crude oil futures in 2018, and in April 2021, the total trade volume of the yuan-valued oil futures reached 44 trillion yuan. That's only 6.7 trillion US dollars, with clients from 23 countries and regions. Oil exporters could convert their yuan oil revenue into gold on the Shanghai and Hong Kong gold exchanges. This interconvertibility implies that the Communist Chinese Empire, the world's largest oil importer, has a complete domestic infrastructure for indirectly trading oil using gold. This marks the beginning of pricing alternatives for a major global commodity. Red China could capitalize on the current energy transition to cultivate a gas yuan, emulating the petrodollar. Just as oil-producing countries depend on dollar revenues that aren't freely spendable elsewhere, gas-producing ones such as Russia and Iran could be dependent on the yuan. In Red China's 2017 World Energy Development Report, DAY-Com scholars propose the concept of gas yuan. Given the fragmented nature of global natural gas markets and Red China's leverage as a leading buyer, the emergence of a gas yuan is not a pipe dream, to use a pun. Russia, Iran, and Red China collectively produce more LNG, more liquefied natural gas, than these United States, and they all have non-dollar financial infrastructure in place. Red China has become the world's largest LNG importer. Iran, which shares the world's biggest gas field with Qatar, is reviving its previously sanctioned, stalled LNG export plan as the European Union attempts to cut off its dependence on Russian gas as a punishment for dictator Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Although Red China has not provided material support to Russia or bluntly helped Russia dodge Western sanctions, the Communist Chinese Empire's LNG imports from Russia doubled in February. The collective revisionist geoeconomic power of Red China, the revanchist revisionist Russian Empire, and fundamentalist Iran arguably is much stronger than that of the OPEC, the oil-producing exportation cartel. Higher global demand for natural gas as a transition fuel in the move toward net zero emissions and the decoupling of gas prices from oil prices also provide us a benign macro condition for the emergence of a gas yuan. However, it would not be easy for the yuan to quickly achieve the status of a dominant currency and pose a credible threat to the dollar hegemony. The lack of attractive yuan-denominated assets and the lack of desirable high-value goods and services exported from Communist China on the mainland preclude the rise of a petro-yuan, or gas yuan, anytime soon. Red China's addiction to current account surplus and relatively closed capital account also prevents Communist Chinese government bonds from rivaling U.S. treasuries. Another component of a China-initiated financial system is the PBOC's, the People's Bank of China's CIPS. That's all uppercase CIPS. It's an acronym for Cross-Border Interbank Payment System, augmented by the digital or virtual yuan. Launched in 2015, CIPS has become a proprietary financial infrastructure that could allow sanctioned entities to plumb into global markets, though dodging sanctions was not the original motivation for its introduction. Initially developed to promote yuan internationalization, even before some Russian banks were kicked off the Shanghai-based CIPS, was increasingly seen as Red China's alternative to the global banking system of SWIFT. SWIFT, all in the uppercase, an acronym for the Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunications. SWIFT is a non-profit cooperative headquartered in a southeastern suburb of Brussels, Belgium, that capital of Europa, just a cannon shot away from Waterloo. To point out a historical fact, SWIFT actually is not a payment system, but rather is simply a communication or message system used to instruct a bank to transfer funds from a specific account to a specified account at another bank. Then the actual transfer of the funds is carried out on clearing systems, such as Fedwire or CHIPS. That's CHIPS, all uppercase, acronyms for Clearinghouse Interbank Payment System. So although there are other message services like Fedwire, Ripple, and CHIPS, SWIFT continues to retain its dominant position in the market. Now, CIPS, or CIPS, combines financial messaging services and settlement functions in one platform for the Communist Chinese Empire and all their satellite states. It is Red China's alternative to moving the dollar across different institutions globally via the combination of SWIFT plus CHIPS. Again, that being an acronym for Clearinghouse Interbank Payment System. This system is operated by the New York Clearinghouse Association and accounts for 90% of all international funds transfers. Banks using CHIPS maintain accounts at the New York Federal Reserve Bank, and final settlement is made through adjustments in these accounts. Sending financial messages using Communist China's CIPS and completing settlements onshore can eliminate the risk of exposing any transactional information to these United States, which could theoretically cut sanction-triggering information flows for all of the satellite states within Communist China's geosynchronous orbit. Moreover, using the yuan for settlement removes the dollar from transactions, excluding the need for CHIPS. As it stands now, CIPS is limited in capacity and international coverage. According to the CIPS website, which is in Chinese, CIPS currently has 76 direct participants, 64 of which are in Asia, 8 in Europe, and only 1 in North America. Moreover, it still relies on interoperability and integration with SWIFT to encourage broader participation. Now, the PBOC, the People's Bank of China, has cooperated with SWIFT to get localized services, which in theory could mitigate the impact of sanctions. It launched a 10 million euro, basically a 12 million US dollar joint venture named FGIS. All uppercase, it's an acronym for Finance Gateway Information Services with SWIFT in January of yesteryear, shortly before the United States, the EU, the United Kingdom, and Canada sanctioned several CHICOM officials for human rights abuses against the Caucasoid Turkic Uyghurs in northwest China. FGIS, Finance Gateway Information Services, will build a local network for financial messaging services and establish a localized data warehouse to store, monitor, and analyze cross-border payment messaging information. Notably, CIPS and the PBOC's Digital Currency Research Institute are FGIS shareholders. Their presence suggests that FGIS is empowered to promote the use of digital yuan in cross-border transactions. So once materialized, this could be another damage control mechanism if major Chi-Com banks were de-swifted. These measures are effectively defensive, looking to isolate Red China from the consequences of an American containment strategy. But in a worst-case scenario of a financial war triggered by an extreme event, such as a military clash over my Taiwan, Beijing could deploy two offensive retaliatory measures: disrupting global supply chains and restricting foreign access to Beijing-controlled commercial ports. Deliberate supply chain disruptions could come in at least two forms: enforcing the anti-sanctions regulatory framework to restrict access to the Communist Chinese market and imposing export controls on critical materials. Red China has passed 5 major pieces of legislation aimed at blocking the impact of U.S. sanctions since 2018. The International Criminal Judicial Assistance Law, the provisions of the Unreliable Entity List, the Extraterritorial Rules, the Anti-Foreign Sanctions Law, and the ECL, acronymous for Export Control Law, the first Chinese law that establishes a comprehensive and integrated export control regulatory regime, as well as the State Council's white paper on Red China's export control. As the enforcement of these statutes is fleshed out, the Communist Chinese government could force foreign companies to choose either the Red Chinese market or the Western market, and deter and penalize cooperation with foreign actions viewed as threatening to Communist Chinese business and national interests. In particular, the ECL and the white paper show that Chi-Com policymakers have a clear vision of how to strategically leverage China's dominance in global supply chains to retaliate against foreign restraints and protect the Communist Chinese Empire's national interests. The ECL, for instance, has a reciprocal measures provision, which states that Red China may take reciprocal measures against any country or region that abuses export control and hurts Red China's national security and interests as assessed by Chi-Com government agencies. These measures are not without costs for Communist Chinese companies. Rising regulatory and geopolitical uncertainties may unintentionally cause a slowdown in Red China's inbound investment, while also forcing Red Chinese companies to look for the X in the China plus X supply chain management model for fear of disruptions. The export control framework may give the Communist Chinese government a new opening to restrict rare earth exports under a national security exception to WTO, or World Trade Organizational rules, against restraints on free trade. The ECL could provide us a legal foundation for Red China to exploit national security concerns to restrict exports of rare earths crucial for manufacturing high-tech consumer electronics and sophisticated U.S. weapons, including F-35 fighter jets, to these United States and our allies to retaliate against Western containment. Red China supplied 80% of U.S. rare earth imports between 2014 and 2017. Beijing was reportedly exploring such an option in 2019 and 2021 amid an emerging Sino-American technology war. This reported threat of retaliation against the American empire mirrors Red China's rare earth exports ban against the Empire of Japan in 2010 following the Japanese government's detention of a communist Chinese fishing boat captain. Of course, leaning too heavily on such coercive threats can be counterproductive. Red China does not enjoy a monopoly over rare earths themselves, which are not, in fact, particularly rare. but over the processing chain of rare earth, or rather rare earths, thanks to costs and environmental concerns. Nobody else wants to pollute their environment, as the communist Chinese are willing to do. If these United States become as too worried about the threats suggested by Beijing, it has the capacity to set up its own alternative processing chain well in advance of a crisis. Red China's emergence as a leading commercial maritime power provides yet another source of leverage for Beijing in times of an economic war. Chinese port acquisitions grant Red China greater control over global shipping flows that could restrict foreigners' ability to secure supply chains at all. By 2019, Red China had invested in 101 port projects worldwide. 3 communist Chinese port operators: COSCO, COSCO, China Ocean Shipping Company, Shipping Ports, China Merchants Port Holdings, and Qingdao Port International Development, already held stakes in 16 European ports as of 2018. The Qingdao Port International Development was able to get a hold of European ports because Qingdao was the German colony in mainland China that was knocked out of the First World War by the Japanese, who subsequently occupied Qingdao, but it had already been Germanicized to the point where Qingdao produces Chinese beer based on the German Lager model. COSCO, China Ocean Shipping Company, owns 100% of Piraeus Container Terminal in Greece, 85.5% of CSP Zeebrugge Terminal in Belgium, 51% of Noatum Container Terminal in Spain, and minority shares in several other European ports. All of these strategies, as noted, come with their own risks. While the Biden administration should seek to challenge and coexist with Red China by the invest, align, compete strategy, it should also resist the temptation of either overestimating Red China's capacity and demonizing Beijing, or naively dismissing Red China's potential to challenge U.S. global leadership and the dollar's dominance. Washington can marginalize Red China's attempt to neutralize American geoeconomic power by strengthening the attractiveness of American leadership and the appeal of the existing global system. It is time for the American empire to lend a sympathetic ear to countries that have longed for development support or demanded representation in the existing global system before they hear Red China's appeals instead. In the final analysis, the current U.S.-Taiwan strategy, therefore, is appearing more and more schizophrenic, if not downright counterproductive. Doubling down on more of the same looks like sleepwalking towards a looming cliff. For the sake of regional and potentially global peace and stability, President Biden must step up to the plate to defuse this ticking time bomb. Because escalating its global assault on democratic sovereignty and international law, the Communist Chinese Empire has now declared sole ownership over the Taiwan Strait. That public assertion on Monday, opening last work week, that was broached by the Senora Viviana Sanchez, followed reports that Red China has spent recent months lecturing U.S. officials that the Black Strait is its sovereign territory, rather, that is, than largely being characterized by international waters. An East China Sea waterway separating democratic Taiwan from communist China on the mainland, the Black Strait extends 80 miles at its narrowest choke point. Red China claims that my Taiwan is a breakaway province that must be resubjugated under Beijing's rule. In contrast, These United States and many other democracies believe my Taiwan is a sovereign democracy whose 24 million citizens are entitled to continued freedom. Still, it's hard to overestimate the aggressive nature of the Communist Chinese Empire's latest claim. Declaring sovereignty over the Black Strait, Red China is suggesting that the waterway is as much Chinese territory as Beijing or Shanghai are Chinese cities. In turn, Red China is providing a legal basis to justify the future deployment of military force to defend the Black Strait from foreign intrusions, meaning merchant ships conducting trade. The American empire and our allies, indeed the international community at large, cannot accept Beijing's invention of non-existent sovereignty. Allowing that invention to succeed would make us de facto Red China's seizure of my Taiwan's democracy. Moreover, it would send a distinct message of American weakness. Allowing Beijing to eviscerate international maritime law unilaterally would shatter the post-Cold War U.S. guaranteed understanding that international waters and aerospace are shared spaces, areas open to all so as to benefit the peace, prosperity, and freedom of all humanity. Last Tuesday, 1 week and 1 day ago, the United States backed my Taiwan's assertion that the Black Strait separating my island from mainland China is an international waterway, a further rebuff to Beijing's claim to exercise sovereignty over the strategic passage. The Taiwan Strait has been a frequent source of military tension since the defeated nationalist Republic of Blue China government fled to my Taiwan in 1949 after losing a civil war with the Red Communist bandits, who established the People's Republic of China. In recent years, United States warships, and on occasion those from allied nations such as Great Britain and Canada, have sailed through that strait, the Black Strait of my Taiwan, drawing Red Beijing's anger. Last Monday, Red China's foreign ministry declared the empire on the mainland has sovereignty, sovereign rights, and jurisdiction over the Taiwan Strait. And it called it a false claim when certain countries call the Taiwan Strait international waters. Commenting the day thereafter, U.S. State Department spokesman Ned Price reiterated American concerns to the press about Red China's aggressive rhetoric and coercive activity regarding Taiwan, and said the United States would continue to fly, sail, and operate wherever international law allowest, and that includes transitioning through the Taiwan Strait. The Black Strait of Taiwan is an international waterway, meaning that the Taiwan Strait is an area where high seas freedoms, including freedom of navigation and overflight, are guaranteed under international law. The world has, in the words of the United Nations, an abiding interest in peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait, and we consider this central to the security and prosperity of the broader Indo-Pacific region. Earlier that same day last week, Taiwan Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Joanne Wu called Red China's position a fallacy. On Wednesday, midweek last, Taiwan Premier Su Tseng-Chang, a man, by the way, because most of you can't ascertain the gender of Chinese names, told reporters that the Black Strait was by no means Red China's inland sea. China's ambition to swallow up Taiwan has never stopped or been concealed. The Taiwan Strait is a maritime area for free international navigation. In Beijing, Red China's own Taiwan Affairs Office spokesman Ma Xiaoguang said the government in Taipei was cooperating with external forces to hype up the issue, which harms the interests of compatriots on both sides of the Taiwan Strait and betrays the interests of the Chinese nation. It is despicable. Red China has never renounced the use of force to bring my Taiwan under its control and views my island as an inherent part of Red Chinese territory. My Taiwan, in turn, affirms that Red China has no right to speak for us or claim our sovereignty, attesting only Taiwan's people can decide our own future, and that the People's Republic of China has never controlled any part of our island. It's obvious that General Secretary Xi Jinping is newly determined to test President Joe Biden. The Communist Chinese dictator wants his counterpart to see this declaration and pause in fear. He wants Biden to worry that any future U.S. military transits of my Taiwan Strait will risk the death of American sailors. Biden must stare down this outrageous threat. While a Navy spokesman immediately affirmed that the United States will keep sailing through international waters, including the Black Strait, those words don't mean anything unless Biden is willing to act in kind. As such, our president should immediately order a Navy transit through the strait in direct riposte to Red China's action. Biden should ask all allies, such as Australia, Great Britain, the Fifth French Republic, the Empire of Japan, and Asian India to join this show of resolve. If France and Asian India reject that request, they will only expose their own weakness. It would be a serious mistake to underestimate Xi's personal and political resolve on the Taiwan question. Nevertheless, any sign of American weakness will only embolden the Communist Chinese dictator. A multilateral flotilla would be particularly valuable in this regard, in that its presence would force Xi to choose between escalating against many nations at once rather than just the American empire. Were Red China to fire on or harass that flotilla, it would put immense pressure on the European Union to impose its own sanctions on Beijing and further isolate Red China's global interests. This is a priority concern among communist Chinese leaders following the relatively united and strong Western isolation of the Russian Empire that has followed President Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine. We must not allow ourselves the comfortable delusion that this is only about my Taiwan. Red China's clawing ambitions reach far further. Without notifying Tokyo, for example, Red China just sent an undersea survey vessel into the Empire of Japan's exclusive economic zone. The American Empire is also involved in a standoff with Red China over the freedom of the South China Sea. Those international waters account for approximately 5 trillion United States dollars in annual trade flows. So if Red China is able to consolidate its claims of ownership over the near entirety of the South China Sea, only by seeing a map can you understand how ridiculous these claims truly are. It will be able to extract the political fealty of sovereign nations in return for its allowing their import-export markets to operate at all. Let me put this to you as forcefully as possible. In the interim, of course, checking into the chat room to basically monitor the time we have remaining. And for some reason, I should be able to access our latest chat entries. Don't be afraid to enter anything now. We still are holding exact numbers that we had when I began my monologue. That's impressive. I'm glad so many of you care to listen intently to my analyses. So get this. Whether it is intellectual property, territory, or human lives, the Communist Chinese Empire does not have the right to claim ownership over things that fundamentally do not belong to it. For reasons both moral and strategic, Joe Biden must reject Beijing's latest outrage with immediate physical action. Because Vladimir Putin is winning the war over Ukraine, both on and off the battlefield. Only a few weeks ago, Western allies were congratulating themselves for turning back Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Not only was Vladimir Putin's attack barbaric, they declared, but it was also a humiliating failure. When Russia gave up on Kiev and foundered in Kharkiv, ultimately abandoning its attempt to push into Ukraine's north, Western analysts crowed about Putin's hubris and compared his government to that of the Soviet Union just before its collapse. Some even suggested Putin was on the verge of falling victim to a terminal disease or an imminent coup d'etat. President Joe Biden proclaimed, "This war has already been a strategic failure for Russia." The irony is, Biden and his allies were engaged in the same kind of wishful thinking that led Putin to invade Ukraine in the first. Now, as the war drags on, there's a strong case to be made that Putin is winning, not only in Ukraine, but on the larger geopolitical battlefield. Let's start with the war itself. Putin's decision to concentrate his firepower on the Eastern Front has largely succeeded at bringing the conflict to a grinding stalemate. At great cost, Russian forces have cleared the last holdouts from Mariupol, and they look to be on the verge of capturing, if they have not already captured, the key eastern city of Severodonetsk. Edward Luttwak, a military strategist who also consults for governments around the world, so told the press, "Putin is winning at this moment. After firing many generals and promoting colonels who are better, by being much less ambitious, not taking Kiev, not holding Kharkiv, not seeking to take East Odessa. On that basis, Russia is able to make its slow grinding advances in a Stalingrad manner, which is the massive bombardment of buildings. Ukraine, according to an advisor to President Volodymyr Zelensky, is losing 100 to 200 soldiers each and every day." To quote Jeffrey Edmonds of the Center for Naval Analyses, who advised the White House on Russia during his years on the National Security Council, "The Ukrainians are in a hard spot right now. They're losing much more than they were in the early days of the war, because it's much more of a conventional war with artillery duels. That really plays to Russia's strength." Even Biden's top advisors are being forced to acknowledge that Putin now has the upper hand. Midweek last Wednesday, General Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, said the numbers clearly favor the Russians. They outgun and outrange. That has turned the conflict from a rout into a painful and costly standoff. Beyond the battlefield, Putin has chalked up a series of victories. The most obvious one is how the invasion has succeeded at damaging the economies of his enemies around the world. Stock markets are down, interest rates are up, inflation is soaring, and gas prices are sky high. Other factors, of course, have contributed to the souring Western economy. But Putin's decision to send his troops over the border and the subsequent spike in oil prices was the needle that popped the pandemic recovery bubble. Biden himself came as close to acknowledging this when he tried to recast the rise in American gas prices as Putin's price hike. Russia is certainly experiencing its own economic fallout from the invasion. Inflation has soared to 17%, and Russia's economy is projected to shrink by 8.5% this year. But Putin's control of the media and the ballot box makest it easier for him to weather the kind of economic storm that would lead to political upheaval in Western democracies. Economists have been predicting an implosion of President Vladimir Putin's economic regime since the West hit Russia with sweeping sanctions over its invasion of Ukraine. But 3.5 months into the war, the Russian Empire has been holding up, with Putin announcing on the 7th day this month of June that inflation has slowed and unemployment has held steady. So now, not even a recession will change Putin's course in Ukraine. When he made the decision to invade Ukraine, the Russian dictator, Vladimir Putin, likely didn't expect the West to levy such a strong, coordinated, and unified economic sanctions regime against his empire. But the West likely didn't anticipate Russia would be able to hold on economically to the extent that it has. 4 months into the most strenuous sanctions program against a major economy since World War II, one can make a reasonable case that the results have been a wash. On its face, the United States and the European Union have taken extraordinary measures to ensure the Russian government is feeling the pain for invading a neighbor. The sanctions are partly designed to be an accountability mechanism, a message to Putin and other would-be provokers that an unjustified war of aggression will have political and economic consequences. But the penalties are also crafted to make it more difficult for the Kremlin to finance its military campaign. At best, they would persuade Putin himself to reassess his war strategy to the point of calling it quits and withdrawing his forces. So, you can't blame the Russian government for being surprised about the length to which the West has cracked down on its finances, because the West has always been so fucking weak that they provoked the invasion by their complete and total non-response, in effect, to all his other invasions. So if you asked Putin whether he thought the United States, in conjunction with the EU and the Empire of Japan, would sanction Russia's central bank and freeze around half of Russia's 643 billion United States dollar foreign exchange reserves, he may have dismissed it as a low probability event. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov was certainly surprised. Putin might also have underestimated the ability of the EU, a 27-country bloc that has been divided on Russia policy in the past, to ban all imports of Russian crude oil by the end of the year, albeit with a carve-out for Soviet satellite state of Hungary. Now, again, trying to get myself breathing here to express what I can in the time we have remaining. Half an hour and a few more minutes. The list of sanctions against Russia is long, and will likely grow longer as the war continues. Several large Russian banks have been kicked off the SWIFT payment system. The U.S. Treasury Department is no longer allowing Russia to use its own money in American accounts to pay down debt. Businesses that would normally be operating in the Russian market are self-sanctioning out of an abundance of caution, while others are pulling up stakes completely to avoid the risk of harming their reputations irreparably. According to the Yale School of Management, 1,000 companies have left Russia or are scaling down their activity. Goods are getting more expensive for the average Russian, with the Consumer Price Index reporting a 17% increase over the last 12 months. The American empire and our allies, however, are learning that sanctions take a long time to work, if they work at all. Imposing sanctions on an empire will undoubtedly impact the targeted country's bottom line, but those countries don't stand still and take it on the chin. Instead, they adapt and try to skirt the sanctions, mitigating the impact. This is precisely what Russia is doing. In response to supply chain disruptions and American export restrictions, Moscow is attempting to replace foreign-made goods with domestic products. Such import substitution measures have a mixed record of success, and the quality of the products will be far shoddier compared to the goods that are normally available, but short-term band-aid fixes like this will buy Putin a few years to cope and allow him to limit some of the frustration on the street. So Moscow is also reorienting its trade patterns in response to the West's sanctions. Crude oil, its most lucrative commodity, is being rerouted from Europe to Asia, where buyers have no issue purchasing Russian fossil fuels if the terms are appealing enough. With Russia offering discounts of 30 to 35 United States dollars a barrel, Russian oil is considerably cheaper than the benchmark price of around 120 US dollars a barrel. Because the price of oil is so high, Russia still makes a hefty profit even at a discount. For energy-hungry countries like Asian India and communist China, cheaper Russian crude is far better than the alternative. And it shows. Asian India purchased more than 8 times as much Russian crude in May as it did in February. The high global prices are also severely undercutting what the West hopes to achieve with sanctions. While Russian crude shipments may be declining, the high price of oil means Moscow is netting even higher returns. Russian oil exports have earned it nearly 100 billion US dollars during the first 100 days of the war in Ukraine. If oil prices remain fairly constant and Moscow is able to sustain its export rate, the Institute of International Finance estimates that the Russian Empire could receive more than 300 billion United States dollars this year alone from energy sales. For Washington, this poses an obvious problem, but the solution isn't as clear-cut as one might think. The American empire could place secondary sanctions on the Russian oil industry as it did with Iran, giving countries a choice of either continuing